Chapter 001. The detestable Senju Tobarama. The air was permeated with the scent of grass leaves that had been evaporated by the sweltering heat. The incessant chirping of cicadas tormented all who heard it. Slowly, I opened my eyes. In Yan Bai's gaze, a verdant landscape unfolded. The wind rustled through the forest, striking against his eardrums like the subtle sound of crunching leaves beneath one's feet. "Are you injured, esteemed ninja?" Yan Bai trembled as he peered out from behind the bushes. He had been quietly observing the battlefield, hiding in this place to wait for an opportunity, and fortune smiled upon him as he chanced upon a gravely wounded member of the Uchiha clan. The man was clad in a dark robe, a pouch of ninja tools secured at his waist, his face smeared with blood, and the fan emblem on the back of his garment was blurred by the crimson stains. Despite his grim injuries, his expression remained calm and serious, with one eye closed, stifling the increasingly labored breaths he took. Though his condition was dire, his demeanor was composed. Reflected in that one eye was a trembling little girl standing amidst the lush greenery of the forest. In the eyes of the Uchiha man, this was a child with hair as radiant as moonlight and eyes resembling rubies, appearing akin to a delicate doll. The little girl wore tattered clothing devoid of any family insignia, suggesting she was merely the child of an ordinary impoverished family. Countless civilians have been rendered homeless due to the wars between ninja clans. To seek refuge, these civilians either resided in the prosperous capital of the Land of Fire or endeavored to be taken in by powerful ninja clans, laboring in agriculture to survive amidst the chaos of war. This child had likely been caught in the crossfire of the clan conflict, becoming separated from her family. Perhaps the man felt little sympathy. He was severely injured and dared not trust anyone. After carefully surveying his surroundings and finding no enemies, he resolved to turn away. He was too far from his clan's territory, and should he encounter any foes in his current state, his chances of survival were slim. Little did this Uchiha man realize that the beautiful little girl before him was, in fact, a boy hailing from the Senju clan. "Are you injured, esteemed ninja?" Yan Bai's innocent gaze remained fixed upon the bloodied Uchiha. He reached out with his delicate, fair hand, suddenly grasping the hem of the man's garment. The Uchiha narrowed his eyes slightly, becoming wary. Yan Bai's petite frame trembled, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, his ethereal beauty revealing itself in that moment. The Uchiha could not help but think, this child would surely grow into a mesmerizing beauty that would drive countless men to madness. So fragile, akin to a flower in a greenhouse, it seemed that even a slight exertion of force could shatter that delicate neck. Yet, such a beautiful child in such a desolate state was truly a pity. What a weak child. The Uchiha man sighed to himself. He was barely able to protect himself and could not assist this pitiful child. He cautiously reached out to pat the little girl's head, but this action caused his blood to stain the child's luminous silver hair. Fresh blood flowed down from the child's head, trickling down Yan Bai's porcelain white cheek. The vivid red contrasted starkly with the child's innocent visage, silver hair, and alabaster skin. Even the hardest of hearts could not help but be stirred. "Esteemed ninja, you are gravely injured. Allow me to assist you in your healing." Yan Bai spoke softly. His smile was as warm as the sun dissolving winter snowflakes, capable of warming even the coldest of hearts from within. Accompanied by that heartwarming smile, the Uchiha observed a faint yellow glow emanating from where the child's small hand rested, the light weaving through his wounds. As the glow danced about, his injuries began to heal at an observable rate. Gazing at this miraculous scene, his once pitch-black eye transformed into a vivid scarlet, the single tomo in his soul eye spinning wildly. This child. There were no signs of chakra flowing. Was this not a ninjutsu, but rather an unknown innate talent? This miraculous and extraordinary healing ability. "Take her away. We must take this child back to our clan." A voice roared within the Uchiha man's mind, frantically screaming. However, in that moment of distraction brought upon by the little girl before him, he felt a chill at his neck. Before his vision was completely engulfed by stars, he caught a glimpse of the little girl displaying a face of terror and fear, her lips parting and closing as she called out to him. "Esteemed ninja, esteemed ninja." No. He yearned to understand what the child wished to convey, but after enduring prolonged combat and bearing grievous wounds, he was already on the brink of collapse. He never comprehended how he lost consciousness in the end. His last thought as he succumbed to death was, what a pity for this child. Unbeknownst to him, as he lay lifeless upon the ground, a white-haired youth clad in green armor knelt beside the Uchiha, mercilessly wielding his knife to precisely sever the connection at the man's neck, only halting his cruel dismemberment once the head was completely detached. This white-haired youth was none other than the future second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Though still in his youthful form, he showed no mercy as he desecrated the corpse. His expression one of anger, his hawk-like gaze fixed upon Yan Bai. Yan Bai trembled with rage, inwardly cursing the self-righteous Senju Tobarama. At long last, he had finally encountered a severely injured Uchiha. It was no easy feat to find a lone and gravely wounded Uchiha. He was on the verge of successfully replicating the man's skills, and with a stroke of luck, he might even directly inherit the Uchiha bloodline. Yet that rascal Tobarama appeared once more to thwart his endeavors. This was the third time. That scoundrel! Tobarama was certain that the Uchiha man was beyond saving, but he did not hesitate to use his blade to further destroy the man's eyes. The scene was utterly brutal. As Tobarama gouged the eyes, he cast a stern gaze toward Yan Bai, scolding him with ire. You are rescuing Uchiha once more. How many times must I tell you that they are enemies? You ought to remain properly within the clan. Yan Bai offered no response to Tobarama, clutching his mouth as if to suppress nausea before turning to flee. Tobarama cursed under his breath and promptly sheathed his blade, pursuing Yan Bai's retreating figure. Hey, don't run off. Come back here, do you hear me? Tobarama quickly caught up to Yan Bai, disregarding the boy's struggles as he dragged him in another direction. Before long, Tobarama had pulled Yan Bai back to the clan's territory. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yan Bai sat at the low table in his room, gazing at a dried fish covered in white radish puree and a bowl of plain rice, utterly devoid of appetite. Seated opposite him was none other than the detestable Senju Tobarama. Tobarama showed no signs of remorse for the life he had taken, his face expressionless as he relished his meal. Setting down his chopsticks, Tobarama seemed to finally notice that Yan Bai had not touched his food, his expression remaining impassive as he inquired, "Why do you insist on treating members of the Uchiha clan? Why you save them?" Yan Bai appeared to ignore Tobarama, making no effort to respond to his question. Tobarama narrowed his eyes. Do you understand that your actions bring shame to the Senju clan? If father discovers this, do you know what fate awaits you? Faced with Tobarama's interrogation, Yan Bai remained silent. With a resounding thud, Tobarama slammed his palm onto the low table, darkly stating, "Now at once answer me." Chapter 002. He destroyed the system. Confronted with the nascent tyrannical temper of Tobarama, Yan Bai did not foolishly provoke him. With vacant eyes, Yan Bai replied, "I was worried about Brother Hashirama, and I was concerned for you, so I went there." Upon hearing this, Tobarama fell silent. Yan Bai continued, "The clan emblem was stained with blood. I could not discern it. Clad in commoner's attire and possessing healing abilities, neither you nor they would harm me. However, should I be fortunate enough to encounter you and Brother Hashirama, I could assist in your healing. As long as I can do my utmost to protect the adults of our clan, then Wakana and Ban would not need to go to battle. They are so weak, and I do not wish to see them thrown into the fray only to perish in vain." His eyes brimmed with confusion, as if struggling to comprehend why Tobarama would be so furious. Seeing Yan Bai's innocent demeanor, the anger that had filled Tobarama instantly extinguished. He had initially intended to say, "To heal an enemy, allowing them to slaughter more of our kin." Yet upon hearing Yan Bai's explanation, Tobarama swallowed his words once more. Konoha Senju Tobarama seated himself before Yan Bai's low table, his expression as stern and humorless as ever, yet his voice softened as he spoke, less dying. "From now on, do not venture beyond the clan's territory. My brother and I can manage without your concern. The world outside poses too great a danger for you. Yan Bai's peculiar healing abilities, if discovered by outsiders, would undoubtedly lead them to attempt to abduct him at any cost." "Okay," Yan Bai replied, lowering his gaze as he picked up his bowl. At least outwardly, he would not betray any disdain for Tobarama. For Yan Bai, antagonizing Tobarama would yield no benefits. However, no matter how many times Tobarama insisted that the Uchiha clan was wicked, it was all in vain. Yan Bai would readily admit his faults, yet remain resolute in his defiance, daring to act again. After Yan Bai silently finished his meal, Tobarama cleared the low table and utensils. Watching Tobarama's retreating figure, a fleeting, mischievous smirk danced upon Yan Bai's lips. With the right amount of flattery, he could manipulate Tobarama to serve his own purposes. Once Tobarama had departed, Yan Bai curled up in a corner, hugging his knees. He activated his system panel, and upon seeing the garbled text, his expression turned grave. Yan Bai was the game administrator of this virtual world. His duty involved testing various styles of external system functionalities. He had descended into the Warring States era of the virtual Naruto world. However, on the third day of his arrival in this virtual realm, Yan Bai obliterated his own system. The tasks it assigned were exceedingly repugnant, and he could not fathom how many players would be willing to purchase such a dubious advantage. Thus, Yan Bai terminated the system. Consequently, a bug manifested. The system panel was now filled with gibberish, rendering Yan Bai incapable of voluntarily exiting this virtual existence. He regretted not calmly disengaging from the virtual world before destroying the system. Due to this bug, the GM's emergency mode was activated. Compulsively don the skin of the testing system and acquire the ability of Divine Dual Heaven's Return Shield. This skill negates all adverse effects within the shield, capable of healing any injury. Using this skill to heal any wounded individual will yield passive rewards, allowing the simulation of their skills and bloodlines for personal use. The system skin was, well, since Yan Bai had eradicated the cross-dressing system, the skin was that of the cross-dressing system. Moreover, this godlike skill bore certain drawbacks. Everything copied would start at level 0, even if one acquired a skill or physique. Proficiency must be cultivated through practice to elevate its level. Immediate mastery was impossible. Additionally, only one trait from the injured party could be copied each day, whether it be ninjutsu, taijutsu techniques, or bloodlines. To fully replicate an individual's traits, one would need to spend an extended period in close proximity to them. Yan Bai dedicated 6 months to this special restorative art, securing a significant position within the Senju clan. Long-term treatment for the Senju Tobarama enabled Yan Bai to successfully replicate the superior ninjutsu and physique inherent to the Senju clan. While refining the skills he had already copied, Yan Bai set his sights on other clans. The Uchiha clan's ocular abilities required specific circumstances, and time the earlier one could replicate a bloodline, the better. Even if he could not acquire the Uchiha bloodline, replicating techniques from the Hyuga, Yui, Kagaya, or Uzumaki clans would suffice. However, Tobarama's perceptive abilities were formidable. He consistently caught Yan Bai sneaking out disguised as a common child to gather information, effectively interrupting his casting. Yan Bai was acutely aware of the dangers his actions posed, yet he felt compelled to proceed. The time until the encounter between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara drew ever closer. As Hashirama's brother, Yan Bai could not remain uninvolved. While still youthful, possessing a justifiable reason for mischief, and being more likely to be forgiven due to his age and gender, he needed to seize the opportunity to gather intelligence. With each passing year, the Senju clan's restrictions on him would only intensify. Today, he had nearly managed to replicate something from the Uchiha, but the time was insufficient, and he came away empty-handed. As he worked to repair the system back-end, he pondered that everything must begin anew. He was not invincible. Cultivating the skills he had acquired and striving to replicate even more superior physiques was of the utmost urgency. Meanwhile, Tobarama had already disposed of the remnants of the meal outside, where designated clan members would collect them. After tidying up, Tobarama made his way to the front hall of the residence. Traversing the narrow corridor, he pushed open the door to find the current clan leader, Senju Baijian, alongside his 3 brothers. Hashirama lifted his gaze to Tobarama and inquired, "How is our sister faring?" His younger brother had unexpectedly transformed into a sister 6 months ago. Due to this change, he had lost his original name, Senju Hashirama, and was now known as Yan Bai. Tobarama cast a stony glance at Hashirama, coldly stating, "Her demeanor is excessively willful and naive. Brother, I suspect Yan Bai's prolonged association with you has led to this. You should limit your interactions with her." Following their recent conversation, Tobarama believed Yan Bai's recklessness in venturing onto the battlefield stemmed from her close relationship with Hashirama. Hashirama, taken aback, opened his mouth to argue but was silenced by Baijian's dispassionate command from the head seat. "Enough." An eerie silence enveloped the room. Baijian closed his eyes briefly before continuing, "Tobarama, you will be responsible for monitoring Yan Bai from now on. Do not allow her to wander. Her abilities are too unique. Your mother must have discovered this long ago, which is why she acted as she did." "Yes, father," Tobarama responded gravely. The Senju clan was in dire need of combat-capable members, making it impossible to spare anyone to supervise Yan Bai. Hashirama opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Almost 6 months ago, their mother had suddenly passed away. On the 3rd day following her death, Tobarama discovered that his younger brother, Senju Hashirama, was in fact a girl, or rather, his brother had become a sister. Upon learning this news, the family erupted in chaos, and Baijian was incensed. Yan Bai could not be bothered to explain. In fact, he had deliberately let Tobarama stumble upon the truth. Once Yan Bai established that he was indeed male, Baijian's temperament would not permit him to disguise himself as a woman. The emergency mode compelled him to wear the system's female skin, ensuring he would outwardly appear as a woman regardless of the circumstances. Rather than engage in a battle of wits with his family later, It was simpler this way. After all, Yan Bai harbored no desire to change his gender or pursue romantic relationships. He had no intention of forming any emotional bonds with anyone here, regardless of their gender. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, it would merely be a matter of interest. Misunderstandings are merely misunderstandings. It is strength that constitutes the undeniable truth, regardless of others' opinions. Thus, Yan Bai's identity as the Princess of the Thousand Hands has been firmly established. Initially, the Thousand Hands Buddha was exceedingly enraged and stripped away the name Thousand Hands Bai, for only those children within the family possessing the talent of a ninja are entitled to bear the Thousand Hands surname. Furthermore, only boys are permitted to carry the Jian name. Yan Bai was recognized as a girl, and the Thousand-Handed Buddha had already prepared to send her to a designated place within the clan for the cultivation of females. However, Yan Bai cleverly utilized her unique healing talent to successfully retain the surname of Qianshou and remain in the patriarch's residence. Chapter 003. Whether ill or not. I shall treat you all during the Warring States period. Sons were regarded as embodiments of military strength, while daughters were seen as assets. The more sons one bore, the greater the combat prowess within the clan. Conversely, the more daughters produced, the more opportunities for advantageous marriages and contributions to the clan's population. At that time, there were no prohibitions against intermarriage within 3 generations. Many couples within the clan were indeed related by blood, unless endowed with exceptional talents or combat abilities. A woman's status would not see significant elevation. For instance, Uzumaki Mido, the future wife of Senju Hashirama, was a formidable female ninja who commanded such standing within her family, allowing her to stand behind the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, during the Warring States period, a woman's worth was typically confined to her reproductive capabilities. Yan Bai possesses the extraordinary ability to heal any injury swiftly, a feat beyond the reach of others, thereby solidifying his unassailable position. Consequently, after being captured by Senju Tobarama 3 times for running away from home, Yan Bai ultimately faced house arrest, as the adage suggests that misfortunes come in threes. Yan Bai crouched at his doorstep, blocking the path of Senju Hashirama, who was about to step outside. Senju Tobarama concealed his figure in the shadows of a nearby tree, squinting his eyes as he quietly observed the scene. He witnessed Hashirama scratching his pot-shaped head, a look of helplessness on his face, as he said, Yan Bai, I assure you, your brother is truly uninjured. The elder brother always insisted on putting on a brave front. At this moment, Yan Bai stood with his back to Senju Tobarama, who could observe Yan Bai's hands resting upon Senju Hashirama's arms, where a gentle luminescence flickered. Senju Hashirama gazed upon this scene with a smile, yet he remarked, this time, there truly is nothing. My elder brother is the young clan leader and will be my future support, so please take good care of yourself. While Yan Bai immersed himself in the sensations of the newly acquired experiences, he fiercely gripped Senju Hashirama's arm, fearful that he might slip away. The pressure of Yan Bai's grasp almost embedded itself into Hashirama's flesh, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yan Bai said earnestly, thus, I shall come daily. If there are no injuries, I shall still attend to my elder brother's needs. If there are injuries, my duty to treat him becomes even more imperative. Whether he is injured or uninjured, whether he is ill or in good health, I shall tend to him thoroughly. Senju Hashirama observed this scene of fraternal affection with quiet contemplation from a distance. Senju Tobarama, though not one for many words, possessed a keen ability to read the nuances of those around him. Ever since their father issued his command, Tobarama had not ceased his vigilant watch over Yan Bai. He felt vindicated in his initial suspicions. Yan Bai exhibited an excessive concern for his elder brother, Hashirama. When others sustained injuries, they had to appease Yan Bai to receive his care, while the treatment bestowed upon Hashirama was of an entirely different caliber. Yan Bai not only treated Shizijian every day at home, but even pursued him to the battlefield. This relentless pursuit made Senju Hashirama feel quite uncomfortable in his daily activities, as he feared that at any moment, he would look up and encounter Yan Bai's radiant eyes, only to be subjected to yet another treatment. Consequently, Yan Bai's subsequent attempts to escape home were attributed by Senju Tobarama to Senju Hashirama, deeming it his elder brother's fault. For it was Senju Hashirama who had the most profound influence on Yan Bai unbeknownst to Senju Tobarama. The reality was far removed from his assumptions. At this very moment, Yan Bai stood at the doorway, gazing at his own hands. Yan Bai murmured softly, could it be that today's copy is that of Ashura? Have you encountered each other already? After all, both Hashirama and Tobarama are still alive and well, due to Yan Bai's presence. Many adult warriors of the Senju clan strive to survive. If it weren't for dire circumstances, who would send such young children to the battlefield? Yet, despite his brothers not having fallen in battle, Hashirama nonetheless found himself troubled as he wandered to the riverbank, where he encountered Uchiha Madara. Yan Bai pondered whether Senju Hashirama had gone to the riverbank to escape the incessant entanglement of his sister. As this thought crossed his mind, Yan Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. How foolish he was. Did he truly need to venture to the battlefield to stealthily approach others? He could simply follow Senju Hashirama to reach Uchiha Madara. A daily encounter would surely lead to an eventual discovery of the Uchiha lineage. Perhaps he might even uncover Indra's essence. In such a case, he might unlock the Rinnegan even before Madara, allowing him to more confidently rectify the flaws in his techniques. However, Yan Bai soon recalled Senju Tobarama. Originally intended to shadow Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama had now been assigned to monitor Yan Bai instead. If Yan Bai foolishly pursued Senju Hashirama, he would undoubtedly be followed by Tobarama, which would only hasten the rift between Hashirama and Madara. Once these two were at odds, Yan Bai would have to wait until the establishment of Konoha to approach Madara. This was untenable. He needed to devise a plan to safely divert Senju Tobarama. With this thought, a stratagem emerged in Yan Bai's mind. A benevolent smile then graced his face. Senju Tobarama trailed closely behind Yan Bai. Despite the praise from those around them regarding Yan Bai's beauty, Tobarama felt no particular inclination. In the perception of most elder brothers, regardless of their sister's actual appearance, she is often deemed unattractive. Thus, Tobarama would not be swayed by Yan Bai's charms. Yet, no matter how rational he was, Tobarama could not comprehend Yan Bai's peculiar actions. Following Yan Bai's lead, they entered the chicken coop. Indeed, this was a designated area constructed by the commoners nurtured by the Senju clan for raising chickens. Colloquially known as the chicken coop, Senju Tobarama was utterly bewildered as to why Yan Bai would come to such a place. Did she wish to consume eggs? The moment they stepped inside, the pungent odor of chicken droppings assaulted their senses. To Tobarama's astonishment, he witnessed Yan Bai employing the healing technique on the hens present. Senju Tobarama? Is Yan Bai's affection for his older brother, Hashirama, redirected towards the hen due to his inability to find him? Would he prefer to tend to the hen rather than to his younger brother? Senju Tobarama shook his head, for this could not be the true reason. Yan Bai, indifferent to Senju Tobarama, thought it permissible for him to touch the chickens of the clan, as he was the only beloved figure of the Senju clan. A healing princess adored by all, it was entirely reasonable for him to show kindness towards small creatures. By tending to these chickens, Yan Bai acquired the skill of chicken speech, enabling him to communicate with them. After acquiring his skills, Yan Bai softly spoke numerous tender words to the flock of chickens, who responded with an endearing clucking, creating an exchange reminiscent of a light-hearted conversation. Senju Baijian gazed at Yan Bai, utterly speechless, as he consoled the hens in the coop. Following his comforting of the hens, Yan Bai proceeded to attend to the dogs that guarded the homestead. After offering his solace to the dogs, he turned his attention to the wild cats darting about the periphery. Once he had consoled the wild cats, he began to reassure the birds that occasionally fluttered down from the trees, hopping about in their leisurely strolls. Every creature within his reach received his gentle ministrations. An hour later, Senju Baijian finally comprehended Yan Bai's purpose behind this peculiar treatment of the animals. Chapter 004, The Toxicity of Bird Droppings. Standing at the edge of the clan's territory, Senju Baijian found his path obstructed by a multitude of animals. Separated from Yan Bai, who was increasingly distanced amidst the sea of creatures, with an expression devoid of emotion. His crimson eyes shimmered with fury as he gritted his teeth and enunciated each word with palpable intensity. Yan Bai, return to me at once, immediately. Yan Bai smiled brightly as he vigorously waved goodbye to Tobarama, saying, I'm off to find brother Hashirama. I'll return as soon as I locate him. Farewell. With that, he turned and skipped away, leaving Tobarama with a fleeting glimpse of his cheerful figure. Tobarama's expression twisted into one of fury as he prepared to chase after him. But he found that as he took a single step, his body inexplicably softened, as if under some enchantment. He stared in disbelief as he fell to the ground, watching helplessly as Yan Bai vanished from his sight. When had this happened? What was going on? As he lay on the ground, Tobarama noticed a bird perched on a blade of grass before him, tilting its head curiously in his direction. Memories flooded back. He recalled Yan Bai conversing with a group of cats, one speaking human language while the rest communicated in feline. Tobarama found it peculiar and had been intently observing Yan Bai. Suddenly, a copious amount of bird droppings fell from the sky, landing squarely upon his head. A flock of birds had inexplicably converged from afar, seizing the opportunity while Tobarama's attention was diverted by Yan Bai to simultaneously release a large deposit of excrement atop him. They then scattered in all directions. Was this droppings toxic? It seemed to contain a volatile paralyzing toxin. Tobarama watched in dismay as a coalition of dogs and cats dragged him into the clan's territory. At that moment, his mind was ablaze with thoughts. It dawned upon him that Yan Bai possessed not only healing abilities but also the capacity to communicate with animals. How infuriating. How despicable. Just before losing consciousness, Tobarama's thoughts were consumed with, Brother, you are guilty. I must locate Hashirama post-haste, desperately trying to recall the scenes and routes from the original storyline. Yan Bai raced through the forest. Along the way she healed numerous animals and trees. Yan Bai inquired extensively about the local flora and fauna, swiftly confirming the tracks left by Hashirama. He also requested the assistance of both plants and animals to obscure his own traces, as well as those of Hashirama. The more time he spent with Hashirama Senju, the more he found him to be a formidable challenge. Despite his youth, which rendered him physically and skillfully inferior to adults, Hashirama's determination to hone his intellect only intensified. Coupled with his adept tracking and perceptive abilities, Yan Bai recognized the necessity for heightened caution. The whims and endearing antics were effective only while Hashirama still held familial affection for him. Should their relationship sour, strength would inevitably dictate the outcome. To maintain proximity to Uchiha Madara, Yan Bai resolved to assist his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, in concealing their tracks. However, This could potentially lead to Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Izuna uncovering Madara's secrets, thereby destabilizing the balance previously maintained by Senju Tobarama and Hashirama. Yan Bai had devised a plan. By fostering a strong relationship with Ban and Shu, he could guide them to become powerful, allowing him to remain in the shadows, pursuing his own ambitions. The current dilemma was their insufficient strength. A young boy clad in a dark robe wandered through the verdant mountains. The surroundings appeared unusually vibrant today, with every leaf and blade of grass standing out in sharp relief. The boy in the black robe continued his journey towards the stream, the gentle sound of flowing water filling his ears. Standing beside the crystal-clear river, he dipped his hand into the cold water, feeling its chill. The birds in the forest chirped, and the leaves above rustled in the breeze. What brought him to this place? After splashing water on his face to awaken his senses, the boy stepped back, remaining in the sunlit area. Standing on the rocky riverbank, he suddenly had an idea and casually picked up a stone to skip it across the water's surface. With a satisfying splash, the stone struck the water and bounced back into the air. Another throw followed, but this time, the stone barely skimmed the surface before sinking with a soft plop. The boy let out a frustrated sigh. Moments later, he picked up another stone, muttering to himself, "This time, I must reach the other side." Yet, despite his resolve, he hesitated, reluctant to release the stone from his grasp. Just then, a whooshing sound pierced the air, and another stone flew past him towards the water. It skipped rhythmically across the surface, eventually landing on the opposite bank with a satisfying thud. Maintaining his throwing stance, the boy frowned and turned to look behind him, where he saw another boy mirroring his action. This newcomer wore a dazzling green outfit, topped with an absurdly comical bowl haircut. Before the boy in black could speak, the boy with the bowl cut cheerfully advised, "When you throw, remember to lift your arm slightly. That's the trick to skipping stones." The boy in black stared at this peculiar figure, contemplating a haughty retort of "Mind your own business, or I already know that," to mask his embarrassment. However, the bowl cut and garish attire of the newcomer distracted him, prompting an involuntary inquiry. "Who are you?" "Well, at this moment, I suppose I am your opponent in stone skipping." The boy cheerfully introduced himself as Senju Hashirama. "I made it to the other side." Uchiha Ban, the boy in black, shot a disdainful look at Senju Hashirama, commenting, "Your ridiculously outdated hairstyle and your questionable taste in clothing create quite a jarring impression, making it impossible for me to concentrate." The bizarre style of clothing seemed inexplicably appealing. Yet, a glance at the bowl cut made Ban feel that this boy did not deserve such attire. Upon hearing this, Hashirama scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling, "This outfit was made for me by my sister. I couldn't refuse her. It truly is quite flamboyant, isn't it?" Ben fell silent. Rather than being merely flamboyant, the attire seemed to meld him with the forest, suggesting he was no ordinary child of commoners. Yet, he lacked the air of nobility, resembling more a foolish son of a landlord. "So, who exactly are you?" Man's expression hardened, his tone unfriendly. With a look of resignation, Hashirama replied, "My name is Hashirama, but I can't disclose my family name for certain reasons." "Cannot disclose your surname? Huh? A ninja, perhaps?" Van closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before turning away to say, "I must focus. This time, I will succeed." Habitually rolling up his right sleeve, Van prepared to throw the stone. Unintentionally, he adopted an unusual posture. Hashirama watched intently. As Ban released the stone, Hashirama narrowed his eyes, recognizing the gesture as indicative of shuriken technique. The stone splashed and sank once again, eliciting an internal groan from Hashirama. Ban maintained his throwing stance, while Hashirama remained observant. The silence of the surroundings enveloped them. Hashirama realized the outcome and began to formulate words of consolation, but at that moment, "Damn it. I told you, you're so distracting. You did that on purpose. Didn't you?" Ben's anger surged, awakening a fierce spirit within him. Hashirama's expression crumbled in shock. "Wow, you look so refined, but when you're angry, it's terrifying." Before Hashirama could utter a word, Ben continued his tirade. "I'm quite sensitive. I can't even relieve myself when someone stands behind me. What should I do in such a situation?" "Apologize immediately. No matter the circumstances, just apologize." Sorry. Hashirama suddenly slumped to the ground, appearing utterly dejected, like a forsaken puppy. Seeing Hashirama's woeful demeanor stirred an unexpected sense of guilt within the furious Ban. There is no need to be so downcast. The demon within Ban, which had just awakened, seemed to retreat once more. Hashirama fell silent, utterly despondent. Ban covered his face, finally conceding, "I apologize, it was my fault." However, Ban was taken aback when Hashirama, clutching his knees in apparent distress, exclaimed, "It's simply unbelievable. You have such an extreme case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, it's truly pitiable. You must change this behavior." Ben thought to himself, "I want to make him cry." His left hand, hidden in his sleeve, clenched and released in a cycle, ready to deliver a blow to Hashirama's face. Just as Ban prepared to launch another sarcastic comment, Hashirama earnestly stated, "Listen, you really need to change this, otherwise, you might die from holding it in." "Die from holding it in?" Ben pondered this phrase, momentarily perplexed by Hashirama's intent. Couldn't one simply find a secluded spot to relieve oneself? Can a person actually perish from the urge to urinate? Senju Hashirama seemed to recall a terrifying experience and quickly said, "Oh right, let me tell you about my sister." He began to recount the tragic tale of being pursued by his mentally unstable sister over the past 6 months. With a face full of fear, Hashirama described how, after their mother's passing, his sister appeared like a malevolent spirit, emerging from inexplicable places. She was utterly omnipresent, sometimes in the bathroom, at other times in his room. And even from the rafters, there was no place she could not reach. Occasionally, while lost in thought, he would look up and find his beautiful, adorable sister smiling down at him with a terrifying grin, backlit by the light. Hashirama lamented that if he were like Uchiha Madara, he would have surely suffocated from the inability to relieve himself. As he spoke ill of his sister, he anxiously glanced around like a startled bird. Only when he could not spot her did he breathe a sigh of relief. You mean, ever since your mother passed away? She has been terrified of losing you as well, following you everywhere to avoid any mishap, even needing to confirm your presence at the bathroom door. Demanding you chat with her to reassure her of your existence? Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, gazing at Hashirama with a perplexed expression. This bizarre situation was indeed a first for him. After listening to the description, Madara suspected that Hashirama's sister had lost her sanity after their mother's demise. Hashirama sighed heavily. Confirming, yes. Madara scoffed. How unfortunate. At least my brother is not like that. Otherwise, I would truly suffocate. No, Madara thought. If Izuna were to behave so neurotically, he would just turn around and urinate on the child. However, Hashirama clearly could not act so boldly, as the one trailing him was his sister. You fear for my life, yet allow me to suffer in silence? What kind of logic is that? Madara then lowered his voice significantly, cautiously saying, You wouldn't be avoiding your sister, would you? Hashirama, with a look of sheer terror, gestured for silence. I finally managed to come out for some fresh air. I left my brother to watch over her. Madara's expression turned complex. Although Hashirama portrayed his sister as a terrifying stalker, she was still his own sibling. Furrowing his brow, Madara questioned, So, you have a brother? Why doesn't your sister follow him instead of you? As he spoke, Madara's gaze roamed over Hashirama. Sensing that he was perhaps boasting, yet he had no proof. I don't know, Hashirama exclaimed, tugging at his hair in frustration, standing up and shouting. Don't mention my sister. I can skip stones better than you. Upon hearing this, Madara retorted. You must be quite the glib talker for the heavens to send your sister to deal with you. Hashirama replied earnestly, Regardless, my stone-skipping skills surpass yours, that is undeniable. This statement infuriated Madara, who pointed an accusing finger at him. Shut up. Do you believe I want to use you as a stone? In response, Hashirama slumped back down, curling into himself, trembling. This state seemed to have been cultivated over a long period. He instantly slipped into that demeanor. Madara stated, Here we go again. Hashirama's despondent appearance resembled a peculiar technique, rendering Madara too apathetic to strike him. Chapter 006, Madara, I'll help you heal. I never intended to anger you. My sister often says I unintentionally hurt others with my naive words. Hashirama's face fell, his voice choking as he added, as an apology. I am prepared for you to toss me into the river. Go ahead and throw. Madara's face twitched, veins bulging on his forehead as he replied, Your sister is right. You are intolerable. Do you not realize how vexing your faults are? Yet, Hashirama wore a ghastly grin. I hope you can float me to the opposite bank. His grotesque and smug expression, coupled with his toxic words, provoked Madara to shout, Bastard, get lost. All right, I'm leaving. Hashirama feigned departure. Wait, Madara exclaimed, feeling inexplicably irritated. Why was he so reluctant to let a stranger leave? Hashirama, inwardly amused, noted that Yan Bai often employed this tactic against Tobarama, who was utterly helpless against it. Now, using the same approach, this unfamiliar youth mirrored Tobarama's reactions perfectly. Thinking this, Hashirama lazily remarked, What is going on? Didn't you tell me to leave? Now you want me to stay? Please, make up your mind. These words left Madara flustered, stammering without managing to form a complete sentence. Just as Hashirama was about to speak again, something discordant caught his eye, causing his smile to fade. Madara also sensed something amiss and followed Hashirama's gaze. In the river ahead, something was floating along the crystal-clear surface. Hashirama immediately dashed over, splashing through the water to examine the corpse. However, this action triggered Madara's wariness. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Are you a ninja? This place is about to become a battlefield. You should leave. Hashirama did not turn back, his hand resting on the armor of the body. Confirmed. This was the emblem of the Yuhi clan, an ally of the Uchiha, enemies of the Senju. I'm sorry, I must go. In an instant, Hashirama contemplated many things. Yet he still did not turn around, leaping away from the water and standing on the opposite bank. He turned slightly, softly saying goodbye. However, after saying farewell, Hashirama quickly looked back, saying, By the way, my name is Madara. Uchiha Madara stared intently at Hashirama, not moving his feet. Hashirama suddenly wore a look of resignation. Madara, one should not disclose their surname to strangers. Madara completed his thought. It is the ninja's code. I understand. Hashirama sighed. Indeed. You are a ninja. Despite their contrasting personalities, Hashirama inexplicably sensed familiarity in Madara. Moreover, he seemed to comprehend Madara's reason for being by the river. As the two met for the first time, they exchanged names and hurriedly bid each other farewell. Yan Bai had just spotted the corpse drifting downward in the upper stream. It was the lifeless body of a ninja from the Feathered Garment clan. Upon witnessing this, Yan Bai immediately comprehended that today marked the anniversary of the first meeting between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. They had exchanged hasty farewells in the presence of that very corpse. As Yan Bai approached the riverbank etched in his memories, he caught sight from a distance of Hashirama Senju bidding farewell to Madara Uchiha. Once Hashirama's figure vanished into the shadows of the forest ahead, Madara turned to leave as well. However, Madara suddenly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with great force in Yan Bai's direction. This throw exhibited no finesse, clearly resembling the stance of a shuriken being cast. Yan Bai instinctively evaded, swiftly leaping from the thicket to stand before Uchiha Madara. "Ah, I have heard your name, Madara," a youthful voice echoed by the riverside beneath the slanting sun. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in surprise. Before him stood a girl with silvery hair and crimson eyes, clad in the same attire as the boy who identified himself as Hashirama. This enchanting silver-haired maiden, whose beauty could captivate the soul at a mere glance. Could she be Hashirama's sister? "Are you a new friend of my brother Hashirama?" Yan Bai inquired with a smile. Her words confirmed that she was indeed the sister of Hashirama, a girl described as dangerously enchanting. Upon hearing Yan Bai's voice, Uchiha Madara involuntarily recalled the blooming roses that accompanied the quiet night. Her melodious tone, reminiscent of a nightingale, seemed to possess an enchanting allure that left one entranced. In a certain sense, this girl before him embodied an irresistible illusion. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow in silence, finding it difficult to meet the gaze of this child. When exactly had Hashirama's sister been there? How long had she watched them? Why had neither he nor Hashirama noticed her presence? "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yan Bai," she introduced herself, marking the beginning of their encounter. Yan Bai, petite in stature, was illuminated by the fading rays of the setting sun, which danced upon the surface of her green skirt like ripples on water. Uchiha Madara gazed in astonishment as Yan Bai approached him, despite his desire to retreat. His legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering him immobile. A sense of peril surged within Uchiha Madara, yet his efforts to escape remained futile. However, Yan Bai suddenly grasped the right arm of Uchiha Obito, which was exposed outside his sleeve, and with a radiant smile, he remarked, "Obito, it seems you are injured. Allow me to assist you in your healing." Uchiha Obito? In that fleeting moment when he was touched by this child, all his hidden wounds were instantaneously mended. Uchiha Obito gazed at Yan Bai in astonishment, his eyes fixated on the hands that rested upon his arm, surrounded by a gentle glow. This is not a medical ninjutsu. There are no traces of chakra flowing. What manner of technique is this? A multitude of questions surged within his mind. Before Uchiha Obito could fathom the answers, Yan Bai had already withdrawn his hands, and that soft radiance had vanished. Yan Bai wore a smile as he swiftly retreated several steps, saying, "All right, Ban, I must go pursue my elder brother now. I look forward to our next meeting." Yan Bai exudes a captivating aura of detachment, subtly intertwined with a wild and untamed spirit that remains concealed beneath the surface. Though he appears to be merely a child, there exists within him a hint of cold desire amidst his innocence, his expression sparse yet imbued with an enigmatic quality. The silhouette of Yan Bai appeared exceedingly lively, bearing a hint of youthful exuberance. Uchiha Madara looked on in silent disbelief as Yan Bai bounced away with an air of buoyancy. It was only when Yan Bai vanished completely from view that Uchiha Madara murmured, "What a peculiar child." Casting a glance at the sky, Uchiha Madara swiftly departed the scene. Unbeknownst to him, however, Yan Bai, racing through the forest ahead, wore a countenance of deep discontent. Having just explored Uchiha Madara's presence, he had inadvertently acquired the basic skimming skill. What on earth is this basic skimming skill? Utterly useless. The system interface was currently a jumbled mess. And Yan Bai mused that had he seen such a thing, his blood pressure would surely have soared. Yan Bai hastened his pace, inwardly reflecting that it seemed he would need to practice several more times to succeed. Chapter 007. Surely, he would be beaten. Yan Bai pursued fervently and finally caught up with Senju Hashirama near the entrance of the clan's territory. Observing the elusive Yan Bai, Hashirama gasped in astonishment, nearly exclaiming in surprise. Yan Bai hastily thrust his entire hand into Senju Hashirama's mouth, stifling his startled cries. MMM, MMM, MMM. Senju Hashirama's eyes rolled wildly in response. Yan Bai chuckled mischievously. Hee, brother, let me tell you, I just visited the clan's chicken coop, and my hand has touched the chicken droppings. Senju Hashirama, noticing the sudden change in his expression, quickly withdrew his hand. Immediately after, he was seen retching violently, doubled over in distress. Yan Bai crouched beside Senju Hashirama, wiping the saliva from his hands onto Hashirama's back, feigning the gesture of patting him affectionately. Yan Bai, with a face full of concern, remarked, "Elder brother, I just washed my hands. Surely it wouldn't lead to such a reaction?" Senju Hashirama cast a pallid glance at Yan Bai, imploring, "Please refrain from such jesting. It is rather distasteful." "I am not jesting." Yan Bai maintained his smile. "I truly did touch it. But I washed my hands afterward to prepare the medicine for second brother." "Enough of this," Hashirama retorted, feeling the urge to vomit. This time, he succumbed and collapsed onto the ground. "Do not be afraid. I shall remedy this at once," Yan Bai declared, positioning himself behind Hashirama and activating his healing skill. Hashirama, with a look of exasperation, found that the nauseating sensation had indeed dissipated after Yan Bai's astonishing treatment. With a resigned expression, he gazed at Yan Bai and pleaded, "Have mercy on me, Yan Bai." Yan Bai leaned closer to Senju Hashirama's ear and chuckled, "I've discovered something about Madara." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's expression shifted. However, Yan Bai swiftly added, "I believe he is a good person. I quite admire him. Brother, would you take me along the next time you visit the river?" Senju Hashirama replied with a hint of melancholy, "So, you are merely seeking vengeance for my speaking ill of you to Madara?" Yan Bai blinked in surprise. "Did you speak ill of me? Please repeat that for my ears." Suddenly, a stern and deep voice resonated from behind them. "What are you two doing here?" Both Yan Bai and Senju Hashirama turned to face the source of the voice, only to find Senju Tobarama, weary and leaning against a nearby tree, struggling to articulate. "Father has summoned us." Tobarama felt an urge to reprimand Yan Bai, yet as he observed Yan Bai clinging to Hashirama's arm, anxiety etched upon his face. He found himself recalling Yan Bai's words before his departure, "I will return as soon as I find my brother." With this memory, Tobarama suppressed his desire to scold him. On ordinary occasions, he might have launched into a lecture, but at that moment, he appeared too fatigued to utter more than necessary. Leading the way, Tobarama forged ahead, while Hashirama and Yan Bai exchanged glances before following suit. "I'm sorry, Tobarama," Yan Bai murmured, gazing at the back of Tobarama. Without uttering a word, Tobarama turned his head back, offering a gentle nod in response. The potion Yan Bai had administered to Tobarama was mild. His intention was merely to keep Tobarama within the clan's territory, not to endanger his life, thus allowing for a swift recovery. As the sun descended lower in the sky, the shadows of the three brothers elongated. Tobarama traversed the expansive estate, guiding Hashirama and Yan Bai towards a sprawling forest, which was part of the Senju clan's domain. The resonant cries of autumn cicadas filled the air, beautiful yet inevitably evoking thoughts of terminal illness. They progressed along a narrow path resembling a wild trail. Gradually, the clan's burial ground came into view, surrounded by gentle slopes. Among the trees, numerous crows could be seen, and a pungent stench, faint yet unmistakable, mingled with the scent of grass. This unbearable odor undoubtedly emanated from the graves. The number of the deceased was staggering, merely standing there. One could easily feel queasy at the thought. At that moment, a group of clansmen was fervently digging pits, preparing to inter row upon row of fresh coffins underground. Yan Bai instinctively sensed that within the coffin lay the victims of today's expedition. The diminutive coffin symbolized the shattered remains of innocent children. The sound of earth being shoveled echoed ominously, sending a shiver of dread through Yan Bai. With each gust of wind, the surrounding branches and leaves began to rustle, their whispering resembling the gentle murmur of flowing water. Yan Bai recalled that, in the original storyline, this particular scene takes place during the burial of Senju Hashirama after his demise. Yan Bai couldn't help but glance at Senju Wakana and Senju Baijian, who had long been standing nearby, observing the scene. Yan Bai cast another glance at Senju Hashirama, who would have been beaten in the original storyline, and a peculiar sense of foreboding stirred within him. Yan Bai was striving to recollect his thoughts. According to the inevitable course of events, what is destined to occur will indeed take place. However, if it does not manifest upon a specific individual, it must be substituted by another. In other words, this visit pertains to the burial of his kin. Either Senju Hashirama will face retribution, or Yan Bai himself will bear the brunt of it. This is because when the clan returned, Yan Bai was absent. Senju Tobarama would undoubtedly hold Yan Bai accountable. This situation indeed reflects Yan Bai's lack of affection for his kin, as he had bestowed all his love upon Hashirama, resulting in the demise of certain clan members who might have otherwise survived. Thus, Yan Bai is more inclined to accept the punishment himself. Of course, if Yan Bai were to be somewhat cunning and feign unconsciousness, it would likely spare him from Senju Tobarama's wrath. Yet, in such a scenario, Senju Hashirama would then have to shoulder the fury of Tobarama. Yan Bai pondered for a moment. Well, what of it? It is merely a slap from my father. After all, Yan Bai is no longer fearful of a mere slap. Even if the thousand-handed Buddha were to bestow upon him the 18 palms of the descending X, he would remain utterly unperturbed. Yan Bai suddenly halted, grasping Senju Hashirama's arm. The previously solemn Hashirama gazed at Yan Bai in astonishment, only to witness Yan Bai's eyes brimming with tears as he embraced him in silence. Hashirama appeared utterly bewildered, and soon saw Yan Bai repeat this inexplicable gesture with the equally perplexed Senju Tobarama. Following this, under the watchful eyes of the two brothers, Yan Bai seemed to march toward a valiant sacrifice behind Senju Baijian. Baijian, who had been observing the clansmen responsible for the funeral rites, abruptly turned upon hearing the rustling carried by the wind. Upon encountering Yan Bai's youthful and enchanting visage, Baijian instinctively raised his hand. In that fleeting moment, the expressions of all the brothers, including the already present Ban and Hua, transformed into one of fear and reluctance. Yet, what filled the air was not the sharp crack of impact, but rather the swift sound of something cutting through the air. The petite figure of Yan Bai seemed to lean back feebly, silent and ethereal, akin to a feather, deftly evading the sweeping strike of the thousand-handed Buddha. Yan Bai leaped 2 meters away from the thousand-hand Buddha, standing above the grass not far off. The thousand-hand Buddha clearly did not anticipate that his strike would miss entirely. Yan Bai gazed expressionlessly at this great father figure, realizing that he truly wished to avoid punishment. Chapter 008. Born without purpose, yet fighting without reason. Senju Fugen observed Yan Bai with a grave demeanor, his voice laced with barely contained fury as he admonished, "You are excessively headstrong, Yan Bai. Why must you always follow your elder brother? Is there truly no one among the Senju clan you hold in regard besides him? Had you remained obediently within the clan territory today, perhaps some of our critically injured kin would have survived. Yet, you chose to venture forth in search of Hashirama. Now." Senju Fugen felt more than mere anger. The once obedient and endearing child had suddenly defied his father, even deftly evading that slap. This provocation incited Senju Fugen's wrath. Yan Bai gazed vacantly at the thousand-hand Buddha, articulating each word with deliberate precision. "Father, why should I regard any clan members aside from you and my brother?" This retort unraveled the composure of the thousand-hand Buddha, who erupted in anger. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Have I erred?" Yan Bai met his father's gaze unwaveringly. "I am merely 6 years old." The thousand-hand Buddha bellowed, "Regardless of your age, you are a ninja of the thousand-hand clan. Even as an infant, you must grasp a weapon and confront adversaries, striving to become a formidable ninja. You blame me for not returning to heal them, do you not?" Yan Bai observed the thousand-hand Buddha and continued, "You are aware of my healing abilities, yet do you understand the toll such jutsu exacts upon me? Side effects?" The thousand-hand Buddha suddenly calmed, casting a shadowy look upon Yan Bai. In that moment, he truly perceived the distinction within his son. During the healing process, I would intimately experience the myriad agonies endured by countless wounded souls, the excruciating pain of their near-death experiences, the unimaginable torment and fear that would swiftly invade my consciousness. Why must I bear these sufferings that ordinary individuals cannot endure? Yan Bai's words, though seemingly absurd, hold an element of truth. During the process of replicating another's physique and skills, it is an inevitable path to emulate others more effectively. However, as a game master, Yan Bai's threshold for pain surpasses the comprehension of an ordinary person. For him, it is merely a trifling matter. This singular reason elucidates why Yan Bai is willing to follow Senju Hashirama and provide him with healing, yet hesitates to extend the same service to others. Do you comprehend the toll it takes on me to heal countless dying clansmen within a mere day? The myriad of near-death experiences inundates my consciousness, as though I am perishing repeatedly within the realm of my psyche. Yan Bai stated this expressionlessly. Not only was Senju Hashirama taken aback, but all the brothers, upon hearing Yan Bai's words, were left utterly speechless. Thus, it is no wonder that Senju Hashirama, in a state of shock, found himself unable to articulate a complete thought. The youthful visage of Yan Bo bore an air of indifference. "Ah, indeed, such side effects, while they bring me suffering, also bestow certain advantages. Presently, my primary concern lies with my brothers. If I were to disregard them, what do you think, dear father, I would do?" Senju Furen's expression was stern, momentarily at a loss for words. In the distance, a sorrowful gathering of the Senju clan mourned their kin. Before him stood his daughter, on the brink of a mental breakdown. To Senju Furen, being a ninja necessitated the endurance of pains beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Yet, as Yan Bo articulated, he was merely 6 years old. Each day, he faced countless brushes with death. Surely, even an adult might struggle to bear such burdens? But what of it? After all, Yan Bo is the child of Senju Furen. As the clan leader, Senju Furen bore the weight of responsibility for the entire lineage. "This is your duty as a member of the Senju clan." Senju Furen spoke softly. "Do not evade. Face it with courage." Yan Bai showed no sign of yielding. "Father," she began, "since childhood, my mother has taught me the essence of love, to love oneself, to love others, and to cherish all existence. Indeed, we are social beings. Only by learning to love ourselves can we cultivate confidence. Only by learning to love others can we forge relationships. And only by embracing the beauty of the world can we truly appreciate the gift of life. I am weary, father. If I cannot even love myself, how can I extend that love to others? Do not speak to me of the Senju clan, nor of our deceased kin. Their deaths were not my doing. They were the consequence of their own choices and the actions of you adults who ignited this war. You are the true source of tragedy." Her final words ignited the ire of Senju Hashirama, who roared with palpable fury. Silence. He was poised to confront Yan Bai with force. Yet his 4 sons instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of her. Senju Hashirama fixed his gaze upon Yan Bai, his eyes brimming with indignation, a sentiment of frustration for her perceived failures, a lament for unfulfilled potential. All the children could feel the unwavering strength that lay beneath their father's wrath. Senju Tobarama, arms outstretched, looked up at Senju Hashirama with an impassive expression. "Father, Yan Bai has endured countless near-death experiences. She must be in tremendous pain. Please, forgive her." Senju Hashirama lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally responding. "Take your sister somewhere to calm down." Yan Bai silently gazed at the thousand-handed Buddha, refraining from further retorts. The 5 brothers gathered around a tree stump not far from the grave. My heart brimmed with grievances and indignation, having been pinned up for quite some time. Yan Bai's voice resonated with the mountain winds. Rather than forcing oneself to love, it is more prudent to allow oneself to express hatred. Only by releasing and dissolving hatred can love emerge and connections be forged. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama seemed profoundly moved. Thus, this ninja world is flawed. Senju Tobarama stated with a grave expression, "The elders are fools. If one wishes to end the war, why not forge a peace treaty with the enemy? Would that not cease the fighting?" Yet, Senju Madara turned to his brother, pondering, "But what of those clansmen who were slain? Did they die in vain?" Upon uttering these words, Yan Bai appeared to have heard an absurd joke, softly responding, "So, brother Madara, after the enemy annihilates a clan, the fallen clansmen will be resurrected. Will they?" Senju Madara. Yan Bai did not cease his discourse, continuing, "If annihilating the enemy's clan cannot resurrect the deceased, then persisting in this conflict merely leads to an increase in the number of fallen. Moreover, vengeance? That is a fallacy. It only perpetuates new enmities, which are then passed down alongside old grievances to future generations, endlessly, until one's own clan is extinguished." Senju Tobarama concurred with Yan Bai's sentiments. He turned to Senju Hashirama, stating, "Hashirama, Yan Bai speaks the truth. If you continue to approach matters as you once did, it will lead to your demise. Such impulsiveness is perilous." Senju Hashirama also echoed Yan Bai's perspective. The notion of revenge, of a life-and-death struggle, merely fosters an unending cycle of animosity, ensuring that new grievances are forever intertwined with ancient resentments, passed down through the ages. By establishing a peace treaty, ninjas can suppress their emotions and adhere to stringent regulations to circumvent unnecessary strife. Senju Tobarama continued. Observing that Senju Hashirama was about to interject, Yan Bai softly inquired, "Hashirama, do you recall how our great-grandfather met his end?" Senju Hashirama. Yan Bai continued to inquire, "Do you recall how grandfather's father met his end? Do you remember the fates of grandfather's siblings? Who among you still holds such memories? If peace had been established from grandfather's generation, surely the newly deceased kin would have been spared. Who still remembers how the elders perished?" This statement seemed rather unkind towards the older generation of ninjas. Yet, is this not the stark reality? A generation must inevitably bear the burdens of suffering. If all were to act recklessly, how could the world ever change? Is a true alliance even attainable? Senju Hashirama pondered aloud. During the Warring States period, the average lifespan of ninjas and commoners hovered around 30 years. A significant factor contributing to this diminished lifespan was the untimely demise of numerous young children. They departed from this world without ever understanding the purpose of their existence or the reasons behind their battles. Yan Bai, with unwavering certainty, gazed at Senju Hashirama and encouraged. "Thus, elder brother, strive diligently in your training. When you attain sufficient strength, forge a consensus by defeating the opposition. Surrender first, should they refuse our clan's capitulation. We shall continue to battle until they accept our surrender." Senju Hashirama responded, along with his remaining brothers. Chapter 009. Shamelessness in the evening. All the brothers gathered to share dinner with Yan Bai. Noticing an additional dried fish on the low table, Yan Bai appeared utterly speechless. To be frank, since arriving in this world, his sole desire was to venture out and prepare a feast for himself. The fare here was exceedingly meager and quite unpalatable. Although there were eggs, fish, and vegetables, the overall quality left much to be desired. Yan Bai's meals are undoubtedly of the highest standard afforded to the esteemed Senju clan. While the average person might subsist on pickles and rice, Yan Bai enjoys a balanced diet of both meat and vegetables. However, despite this, it must be said, though it may seem ungrateful, that there is simply no appetite. Yan Bai cautiously offered the dried fish from her bowl to Senju Hashirama, who sat beside her. Since an extra fish had been caught today, he naturally passed one to his youngest brother, Senju Tobarama. Observing this, Senju Tobarama could not help but remark, "You seem to lack appetite every day. Is it due to that side effect?" "Perhaps," Yan Bai replied nonchalantly. "I simply don't wish to eat." "I apologize, I was unaware." Senju Tobarama murmured. "Are you treating those strangers on the battlefield to gather intelligence?" "Yes," Yan Bai replied vaguely, placing her faith in the power of imagination. "And your treatment of those animals is for what reason?" Senju Tobarama inquired hesitantly. "For amusement," Yan Bai responded earnestly. "The lives of animals are harsher than those of humans. Yet they are also simple and warm, capable of healing my troubled heart." "Is that so?" Senju Tobarama mused. "You surely must be famished after only eating rice and eggs for dinner." Yan Bai awoke from a restless dream. In the dead of night, he stealthily slipped into the chicken coop. Shinsho Token, tasked with monitoring Yan Bai, immediately sensed his departure from the house. Quietly, Shinsho Token followed Yan Bai. Yet he refrained from entering the coop. The previous encounter with the poultry had left him psychologically scarred, leading him to decide to eavesdrop from a distance, listening for any sounds within. Suddenly, a distressed clucking erupted from a hen. "Come on, Spring Rain, you can do it, just a little more." Yan Bai's voice was as melodious as a nightingale. "Shinsho Token." The clucking of the hen persisted. Yan Bai continued to cheer from the side, urging, "Put in more effort." With a plop, a sphere tumbled down into the grass. "All right, Spring Rain is marvelous," Yan Bai exclaimed joyfully. Senju Tobarama, feeling somewhat disillusioned, pondered why Yan Bai, in the dead of night, chose to rush to the henhouse to assist with the hatching of chicks. But the cacophony continued, as Yan Bai's voice echoed, "Look at this nest, it's such a mess. Allow me to tidy it up." It seemed Yan Bai had done something, as he exclaimed, "Hold on, don't scold me just yet, Spring Rain." I have brought you a gift. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes. Yan Bai continued, look quickly. I caught these cabbage worms under the eaves, 20 in total. I've strung them together into a necklace for you. See, they're still wriggling. The freshest of worms, rest assured. They are completely safe and non-toxic. Listening in on the conversation, Senju Tobarama mused. So, Yan Bai was jumping around the courtyard before bed to craft a worm necklace for the hen? Is this what he refers to as self-healing? Yan Bai, with a mischievous grin, chimed in, I'll place this around your neck. Oh my, Spring Rain, you possess such elegance. With this necklace, you shall be the nobility among hens, the princess of the hen house. And these worms, if they grow hungry, can serve as a meal. At that moment, Senju Tobarama yearned to leave without a trace. Yet he held back. He deeply suspected that Yan Bai was treating him as if he were merely a hen. Alas, there was no evidence to support his suspicions. Well then, I must go prepare a midnight snack. Spring Rain, would it be alright if I borrowed 2 eggs? Yan Bai's tone remained as nonchalant as ever. The hen clucked softly in response, and, attuned to the tone, Senju Tobarama discerned the implied consent. A necklace of 20 wriggling worms exchanged for 2 eggs was quite a bargain. I'm off then. Good night. He bid farewell to Yan Bai and the hen. Cluck, cluck. Yan Bai held an egg in each hand, his face adorned with a cheerful smile as he emerged from the chicken coop. To his surprise, he encountered Senju Tobarama, who stood under the moonlight, arms crossed, and wearing pajamas, regarding him with an expression of indifference. Brother, I brought one for you as well. You must be quite hungry. Come, let us share a midnight snack together. Yan Bai, brimming with enthusiasm, linked arms with Senju Tobarama, guiding him toward the edge of their clan's territory. With a resigned sigh, Senju Tobarama found himself at a loss for words, ultimately choosing to follow in Yan Bai's wake. In the stillness of the night, the air above the Senju clan's grounds was suffused with the enticing aroma of fried rice, rousing some clan members from their slumber. Yet they remained oblivious to the source of the delectable scent. It was utterly delightful. Following that particular incident, Yan Bai was not placed under house arrest, and Senju Tobarama exercised little restraint over him. Yan Bai tends to perceive this as the calm before the storm. In order to prevent the clandestine meetings between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara from being discovered, Yan Bai has assumed the majority of the attention within the clan's territory. Yan Bai meandered daily through the livestock pen, either serenading the puppies and kittens to slumber or coaxing the hens to lay eggs in the chicken coop. He even took the cats to the creek in the clan's territory to catch fish and release them back into the water. Life appeared rather mundane. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama encountered Uchiha Madara once more by the riverbank. After exchanging pleasantries, their conversation naturally gravitated towards more serious matters. As ninjas, they were acutely aware of the uncertainty of life and death. Uchiha Madara picked up a stone from the ground, tossing it into the water while he mused aloud. If only there were a way to guarantee our survival, perhaps we could face our enemies with complete honesty, revealing no secrets, and become sworn brothers. But alas, such a notion is impossible, for the human heart is inscrutable, and no one can truly fathom another's soul. Before he could finish his thought, he had already sent the stone skipping across the water to the opposite bank. In contrast to the predetermined fate, Senju Hashirama did not wait for Madara to conclude his statement. Instead, he let out a rather unbecoming chuckle. The sound irked Uchiha Madara, who inquired, "Is there something amusing about my words?" "No, it is not amusing at all," Hashirama quickly replied, suppressing his laughter. "It merely reminded me of my sister." At the mention of his sister, a flicker of interest crossed Madara's eyes. Ever since he had encountered that silver-haired child, the hidden scars within him had begun to heal, and he felt an improvement in his physical prowess. Madara listened intently, anxious that Hashirama might not continue. "Madara, my sister proposed a similar idea, though her perspective differs from yours," Hashirama continued, unable to suppress a bemused expression. "How did she phrase it?" Madara squinted, intrigued. "She suggested that one should first become stronger than anyone else, then lead the entire clan to surrender to the enemy. If the enemy refuses to accept the surrender, we would compel them to do so through force," Hashirama explained, still chuckling. "She even remarked that if we were taken captive, the captors would have to provide us with food and shelter. If their provisions were inadequate, we would simply beat them again until they were forced to accept our surrender, and thus support us. In this way, after a decade or two, we would be so intermingled that fighting would be senseless. We would all be one family." Uchiha Madara scoffed. "What a shameless notion. Is this truly surrender, or merely a guise for robbery?" Chapter 010. "Allow me to correct you," Hashirama replied. "However, the notion of becoming stronger than anyone else is indeed a daunting challenge." Madara gazed ahead with an impassive expression but then spoke with a hint of resignation. "Your sister is right. The opinions of the weak are often akin to barking. Without strength, one must inevitably acquiesce to the rules set by the powerful." A smile unconsciously crept onto Hashirama's face as he recalled Yan Bai's recent antics in the clan territory, singing to animals and releasing kittens. Although it seemed rather foolish, it invariably elicited laughter and provided a sense of relief from melancholy. "It is truly astonishing. I once believed that only my sister comprehended my thoughts. Yet it appears you do as well, Hashirama reflected. As my sister said, we are but foolish children aspiring to change this chaotic world. Are you certain you share the same parents? Madara pondered for a moment. Your taste in clothing is commendable, yet you claim your sister designed it. As for your hairstyle, it is quite atrocious. Hashirama scratched his head sheepishly. My sister insists that this ridiculous hairstyle makes me appear more approachable, like a fool. And look at you. Didn't Tia draw you to play with me? Madara retorted. Indeed, I find myself wishing to strike you to tears. Brother Ju, do come out quickly. Yan Bai sang to the plants in the garden, while Senju Tobarama stood silently behind him, a look of exasperation on his face. As long as Yan Bai did not initiate conversation, Senju Tobarama had no desire to speak with him. In the eyes of the common folk laboring in the fields, Yan Bai's antics resembled the innocent babbling of a child learning to speak, filled with songs and incessant self-talk. In truth, due to Yan Bai's striking appearance and melodious voice, the populace exhibited a remarkable degree of tolerance towards his behavior. However, Senju Tobarama found Yan Bai's actions to be rather foolish. Were it not for the necessity of closely monitoring Yan Bai, he would have preferred that no one knew this simpleton was his sister. Tobarama suspected that Yan Bai intended to employ such awkward antics to compel him to leave. He was convinced that as long as he remained, it would not be long before Yan Bai resorted to another method to irritate him. Sure enough, in the afternoon, Yan Bai ceased his singing and spent a full quarter of an hour gazing intently at Tobarama, touching his face and inspecting his teeth. Then, with utmost seriousness, Yan Bai declared, Brother Tobarama, I understand why you are unable to smile. Tobarama's brow twitched as he silently fixed his gaze on Yan Bai, fully aware that she was about to unveil a new tactic to vex him. Yan Bai continued, You have a problem with the facial nerves on one side of your face. Upon hearing this, Senju Baijian furrowed his brows, not fully comprehending the statement. He understood that when confronted with unfamiliar theories, it was best not to engage, lest he be led astray by Yan Bai. Second brother, do you not use your left teeth to eat? Yan Bai inquired, tilting his head. Senju Baijian could no longer contain himself and responded, How did you know? Yan Bai spoke gravely, Your upper and lower left teeth are asymmetrical, rendering them incapable of proper alignment. Senju Tobarama rolled his eyes, realizing the futility of the discussion. He had no desire to dwell on the matter. What did it matter if he could not align them? As long as he was alive, that was sufficient. Nevertheless, Yan Bai persisted, If you continue to neglect the use of your left teeth, your facial asymmetry will worsen, subsequently affecting your facial structure and nerves. You may find that you struggle to open your mouth, unable to smile, and ultimately, you may lose your ability to express emotions. Senju Tobarama retorted, And what of it? As long as I am alive, that is all that matters. As a ninja, what need have I for such expressions? Yan Bai continued, Moreover, the condition of your bones will also affect other areas of your body. Your innate abilities will be constrained, and your physical strength may experience certain side effects. Just as Senju Tobarama was about to intervene, Yan Bai, with a youthful visage illuminated by a radiant smile, declared, Don't worry, brother. I will assist you in correcting it. Senju Tobarama's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, Suddenly, with a swift movement. Yan Bai's eyes glimmered with a fierce light as he struck Tobarama with a powerful punch. The courtyard fell silent. Caught off guard, Senju Tobarama felt his body levitate, the surroundings blurring past him. His figure cast a heavy, dark shadow on the sun-baked ground. In that fleeting moment, he tasted the metallic sweetness of blood. Several hard objects erupted from his mouth, blood-stained teeth that seemed to flee from him. Senju Tobarama winced in agony, clutching his left cheek. He gazed up in shock, only to find Yan Bai approaching him with measured steps. In an instant, Yan Bai healed the injury on his left cheek, and the lost teeth grew back anew. Just like that, Senju Tobarama's uneven teeth were corrected by Yan Bai. Why? Despite the swift healing, Tobarama still felt the lingering, intense pain that had not yet dissipated. It was utterly astonishing. Confusion enveloped Senju Tobarama's mind. Could it be? Was this truly happening? Did Yan Bai intend to repeatedly strike him, heal him, then strike him again, only to heal him once more? You feel it, don't you? Brother Tobarama, now you are symmetrical. Yan Bai's smile radiated warmth. However, at this moment, Senju Tobarama profoundly realized the disparity in strength between himself and this youthful sister. Indeed, how could Yan Bai, who effortlessly evaded their father's attacks, truly be as weak, pitiable, and helpless as she pretended? That was merely a facade. Previously, Yan Bai had been unable to find a justifiable reason to deliver a thorough beating. Now, she had discovered one. As Senju Tobarama gazed upon Yan Bai's reassuring smile, an ominous premonition suddenly washed over him. Soon enough, this foreboding feeling was confirmed. Second brother, your scapula seems to be misaligned. Allow me to correct it. Consequently, the courtyard was filled with Senju Tobarama's incessant wails of agony. Many clan members passing by were startled and drawn in to witness the commotion. Upon realizing that it was Yan Bai administering treatment to Senju Tobarama, they could only surmise that he was undergoing some form of cruel training. As time went on, Fewer and fewer people came to investigate when they next heard Senju Tobarama's cries. Second brother, your legs are uneven. Let me help you correct that. Second brother, your triple X appears to be developing poorly. Shall I assist in its correction? In the span of a mere hour, Senju Tobarama endured countless instances of both beating and healing. Whether or not his strength had increased remained uncertain, yet his appearance undeniably underwent a remarkable transformation after various adjustments. He finally bore a closer resemblance to Yan Bai's elder brother. After Yan Bai finished with Senju Tobarama, the lively Senju Hashirama and Senju Wakana, who were watching the commotion in the courtyard, were not spared either. Brothers, your triple X does not look quite right. Allow me to assist in correcting it, Yan Bai offered. The three brothers, who had not ventured outside, found themselves subjected to Yan Bai's adjustments repeatedly. As dusk fell, when Senju Hashirama bid farewell to his dear friend and returned to the clan's territory, pushing open the door to his home, his three younger brothers immediately rushed forward. In unison, they exclaimed, "Elder brother, you must take Yan Bai away." Senju Hashirama was left bewildered. Chapter 011. Hashirama, you have changed following this calamity. All the brothers, except for Senju Hashirama, became increasingly refined in appearance, particularly Senju Tobarama. The prowess displayed by Yan Bai is not particularly formidable. As long as Tobarama and the others choose to avoid him, they are unlikely to encounter the iron fist of love. However, they cannot allow Yan Bai to roam freely on his own. Senju Tobarama has come to understand that Yan Bai's desire is quite simple. He merely wishes to accompany Senju Hashirama. This wish is uncomplicated, but what would fulfilling it truly achieve? Entrusting Yan Bai to Senju Hashirama does not seem to pose a significant problem. Thus, Senju Tobarama concedes. Consequently, Senju Hashirama inadvertently becomes the guardian of Yan Bai. Whenever Hashirama ventures out, he brings Yan Bai along. After several instances of being followed by Tobarama, and subsequently being corrected by Yan Bai under the guise of affection, Tobarama ultimately relinquishes his pursuit of Hashirama and Yan Bai. Tobarama believes that Yan Bai's behavior stems from harboring resentment due to prolonged surveillance. Therefore, Tobarama decides that it is best for them to cool off for a while. Hashirama, it feels as though you have changed in the few days we've been apart. Uchiha Madara remarks, standing alongside Senju Hashirama, following his gaze towards Yan Bai, who is interacting with small animals in the distance. Upon the appearance of Yan Bai, Uchiha Madara found himself unable to gaze directly at him. Nevertheless, Yan Bai, with an innate sense of propriety, stepped aside, refraining from interrupting their nostalgic conversation. Senju Hashirama chuckled ruefully, remarking that the story was rather lengthy. Initially, driven by curiosity, he inquired as to why his three younger brothers appeared more handsome than before. In response, Yan Bai corrected him with a fist of love. From that moment on, Hashirama ceased his inquiries, yielding to Yan Bai's every request, adamantly refusing any notion of undergoing cosmetic alteration. Though he might have grown more attractive, further changes would render him unrecognizable to Madara. With a hint of hesitation, Uchiha Madara regarded Hashirama, recalling their first encounter when his sister had been nearby. After Hashirama departed, she had approached him and even healed his wounds. Hashirama instinctively covered his face, having already surmised the truth. "This is something I shall not disclose," he said. Madara replied, "I understand that such abilities are exceptional and may pose a risk to her. I suggest it would be safer for her to remain at home." Hashirama, with a bittersweet expression, looked at Madara and pondered, "Do you comprehend why my appearance differs? Allow me to enlighten you." Yan Bai has already voluntarily revealed his healing technique before Uchiha Madara, leaving Senju Hashirama unable to conceal it, even if he wished to. Upon hearing the harrowing experiences of the Senju brothers, Uchiha Madara's face twitched, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a single remark. "Your sister has quite a unique personality." Senju Hashirama, rubbing his forehead, replied, "As long as she is happy." Meanwhile, Yan Bai crouched outside the thicket, surrounded by numerous feral cats and small creatures. Yan Bai murmured as if invoking a spirit, Ju-gu, Ju-gu, come forth quickly." In this virtual realm, the entity known as Black Ju held a unique significance. Under normal circumstances, Yan Bai was tasked with testing the system, while Black Ju was responsible for maintaining the narrative's steady progression. However, a persistent bug had plagued Yan Bai's system for 6 months, resulting in nothing but a jumble of nonsensical characters. Consequently, each day, he called upon Black Ju, hoping for assistance. Yet, as time passed, Yan Bai sensed that Black Ju was evading him. In the routine summons, Black Ju remained absent, leaving Yan Bai at a loss. In a moment of utter boredom, he propped his chin on his hand and turned his gaze towards Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who appeared to have begun sparring. Yan Bai merely observed in silence. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had truly become friends who were unaware of each other's names. Their encounters grew increasingly frequent as they exchanged techniques and discussed visions for the future. Unlike their original destinies, the presence of Yan Bai had become a constant in their lives. Yan Bai refrained from intruding upon them, remaining quietly engaged in his own pursuits. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were engrossed in their sparring, hardly directing their attention towards Yan Bai. Only Yan Bai was privy to his own circumstances. Throughout these days, Yan Bai had replicated the physique and lineage of his clan while tending to his kin. In truth, skills held little significance for him. A seasoned player comprehends their true needs. Rather than focusing on ninjutsu, Yan Bai prioritized the cultivation of his physical fitness, martial arts, flexibility, and bodily strength. How could one undertake such training? In accordance with his personal situation, Yan Bai would practice relentlessly in the moments when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were oblivious to his presence, pushing himself to the brink, healing, and then continuing to train with the same fervor. After acquiring the sage body of Senju Hashirama and the chakra of Ashura, he persevered in his endeavors. The remarkable extreme training method employed by Yan Bai has reached its zenith. In a short span, Yan Bai's height has been increasing, subtly surpassing that of Senju Tobarama. As for ninjutsu, Yan Bai possesses experience and awareness, rendering dedicated training unnecessary. Time flows steadily onward. The conversations and destinies that were destined to unfold continue unabated. After an exhilarating exchange of skills, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara paused their training, settling down upon a stone to rest. Yan Bai naturally ceased his cultivation, directing the small creatures nearby to excavate a smokeless stove in the clearing by the stones. What exactly is that your sister is making? Uchiha Madara stole several glances at Yan Bai in the distance before finally succumbing to his curiosity and inquiring. In recent days, due to Yan Bai's presence, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have been compelled to indulge in additional meals. The dishes prepared by Yan Bai are simply delectable, especially after expending physical energy. When their appetites are particularly robust, Yan Bai silently engaged in his tasks, refraining from any form of communication with them. Uchiha Madara found himself intrigued by Yan Bai's endeavors. Yan Bai mentioned that this is a smokeless stove. Senju Hashirama gazed gently at the industrious little figure in the distance, remarking, "As humans, we must eat. The battlefield is ever-changing, and one cannot guarantee an ample supply of provisions. Thus it is essential to learn how to safely dine in the wilderness. Mastering the smokeless stove is a necessary skill." Indeed, that seems quite reasonable, Uchiha Madara mused, beginning to observe with earnestness how Yan Bai crafted the smokeless stove. In recent days, he had not paid close attention to whether this contraption was truly smokeless. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Doesn't it produce smoke when cooking inside?" Senju Hashirama clarified, "Not at all. It is designed to allow smoke to dissipate rapidly, meeting the standards for light evasion and minimizing the likelihood of being detected by enemies." "Is that so?" Uchiha Madara expressed his astonishment. However, during this brief moment of distraction, Yan Bai had already completed his task. Noticing the slight melancholy on Uchiha Madara's face, Senju Hashirama remarked, "Yan Bai can dig a smokeless stove in under 3 minutes." Watching as Yan Bai ignited the fire, Uchiha Madara felt a sense of numbness. Although Yan Bai had merely observed them from a distance in recent days, his peculiar actions consistently commanded their attention, rendering his presence impossible to overlook. Chapter 12. Madara and his peculiar skills. Yan Bai creates smokeless stoves and prepares culinary delights for his own enjoyment. Had he remained in the clan territory, his diet would have been dictated by communal provisions. Furthermore, the peculiar rules imposed by that group restrict numerous food choices. In accordance with the traditions of this world and the principle of conserving firewood resources, they primarily prepare cold dishes, which Yan Bai finds unappealing. Within the clan territory, there are designated individuals who meticulously oversee the kitchen, driven by the fear that spies or other individuals might gain control over the food supply, thereby jeopardizing the safety and security of the entire clan. Yan Bai was fundamentally forbidden from entering the kitchen. If he wished to prepare his own meals, he could only do so under the cover of night, stealthily constructing a makeshift stove to cook. Thus, Yan Bai longed for the freedom of outdoor dining, relishing the choice of whatever he desired to consume. Avoiding those engaged in their rigorous training, he recognized the necessity of timely energy replenishment, with his own satisfaction as the ultimate goal. As for enhancing the meals of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, that was merely a secondary consideration. Seizing a moment when Hashirama and Madara were distracted, Yan Bai swiftly dispatched an uncommunicative wild boar, employing ninjutsu to swiftly dismember and cleanse it. He then sliced it into thin pieces to grill. A sprinkle of spices and a dash of salt were added, prompting the nearby beasts to emit hunger-fueled roars. The succulent, oil-scented meat was placed on large leaves, meticulously cleaned, and arranged upon a boulder. The grilled meat turned a vibrant hue, adorned with an array of unknown wild vegetables in shades of red, white, and green, alongside plump mushrooms. Beside the meat, fish wrapped in pristine leaves and sealed within clay awaited their turn. Additionally, a refreshing salad of wild greens lay nearby, complemented by chunks of ripe wild peaches. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama gazed in awe at the feast before them. Yan Bai paid them no heed. He reached out to pry open the hardened clay enveloping the grilled fish, revealing the tender, succulent flesh within. Yan Bai meticulously arranged portions of meat on clean leaves before Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and then he began to indulge in his meal. Observing Yan Bai's rapid consumption, both Hashirama and Madara felt compelled to join in without hesitation. Initially, Hashirama engaged in light conversation with Madara during their meal, but soon realized that Yan Bai's pace of eating was astonishingly swift. Consequently, any attempt at dialogue was postponed until they had finished their food. Recently, both Hashirama and Madara had experienced a significant enhancement in their physical prowess, with Yan Bai's delectable cuisine playing a notable role in this transformation. After the meal, as Yan Bai tidied up the remnants, Hashirama seized the opportunity to converse with Madara. What steps must be taken to alter their current predicament? A comprehensive plan for the future must be devised. Hashirama sighed softly, recognizing the necessity of solidifying their convictions and striving for greater strength. Madara responded with gravity. No matter how vehemently the weak protest, they are merely regarded as barking dogs. Indeed, if one could master a variety of ninjutsu and attain true power, the elders would no longer dismiss their opinions. Hashirama wholeheartedly agreed. We must address our vulnerabilities. Madara remarked casually, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Yan Bai, who was busily concealing the traces of his cooking not far away. Unlike the destiny he once anticipated, Madara felt a sense of trepidation at the sight of Yan Bai, fully aware that he could no longer claim to be devoid of weaknesses. Although Yan Bai is rather taciturn, his actions truly mirror the words of Senju Hashirama. Wherever Hashirama goes, Yan Bai follows closely, even accompanying him to the restroom. This leaves Uchiha Madara utterly speechless. Madara fears that, should he claim to possess no weaknesses, this insufferable little sister, with her malevolent disposition, would trail him just as she does Hashirama, leading to his inevitable downfall. Listening to Hashirama's foolish attempts to dissuade Yan Bai from observing him with phrases like do not look, do not listen, do not approach, Madara feels a chill run down his spine. Of course, in Madara's eyes, aside from her obsessive fixation on Hashirama, Yan Bai excels in every other aspect. Each time they part ways, she silently tends to the wounds of both Hashirama and Madara, ensuring they return home in optimal condition. Madara harbors a deep sense of gratitude for Yan Bai in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, after each of her healing touches, Yan Bai internally berates him as a useless piece of trash. For reasons unknown, despite having touched Madara numerous times, Yan Bai has never been able to replicate his Uchiha lineage, let alone the Indra Chakra. What frustrates Yan Bai the most is that Madara possesses an array of peculiar skills, including one instance where she managed to replicate a skill called brotherly authority. This skill states, as long as one incessantly utters about their foolish brother, there exists a 50% chance of inciting a rampage in the summoned brother, simultaneously enhancing all of his attributes by 50% during this state. However, for Yan Bai, this skill proves utterly useless. Yan Bo has no younger brother. There are many similar skills, and Yan Bo has begun to question the very essence of life. Yan Bai harbored suspicions regarding the Indra Chakra residing within Uchiha Madara, sensing the Ashura Chakra that had been replicated within him, prompting his retreat. Consequently, Yan Bai could only continue to silently observe Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara from a distance, exerting every effort to prevent the two fathers from discovering their bond. Due to Yan Bai's presence, Senju Tobarama refrained from tracking Senju Hashirama, thus failing to uncover Uchiha Madara. However, Senju Tobarama's lack of discovery did not imply that Madara's brother, Izuna, was oblivious to the anomalies. The increasingly frequent meetings between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama drew them closer, intensifying their relationship. Ultimately, the moment for their relationship to unravel was at hand. Yet, until now, Yan Bai had been unable to extract the desired information from Uchiha Madara. Yan Bai resolved to prolong the inevitable rift between his two dear friends. As spring arrived, the cherry blossoms had yet to bloom, but the chill of winter had dissipated. The afternoon sun cast a gentle glow upon the forest. Uchiha Madara stood beneath a lush cherry blossom tree, arms crossed, and expression stern. It was the season when the cherry blossoms were poised to burst forth, and a few early blooms had already appeared on the branches, surrounded by an abundance of daylilies. Lost in thought, Madara's icy demeanor seemed to suggest anger. Senju Hashirama approached from a distance, accompanied by Yan Bai. Upon sighting Madara, Hashirama enthusiastically began to extol the virtues of his supposedly formidable taijutsu technique. Super Fire Style Illusion Technique, Great Shuriken, Second Act, inviting Madara to train alongside him. Upon hearing such a rudimentary name for a jutsu, Madara's face reflected utter boredom, and he promptly declined. As Hashirama appeared intent on continuing his chatter, Madara suddenly proposed a contest of vertical climbing. The outcome was a display of exuberant antics from Hashirama, who dashed ahead up the cliff. Madara, ultimately a step behind, conceded defeat. The two sat atop the cliff, gazing down at the expanse below. Hashirama, catching his breath, scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten about Yan Bai, who remained below. Surely, she would not be upset, would she? Chapter 013. Unspoken Secrets Among Rivals. Madara regarded him with an enigmatic expression. Hashirama, did you not wish to rid yourself of Yan Bai? Her inability to ascend is precisely to your liking, is it not? Yet, despite his musings, she was still my beloved sister. Hashirama propped himself up, looking skyward. Although her clingy nature was indeed irksome, She had treated him well otherwise, and surely you would understand that. As he spoke, Hashirama squinted. Madara, you did not propose the climbing contest merely to aid me in escaping Yan Bai, did you? Madara shook his head. I did not contemplate it so deeply. Hashirama chuckled lightly. Not to worry. I shall rest for a moment, and then retrieve Yan Bai. The view here encompasses the entire forest. She would surely delight in it. Just then, soft footsteps reached their ears. Hashirama's smile faltered, and he and Madara turned in unison, as if wound-up puppets. There stood Yan Bai, clad in green. Her expression gentle as she greeted, Big brother, I have made it up. Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances, both realizing that Yan Bai had arrived before them and had concealed herself to eavesdrop on their conversation. This sensation is rather vexing, is it not? Hashirama even suspected that had he not mentioned descending to fetch Yan Bai, she might not have made her presence known at all. Madara found Yan Bai to be inscrutable, far more perilous than Hashirama. However, reflecting on all that Yan Bai had quietly done for them in recent days, both felt a pang of guilt, realizing they might have overthought the situation. Madara hastily shifted the topic. The scenery here is splendid. One can see quite far. Your eyesight is remarkable, Madara. Yan Bai replied with a radiant smile. Of course, he retorted, but his expression froze. Hashirama, casting a curious glance at Madara, inquired, What is the matter, Madara? Nothing. Madara replied, snapping back to reality, cautiously stealing a glance at Yan Bai. Yan Bai remains as enchanting as ever, her smile unchanged. Yet, Uchiha Madara cannot shake the feeling that Yan Bai is privy to his true identity. Contemplating this, Madara bows his head, a chilling coldness spreading from his core to envelop his entire being. Noticing the sudden silence of Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama inquires with curiosity, What troubles you, Madara? Why have you become so subdued all of a sudden? Madara's expression darkens as he replies, I found myself reflecting on my deceased brother. Hashirama's demeanor shifts to one of melancholy. In truth, he is well aware that had it not been for Yan Bai, both Izuna and he might have met a similar fate. However, the recent battles have been brutal. And with Senju Tobarama no longer compelling Yan Bai to employ her healing techniques, the situation within their clan appears dire. Children of similar age to Izuna have already joined the battlefield alongside their elders, and soon, both Izuna and Madara may have to follow suit. With Yan Bai potentially forced into combat as well, an inevitability that weighs heavily on Hashirama's heart. In this somber reverie, he feels a wave of sorrow wash over him. Has Madara's brother truly been lost? Suddenly, Yan Bai draws closer to Uchiha Madara from behind. Sensing her warmth, Madara's body tenses, and he responds, No, I still have a brother. Come what may, I shall protect him. Hashirama, with a grave expression, asserts, I too will spare no effort in safeguarding my siblings. In the next moment, an idea strikes Hashirama, leading him to share his vision of building a village with Uchiha Madara. Yan Bai quietly gazed upon the two boys who would one day transform the ninja world, reflecting on their beautiful childhood dreams. As he observed their innocent smiles, he looked ahead at the forest, the future site of the hidden leaf village. Yan Bai gazed at the two youths, blissfully unaware of the impending events, and narrowed his eyes. Just as they were about to plunge over the cliff, Yan Bai suddenly grasped their arms, rarely one to speak. He unexpectedly produced 2 stones from his pocket, perfectly suited for skipping across water, and handed them to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Yan Bai spoke, Elder brother. Due to my actions, our second brother and father were unaware of your encounter with Uchiha Madara. However, this turn of events has caused both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to become increasingly tense. Yan Bai continued, However, the people on Ban's side have become aware. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Ban exchanged glances. Senju Hashirama, with a serious demeanor, inquired of Yan Bai, Have you discovered something? Yan Bai replied softly, It appears to be Ban's younger brother. His hairstyle and attire bear a striking resemblance to Ban's. Perhaps, upon Ban's return home, some unpleasant events may transpire. Unpleasant events? Senju Hashirama had already grasped the implication of Yan Bai's words. Uchiha Ban's expression grew melancholic. He wished to articulate his thoughts but found himself at a loss for words. Yan Bai gazed at the two of them, a smile gracing his lips as he candidly remarked, Certainly, it is an unpleasant matter. Ban will be questioned by his father about whether he has been frequently meeting with a young boy. Ban will undoubtedly be astonished by his father's knowledge of this. And then his younger brother will reveal that he has been keeping a watchful eye on Ban lately. Yan Bai spoke in a calm tone, as if recounting a tale. However, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara understood that Yan Bai's words were likely to come to fruition. Yan Bai continued, stating that Madara's father would compel him to kill his elder brother during their next encounter. Upon hearing this, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara widened their eyes, their expressions transforming into one of sheer horror. Uchiha Madara, gazing intently at Yan Bai, inquired, When did you come to discover this matter? I recognized you from the moment we first met, Yan Bai replied, choosing not to expose his identity. I hold goodwill towards you, even knowing your true nature. Both my brother and I regard you as a dear friend. At these words, Uchiha Madara recalled how Yan Bai had consistently treated him, and his taut nerves finally began to ease. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow, as he too had an inkling of Uchiha Madara's true identity. Yet, it was an unspoken understanding among them, as finding like-minded companions in this era was a rarity. At that moment, Yan Bai brusquely pierced through this veil of ambiguity. Do not be overly anxious. Having spent so much time together without discussing surnames, we have become good friends, have we not? In this age, surnames are less amiable than individuals. Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. Yan Bai continued, now is not the time for us to interrogate each other's surnames. Rather, we should seek a resolution to the predicament before us. Given the circumstances, events will inevitably unfold in the direction you envision. Uchiha Madara painfully closed his eyes. If you cannot even resolve this minor dilemma, what dreams can you possibly discuss? Yan Bai spoke without mercy. A predicament is merely an invitation for someone to devise a solution. Senju Hashirama looked at Yan Bai. Have you conceived a plan? Yan Bai's beautiful and youthful visage was adorned with a mischievous smile. Chapter 014. Do you think the Sharingan is as common as cabbage? The evening breeze caressed the entire forest. Beneath the towering cherry blossom tree, hazy white forms emerged from the grass. These were the mists that appeared after a sudden drop in temperature, resembling clusters of water molecules reflecting the slanted rays of the setting sun. Uchiha Madara's heart was besieged by fear. He felt as though every vein in his body was on the verge of rupturing, pulsating with his heartbeat at every moment. A hint of trepidation and unease mingled with his stern expression. A riot of vibrant colors, infused with an unusual fragrance, enveloped him. At this moment, Uchiha Madara felt uncomfortably close to Yan Bai. Yan Bai stood gracefully beside Uchiha Madara, his poised figure unwavering. Could this truly resolve the pressing predicament? Uchiha Madara's breath had become so erratic that he was nearly suffocating. As Yan Bai articulated his thoughts to him and Senju Hashirama, the latter immediately voiced his objections, subsequently receiving a rather unexpected correction package. In the interest of fairness, Uchiha Madara was ensnared by Hashirama, compelled to endure a similar correction package. It was only at that moment that both Hashirama and Madara profoundly grasped the terror of Yan Bai, who had evidently become even more formidable than before. No matter the effort, defeat was inevitable. They had no choice but to concede. Yan Bai raised his gaze to meet the eyes of Uchiha Madara, who held his hand. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Madara sensed an icy chill that penetrated to his very marrow, as if the frigid essence seeped through his retina. Standing face to face, it felt as though they were engaged in a bittersweet farewell, reminiscent of lovers or dear friends parting ways. Yet, the reality was starkly different from this fade. Yan Bai gazed up at Uchiha Obito and spoke slowly. Your brothers perished at the hands of the Senju clan. Do you harbor resentment towards me and my brother? Uchiha Obito remained silent for a few seconds before replying. I have also slain members of the Senju clan. It is rare to encounter a clansman who distinguishes between the individual and the clan, as both the Senju and Uchiha clans are steeped in enmity. Letting go of hatred is a challenging endeavor, yet clinging to it only breeds further animosity. Yan Bai continued, setting aside the animosity between our clans. What is it like for you to be with us? Uchiha Obito candidly responded, though our time together has been brief, I have indeed felt joy. However, we belong to the Senju clan. Yan Bai maintained his expression as he regarded Uchiha Obito. You must understand that my brother genuinely considers you a friend. Yet, the moment our surnames are revealed, suspicion is bound to arise due to our clan's enmity, is it not? Uchiha Obito fell silent once more. Yan Bai remarked, if your kin were to discover your friendship with us, you would undoubtedly be branded a traitor. Your father would never permit such a thing, nor would ours. Uchiha Madara painfully shut his eyes, acknowledging, I am aware of that. However, I have never been one to obey. Yan Bai chuckled softly and said, Madara, without a doubt. Reconciliation is a formidable path, yet it is indeed attainable. Let us commence with the crisis at hand. Uchiha Madara gazed at Yan Bai with a complex expression, questioning, are we truly to proceed as you suggest? Yan Bai said with a contented expression. Compared to the unspeakable secrets of the young clan leader of the Senju and the young clan leader of the Uchiha, a melodramatic tale of first love during the rebellious teenage years seems far safer, does it not? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows and replied with a hint of frustration. While that may be true, our youth renders it rather incongruous. They would not believe it, and moreover, I lack the performing talent that Senju Hashirama possesses. It is inherently a baseless notion, easily prone to exposure. Yan Bai smiled warmly and said, what if I possess a remarkable healing ability as well? Uchiha Madara gazed intently at Yan Bai's youthful and beautiful visage, feeling an unsettling chill creeping down his spine with each prolonged glance. Uchiha Madara fixed his gaze on Yan Bai, his voice trembling slightly. This is far too perilous for you. I shall remain silent. Indeed, when the stakes are extraordinarily high, who cares about Yan Bai's true identity? The abilities possessed by Yan Bai have grown to a level that is astonishing, compelling enough for one to take risks. However, Uchiha Madara is unwilling to engage in actions that would equate to betraying a friend, even if such notions are proposed by Yan Bai himself. Is that so? Yan Bai contemplated for a moment and then replied with a smile, then you may simply assume the role of the passive participant. Everything is merely my entanglement. You cannot sway my thoughts, can you? In truth, if you were to sever ties with me directly, or even eliminate me altogether, it would spare us all this complexity. Would it not? Uchiha Madara spoke in a somber tone, questioning the necessity of such convolutions. Yan Bai's smile took on an eerie quality, as he expressed his hope that you and your elder brother's dreams could come to fruition. After such an extensive exploration, to have failed to uncover the Uchiha bloodline and Indra within the body would render all efforts futile, which is simply unacceptable. Naturally, the underlying intent behind this statement was something Yan Bai could never articulate. Uchiha Madara fell into a moment of contemplation. Yes, the aspiration to establish a shinobi village, a sanctuary where children could grow up in peace. Since both you and he share such sentiments, why not strive together towards this goal? Yan Bai's voice, clear yet tinged with a hint of persuasion, urged, hasten your path to strength, Madara, alongside your elder brother. You must emerge as the most esteemed figure within your respective clans, and then lead both lineages to reconcile their enmity and jointly create that sacred land. Uchiha Madara offered a wry smile, acknowledging the ease of such words. Yan Bai spoke without reservation. After striving to become stronger, once I have outlived both your father and mine, you and your elder brother shall assume command. At that juncture, should my elder brother prove insufficiently capable, I shall devise a means to lead our entire clan to propose surrender and ceasefire. If you refuse our capitulation and do not provide sustenance and shelter, I shall ensure you are compelled to acquiesce. Uchiha Madara responded. Uchiha Taijima and Senju Hashirama will undoubtedly reject any notion of reconciliation. Since we cannot alter their stance, let us refrain from attempting to do so. They will inevitably meet their demise. When that time arrives, both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama will be able to stand on their own. In Yan Bai's perspective, having foreseen the ultimate outcome of their struggles, it seemed more prudent to facilitate a union between the two from the outset. The absence of confrontation between their fathers and brothers would prevent an irreparable rift. Perhaps this could even expedite the process of establishing a village. It all hinges on Madara's Sharingan. Yan Bai suddenly remarked, Ban, once this storm passes, do find a way to awaken your eyes. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ban, feeling irritable, retorted, do you think the Sharingan is as common as cabbage? You can't simply awaken it at will. Yan Bai raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Trust me, it's quite simple. Just allow me to toy with you a few more times, and you'll be compelled to reveal. Uchiha Madara felt a throbbing pain at his temples. At that moment, he sensed the unraveling of Senju Hashirama. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara seemed to recall something, narrowing his eyes. So, you actually know how to awaken the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Yan Bai's malevolent smile grew increasingly radiant. Chapter 015. Simple, isn't it? This is just the beginning, isn't it? Before Uchiha Madara could utter another word, Yan Bai suddenly embraced Uchiha Madara from the front. Madara felt as though he were ensnared by a human-shaped vice, instinctively attempting to push Yan Bai away. However, he heard Yan Bai whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them, your brother is approaching. Maintain a demeanor of cold arrogance, just like that. Then, let your expression appear a touch more shameful. Uchiha Madara, Yan Bai's body was as rigid as stone, utterly devoid of any femininity. When embraced by him, Uchiha Obito felt as though he were on the brink of death. It turned out, his instincts were indeed accurate. Yan Bai continued in a hushed tone. Do not move recklessly, Ban. To be frank, I could easily crush your insides in this position. You wouldn't wish to perish from a hug kill, would you? That would be rather foolish. Uchiha Ban displayed an expression of indignation, his entire being stiffening in a state of bewilderment, resembling a statue caught in a moment of shock. In the distance, Uchiha Izuna stood like a sculpture in the shadows, witnessing the shocking sight of his most revered elder brother embracing a mysterious girl with silver hair. Her back turned towards him. Uchiha Izuna felt as though his mind had been thrown into a boiling pot of oil, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions surging within him. For days, their father, Taijima, had commanded him to secretly monitor Ban due to his frequent outings. Izuna had sensed something amiss with Ban, prompting him to follow his father's instructions. This investigation had commenced some time ago. However, each time, Izuna had encountered the enigmatic silver-haired girl, who, for various reasons, led him astray, causing him to lose sight of his brother. But now, Izuna understood the truth. Ban's frequent absences were indeed for the sake of this silver-haired girl. It was also this girl who caused him to lose his way so often. Your younger brother appears utterly unable to accept the situation. It seems there is little need for you to elaborate further. Yan Bai listened to the whispers of the leaves carried by the wind. All creatures surrounding him served as his eyes and ears. Yan Bai was already aware that Uchiha Izuna was so enraged that his hair stood on end. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows, muttering, when will you finally let me go? You are as rigid as a tree stump. Madara, if you liken me to a tree stump, I assure you, I will become irate and seek my revenge. Yan Bai replied with an unchanging expression. Uchiha Madara rolled his eyes, clearly dismissing Yan Bai's words. Yan Bai, with a mischievous grin, spoke to Uchiha Madara. Madara, It seems you previously mentioned that if one were to simply sever ties with you directly, or even eliminate you entirely, it would spare us all this unnecessary trouble, wouldn't it? I now find merit in that statement. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in disbelief as he began to struggle. In that very moment, a torrent of thoughts surged within him, and a wave of fear permeated his soul. Yan Bai possesses formidable strength, a fact that Uchiha Madara has personally experienced in recent times. At least for the current Madara, Yan Bai's prowess evokes a sense of despair within him. Yan Bai Lian, without even resorting to ninjutsu, effortlessly brought both Obito and Hashirama to the brink of death. Coupled with his extraordinary technique that allows him to instantly return to peak condition as long as he remains alive, Yan Bai is virtually immortal. To vanquish Yan Bai, one must land a decisive blow that guarantees his demise. In this moment, should Yan Bai unexpectedly betray them, Uchiha Obito could scarcely fathom the depths of anguish he would endure. Yan Bai would first take the life of his adversary, followed by the demise of the observing Quan Nai lurking in the shadows. This notion took root in Uchiha Madara's heart and lingered like a persistent gloom. Ah, Madara. At this moment, we appear, in every sense, as intimate lovers embracing in a bittersweet farewell, do we not? To be slain by the embrace of brother in arms, though somewhat foolish, is indeed a rather sweet way to meet one's end, wouldn't you agree? Yan Bai smiled innocently, yet at the moment that smile graced his lips, Uchiha Madara felt an excruciating pain tearing through the parts of him that Yan Bai embraced. Yan Bai, do you truly intend to kill me? Uchiha Madara's back quivered involuntarily. As the unimaginable agony penetrated deeper, he realized that this was Yan Bai's answer. Should he bravely strike back in defiance, or passively await his demise? To refrain from resistance meant certain death. Only one path lay before him. Uchiha Madara was engulfed in profound torment, not solely due to the visceral pain coursing through his body, but because of the betrayal of a cherished friend. In that fleeting moment, countless possibilities raced through Uchiha Madara's mind. Yan Bai's grip on Uchiha Madara's hand was steadily intensifying. Uchiha Madara had no doubt about Yan Bai's earlier declaration that he could crush his internal organs in this very position. His hands were still mobile. Indeed, he could still form hand seals. Uchiha Madara intended to employ ninjutsu to temporarily repel Yan Bai. As long as he could achieve this brief respite, he would seize the opportunity to escape with Izuna. Yan Bai possesses an extraordinary ability of resurrection, rendering him nearly immortal, making any confrontation with him utterly futile. Uchiha Madara trembled as he raised his hands. Amidst excruciating pain, the world around him began to transform. Time and space seemed to be manipulated, slowing to an almost surreal pace. Everything within his sight felt as though it had plunged into a viscous substance. All actions, including Madara's own, appeared sluggish and delayed within his perception. Yet, Yan Bai suddenly released Ban, seizing the hands of Ban just as he was about to form a seal. Caught off guard by the sudden release, Uchiha Ban coughed up blood, which splattered onto Yan Bai's pristine cheek. Yan Baitian's innocent smile bore a hint of blood, reminiscent of the exquisite beauty of the thorny blossom. Yan Bai grasped the hands of Uchiha Obito, emanating a healing radiance that instantaneously mended the wounds inflicted moments prior. Oh, your Sharingan has awakened, hasn't it? Yan Bai remarked, holding Obito's hands and chuckling. Truly, your Sharingan is as abundant as cabbage. What? Feeling the immense force radiating from his wrists, Uchiha Obito's emotions fluctuated wildly. Staring blankly at Yan Bai for a couple of seconds, he retorted, "You scoundrel, I shall end your life. TSK, 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 I am your benefactor in awakening those eyes," Yan Bai exclaimed as he suddenly pulled Obito closer, speaking softly. "Next time you wish to meet my elder brother, exercise caution. I have yet to devise a suitable means of communication. Once I have, I will find a way to convey it to you securely. We must feign ignorance of each other's surnames. Otherwise, should our kin discover the truth, we would be treated as traitors. Be vigilant. Obito, do not perish at your own people's hands before your dreams materialize." With that, Yan Bai smiled and released Uchiha Obito, taking a couple of steps back to wave goodbye cheerfully. "Until we meet again, Obito." Having said this, he turned leisurely and departed, leaving Obito alone, bewildered in the wind. Obito held his forehead, inhaling deeply before slowly turning, expecting to see Izuna, yet finding nothing. At that moment, a serious-faced Uchiha Izuna had already dashed towards their clan's territory. Izuna thought to himself that he must swiftly inform their father about the silver-haired girl. It was imperative to ascertain the identity of that silver-haired maiden. Chapter 016, he wanted to believe, but did not trust the journey from the great forest of the future Konoha to the northeastern territory of the Senju clan could be divided into several routes. One could proceed eastward along the periphery of the forest towards the north, or initially head north before veering east. However, this time, Yan Bai did not immediately set his course towards the clan's stronghold. Yan Bo does not possess the same expansive heart as Senju Hashirama. Although Yan Bo believes he has left no stone unturned, he still must make the necessary preparations. Yan Bai has never underestimated the members of the Senju clan. According to the narrative's inherent progression, Despite Yan Bai's utmost efforts to impede Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama from discovering the intricate bond between Hashirama and Madara, there remains the possibility of an oversight. Even if Hashirama manages to evade the fateful suspicion and coercion that would lead him to sever ties with his closest friend, it is entirely plausible that such a fate could merely be transferred to Yan Bai himself. Therefore, prior to his return, Yan Bai must undertake the essential preparations. Yan Bai once again ventured deep into the forest, seeking out untamed creatures devoid of any familiarity or spirit. Even within the henhouse of the Thousand-Hand clan, among 80 chickens, only 2 were capable of communicating with Yan Bai, while the rest could be consumed without a second thought. In silence, he hunted and killed a wild boar. Yan Bai forcefully dragged the carcass of the wild boar to a spot not far from the riverbank, instructing the small creatures to swiftly excavate a smokeless stove. Yan Bai skillfully utilized basic ninjutsu to slice the wild boar's flesh and innards, distributing a portion to the omnivorous and carnivorous creatures, while the remainder was roasted to perfection. By the time the meat was ready, dusk had enveloped the surroundings. The enticing aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the nocturnal forest. In the shadowy woods, the melodious songs of nightingales filled the air, as Yan Bai sang an eerie ballad in the language of the Eastern Isles. Why do you tiptoe, my girl? The chirping of birds and insects ceased, as the entire forest lent its ears to the haunting melody. This strange song, akin to a widespread illusion, beckoned all who heard it to seek out its source. I inquired, Clown, can you remove your mask so I may see your face? He replied, I cannot take it off. I pressed further. Why not? He responded, because the mask has been worn for so long that it has adhered to my skin. Removing it would peel away a layer, and it would bleed. It is akin to perceiving the world as I once did, only to realize that both the world and I have changed. Why do they engage in such brutal conflict? Is it not exhausting? Can they not cease the violence? Yet, this is the realm of adults. Yan Bai savored the roasted meat, as if recounting tales to the myriad small creatures surrounding him, or perhaps conversing with himself. Suddenly, he remarked, this song narrates the story of a little girl gradually transforming into a hypocritical adult, wouldn't you agree? From the shadows behind Yan Bai, the figure of his father, Senju Baijian, began to materialize, arms crossed, his countenance stern as he observed Yan Bai's youthful silhouette. Beside Senju Baijian stood Senju Tobian and Senju Baijian, both clad in casual attire. Senju Baijian wore a serious expression, with a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. In truth, Senju Baijian had returned home earlier, following Yan Bai's instructions, and had encountered Senju Tobian along the way. Upon seeing Senju Baijian return alone, Tobian inadvertently posed the very question Yan Bai had anticipated. Understanding dawned upon Senju Baijian. Indeed, their father Fujian harbored suspicions about them. The ensuing dialogue only served to corroborate Yan Bai's conjectures. Senju Baijian felt a sense of relief, grateful for having previously rehearsed with Yan Bai. However, the unfortunate turn of events arose from Senju Baijian's loquaciousness that stirred Senju Tobian's doubts, prompting Tobian to request their father accompany him to confront Yan Bai directly. Amidst the dimly lit forest, Yan Bai sat before the flickering campfire, his back turned to Senju Baijian. With the flames illuminating his path while an array of wild animals encircled him, Yan Bai did not look back. All the small creatures around him turned their gaze instead, silently fixated on the sudden appearance of the trio. In the twilight where night meets day, the animals' eyes had already absorbed the encroaching darkness, glimmering with an eerie luminescence. Resembling countless malevolent beasts, hungrily observing the 3 from the Hall of 1,000 Hands. After a prolonged silence, the Hall of 1,000 Hands finally lowered his gaze and remarked, in these recent days, your constant outings with Hashirama are due to your disdain for the cuisine of our clan, is it not? He perceptively noted the tantalizing aroma of food in the air, causing the 2 children beside him to swallow in anticipation. As a ninja, how could one be swayed by the temptations of the palate? As the clan leader, how could one be governed by such trivial matters? Yet, as a father, how could one bear to witness his children suffer? Yan Bai turned back with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, dear father, can you not sense it? The meals prepared by the clan do not compare to those I make myself. The 1,000-handed Buddha quietly approached Yan Bai. The small animals surrounding Yan Bai bared their teeth menacingly at the 1,000-handed Buddha, only to scatter in all directions, vigilantly keeping their gaze fixed upon the deity from a short distance away. Unfazed, the 1,000-handed Buddha settled beside Yan Bai and nonchalantly began to feast upon the roasted meat. Yan Bai cast a peculiar glance at his boisterous father before turning to say, elder brother and second brother, come and eat. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama hurried over, drawing the disapproving stares of the nearby animals. Senju Baijian paid no heed to the commotion around him. He lowered his gaze and asked, why must it be Hashirama who brings you out? Because I detest Tobarama's penchant for lecturing, Yan Bai replied candidly. Elder brother allows me to tease him, yet he cares for me deeply. He never lectures me. He simply ensures that all the best things are reserved for me. Ah! Senju Hashirama scratched his head foolishly. Senju Tobarama glared at his elder brother, coldly remarking, "Elder brother, do you really believe she is praising you?" Hashirama's smile froze in place, and the atmosphere eased slightly. Senju Baijian maintained his tone, stating, "Indeed, the desire for delicious food serves as a splendid excuse." Yan Bai directly disregarded the excuse offered by Senju Hashirama and instead smiled as he inquired, "Father, is it delicious?" Senju Hashirama remained unfazed, replying, "Indeed, it is quite delectable. Very convincing. Yet, you still do not trust me, do you, father?" Yan Bai sighed. "Should I trust you?" Senju Hashirama replied pensively. "Is it not expected?" Yan Bai raised an eyebrow at Senju Hashirama, questioning why a father should not have faith in his own child. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, with his head bowed, continued to eat the grilled meat, his body tensing once more. Yan Bai is indeed a warrior. Among his brothers, he is the youngest. Yet this is already the second time he has defied his father. Senju Tobarama's expression is exceedingly grave, and despite the tempting aroma of grilled meat, he shows no sign of appetite. Everyone present, save for the foolish, is acutely aware of the exchange between Yan Bai and Senju Tobarama. After a prolonged silence, Senju Tobarama crossed his arms and remarked, "The naive child desires delicacies, while the insincere adult seeks justification. Have you not fulfilled all the conditions?" As he spoke, Senju Tobarama gazed at the boy before him, once abandoned by him, yet a source of countless miracles. "As long as you do not disappoint me, I shall not let you down, dear father," Yan Bai replied with a smile. However, Senju Tobarama continued, "I shall arrange for the clan to establish a separate kitchen within the estate just for you. From now on, you may decide what you wish to eat. However, when other clan members request your healing, do extend some leniency." Yan Bai squinted and said, "Very well, my esteemed father. Is it to prevent our kin from gossiping about any traces? What a commendable father you are, Buddha." Chapter 017. His intelligence falls short of that of a duck. Yan Bai reached a superficial reconciliation with his elderly father in the temple. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was hastily making his way back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the journey, he was pursued by a flock of nightbirds. Initially, he believed he was under attack, causing him to halt for quite some time. However, when the birds dropped a tattered green cloth above his head, he finally comprehended the situation. The cloth bore a message written in charcoal: "You have been toyed with, and thus, you have awakened." Upon reading these words, the image of Yan Bai, with his innocent demeanor, saying, "Allow me to toy with you a few more times," flashed through Madara's mind. Uchiha Madara exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell? Toyed with?" Irritated, he incinerated the cloth with a fire technique. That wretched Yan Bai. At that moment, Madara truly believed Yan Bai intended to kill him, but reflecting on it now, he realized how foolish he had been. It was all due to Yan Bai's exceptional acting. However, is Yan Baijian truly acting? Did Yan Bai truly wish to spare him? Contemplating this, Uchiha Madara's expression grew melancholic. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still alive, and the present situation left no room for sentimentality. Izuna must have returned to the clan's territory by now. With this thought, Uchiha Madara could not help but quicken his pace. After being treated by Yan Bai, he felt he had gained a slight edge in strength. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's leader's residence, a group of individuals clad in traditional Uchiha robes, adorned with fan insignias, sat together with grave expressions. Uchiha Taijima occupied the prominent seat, arms crossed as he surveyed all present. Standing beside Taijima was Uchiha Izuna, who had returned to the clan ahead of the others. At this moment, the clan members were passing around a simple portrait. Had Uchiha Madara been there, he would have recognized that the image depicted none other than Yan Bai. This portrait, crafted by Uchiha Izuna, bore an uncanny resemblance to the real Yan Bai. The finely detailed visage resembled that of a delicate doll, making it hard to believe such a person truly existed. Uchiha Izuna, the youngest son of the current clan leader and Madara's brother, had been regarded as a prodigious ninja since childhood, endowed with high expectations by his family. His talents extended beyond ninjutsu and taijutsu. He had encountered Yan Bai numerous times, and the unforgettable face of Yan Bai was etched deeply in Izuna's memory. Initially, Izuna envisioned Yan Bai as a beautiful youth with long hair, as he could not imagine his elder brother associating with a frail girl. However, witnessing the scene today left him feeling utterly blindsided. Izuna had already sketched Yan Bai's likeness and had only now presented it to his esteemed father. After reviewing the portrait, the Uchiha clan members shook their heads solemnly, indicating they had not encountered the child depicted. The fact that none had seen her was, at the very least, not encouraging news. Uchiha Taijima summoned a trusted aide, handing over the portrait while whispering something into his ear. The aide nodded gravely, folded the portrait, and respectfully exited. Izuna observed the exchange, understanding that his father was dispatching someone to pursue further inquiries about the girl depicted in the drawing. Uchiha Taijima turned to Izuna and inquired, "Is Madara not back yet?" "He should be arriving soon," Izuna replied calmly. "Before I returned, he was seen embracing that girl." Upon uttering this, Izuna hesitated, as there were too many people around. Although young, he possessed a maturity beyond his years, typical of children during the Warring States period. Regardless, he would not divulge his brother's private matters, for human hearts are enigmatic. The Uchiha clan was not devoid of treachery. Should they seize upon any gossip, it could prove detrimental to Madara. Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brow, closing his eyes momentarily before speaking in a measured tone. When he returns, have him come to see me. Yes, father, Izuna replied. The moonlight silently enveloped the earth as night descended. On this evening, filled with the cries of insects, the Uchiha clan's territory, which should have been at rest, was instead ablaze with light. The grayish-black buildings melded into the darkness, and the flags bearing the fan insignia fluttered in the wind. Returning to the clan with trepidation, Uchiha Madara did not retreat to his usual quarters upon entering. He was soon confronted by his younger brother Izuna, followed by an inquiry from their father, Uchiha Taijima. Madara, you have been frequently meeting with a silver-haired girl, have you not? Taijima's words caused Madara to instinctively tighten his fists beneath his sleeves. Noting that his father referred to a silver-haired girl rather than a boy and a girl. You wish to know how I am aware of this? Uchiha Taijima sneered. Madara remained silent, inwardly acknowledging that he was already aware. Kneeling beside Uchiha Taijima, Izuna spoke coldly. Brother, I was instructed to follow you. Your recent outings have been excessive, and I wish to uncover what is transpiring. Madara's brow furrowed. This mirrored Yan Bai's prior comments, albeit the narrative had shifted from meeting a boy to meeting a girl. Taijima regarded his eldest son and stated, we have investigated this girl. She is of the Senju clan. At this revelation, Madara's heart jolted. Yet, at that moment, Yan Bai's prior words echoed in his mind, prompting him to exclaim, impossible, she has no clan members. He was momentarily taken aback by his own instinctive response. Yan Bai has discerned the truth. Uchiha Taijima inquired solely about the silver-haired maiden rather than a male and female pair, thereby confirming that Izuna had not encountered Hashirama. It was Yan Bai who misled Izuna. Furthermore, Yan Bai has noted that even among the Senju clan, the number of those who recognize him is not as substantial as one might assume, for he only transitioned into a female less than a year ago, having previously navigated the Senju clan in the guise of a boy. The duration of this identity transformation has been rather brief. Subsequently, the transformed Yan Bai pursued Hashirama incessantly, with only those who had undergone treatment within the clan being able to identify him. Moreover, this group of treated Senju members comprehends Yan Bai's worth immensely. Unless there are compelling reasons, they would never divulge his information lightly. In the eyes of all clans, women are regarded primarily for their reproductive value. Even possessing ninja talents does not bestow upon them special significance, while other clans typically investigate the prodigious youths among rival factions. Even if there are oversights, Uchiha Taijima has indeed uncovered Yan Bai's affiliation with the Senju clan, thus Uchiha Madara must adhere to the preordained scheme and categorically deny it. Regardless of how resolute Uchiha Taijima may be in asserting Yan Bai's origins from the Senju clan, Uchiha Madara must firmly proclaim that Yan Bai is not one of them. Madara's intent is not to exonerate Yan Bai, but rather to absolve himself of suspicion. Still so weak, he can only bide his time. A heavy silence enveloped the three of them, father and sons alike. After an indeterminate span, a smile unexpectedly broke upon Uchiha Taijima's stern visage. Madara, have you awakened? Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Madara's taut nerves remained unyielding. He bowed his head, affirming, yes. Ah, is it because of that girl? Uchiha Taijima mused softly. Uchiha Madara's gaze fixated on the tatami before him, his pupils flickering slightly. The words from the previous green cloth resurfaced in his mind. You were played. Hence you have awakened. Uchiha Madara seemed somewhat reluctant to voice his response, murmuring, indeed. Has Yan Bai Lien found a reason to open his eyes? Or perhaps Yan Bai deliberately provoked him to awaken, as a means to divert his father's attention? With the Sharingan, all other matters seem trivial. How delightful. Uchiha Taijima remarked with a smile. What that child has brought you, I fear, may not be fond memories. The next time you meet her, you should eliminate her. If you still hold affection for her, then bring her back to the clan. Uchiha Madara mused, indeed. The claims regarding Yan Bai being of the Senju clan are mere fabrications. No evidence has been found, otherwise such a suggestion would not have been made. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna, with an expressionless demeanor, interjected, it is better to kill her. That girl is quite wicked. I have witnessed her deceitfully taking duck eggs. She will undoubtedly deceive you as she did those ducks. Uchiha Madara, though aware of Yan Bai's truly vile character, pondered whether his brother's intellect was truly inferior to that of a duck. P.S. At last, I have completed the necessary steps and can now endeavor to increase the updates. Chapter 018. The source of conflict among the shinobi clans. Upon returning from the forest, Senju Hashirama became acutely aware of the significance of strength. Once, Uchiha Madara had casually remarked that the protests of the weak are akin to the barking of dogs, dismissed by adults. This statement swiftly manifested in reality. While Senju Tobarama might disregard Hashirama's opinions, he certainly values Yan Bai's perspective. The reasoning is all too evident. Yan Bai possesses remarkable strength, and he continues to grow stronger without any apparent reason. While his brothers may not fully grasp this, their father, Senju Tobarama, undoubtedly possesses a more discerning eye. Consequently, Senju Tobarama values Yan Bai's opinions greatly. In fact, upon returning from the forest, Senju Tobarama did not merely provide Yan Bai with a private kitchen. Senju Hashirama received a mission to embark on a journey alongside the elders of their clan, while the other three brothers gathered at the entrance to bid farewell. With only Yan Bai absent, in the past, Yan Bai would have been the first to stand at the door, ready to treat Senju Hashirama regardless of any injuries he might have sustained. However, now, Yan Bai only appears before Senju Hashirama at night, as his days are filled with obligations. Senju Hashirama gazes deeply into the inner residence, remaining silent. Senju Tobarama sighs and says, "Brother, there is no need to wait. Yan Bai cannot come, for father is still in conversation with him." Senju Hashirama furrows his brow, pondering. What has been troubling father lately that he has so much to discuss with Yan Bai? It has been several days. Senju Tobarama closes his eyes briefly and conveys, "Yan Bai asked me to tell you to take care and not to neglect your own well-being." Upon hearing this, the serious expression on Senju Hashirama's face quickly transforms into one of helplessness and amusement. She truly would say something like that. "Don't worry about me. I will be cautious." After uttering these words, Senju Hashirama glances once more at the inner residence before turning to leave. Morning light slants into the inner courtyard, casting rays from the eaves that illuminate the narrow corridor. In this gentle dawn, Senju Tobarama and Yan Bai sit facing each other in the narrow passageway. To their left lies a set of tea utensils, and Senju Tobarama absent-mindedly pours tea into his cup. Across from him, Yan Bai diligently peruses a thick stack of documents and scrolls. The courtyard thrives with summer grass, each blade adorned with morning dew, sparkling as if the sun itself resides within them. Dragonflies and butterflies flit about in the sunlight. Senju Tobarama, clad in a flowing black robe, raises his teacup, occasionally bringing it to his lips. The two remain in contemplative silence for a long while, until Senju Tobarama murmurs, "As I observe these matters and comprehend the noble families we engage with, what are your thoughts? Do you understand why the elders resort to conflict?" Yan Bai's motion of flipping through the pages abruptly halted. He gradually lifted his gaze to meet his expressionless father's eyes and softly remarked, "I understand that those financiers wish for our demise." Upon hearing this, the thousand-handed Buddha displayed a fleeting look of astonishment. Financiers. The scroll clearly states that it is the Sun family of 1,000 hands that stands in opposition to those clans. How did this involve the financiers? Yan Bai discerned the expression of the thousand-handed Buddha. Recently, the thousand-handed Buddha had been behaving as if possessed by a tempest, inundating Yan Bai with a plethora of matters that should have been the responsibilities and concerns of a clan leader. It appeared as though he wished for his progeny to comprehend the extent of his hardships. Consequently, Yan Bai often articulated peculiar, yet seemingly rational statements. The narratives within these storybooks indicated that there was initially little animosity between our clan and the Uchiha clan. Our true adversaries were the Feather Robe clan. Yan Bai remarked that our conflicts with the Feather Robe clan stemmed from the tasks assigned by our respective employers. The original plot of the Naruto world glossed over the intricacies of the Warring States era, providing scant details about the Feather Robe clan. However, this virtual realm is a complete world, and even those elements not mentioned in the original storyline must adhere to a logical consistency, allowing all significant figures to manifest according to their destined fates. Every individual and event must possess a rationale and logic for their existence. Many details will inevitably reveal themselves as one immerses in the realities of this world. Setting aside the myriad trivialities of the various clans, one must consider the conflicts between them. Ninjas undertake missions and operate as units of their clans. The relationships among ninja clans are influenced by the demands of their employers. The opposing clan to the Thousand Hands must inherently have conflicting missions with them. In other words, if the Thousand Hands clan is tasked with protecting something for their employer, the Feather Robe clan is likely engaged in the endeavor to seize it. Conversely, it could also be the case that the Thousand Hands clan is the aggressor while the Feather Robe clan acts in defense. Regardless of the scenario, a conflict between the Feather Robe and Thousand Hands clans is inevitable. Where there is conflict, there will be strife. Where there is strife, casualties will ensue. Prolonged confrontations will either lead to the annihilation of one clan or the establishment of eternal enmity, perpetuating the cycle of conflict. This, indeed, constitutes a significant reason for the ultimate clash between the Thousand Hands and Uchiha clans. Both clans are formidable, and neither has succeeded in obliterating the other. The employers, who fund these skirmishes, observe from the shadows, deriving amusement from the count of casualties among the two ninja clans, all while seeking to diminish their numbers. In Yan Bai's view, this was sheer nonsense. Why not simply live in peace? Those employers of the ninja clans are the true culprits, purchasing a spectacle of combat between the two factions. Currently, the Feather Robe clan seems incapable of contending with the Thousand Hands clan, which is why their employers are now investing more resources to enlist the Uchiha clan, resulting in a 1-to-2 situation for us, where the missions appear hollow, and the true objective is the reduction of our clan's numbers. Yan Bai spoke bluntly, It is akin to purchasing our lives with money. This path is detrimental to us all. Upon hearing Yan Bai's audacious analysis, the Buddha of 1,000 hands set down his teacup, crossed his arms, and gazed intently at Yan Bai, sighing, "You make a compelling point, but what can we truly change? The ninjas do not engage in production. They possess strength and survive by undertaking missions for remuneration. How many would willingly live the plight of commoners? The conflicts among clans arise from the competition for resources and missions. Mutual casualties breed suspicion, and to survive, they must continue fighting. Only through battle can the clansmen grow stronger under the law of the jungle, where the fittest prevail. Talk of reconciliation with rival clans is futile. Many have already perished at each other's hands. When one grows stronger, so too does the rival clan. Even if one wishes to avoid conflict, the others will still seek to engage. Such is the lamentable nature of this world." Chapter 19, UE Vortex. Uchiha: The conflict of missions between the Senju and UE clans. The UE clan, having failed to meet their mission quotas, were replaced by their employers or absorbed into the Uchiha clan. This led the Senju to face two rival ninja clans simultaneously on the same mission. Currently, the UE and Uchiha clans share a common stance, allowing for mutual cooperation during missions. In their original fate, Senju Hashirama was slain by a group of adults from both the Uchiha and UE clans while on a mission with his clansmen. What tasks are children to undertake? The reality is that mission requirements dictate a need for numbers, and families hope for their offspring to mature. Thus, the elders take the younger ones along to gain experience and adapt to the life of a ninja. If misfortune strikes and they encounter a stronger rival clan, the adults may be annihilated, leaving the children to face a grim fate. Thus, the so-called Warring States period of the ninja world is a process of elimination among both large and small clans. The larger fish consume the smaller ones, while the smaller fish prey on the shrimp. In the pursuit of survival, peculiar alliances arise, such as the coalition of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Similarly, the Uzumaki clan actively welcomed commoners, fostering population growth through reforestation, leading to a burgeoning populace that compelled the establishment of a nation. Clans such as the Hyuga and Kagaya, among others, each have their distinctive survival strategies. The prolonged conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans stems from their mutual interests. Employers employ monetary incentives to weaken the ninja's power. Yet, akin to nurturing a venomous creature, the more they fight, the stronger they become, giving rise to formidable figures like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The deeper the bonds, the fiercer the battles. One's own children are thrown into the fray with ease, and friends are fought with a sense of comfort. The result is a cycle of increasing ferocity and strength. It is precisely due to their immense power that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were able to unite to establish Konoha. To counterbalance Senju Hashirama, the daimyo of the Fire Country arranged a marriage alliance with the Senju clan. Thus, Yan Bai comprehended deeply that he could not prevent the clash between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. They must fight, for without conflict, there can be no strength. Yan Bai might be able to hasten growth a little. Moreover, Yan Bai believes that, at the very least, he can ensure that Quan Nai survives when necessary. Oh, politicians are exhausting. I despise them the most. Complaining as he gazed at the documents in his hands, Yan Bai glanced at the sky. Knowing that Senju Hashirama had once again been summoned to undertake a mission with the adults, this meant that Senju Hashirama would be forced to take a life once more. Before long, Wakan and Banjian would not escape this fate either. Contemplating this, Yan Bai narrowed his eyes, resolved to find a way to correct his two elder brothers before they were compelled to undertake their missions. Upon hearing Yan Bai's lament, Senju Tobarama regarded him with a serious expression for a prolonged moment, and finally, he retrieved a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Yan Bai. Yan Bai received the item with a perplexed expression, and upon opening it, he discovered it contained information regarding the Feathered Garment clan. Yan Bai observed while murmuring to himself, the emblem of the UE clan, characterized by three ribbon-like lines forming a pattern that encloses a full moon, signifies the full moon, does it not? The thousand-handed Buddha furrowed his brow. He initially presumed that Yan Bai would focus on the intelligence regarding the UE clan, yet was taken aback when he discovered that Yan Bai's attention was directed towards the insignia instead. Furthermore, what significance does the symbolism of the full moon hold? The UE clan asserts its lineage as the rightful descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, standing in opposition to the Thousand-Handed clan. They have faced skepticism from their employers for their failure to annihilate the Thousand-Handed clan. The clan leader, UE Liang, is renowned as the foremost swordmaster within the UE family, holding a reputation that, while formidable, pales in comparison to the Thousand-Handed and Uchiha clans. The second in command, UE Li, is celebrated for his self-invented spear techniques, achieving fame throughout the Land of Fire, and occupies a central role within the UE clan. The clan leader's only son, UE Xian Xing, is strikingly handsome, having inherited his father's swordsmanship, and is entrusted with the business communications and operations between the UE clan and their employers, winning the leader's favor. The Uchiha clan, a noble family from Nanhequan, maintains amicable relations with the aristocracy of the Land of Thunder, engaging in commercial exchanges. Due to their formidable strength, they are intricately linked with the feudal lords of the Land of Fire, and their powerful bloodline limits instill trepidation among other ninja clans. The clan leader, Uchiha Tianjima, possesses the Sharingan bloodline limit, excelling in fire release techniques and swordsmanship. He has established deep ties with the Land of Thunder, acting with calmness and ruthlessness, embodying a valorous spirit that evokes fear through both his martial prowess and cunning. The second-in-command, Uchiha Yuanji, also wields the Sharingan and is adept in lightning and fire techniques, known for his cunning and duplicity, ranking second in strength within the Uchiha clan. An elder member, Uchiha Yu, the former clan leader's youngest son, is characterized by his arrogance and confidence, exhibiting insidiousness and cruelty, with a penchant for swordsmanship and a reputation for bloodshed. The numerous rankings detailed in the documents left Yan Bai with a headache. The consistent mention of the Sharingan bloodline limit among the Uchiha clan members suggested that merely knowing the existence of the Sharingan was already a daunting prospect, further compounded by character analyses. While other clans were described succinctly, the Uchiha clan bore the brunt of various labels, including treachery and cunning, underscoring their unpopularity. The revelation of a member possessing both cruelty and lechery within the Uchiha clan was simply astounding. Yan Bai impatiently flipped through the pages, finally discovering the name of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha clan's young patriarch. Uchiha Madara, a well-known figure among the Uchiha, possesses empathy for his subordinates, exudes charismatic leadership, and exhibits valor in battle, having once slain adult members of the Senju clan during a mission. Uchiha clan's patriarch's youngest, Uchiha Izuna, a prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, shrewd and enigmatic, adept at concealing his true intentions, highly favored by his father. Madara, in your current state, you truly appear feeble, to the point where your adversaries can scarcely muster the effort to concoct slander against you. Yan Bai pondered in his heart. Senju Hashirama had been observing Yan Bai intently and noticed that when Yan Bai perused the information on the Uchiha clan, he swiftly skipped over sections, his gaze ultimately lingering on the details regarding the young leader of the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama narrowed his eyes, seemingly in contemplation. However, Yan Bai appeared disinterested in the Uchiha clan and quickly turned to the subsequent section about the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan, distant relatives of the Senju clan, renowned for their mastery of sealing techniques, characterized by their vigorous vitality and flourishing population. Clan leader of the Uzumaki, Uzumaki Namikaze, an expert in sealing arts. Revered as the patriarch of sealing techniques, a moderate leader dedicated to the craft of sealing, striving to remain uninvolved in missions. Adept in navigating social intricacies to safeguard his kin. Elder of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Jiki, the second in command of the Uzumaki clan, with a visage reminiscent of bronze. His countenance fearsome and grim, appear alongside Uzumaki Namikaze, proficient in the unique ability of the Uzumaki clan known as the Diamond Lock, yet harbors rebellious sentiments toward the clan leader. Yan Bai, much like the earlier exploration of the Uchiha clan's records, bypassed the information on the Uzumaki clan and eventually arrived at the conclusion. The heir of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ace-han, known for his charm and romantic inclinations, excels in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, as well as in taijutsu and fire-style ninjutsu. There is no mention of Uzumaki Mido. Yan Bai silently ceased his perusal. Yan Bai, are you searching for someone? The thousand-handed Buddha had been observing Yan Bai, hoping to decipher his emotions through his expressions. Yan Bai lifted his gaze towards the Hall of Thousand Hands and stated candidly, there are no women on this list. The Hall of Thousand Hands gazed silently at Yan Bai for a long moment before finally replying, of course, there are none. Chapter 020. The father with profound schemes. The Hall of Thousand Hands regarded Yan Bai and remarked in a flat tone, have the side effects of your abilities clouded your understanding of why this list contains no women? Yan Bai lowered his gaze, and with a hint of realization, responded, oh, I see. The thousand-handed Buddha raised an eyebrow and inquired, have you understood? Yan Bai nodded, then lifted his eyes to meet the gaze of the thousand-handed Buddha, earnestly expressing, thank you, my esteemed father. Based on all that Yan Bai was aware of, it became evident that the thousand-handed Buddha had shown him an exceptional affection, verging on indulgence, a rarity not witnessed even among the generations of his own clan, let alone others. Yan Bai is unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Uzumaki clan, nor is he informed about the situation of Uzumaki Mido. However, he possesses a profound understanding of the Senju clan. During the Warring States period, due to the high mortality rate among potential heirs, the ninja clans placed immense emphasis on the continuation of their lineage. The prevailing patriarchal society further marginalized women, diminishing their status. To secure their place within the clan, women were compelled to bear children. Despite this, many women found themselves akin to the courtesans of the capital's entertainment district. If their men lacked strength and perished in the line of duty, they would be reassigned to other surviving men within the clan to continue procreating. In other words, any man of sufficient power could lay claim to them. Women were treated as mere commodities on a shelf, subject to the whims of others. Once a son could fend for himself, he would be placed under the tutelage of the clan's men. Daughters, on the other hand, would be sent to designated facilities for uniform upbringing. As they matured, their fates were largely predetermined, either to be married off for the family's benefit or to be consumed by the clan's men, leaving little difference in their destinies. Consequently, many girls endeavored to become ninjas, striving to take control of their own fates by fighting valiantly on the battlefield, much like their male counterparts. This struggle for autonomy was one of the reasons for the wrath of Senju Hashirama when Yan Bai was initially regarded as a girl. Yan Bai, with a moment of contemplation, soon comprehends the situation. It is no surprise that in the narrative of the Warring States period, there is scant mention of women. Whether it be Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, they are depicted solely with brothers, devoid of any sisters. Within their clans, women are conspicuously absent from the forefront, save for those few exceptional or remarkably powerful female ninjas. Unless one possesses extraordinary abilities that even men cannot overshadow, opportunities for recognition are virtually non-existent. This chaotic relational dynamic persisted only until the establishment of Konohagakure. Such was the harsh reality of the Warring States. Both men and women toiled arduously in their distinct realms. Yan Bai remained silent for a considerable time. The thousand-handed Buddha gazed at him earnestly and said, "I can discern that you are unlike other children. I hope you can comprehend the deep concern I, as your father, hold for you." Yan Bai remains enveloped in silence, while the thousand-handed Buddha patiently elucidates his intentions. Yan Bai silently listened, gradually realizing that since his identity transformation, the thousand-handed Buddha had been secretly observing him. The thousand-handed Buddha was aware of Yan Bai's extraordinary response techniques. Through discreetly observing Yan Bai's interactions with his brothers, the Buddha recognized the profound love Yan Bai harbored for them. Witnessing Yan Bai fiercely strike his brothers, the thousand-handed Buddha concluded that Yan Bai had indeed inherited the formidable bloodline of the thousand-handed clan. The Buddha perceived that Yan Bai's methods of subduing the brothers were, in essence, a manifestation of the clan's monstrous strength. This extraordinary power involved the precise control of chakra, allowing it to envelop the entire body and subsequently release a powerful gust capable of effortlessly shattering obstacles. However, Yan Bai relied solely on his physical strength, entirely devoid of chakra utilization. Yan Bai, endowed solely with his physical strength, was capable of severely injuring the elder Senju Tobarama. Should he harness the power of chakra, his might would be beyond comparison. His formidable talent, coupled with his extraordinary healing techniques, rendered Yan Bai a figure of significant value. However, Senju Hashirama recently contemplated that if Yan Bai were to utilize his healing abilities to delve into the thoughts of injured clansmen, he could not instruct Yan Bai in the same manner he had taught Tobarama and the others. A child possessing the mindset of an adult cannot be guided as a naive and innocent child would be. This realization struck Hashirama especially after their recent outing in the forest. He recognized that he could no longer allow Yan Bai to roam free. Yan Bai's remark that the little girl gradually transforms into a hypocritical adult instilled a sense of crisis within the Senju clan. Senju Baijian has now overlooked Yan Bai's gender, perceiving her as an exceptional descendant capable of influencing the future of the family. Should Yan Bai develop a curiosity or even affection for men from other clans, and subsequently be deceived by them, the loss would be catastrophic for the Senju lineage. It is precisely this concern that has led to the current scenario. Senju Baijian gazed at Yan Bai and remarked coolly, "Due to your gender, you and your brothers cannot share the same fate." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai furrowed her brows. Senju Baijian continued, "If the Senju clan were to face annihilation, your brothers may not survive, but you will certainly endure." At the statement, Yan Bai could not help but meet her father's gaze. "Your brothers must continuously strive to become stronger to survive, but you are different," Senju Baijian said, arms crossed. In an unperturbed tone, "You possess an irresistible beauty and extraordinary healing abilities. Even as a member of the Senju clan, as long as you appear obedient and compliant, any ninja clan would go to great lengths to incorporate you. As long as you live, our Senju clan can never be truly extinguished." Yan Bai felt as though he had grasped something profound. The scroll of character information that his father had just shown him was not merely an introduction to individuals. It could also be perceived as a matchmaking directory. The entire family, spanning from the grandfather's generation down to that of the grandchildren, were all potential candidates for courtship. Yan Bai pondered. Perhaps his father feared he might become a love-struck fool endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, from the character descriptions, it was evident that his father harbored no desire for Yan Bai to become entangled with the Uchiha clan. Just look at the portrayal of the Uchiha: ruthless, calculating, cruel, and lecherous. Senju Hashirama fixed his gaze upon Yan Bai, solemnly stating, "You must comprehend the abilities and personalities of all significant figures within the ninja clans, mastering intelligence on each of them to prepare thoroughly for any future encounters. Remember, no matter the circumstances, you must find a way to survive." I believe in you. I am confident you can excel beyond the other children. As he spoke, Senju Hashirama regarded Yan Bai with an even greater seriousness, asking, "Speak honestly with me, Yan Bai. Previously you and Hashirama visited the South Hichuan consistently. Whom did you meet there?" Senju Hashirama's tone grew increasingly grave, questioning whether he was of the Yuhi clan, the Uchiha clan, or perhaps another family. He wondered if Hashirama had discerned the identity of the individual. Yet you must surely be aware, mustn't you? Yan Bai gazed intently at Senju Hashirama, contemplating whether to speak the truth or to weave a deceitful tale, given the heartfelt sincerity his father had shown him today. Senju Hashirama began by asserting, "As long as you remain alive, the Senju clan shall endure. I would accept your choice to marry any man, even from a rival clan, and I would believe in you, tolerating your decisions." He then inquired, "Whom did you and Tobarama truly meet?" With a tone of earnestness and magnanimity, he seemed to suggest, "Given my goodwill, should you not reveal the secret you cannot speak of? Would it not be a grave act of filial impiety to remain silent? Is it not a waste of your father's genuine affection?" Was Senju Hashirama employing a strategy of feigned gentleness to elicit a confession? Or was he sincerely concerned for his child's welfare? The truth remained ambiguous. After all, is this not the essence of a ninja's existence? To avoid open conflict, one must refrain from providing the other with a reason to instigate it. Regarding the matter of Uchiha Madara, Yan Bai was confident in his ability to manage it independently, sparing his father any further worry. In order to preserve their father-son bond, Yan Bai donned a smile so radiant it could eclipse the very heavens. "Fear not, father. It is merely my brother and I seeking sustenance. I accompany him in his training, preparing meals to replenish his strength, ensuring that the clan's provisions do not hinder his growth." With a sigh, Senju Hashirama replied, "In the future, should you desire anything, do not hesitate to express it. A father will strive with all his might to fulfill your wishes." Yan Bai nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude to his esteemed father. Chapter 021. The Uchiha Clan of Super Spirits, the Eve of Dawn. The guest hall of the Uchiha clan was brilliantly illuminated. Outside, the wind had strengthened in the late hours of the night, as if driven by a fierce northern gale. The entire clan territory was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. Inside the main hall, the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Taijima, donned the traditional black robe of the Uchiha, adorned with layered purple armor. He listened intently to the reports from those below, his demeanor stern. Lord Shiyuan had already responded. "This time, we can seize the Date family, protected by the Senju clan, and the spoils may be distributed between our two clans without needing to present them as tribute." Standing respectfully below was Yui Nobuyuki, clad in the attire of the Yuhi clan, who spoke softly. A formidable aura emanated from Uchiha Taijima, his lips curling into an enigmatic smile. "Those gluttonous fools care little for the spoils. They merely wish to spend money to witness our shinobi clans clash and to expand their territories, which is utterly laughable." Uchiha Taijima scoffed. Yui Nobuyuki dared not meet Uchiha Taijima's gaze, lowering his head as he said, "Were it not for that old, obstinate fool of the Senju clan, who refuses to cooperate, our shinobi clans should unite to deceive those aristocrats who fear us, taking their money while pretending to be adversaries. It would be a sustainable business." Uchiha Taijima sneered, saying, "Who instructed you that the employer's order was to annihilate the Senju clan? The Senju would never agree to this, even if it were a ruse, as it would tarnish their reputation. I have heard that this time the Senju clan has dispatched their seasoned elder, Senju Rijutsu, with our Uchiha clan joining forces. He is destined to meet his demise." A fawning expression crossed Yui Nobuyuki's face. Upon hearing the name Senju Rijutsu, Uchiha Taijima's blood surged with fervor. Not just him, but every Uchiha present felt the same. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Taijima slammed his palm against the armrest of his chair. A strange wind swept through the hall, filling the air with an atmosphere of murderous intent. The Uchiha clan's unique cold aura pervaded the space, casting the hall into a dimness reminiscent of the underworld. Yui Nobuyuki trembled involuntarily. Over the years, the Uchiha clan's formidable strength has rendered them nearly unmatched among the shinobi. The Senju clan, however, remains a formidable opponent, igniting Uchiha Taijima's fighting spirit. Affected by the warlike fervor of the red-eyed Uchiha, Yui Nobuyuki could not help but think, the Uchiha's murderous intent is as piercing as the cold, nearly freezing my heart and lungs. The Uchiha clan truly lives up to its fearsome reputation." Uchiha Madara, unable to sleep, stood outside gazing at the sky. He locked eyes with a wandering mouse for a long while, recalling scenes of Yan Bai conversing with animals. Uchiha Madara hesitated over whether to confide his concerns to the mouse, hoping it would relay them to Yan Bai. Meanwhile, a group of elders in the guest hall were unable to contain their excitement, unleashing fire techniques in the dead of night as an outlet for their overwhelming combat fervor. The searing chakra erupted into the air, startling all nearby creatures. Following this phenomenon, the livestock within the Uchiha territory were thrown into a panic. The heated air mingled with the night wind, sending forth waves of intensity. Wherever the heat reached, The surrounding animals were terrified, scattering in disarray. Uchiha Madara watched the fleeing mouse, wanting to reach out and stop it, but alas, the little creature had vanished. He stood in silence for a while, looking toward the guest hall, pondering. Is father discussing something of great importance with the Yuhi clan? What could it possibly be? Why are the elders so agitated at this hour? Sigh. Uchiha Madara had not seen his two closest friends in quite some time, and wondered how Hashirama and Yan Bai were faring. He felt no worry for the safety of the sibling duo. With Yan Bai's cleverness, they would surely be fine. Recently, Uchiha Madara had lost his appetite, finding the meals he once deemed acceptable increasingly unpalatable. Even though he found them distasteful, he had to force himself to eat for the sake of survival. This routine of forcing down food only deepened his longing for the meals prepared by Yan Bai. He fondly reminisced about the days spent feasting with Senju Hashirama, engaging in physical and ninjutsu sparring, discussing their naive futures, and enjoying delectable dishes. Most importantly, despite often being beaten half to death by Yan Bai, he had gained immensely from the experience. Uchiha Madara stood alone in the courtyard, sighing. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Izuna lurked in the shadows, silently observing his brother's solitary figure, concocting a wildly imaginative scenario in his mind. Uchiha Izuna's expression shifted from solemnity to a fierce intensity. His brother sighs. How many times has he thought of that silver-haired woman? He has not forgotten her, and the situation is quite serious. It is imperative to find her. The impact she has on my brother is profound. Is my brother staying back to protect her? Does he think this will prevent our father from finding the girl? How Navi, brother? The Senju clan's territory. In his private chamber, Yan Bai lay on the tatami, his bedding spread out beneath him. Suddenly, he awoke from a deep slumber, his eyes snapping open. It felt so heavy. Breathing became a struggle. Yan Bai remained motionless, his gaze cast downward, where he beheld a large rat, stealthily observing him with its body turned sideways. This creature, comparable in size to an ordinary cat, had seated itself squarely upon Yan Bai's chest, instilling in him an uncanny sensation akin to being pinned down by an unseen force. Yan Bai raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Is that you, Sakura Inc., at this late hour? Do you require something? Did you not move to that family residence? What is it? Has Ban discovered our connection?" This little mouse was a creature Yan Bai had encountered beneath the cherry blossom tree. At that time, it was merely an adorable baby mouse, small enough for children to hold in their hands. It was particularly pitiable, having been captured by Senju Tobarama, who subsequently bound its prominent front teeth with a thread, tethering it beneath the cherry blossom tree. When Yan Bai visited it, the little creature was incessantly chattering, scolding the thousand-handed door. Subsequently, Yan Bai enlightened the commoners responsible for raising pigs, chickens, and cultivating vegetables in the clan about the application of the poisonous plant, Duan Chong Chao, in agriculture, conducting an experiment with this small mouse. With the appropriate formulation, certain livestock consuming feed containing a specific concentration of this plant would become more robust. Indeed, this mouse exemplified such transformation. Within a mere fortnight, it had grown remarkably and transformed into an agile, plump creature, discovered beneath a cherry blossom tree. Its dark hue prompted Yan Bai to whimsically name it Sakura Inc. The little creature's pair of pitch-black eyes sparkled with brilliance. Oh, suddenly, the adults of their household were in a frenzy, staying awake late into the night and igniting fires. Was this not terrifying for the mouse? One must acclimate to the spirited nature of that family's members. Yan Bai gently grasped the nape of the mouse's neck, setting it aside, and deftly retrieved a biscuit from a nearby box, offering it to the creature. Ingmo's eyes remained glistening with moisture as it cradled the biscuit with its forelimbs, continuing to emit a series of cheerful squeaks. Yan Bai sat up completely, elegantly stifling a yawn, pondering to himself, of course I miss him. Am I not a good cook? Sakura tilted her head, chirping incessantly. Was his younger brother secretly watching him? How amusing. It is quite normal. Do not take offense. In his clan, one is either overly protective of their younger siblings or their older ones. It is wise to keep your distance, otherwise, you might find yourself scorched by fire techniques. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sakura nibbled on a couple of cookies. Is he truly that pitiful? Later, you can bring him some gifts. For now, I shall sleep a little longer. All the cookies here are yours. Just do not overindulge, or you shall find yourself unable to move. Good night. Chapter 022. The perverse genius. The clear sunlight illuminated the courtyard, signaling the end of summer. The morning breeze was pure and crisp as Uchiha Madara sat on the tatami in his room, bewildered by a piece of fabric presented to him by a rather rotund mouse. This fabric was of the same green hue as Yan Bai's attire. Just upon seeing it, Uchiha Madara recognized its origin. Indeed, that exceptionally plump mouse was connected to Yan Bai. With a complex expression, Uchiha Madara unfurled the fabric, revealing meticulously penned characters. The contents read as follows: How to precisely control chakra to use lightning techniques to electrocute wild boars. A detailed analysis. How to precisely control chakra to employ taijutsu to deliver a single devastating punch to wild boars. A detailed analysis. How to precisely control chakra to utilize fire techniques for quickly skinning wild boars. A detailed analysis. How to precisely control chakra to use water techniques for cleaning pork, a detailed analysis. How to precisely control chakra to employ wind techniques for slicing pork, a detailed analysis. How to precisely control chakra to utilize fire techniques for roasting meat, a detailed analysis. Accompanying these instructions were anatomical diagrams of human skeletal structures, detailing dissection techniques applicable to animal remains. Illustrations of vital anatomical points were also included, emphasizing that the difference between animals and humans is negligible, making the knowledge broadly applicable. Additionally, there were comparative analyses of wild spices and specific poisonous herbs. Gazing at this densely packed manuscript, akin to an alternative martial arts manual, Uchiha Madara was left speechless and astounded. This was an earnest yet disturbingly unconventional cookbook, replete with graphic violence, poison usage, and dismemberment techniques. After thoroughly reviewing this serious yet bizarre cookbook, Uchiha Madara finally grasped a profound realization. While engaging in friendly sparring and conversation with Senju Hashirama, Yan Bai had been quietly training on his own, adhering to his own peculiar methods. Yan Bai appears to be indulging in play, yet he is, in fact, cultivating his skills amidst this merriment. Through the precise control of his chakra, he subjects himself to rigorous training. Even when injuries occurred during this arduous process, Yan Bai swiftly harnesses his innate talents to restore himself to peak condition. Even mundane tasks such as cooking become an avenue for his practice and refinement. Yan Bai utilized his skills to hunt fierce beasts, and even while cooking, he relied on his techniques. It can be said that every action of Yan Bai is a form of cultivation. Gazing upon the lovingly prepared recipe, a wave of heaviness washed over Uchiha Madara's heart. No wonder Yan Bai was so formidable. Days have passed, and one cannot help but wonder how much stronger Yan Bai might become. This is already beyond abnormal. Unbeknownst to them, Yan Bai had distanced himself significantly from Senju Hashirama. Previously, when Yan Bai stealthily made his escape, it was right under their noses, and they remained utterly oblivious. Uchiha Madara clenched the recipe tightly, a spark of stubborn fighting spirit igniting within him. He could no longer languish in despair. He must grow stronger. Uchiha Madara swiftly rose and dashed toward the large kitchen of the Uchiha clan. In the Warring States era of the ninja world, ninjas were armed groups organized by clans. Each ninja clan would be employed by various countries, both large and small, to participate in warfare. Numerous nations engaged in battles, vying for territorial expansion in pursuit of their own interests. In Yan Bai's eyes, the so-called wars between two nations resembled mere quarrels between two counties. Larger conflicts could be likened to two counties brawling, while smaller ones resembled fights between two villages. The desire for land was a longing of the powerful nobility and feudal lords, as well as a duty of the ninja clans. When military strength was insufficient, the ninja clans would step in. In this tumultuous epoch, commoners suffered immensely, and ninja clans were often hired by various nations to engage in warfare. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, regarded as the strongest factions, served as benchmarks in the industry and were sought after by numerous countries. Consequently, whenever the Senju clan was hired, the opposing faction would invariably engage the Uchiha clan, for only the Uchiha clan could contend with the Senju clan. This led to frequent skirmishes between the two, ultimately creating a deep-seated rivalry. Your kin slays my kin, and my kin retaliates in kind. Such enmity began to fester from a young age. Over time, the two clans became irreconcilable foes. Thus emerged a rule among ninjas: one must not reveal their surname to strangers, for it is impossible to discern whether the unfamiliar individual is a comrade with vested interests or an adversary with ulterior motives. In the Forest of Pines, this territory belonged to the Date clan, a small nation rife with factionalism and rampant banditry. The Date clan employed the Senju clan to defend against incursions from the Nishi temple family. Senju Rijitsu stepped out of the encampment and into the sunlight, but the still overcast sky rendered the area only marginally brighter than within the camp. Darkness enveloped the surroundings as Senju Rijitsu remained motionless, contemplating strategies due to the presence of the young clan leader, Hashirama, who had come along. To ensure Hashirama's safety, he instructed him to enter Matsushiro Castle to retrieve something while he remained on the outskirts. The unending gloom and chill hung heavily in the air. Senju Rijitsu's eyes reflected the vast hills around him. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous presence. A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from an unknown source. Any ordinary person would surely succumb to unconsciousness under such pressure. Yet, undeterred by the oppressive atmosphere, Senju Rijitsu maintained his composure and swiftly launched his counterattack. Mountain Splitter. A thunderous roar echoed as Senju Rijitsu recognized the malice of the approaching foe. In an instant, he unleashed a unique technique born of the Senju clan's resilient physique. The earth trembled, and Senju Rijitsu's form wavered. In the next moment, the ground split apart with a monstrous roar, and the fractured earth and fallen trees became weapons. Hurtling outward, a few brief cries of agony echoed as several men clad in the distinctive battle attire of the Uchiha clan were the first to suffer, struck by the powerful projectiles of wood and stone, causing them to spit blood. The startled Uchiha Taijima remained impassive, while another Uchiha swiftly formed hand seals. H-Ton, Great Fire Annihilation. The Uchiha unleashed a torrent of flames akin to an ocean, an expansive inferno. The searing waves of heat scorched flesh and bone, incinerating the makeshift weapons of stones and trees before they could even approach Uchiha Taijima. The physical prowess of the Senju clan? Merely trifling. Uchiha Taijima wore a chilling smile. Senju Rijitsu's expression grew grave, silently acknowledging the might of the Uchiha clan, who could wield such a formidable fire technique with such scale. His previous maneuver had left no openings. The Uchiha clan, with their cold exteriors and fiery interiors, were all formidable warriors. Uchiha Taijima, without uttering a word, seized the opportunity while the flames were still ablaze and dashed forward with unimaginable speed. Senju Rijitsu, feeling the oppressive chakra akin to blazing fire, found himself at a loss for a counterstrike. Having just unsettled the Uchiha with his tactics, the Uchiha clan retaliated in kind. Drawing his long sword, Senju Rijitsu resolved to confront the onslaught head-on. Chapter 23. Equally matched, let us engage in subtlety. Chakra surged forth from within Senju Rijitsu, enveloping his body in a protective layer as he prepared to withstand the oncoming Uchiha Taijima. Alongside the need to guard against Taijima's swift and intricate swordsmanship, Rijitsu experienced the sensation of searing heat swirling around him. Yet, despite the ferocity of the assault, he emerged unscathed, while his surroundings were utterly devastated. Embrace death willingly. It shall lessen the pain, echoed Uchiha Taijima's haughty voice in the air. There was no room for idle chatter. The Uchiha clan would not spare the Senju clan. At worst, they would perish together. Senju Rijitsu evaded the crushing blow of the fire technique on his left, only to find Uchiha Taijima's sword striking from the right. However, after evading the slicing blade, he was met with Taijima's foot. Senju Rijitsu raised his sword to block the forceful kick. Feeling the immense pressure from the blade, he realized that remaining on the defensive was disadvantageous. He transformed his passivity into initiative, launching an offensive against Uchiha Taijima. Uchiha Taijima, undeterred, approached with fierce determination. The exchange of blows continued. With the Uchiha clan's numerical superiority, Senju Rijitsu sensed the encroaching threat of being surrounded, prompting him to contemplate a retreat. Their mutual assaults sent powerful energy colliding, resulting in both Uchiha Taijima and Senju Rijitsu being propelled away from each other. Taijima's pupils dilated, realizing that this adversary was far more formidable than he had anticipated. A group of Uchiha, their eyes ablaze with the Sharingan, spurred Senju Rijitsu to retreat even more hastily. Uchiha Taijima utilized the body flicker technique, swiftly appearing behind Senju Rijitsu. The disparity in their abilities was undeniable. An unexpected fireball technique surged towards Senju Rijitsu, the fierce flames assailing him from behind, searing heat penetrating his back and chest. The scorching chakra energy scorched Senju Rijitsu's skin, coursing through his veins. The Uchiha clan's fire techniques were indeed not to be underestimated. The searing energy influenced the velocity of blood flow within the body, as a torrent of hot blood surged forth from the throat of Senju Ryu. In a desperate counterattack, Senju Ryu expelled his own chakra-infused blood, aimed directly at the approaching Uchiha Taijima. Uchiha Taijima narrowly evaded the attack, but due to this brief moment of delay, Senju Ryu swiftly retreated into the encampment's tent. Uchiha Taijima pursued, only to discover that beneath the tent lay a concealed passage. Once Senju Ryu had entered the tunnel, he had effectively destroyed the entrance with his physical prowess. Uchiha Taijima fixed a piercing gaze upon the now completely obstructed opening, a menacing aura emanating from him. The remaining members of the Uchiha clan arrived shortly thereafter. Some attempted to excavate the collapsed entrance, but Uchiha Taijima raised a hand to halt them. Precious seconds had been squandered. It was highly probable that Senju Ryu had already escaped. Despite possessing the upper hand, allowing Senju Ryu to flee was infuriating. Yet, the monk may flee, but the temple remains. Uchiha Taijima, choked with rage, coldly remarked that as long as the Senju clan sought to protect Songzhuang City, if the city fell, their mission would conclude. Meanwhile, within Songzhuang City, the afternoon sun illuminated the sparsely populated streets. Cherry blossoms fell upon the withered blades of grass, and the frigid air swept through the surroundings. A group of fully armed ninjas wore solemn expressions. Sir, that child from the Senju family entered that house and has yet to emerge. It seems he is waiting for someone. The Yui clan's ninjas monitored a boy clad in casual attire as he stepped into an empty courtyard in Songzhuang City. Waiting for whom? Certainly for his elder. The Uchiha clan had gone to intercept Senju Ryu. Regardless of the outcome, they must swiftly send the child on his way. The leader spoke fiercely, leading the group to force open the door. The courtyard's entrance was instantly breached by ninjutsu. A sudden and overwhelming stench of blood assaulted them as the door swung open. The Yui clan's ninjas froze in shock. At that moment, the leader realized that in breaking through the door, he seemed to have triggered a non-lethal trap. Like a child's prank, a bucket filled with foul-smelling blood had been placed behind the door. As the door burst open, everyone who rushed in was drenched in blood. At that instant, all were stained crimson, their hands smeared with red. They stood, dumbfounded by the sight before them, their pale faces glistening with sweat. Before them, beneath a cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, knelt a figure dressed in luxurious attire, appearing indifferent, eyes closed, skin a ghastly blue reminiscent of a corpse. The air was thick with a viscous aura of death. As ninjas, they had witnessed countless deaths and felt no shock, for such occurrences were all too familiar from a time long past. The body, perfectly positioned in a kneeling posture, belonged to their common employer, Senju Kid, of the Yui and Uchiha clans. The blood-soaked Yui ninjas stood silently in the courtyard that housed the corpse. As if devoid of purpose, their minds, like an hourglass draining sand, struggled to comprehend the situation, fixated on the lifeless body. One ninja behind them could not suppress his grimace and inquired, "Sir, what should we do? This corpse is." "Inform the clan leader, we must act quickly," the head ninja whispered. "We have been framed. Upon entering, we were doused in blood, and the courtyard holds our employer's corpse, with a fatal wound to the neck, appearing as though he met his end by a single blow. His blood entirely drained. I understand now. The blood at the door belongs to this body. Should this incident become public, the Yui clan would bear the infamy of having slain their employer. The ninja world would no longer have any patrons willing to engage the Yui clan, and it was even possible that others might pay to eliminate them, leading to the annihilation of their entire lineage. Unbeknownst to the intruding Yui ninjas, a rumor was circulating across nations, destined to bring catastrophic consequences to their clan in the not-so-distant future. In the Senju clan's territory, behind the patriarch's residence, Yan Bai sat at a narrow corridor, engrossed in his writing, when a bird flew in from outside and perched upon his shoulder. Yan Bai paused his movements, slightly turning his profile. The birds, tilting their heads, chirped incessantly, filling the air with their melodic chatter. Yan Bai nodded silently. As he spoke, he opened a nearby jar, revealing a wriggling mass of insects within. With delicate fingers, he selected one and offered it as a reward to the bird perched upon his shoulder. The bird grasped the insect and swallowed it whole, then affectionately brushed against Yan Bai's cheek before taking flight. Suddenly, rhythmic footsteps echoed behind him. Yan Bai-shun gently set down the pen in his hand, only to hear the voice of the thousand-hand Buddha emanating from behind him. "Your wish has been fulfilled." The voice resonated calmly and steadily from behind Yan Bai-shun. The rumors circulating about the Feathered Garment clan are absurd and varied. However, one thing is undoubtedly clear. The reputation of the Feathered Garment clan has been irreparably tarnished. The thousand-hand Buddha refrained from elaborating further, for he understood that Yan Bai-shun would comprehend the implications. In truth, all the tribulations faced by the Feathered Garment clan could be traced back to Yan Bai-shun's actions from the very beginning. Chapter 024. Did Ban not warn you against provoking me? On the day of their mission, Senju Bashir and Senju Rajitsu, the thousand-hand Buddha inquired about whom Yan Bai-shun and Senju Bashir had encountered at Nanha River. Yan Bai stubbornly refused to acknowledge the truth, leaving Senju Baijian in a state of helplessness. Yet, he still uttered the words, "Father will fulfill your wishes." Little did Senju Baijian anticipate that Yan Bai indeed harbored desires. "Thank you very much, dear father." Yan Bai turned around and bowed to the Senju Buddha, who stood before him. The Senju Buddha crossed his arms, gazing at Yan Bai with a complex expression. "Your method of undermining the enemy from within is exceedingly insidious. I have summoned your elder brother back prematurely. He remains unaware of the true nature of this affair. Given Hashirama's current disposition, he may find it difficult to accept. Eliminating the adversary's employer and framing the Yui clan. This plan could not have been executed without the Senju Buddha's direct involvement. Any misstep could plunge the Senju clan into endless turmoil. The Senju Buddha meticulously implemented Yan Bai's strategy within a short time frame, achieving an exceptionally splendid outcome. Yan Bai acquired a considerable amount of intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan and the Yui clan from the animal kingdom, specifically pertaining to the employer, the Seiwanji family. In the grandiose residences of such prominent families, there invariably exist matters of power struggles and concealed intrigues. Yan Bai instructed Senju Fukin to infiltrate the territory of the Seiwanji clan, masquerading as a ninja from the Yui clan. Subsequently, Senju Fukin, under the guise of a Yui clan ninja, conspired with the heir of the Seiwanji clan, who coveted the position of clan leader, to assassinate the current head of the family. After the demise of the clan leader, Seiwanji Kid, the main branch of the Seiwanji family would inevitably plunge into a succession dispute, leaving them with little inclination to contend with the Senju clan's employer over territory. Consequently, the ongoing missions of the Uchiha and Yui clans would be abruptly concluded due to unforeseen developments involving their employer. Ultimately, the successful execution of this plan effectively resolved the predicament faced by the Senju clan, which was simultaneously under siege from two rival ninja clans. Senju Fukin sat cross-legged before Yan Bai, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, that individual, in a bid to safeguard his secrets, would undoubtedly never allow the Yui clan to survive. Yan Bai's expression was serene as he nodded slightly. The person referred to by Senju Fukin undoubtedly pointed to the heir of the Saiyajin family, who had hired an assassin. With Yan Bai's intelligence support, Senju Fukin masqueraded as a ninja of the Yui clan to establish contact with that person. He then set a trap to ensnare the genuine Yui clan. In the eyes of that person, he believed he had employed a ninja from the Yui clan to eliminate Saiyajin Kid. Consequently, it is highly probable that that person would proceed to hire the Uchiha clan to annihilate the Yui clan. Regardless of the outcome, this matter was no longer of concern to the Senju clan. Even if the Yui clan attempted to assert that they were framed by the Senju clan, it would bear no weight. Since this was a premeditated deception, there would be no shortage of fabricated evidence, ensuring the Yui clan would find themselves at a loss for words. At this moment, the Uchiha clan was likely feeling equally vexed. Reflecting on these thoughts, a faint smile appeared on Senju Fukin's weathered face, as he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. After articulating this matter, Senju Fukin did not linger. As the clan leader, his responsibilities were exceedingly demanding. After watching Senju Fukin depart, Yan Bai fell into deep contemplation. Yan Bai wishes for the extinction of the Yui clan. Since the arrival of Yan Bai, he has tirelessly endeavored to ensure the survival of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. In the original course of fate, Tobarama excelled excessively, drawing the ire of the Yui clan and the Uchiha clan, leading to his untimely demise as the first among the four brothers. When he passed, only a portion of his remains was recovered. Shortly after Tobarama's death, Hashirama followed suit, similarly slain by a coalition of adults from the Yui and Uchiha clans. However, Yan Bai's existence has significantly prolonged the lives of these two brothers. Even in the absence of the Yui clan, other ninja clans would inevitably rise against them. Hashirama and Tobarama would sooner or later find themselves on the battlefield. Yet, Yan Bai yearns to grant his two elder brothers a little more time for growth. He contemplates using cunning tactics to incite conflict between the Uchiha and Yui clans, who should be allies. Days later, in the South River, Uchiha Izuna, clad in casual attire, wandered near the area where his brother, Madara, had been skipping stones. After secretly observing for many days, he still had yet to encounter the silver-haired girl who troubled his brother's peace. Gazing at the distant peaks gradually stained crimson by the setting sun, Izuna suddenly perceived something amiss. At dusk, the boundary between day and night, it seemed as if the animals were all watching him. This was a peculiar phenomenon. Creatures of various species, each bearing distinct features, shared a unified expression, which astonished and unsettled Izuna's spirit. The leaves rustled in the wind, producing a whispering sound. Whether it was an illusion or not, Izuna fancied he could hear a sweet laugh from a woman amid the rustling. In such wilderness, that sound did not evoke tender romantic fantasies, but rather horrifying associations. Despite having brought some covertly following guards for precaution, Izuna felt it was insufficient. A strange wind swept through, carrying an icy sting that compelled him to squint. The laugh transitioned from a mere auditory hallucination into a palpable reality. The forest of South River whispered to him that she had been searching for him. The voice of the rose, harmonious with the night of the woods, echoed in his ears. Izuna tensed, turning towards the sound, and suddenly caught a glimpse of an unparalleled beauty beneath the silver hair, prompting an involuntary gasp of admiration. As the night breeze caressed his face, Izuna felt a sharp pain akin to being pricked by needles. In his eyes, the night wind seemed to guard the silver-haired maiden before him. Her hair color and visage appeared to be a resplendent light, as if the moonlight had been crystallized and shattered, then reformed into true moonlight. The beauty of the girl standing before him was ineffably exquisite, clad in a green robe that revealed an enchanting elegance as the night wind flowed around her. For a fleeting moment, Izuna felt as though opposing this woman was a grave sin. Yet, he soon found himself irked, gritting his teeth, muttering, "What a spectacle." Before he could finish his words, he was taken aback as the silver-haired girl suddenly materialized before him with astonishing speed, grasping his neck and lifting him off the ground. Yan Bai had no time to engage in playful games of house with the young Quan Nai. Yan Bai's intention to save Quan Nai's life in the future is merely motivated by his fondness for the latter. However, this does not imply that Yan Bai will indulge his annoying habits. Yan Bai effortlessly lifted Uchiha Izuna high into the air, his smile radiant as he inquired, "Did Madara not warn you against provoking me?" Chapter 025. Do you wish to open your eyes too? Fire style, great fireball technique. The hand sign was one Yan Bai knew all too well. Observing Uchiha Izuna's expression resembling that of impending nausea, an unexpected idea struck him. He raised his free hand and swiftly covered Izuna's mouth, stifling the imminent eruption of the fireball. The physical strength of Yan Bai was extraordinarily formidable, and despite his struggles, Uchiha Izuna found himself unable to break free. Uchiha Izuna's eyes widened in disbelief as the flames that should have erupted forth were instead devoured in reverse. In an instant, Yan Bai directed his gaze towards Uchiha Izuna and activated the restoration technique. Simultaneously, he beheld the ghastly sight of Uchiha Izuna's features being consumed by the ferocious and frigid flames. Just as Izuna's visage transformed into that of a skull, Yan Bai's restoration technique salvaged it from the brink of annihilation. This brutal spectacle was so harrowing that merely witnessing it was a torment to the senses. Once Uchiha Izuna's face was restored, the flames would persist in their relentless assault, fueled by the still-present combustible materials. This represented an unending torment, rendering the scene profoundly terrifying. Yan Bai, in a moment of decisive action, held Uchiha Izuna aloft while simultaneously tending to his wounds, plunging his head into the waters of the Nanha River. The river sizzled and steamed, as the heat from Uchiha Izuna's submerged head caused a dense mist to rise. With a resounding splash, Yan Bai ensured that the flames had been entirely extinguished and that the injuries were mended before he unceremoniously extracted the disheveled Uchiha Izuna from the water, discarding him upon the riverbank as one would dispose of refuse. Despite Yan Bai's prompt initiation of treatment, the agonizing sensations, a delayed torment akin to being repeatedly scorched, persisted, tormenting Uchiha Izuna as if through a belated neurological response. This suffering compelled the self-proclaimed resolute Uchiha Izuna to convulse and struggle in distress. Yan Bai confirmed that he had completely healed Uchiha Izuna, and therefore refrained from further contact. Uchiha Izuna, clutching his head with both hands, emitted a harrowing scream, rolling on the ground as if lamenting the calamity that had befallen him from the heavens. The searing pain showed no sign of abating. Instead, it deepened with each pulse of his heart, radiating throughout his entire being. Uchiha Izuna's expression had utterly shattered. Overwhelmed by agony, he had lost all semblance of reason, finding no means to express his torment other than to scream and writhe with all his might. Yan Bai turned a deaf ear to the anguished cries of Uchiha Izuna. Yan Bai, with a countenance steeped in melancholy, inhaled deeply, struggling to exhale at last. Suddenly, he grasped his chest, overwhelmed by a heart-wrenching pain that surged within him. "Oh, I'm finally saved. You truly frightened me," he exclaimed. In all his time in this world, it was the first moment he had genuinely felt such fear. Fortunately, Uchiha Izuna was still young and possessed a limited amount of chakra. When his chakra was abundant, even a simple fireball could wreak havoc and devastation. Yan Bai is now drenched in cold sweat, uncertain if his healing spell could still save someone in the event of a cataclysmic fireball. Yan Bai resolved that the next time he encounters the mischievous Izuna, he would do well to simply avert his gaze. The taunts from numerous players regarding the fire release technique that does not burn have proven quite formidable. While it may not incinerate foes upon expulsion, the likelihood of self-immolation upon reabsorption is disturbingly high. According to the original narrative, Izuna Uchiha was destined to suffer grievous injuries at the hands of Tobarama Senju several years hence, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. The demise of Izuna Uchiha marked a pivotal moment in the transformation of Madara Uchiha's character, as well as the catalyst for his awakening of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Yet now, Izuna Uchiha has yet to even unlock the basic Sharingan. Should Madara Uchiha discover that Yan Bai was responsible for the unfortunate fate of his beloved brother, he would undoubtedly descend into darkness from that moment forth. Yan Bai's thoughts wandered as he cast his gaze upon Uchiha Izuna, who was still writhing in agony. Izuna, whose eyes had yet to open, simply could not perish. Not yet. The notion of his eyes remaining shut is utterly absurd. Yan Bai fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Izuna, who was rolling on the ground in a state of utter despair. At this moment, Izuna's expression had completely faded. He continued to scream with his mouth agape. His eyes, devoid of focus, had undergone a transformation in color. They were a pair of mesmerizing, demonic Sharingan, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Yan Bai harbored profound suspicions that Uchiha Izuna had specifically come to seek his assistance in awakening his eyes. Yan Bai maintained a distance from Uchiha Izuna, his face etched with frustration as he exclaimed, "Hey!" Uchiha Izuna, clutching his head, cried out, "Aw, Yan Bai, I must say." Uchiha Izuna seems to have sensed Yan Bai's voice, as he began to utter nonsensical phrases. "Ah, oh brother, Yan Bai, I can no longer endure it. Having reached the limits of my patience, there is no need to endure any longer." Yan Bai swiftly approached Uchiha Izuna, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap that rendered the still screaming Uchiha Izuna unconscious. The cries abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the world. Prior to confronting Uchiha Izuna, Yan Bai had orchestrated a cunning plan, compelling the various nocturnal birds of the forest to follow Izuna's Uchiha guards, leaving behind a plethora of toxic droppings above them. The surrounding forest was littered with this poisonous excrement, ensuring that the group was now blissfully asleep atop the foul mound. They would remain in their slumber until the toxins had completely dissipated. Yan Bai secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had administered a slightly larger dose of the medicine. Otherwise, with such a commotion, they would have emerged long ago. Yan Bai knelt beside the unconscious Uchiha Izuna, his hands cradling his chin as he pondered what to do next. Uchiha Izuna's sleeping face bore an expression of serene tranquility, and he had not awakened for quite some time. Yan Bai began to feel a pang of regret. He wondered when the child would awaken. Surely, he could not remain here indefinitely, watching over him. Could he entrust a small creature to escort Uchiha Izuna home? No, that would not do. It was likely that such a well-meaning animal would deliver Izuna only to have him roasted at the gates of the Uchiha clan. This was simply unacceptable. Moreover, Uchiha Izuna appeared utterly disheveled, with his upper garments in tatters, resembling someone who had endured a harrowing ordeal at the hands of merciless assailants. This could not stand. He had narrowly avoided a confrontation with his father and brother, a scenario that could have spared him the need to sever ties with Uchiha Madara. Yet, here he was, faced with yet another calamity. During their last parting, Yan Bai had already taken advantage of Uchiha Madara once, while Madara himself could endure such humiliation. Witnessing his beloved younger brother suffer so gravely at Yan Bai's hands would surely be a devastating blow. Yan Bai covered his face and muttered to himself, "Ah, how careless. No, I must awaken this child. Whether to frighten him or to caution him, I absolutely cannot allow him to return and report." Chapter 026. Inquire beforehand which funeral home is superior. O flowers blooming in the wilderness, could you kindly enlighten me? Why must people inflict harm upon one another and engage in strife? O flowers standing resolutely, what do you perceive in your gaze? Why do people find it so challenging to achieve mutual understanding? The melodic strains of a song lingered in the air, ethereal and dreamlike. Someone hummed a brief, repetitive melody beside me, and the surroundings fell into a serene silence, as if the entire world was attuned to this tune. My restless heart gradually found tranquility. The music was enchanting, yet imbued with a profound sorrow. It was not the kind of heart-wrenching grief that clings to the surface. Rather, it was a gentle, yet resigned lamentation of fate, like whispers from a lover or the murmurings of a traveler. An innate sense of melancholy and tenderness blossomed within me. Many people and matters are not beyond comprehension. They simply evoke a sense of helplessness. Many individuals drift apart along their paths. Many events fade into obscurity. Many dreams are interrupted in their pursuit. Many tears eventually dry up. My gaze sharpened, focusing on the intoxicating starry sky and the blurred edges of my vision. Clouded by tears, Uchiha Izuna felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids, a testament to either sleep deprivation or excessive strain on his eyes. He could not fathom why tears streamed down his face. Perhaps it was due to some profound injury inflicted upon his sight? It must be so. Fireflies flitted busily within his line of sight. The song emanated from above him. It must be from the woman above, whose voice, though still unbroken, resonated deeply due to its proximity. He longed to simply close his eyes and surrender to slumber once more. Yet, Uchiha Izuna was aware that he could not, for he did not wish to disturb the one who sang, nor disrupt the beauty of that melodious voice. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Izuna seemed to grasp why his elder brother often found himself restless and unable to eat or sleep. Rarely did Uchiha Izuna offer praise, but today, the song of the silver-haired maiden compelled him to commend it. Even he found himself at a loss for words to adequately express the impact of the song upon him. However, unbeknownst to Uchiha Izuna, the reality diverged immensely from his assumptions. Yan Bai placed his hand atop Uchiha Izuna's head, continuously employing the technique of restoration. However, as time wore on, the monotony set in, prompting him to unconsciously break into song. Yan Bai's hand remained pressed against Uchiha Izuna's skull. Upon witnessing him quietly open his eyes, he appeared as if he had been irreparably broken, weeping while gazing at the night sky. Yan Bai narrowed his eyes, ceasing his singing. Was it not awkward for him to sing when the child was already awake? As Yan Bai ceased her melodious singing, the nocturnal forest seemed to awaken once more, transforming into a symphony of chirping insects and whispering winds. Uchiha Izuna struggled to part his lips. Memories of his father's words flooded back to him. The silver-haired maiden before him surely evoked no fond recollections for Madara, otherwise, he would not have awakened his eyes for her sake. In that moment, Uchiha Izuna found himself at a loss for words. Surely, you have taken it upon yourself to seek me out, have you not? Your brother remains oblivious, I presume? A mere moment of contemplation allowed Yan Bai to grasp the situation. The Uchiha clan was likely preoccupied with the distressing matters concerning their employer, leaving Uchiha Taijima with no spare moment. As for Uchiha Madara, Yan Bai believed that the special recipe he had sent would at least keep Uchiha Obito occupied for a considerable time. If you were to inform Obito about your visit to me, he would undoubtedly intervene. Yan Bai chuckled softly. To his surprise, Uchiha Izuna struggled slightly and sat up from the grass, murmuring, "Since my brother holds such affection for you, he would certainly prevent me from meeting you." Yan Bai, why does it sound rather off? Being favored by Uchiha Madara? He is not Hashirama. What virtue does he possess to earn Madara's affection? Ah no. It must surely be Uchiha Izuna's own concocted melodrama, entirely unrelated to Uchiha Madara himself. Yan Bai's smile gradually faded as he softly remarked, "Hearing your words, I must admit, fills me with regret. It signifies that you have failed to comprehend your brother." A surge of intense anger welled up within Uchiha Izuna. In contrast to the restless nights endured by Uchiha Madara, Yan Bai's response struck Uchiha Izuna as excessively callous, igniting his fury. In Izuna's heart, his brother was unparalleled. Only those unworthy of his brother's attention would be deemed unappealing. Little did he realize, the reality was a far cry from his perceptions. This, perhaps, is the unfortunate consequence of cross-channel communication. Yan Bai's gaze was cold and penetrating as he regarded Uchiha Izuna. If you wish to meet me, you ought to first consult with Madara regarding which crematorium is most reputable, the locations of grave sites with potential for appreciation, how to convey your animosity to me from the netherworld, and in what manner one might die most comfortably. Uchiha Izuna reflected, though this is our first encounter, the intensity of our connection resembles a violent chemical reaction. Yet, the typically eloquent Uchiha Izuna fell into an unusual silence, refraining from engaging in verbal sparring with Yan Bai. For upon hearing Yan Bai's words, the pain that had been suppressed by the gentle melody surged back to life. In what manner might one die most comfortably? Indeed, the silver-haired maiden before him was no fragile damsel. Uchiha Izuna's eyes involuntarily transformed into the double tomo, his hands grasping his head as if haunted by a terrifying memory. Though he stifled a scream this time, the sensation of torment gnawed at him like a persistent parasite. The anguish, once temporarily forgotten, returned with a vengeance. With a face awash in terror, Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, "It was you, wasn't it? You saved me. What kind of power is that? That ability?" Seeing Uchiha Izuna on the brink of madness once more, Yan Bai hastily interrupted his spiraling thoughts to redirect his focus. "Oh, yes, indeed. I am quite adept at cooking. Damn it, if it weren't for the fear of this reckless child perishing." Yan Bai would never have employed that technique in his presence. Uchiha Izuna stared blankly. No, that is not." Yan Bai hurriedly interrupted him and continued. "What do you mean? It's quite late, you know. I must take my leave now. Can you please refrain from this state of mental disarray? If it weren't for my concern that wild dogs might carry you away, I would have returned home long ago." Uchiha Izuna's eyes widened, and his brows twitched incessantly. Yan Bai draped his outer robe over Uchiha Izuna's tattered upper body, saying, "The great fireball technique was unleashed by you. The damage to your garments is also your doing. So it has nothing to do with me, correct? This cloak is merely to spare your modesty. I am quite benevolent, am I not?" Uchiha Izuna remained impassive, his lips twitching slightly. Yan Bai, with a gentle smile, remarked, "If you dare to tell your brother that I bullied you, your conscience will surely ache, won't it?" Uchiha Izuna, Chapter 027. The entire family awaits your return for dinner in the Senju clan's territory, within the patriarch's residence. 5 members of the Senju family were somberly seated around a square table in the hall. The rice and dried fish on the table had long since cooled. The food, prepared by the clan's grand kitchen, was ample enough to satisfy all 5, yet none had touched it. They were silently awaiting Yan Bai's return. The expressions of the 5 were unified, all appearing quite gloomy. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow deeply, knowing that Yan Bai had gone out today, likely to Minakawa, and he was anxious that Yan Bai might be meeting Uchiha Madara, which would explain his late return. Although troubled, Hashirama refrained from speaking, fearing that any utterance might arouse suspicion from Tobarama and their father, thereby adding unnecessary complications for Yan Bai. The youngest, Kawarama, could not help but inquire, "When will Yan Bai come back? I'm so hungry." Senju Tobarama cast an impassive glance at his younger brother and replied, "You may eat first, Kawarama. Father just mentioned that we can start." Meanwhile, Banju murmured softly, "Ever since I tasted the meal prepared by Yan Bai, I have no desire to eat this anymore. What a shame it would be if Yan Bai returned while we were eating." Upon hearing this, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. Yan Bai has a significant impact on everyone in the household, which is not a promising omen. The thousand-handed Buddha cast a downward gaze and let out a sigh. Yan Bo has demonstrated through his actions to Senju Buddha that he is a competent member of the Senju clan, exhibiting no mercy towards the Yuhi clan, nor towards the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, he successfully marginalized the Yuhi clan while also unsettling the Uchiha clan. Senju Buddha acknowledged Yan Bo's capabilities, concerned that he might suffer greatly, and thus granted him greater freedom. Who would have thought? It has only been a few days. Yan Bai boldly ventured out, neglecting to return home. Such a late return is inappropriate. The thousand-handed Buddha momentarily closed his eyes, sensing the necessity to address Yan Bai. Suddenly rising, the thousand-handed Buddha contemplated expressing his intention to seek her out, yet upon reflecting on Yan Bai's increasingly formidable prowess, he retreated back to his seat. When Yan Bai arrived home, it was approximately 8 o'clock in the evening. During this era of the warring states, which lacked entertainment, ninjas without any assigned tasks typically busied themselves on the Kong, diligently contributing to the increase of their clan's population. However, when Yan Bai beheld his father and 4 elder brothers seated in the living room, 5 pairs of sorrowful eyes were fixed upon him. Yan Bai was deeply moved and promptly retrieved several eggs he had pilfered from the chicken coop before his return. He gathered the leftover rice, fish, and vegetables, skillfully preparing a fragrant fried rice dish. Although it was not a culinary masterpiece, the delightful aroma wafted through the air within half an hour, signaling to the entire Qinsho clan that Yan Bai had once again taken to the kitchen. The family devoured the meal ravenously. treating the dining table as if it were a battleground. Yan Bai, a refined individual, did not partake in much sustenance prior to his return. He had already grazed during his journey. However, he was taken aback to find his entire family awaiting his arrival to commence the meal, compelling him to consider the feelings of his father and brothers. Once everyone had finished dining, Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama took the initiative to clear the dishes. It was then that Senju Fka turned to Yan Bai and, in a calm manner, expressed, "Yan Bai, I have something to discuss with you." Yan Bai was acutely aware that he would inevitably be questioned by the thousand-handed Buddha. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he followed in his father's footsteps and stepped outside. The sliding door connecting the study to the courtyard stood wide open. Yan Bai and Shinsho Buddha sat opposite each other in the narrow corridor beside the door. Outside the room, the starry sky was breathtakingly clear. The starlight, dimmer than the moonlight, cascaded upon Yan Bai's profile, rendering him akin to a nocturnal spirit descended upon the earthly realm. "Yan Bai, where has your outer robe gone?" Since Yan Bai entered, Shinsho Buddha had noticed the absence of his garment. However, it was only now that he dared to voice the inquiry, evidently wishing to spare Yan Bai some embarrassment. Yan Bai was acutely aware that as long as his abilities were sufficiently exceptional, he could earn greater leniency from his venerable father. Even if he returned home late or misplaced his clothing, as long as he had a reasonable explanation and emerged unscathed, his father would invariably choose to exercise tolerance. Nevertheless, Yan Bai did not wish to perpetually treat his benevolent father as a fool. He intended to speak the truth. Yan Bai gazed at the thousand-handed Buddha and spoke. "Today, I ventured to Nange River and encountered an unexpected incident." The thousand-handed Buddha, having already prepared an excuse for Yan Bai in his heart, narrowed his eyes upon hearing this seemingly candid remark and inquired, "Did you face peril?" "Well, it wasn't exactly perilous," Yan Bai sighed and replied, "I encountered the Uchiha clan." Yan Bai counted thoughtfully, musing aloud. There should be at least 3 adult members of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Senju Buddha's aura turned icy as he inquired, "You have not sustained any injuries, have you?" Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, the old man felt he had overthought the matter. How could Yan Bai possibly be harmed? Yan Bai, disregarding the matter concerning Uchiha Izuna, continued to speak candidly. "Of course, I was not injured. Some small creatures with whom I share a good rapport came to my aid. The birds incessantly relieved themselves upon their heads, and the droppings possessed paralytic and hallucinogenic properties. It was their first encounter with such an occurrence, and they fell victim to it. They are likely still slumbering amidst the excrement. However, wary of potential misfortunes, I refrained from eliminating them and chose to make a swift exit instead." Senju Buddha's lips twitched slightly. He found himself at a loss for words. The unfortunate members of the Uchiha clan should be the ones truly concerned about encountering Yan Bai. Yan Bai continued, "The attire I don bears no clan insignia. They are unaware of my lineage as a member of the Senju clan. However, father, you are well aware that my striking appearance often attracts an extraordinary share of misfortune." Senju Baijian, despite recognizing that this exceptional young lady was his own offspring, felt an inexplicable urge to reprimand her severely. Lowering his gaze, he repeatedly reminded himself that his remarkable daughter deserved to be nurtured with a touch of refinement. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses. Crossing his arms, Senju Baijian looked sternly at Yan Bai and inquired, "In that case, where is your outer robe?" Yan Bai blinked, having encountered a wounded little creature, which appeared quite pitiable. Its upper body first scorched by the fire techniques of the Uchiha clan. I could not bring myself to abandon it. I waited for it to awaken and ensured its well-being before departing, which caused me to delay my journey. Should I encounter such an injured animal again in the future, it would be prudent to take it back to the clan's territory, allowing it time to recover before releasing it. Your safety is of utmost importance." Senju Hashirama stated with a serious expression, "From now on, you should venture out less. If you must go, let Tobarama accompany you." Yan Bai, ever compliant, replied with a smile, "Very well, my esteemed father." Chapter 028, The Temple of Buddha. Identify that Uchiha and eliminate him. After sending Yan Bai away, Senju Baijian sat alone under the eaves of his study, immersed in contemplation. Time slipped by unnoticed until he raised his hand in a gesture towards a specific direction in the courtyard. Instantly, a shadow stirred in the darkness and vanished into the recesses of the yard. Before long, Senju Rijutsu entered through the main door to pay his respects to Senju Baijian. Patriarch Senju Rijutsu, who had sustained severe injuries during his confrontation with Uchiha Taijima, managed to endure the return to his clan, relying on the formidable physique of the Senju clan, where he was subsequently healed by Yan Bai. Senju Rijutsu was among the few within the Senju clan aware of Yan Bai's unique abilities. Senju Baijian regarded Senju Rijutsu with a grave expression and handed him a green robe. With a serious demeanor, Senju Rijutsu accepted the garment, unfolding it to reveal an exceptionally crafted piece made by Yan Bai himself. This attire was not only unique to the Senju clan, but was also unparalleled throughout the entire shinobi world. It symbolized Yan Bai. The robe featured a distinctive design, with flowing ties cascading gracefully, while the back conformed elegantly to the wearer's figure, and the hem was both refined and exquisite. Furrowing his brow, Senju Jutsu hesitantly remarked, "This is the attire of the princess." "Indeed," Senju Baijian responded, his demeanor serious. "With this garment, let them all remember its style and color. I must ascertain to whom Yan Bai has bestowed his clothing from the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, Senju Jutsu felt a jolt of disbelief as he stared at Senju Baijian. The patriarch dismissed Yan Bai's claim about a burned animal entirely, for Yan Bai's healing technique could easily mend injuries. If he had seen a small creature in distress, he would have healed it on the spot, without a doubt, without lending it his garment. Thus, that it was not an it, but rather a he. Consequently, Senju Baijian filtered Yan Bai's words, directly substituting the small animal with a certain individual from the Uchiha clan, who, quite likely, was male. Thus, the logic fell into place. Senju Baijian's interpretation of Yan Bai's narrative was that he had ventured to Nankawa, encountered members of the Uchiha clan, and though their conflict was minimal, they had nonetheless delayed Yan Bai and taken his clothing. Senju Baijian believed Yan Bai's beauty was sufficient to attract anyone, and the other party may not have intended malice, but rather acted out of ordinary admiration. Yet, Senju Baijian was unwilling to accept this. Yan Bai may be capricious and deceptive, yet as long as he does not endanger the Senju clan, his actions are of little consequence. The Senju sect shall embrace him regardless. However, the scoundrel who took Yan Bai's garments shall not be tolerated by the Senju sect. The Senju clan leader gazed intently at Senju Jutsu and pronounced, enunciating each word with gravity, "Let everyone remember the style and color of this attire. Henceforth, remain vigilant for any member of the Uchiha clan who possesses this garment, and pursue them relentlessly to ensure their demise." "Yes, revered clan leader." Senju Jutsu's expression hardened. The princess of the Senju clan is of paramount importance and must never fall prey to the despicable Uchiha clan. As for the notion that the princess could be a traitor, absolutely inconceivable. The princess is still young, at an age ripe for deception, whatever transpires. It shall never be her fault, but solely the wrongdoing of the Uchiha clan. Yan Bai sat in his dedicated room, diligently rectifying system bugs. Suddenly, a mouse stealthily crept in through the gap of the window. The little creature cautiously approached Yan Bai, emitting soft squeaks. Yan Bai's expression remained unchanged as he retrieved a piece of cloth and inscribed several lines upon it before presenting it to the little creature. Simultaneously, he procured a biscuit from a nearby box and offered it to the small mouse. With a calm demeanor, he emitted a sound reminiscent of a whistle, which, upon closer inspection, bore a striking resemblance to the mouse's squeaks. The little mouse nibbled away at the biscuit with a crisp sound, then rolled up the cloth that Yan Bai had given him and tied it around his tiny neck before silently slipping out of the window once more. Before long, in the territory of the Uchiha clan, the anxious Uchiha Madara awaited his brother's return and received another delivery from the small creature. Though his thoughts were consumed by concern for Izuna, he was equally attentive to the message from Yan Bai. Upon reading the note delivered by Yan Bai, Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively covered his mouth with his hand, fearful of inadvertently revealing something important. With a composed exterior, Uchiha Madara reduced the cloth to ashes, his anxiety intensifying within him. In a succinct message, Yan Bai recounted the events of the afternoon, not only addressing the matter of the dual jade, but also stressing the imperative to incinerate the gifted clothing and detailing the time of his separation from Izumi. However, to this day, Uchiha Izumi has yet to return to the Uchiha clan's territory. This absence stirred an ominous premonition within Uchiha Madara, who was already feeling uneasy. The Uchiha clan has been exceptionally busy lately, with the demise of their former employer. The new patron settled the previous task's remuneration and commissioned a costly new mission to annihilate the Yui clan. Consequently, Uchiha Taijima had been away from home for several days. As the elders frequently convened clan meetings, Madara, unable to report to his father, swiftly donned his battle attire and equipped himself with weapons and ninja tools before hastily departing the clan's grounds in search of his younger brother. Given the information disclosed by Yan Bai, Madara was convinced that Izumi was in grave danger, and he felt an unwavering resolve to protect his soul sibling. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi lingered in the forest of Managawa. After parting ways with Yan Bai, Izumi did not return to the clan's territory. Not out of desire, but rather due to circumstances beyond his control. Unfortunately, Izumi found himself in dire straits as several of his guards succumbed to a debilitating toxin, leaving them vulnerable to the passing Yui clan. Due to a shift in employment, the Yui clan had transformed from former allies into present adversaries, determined to eliminate any members of the Uchiha clan they encountered. Initially, they spotted the unconscious Uchiha scattered outside the forest, but as they approached, many Yui clan members also succumbed to the enchantment of the area. After considerable time, the surviving Yui members discovered that the forest was imbued with hallucinogenic and incapacitating magic. They endeavored to extricate their afflicted kin before devising a plan to re-enter the forest and eliminate the slumbering Uchiha. Unfortunately, their chaotic attempts resulted in the dispersal of the potion's effects by the wind, allowing Izumi's guards to awaken. Once both sides regained consciousness, an inevitable fierce battle ensued. As Izumi retraced his steps, he joined the fray. Chapter 29. Madara battles the Yui clan. Woof. Woof. Uchiha Izumi heard the sounds of pursuers. The Yui clan had indeed employed nindogs from an unknown ninja clan, a most unfortunate turn of events. The guards who had accompanied Izumi were still recovering from their earlier poisoning, and with the Yui clan's numerical advantage, they were forced to retreat. Under the valiant protection of his guards, Izumi managed to escape the conflict. He realized that the silver-haired maiden's gift of clothing offered him a deceptive advantage, allowing him to evade multiple lethal strikes. Hearing the approaching hounds, he made a swift decision to leap into the Managawa River, utilizing the water's current to mask his scent. The Yui ninjas arrived at the riverbank but found no trace of Izumi. The child, so young yet possessing the Sharingan, was undoubtedly of immense significance. This would be a remarkable achievement. They must inform the clan leader. Meanwhile, Izumi drifted further away with the current, but he soon sensed the water growing increasingly turbulent. Alarmingly, a waterfall loomed ahead. By the time Izumi recognized the impending danger, it was too late. Propelled by the swift current, he was swept over the edge of the waterfall. However, he gritted his teeth and activated his Sharingan, skillfully avoiding the rocks below and landing in the center of the water below. The thunderous splash was drowned out by the cascading water. Just as he was about to succumb to suffocation, Izumi managed to break the surface for air, narrowly escaping death. Yet, beneath the waterfall, the waters churned violently, and torrents surged from every direction. Izumi exerted every ounce of strength to resist the overwhelming urge to lose consciousness. Just as he believed he could not hold on any longer, a rope suddenly flew through the air, wrapping around his waist and effortlessly pulling him from the raging waters. In the darkness, Izumi, like a fish gasping for breath, lay on the ground, grateful to have evaded drowning. Izumi, Madara's voice echoed from a distance. It was then that Izumi realized that his savior in this perilous moment was none other than his brother, Madara. Brother, I owe my life to you. Had you not come, I would have either drowned or been captured by the Yui clan. Izumi closed his eyes in weariness. Izumi, can you still walk? I must get you to safety immediately. Madara sensed the imminent danger of their pursuers closing in. At this moment, Madara was still in his youth. Not yet the battle-hardened warrior he would become in the later Shinobi World War. Recognizing his brother's exhaustion, Madara refrained from engaging the enemy head-on. His brother's safety was paramount. Stop! A thunderous roar erupted from the cliff, resonating like thunder. Both Izumi and Madara grimaced at the sound. A long, piercing howl approached, and the newcomer moved with astonishing speed, soaring over the very waterfall from which Izumi had fallen. Both brothers stared in horror as a figure descended from the sky, as if a celestial being had come to preside over the waters. The air was heavy with a fierce chakra, and the temperature dropped sharply, infused with a chilling malevolence. The oppressive aura infiltrated the surrounding air, emanating from a figure clad in the battle garb of the Yui clan. It was evident that this individual held a significant position within the clan, given the formidable chakra they exuded. Surrender, and I may spare your lives. The figure commanded sternly. Yet the shuriken they casually hurled were merciless. Madara's disdain flared, and he resolved to confront the threat head-on. Izumi, gather some fallen branches to fashion a means of escape. We must prepare to leave swiftly. Madara unsheathed his long blade. The longer they delayed, the more the Yui clan's forces would converge upon them. Brother, I can't. Izumi gazed at Madara in terror, but Madara, already advancing to meet the enemy, cast a resolute declaration. You must, or you shall learn to. A metallic sound echoed sharply as the Yui clan ninjas launched their fierce assault. Yet, Uchiha Madara's long blade intercepted their strikes with even greater swiftness. In the midst of battle, Madara recognized the true purpose behind Yan Bai's unwavering focus on chakra control and physical training. Only with a robust physique could one ensure their body's reaction speed and strength remain in optimal condition. Precise chakra control not only enhances the effectiveness of ninjutsu and taijutsu, but also prevents wastage. Furthermore, it is crucial to employ ninjutsu at the right moment. Prior to that, close combat techniques become exceedingly vital. Ninjutsu requires hand seals, time, and distance, but if one's stamina is insufficient and the enemy closes in, maintaining that distance becomes impossible. Close combat is perilous, with victory hinging on a mere thought. Madara deftly deflected the shurikens hurled by the Yui ninja, subsequently parrying their close-range attacks with ease. The Yui ninja's expression grew grave. This young Uchiha possessed the ability to withstand his strikes. The formidable Uchiha clan should not be underestimated. Such talent must be extinguished in its infancy. In mere moments, Madara had exchanged blows with his opponents several times. Uchiha Izuna, gripped by a chilling sense of foreboding, trembled despite himself, yet he gritted his teeth and endeavored to gather driftwood as per Madara's instructions. It was imperative. Facing a single Yui clan member was already taxing, and if the rest of their pursuers arrived, all would be lost. Madara's mind recalled the anatomical diagrams Yan Bai had provided him. Swift as lightning, He transitioned from defense to offense, thrusting his blade toward his opponent's eyes. The Yuhi ninja, possessing remarkable adaptability, assumed an unusual stance and swiftly evaded, inadvertently closing the distance to Madara's vulnerable spot. The Yuhi ninja executed a wind technique, forming seals that unleashed a gust aimed at Madara's abdomen. Madara quickly retreated. Yet the wind technique grazed him, tearing his garments. Thankfully, he had covered his vital areas with chakra, thus avoiding severe injury. With his Sharingan activated, images of Yan Bai's anatomical diagrams flashed in Madara's mind once more. The Yuhi ninja pressed the attack, continuing to form seals. But Madara's blade seemed to move with increased speed. The Yuhi ninja found no opportunity to unleash ninjutsu and could only rely on taijutsu for defense, attempting to create distance. The Yuhi ninja was soon ensnared by Madara's relentless advance. Madara unleashed a flurry of precise strikes, targeting the most vulnerable points of his adversary's body. Recently, he had honed his skills in anatomy and dismemberment in the Uchiha clan's vast kitchen. Had it not been for the instinct cultivated through years of combat experience, this Yuhi would have already been dissected by Madara's blade. Madara's ferocious assault nearly forced the Yuhi ninja into the waters of the Nanha River. The young Uchiha was a formidable foe, and the Yuhi ninja, recognizing the challenge posed by Madara, directed his blade toward the seemingly younger Uchiha Izuna. Upon seeing this, Madara immediately pursued, yet the Yuhi ninja's movement halted. Confused, Madara did not cease his attack, and with a swift motion, he severed the opponent's neck, sending the head flying. In that fleeting moment, Madara glimpsed his brother Izuna's mesmerizing double Tomo Sharingan. A mere instant of distraction could lead even the most battle-hardened individuals to their demise. Chapter 030. Seeking her aid. The decisive clash concluded in an instant, and the Yuhi clan's demise signaled the end of the skirmish. Having fallen under the Uchiha clan's extermination plan, the Yuhi clan no longer clung to the belief of one-on-one must escape, for even if they fled, the Uchiha would not relent. Only through desperate struggle could they carve a path to survival. Yet, it was undeniable that facing the Sharingan was perilously dangerous. However, the Uchiha wielding the Sharingan were not without their physiological burdens. The cascading waterfall roared like a celestial river. After dispatching the pursuers, Madara, utilizing the knowledge imparted by Yan Bai, swiftly crafted a makeshift raft using ninjutsu. As he worked, Madara rapidly explained the process to his brother, guiding him as if recalling the steps from memory. You can make a raft using bamboo. Uprooted saplings are sturdy and resistant to rot. Or you can use the tops of dead trunks. You need several pieces of wood, but not too many. Binding too many together can be cumbersome. Use double knots to secure the wood. Tighten the ties at the crossing points as much as possible. Secure the ends of the wood. Having quickly constructed the raft, Madara pulled Uchiha Izuna along the current, hastily fleeing the treacherous area. The rushing river threatened to engulf their youthful forms. As they sped downstream, Izuna, noticing his brother's rigid demeanor, quietly inquired, "Brother, are you all right? That last battle took a toll on me, as well." The opponent was an adult. With an advantage in chakra, we could only utilize such tactics, Madara murmured, if only she were here. Such injuries were all too familiar to Madara. Previously, due to Yan Bai's presence, he and Senju Hashirama had sparred without reservation, each time leaving with severe wounds. With Yan Bai as their mobile medical kit, their training sessions often pushed them to their limits. Little did he expect that Yan Bai herself trained even more ruthlessly than they did. Uchiha Izuna softly murmured, his voice betraying a newfound understanding of the significance of the silver-haired girl to Madara. Both he and their father had likely misjudged the situation. Perhaps it was not merely the innocent affection of youth, but rather an admiration for her formidable strength that evoked a sense of reverence in Madara. Madara remained vigilant, yet spoke. Had she not sent me a message, I would have been unaware of your peril. Thankfully, I arrived in time. What? Izuna furrowed his brow. Madara continued. She informed me of your encounter with her and the process of you awakening your Sharingan. She even mentioned the duration of your separation. And when I realized you had not returned for so long, my instincts told me you were in danger. How could she do that? Izuna's frown deepened. Madara sighed. That is her ability. I cannot fathom how she accomplishes it. The mice, cats, birds, and even household pests and trees within our clan's territory may serve as her agents. A creature delivered the message to me. As long as the world's flora and fauna persist, she will find a way to communicate with me. Furthermore, I located you thanks to a night bird in the forest that seemed familiar and possessed an air of intelligence. It aided me out of respect for her. Otherwise, how could I have pinpointed your location so precisely, right beneath the waterfall? Uchiha Izuna's face was etched with terror, her entire body trembling. Which clan did she belong to? She resembled a deity. No wonder, when they first met, she had remarked. The forest of the South River has revealed to me that you have been searching for me. Instantly, Uchiha Izuna surveyed her surroundings like a startled bird, sensing the trees and rivers around them come alive. Uchiha Madara's expression was complex, and he fell into silence. She belonged to the Senju clan of the forest. Yet, such a revelation could never escape Uchiha Madara's lips. The simple bamboo raft surged swiftly along the river, and as Uchiha Izuna knelt behind Uchiha Madara, she suddenly felt a warm, metallic liquid splash against her face. Was it blood? At that moment, Uchiha Madara's complexion turned ashen, his injuries flaring up. Brother, once again. Seek her help, Uchiha Izuna thought anxiously, her gaze fixed on the rushing forest ahead as she murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's vision darkened abruptly, a strange chill coursing down his spine. The once tranquil view ahead, shrouded beneath the starry sky, now felt ominous. Uchiha Madara whispered, Izuna, where are we? We are drifting further from our clan's territory, below the Southhi River, Uchiha Izuna replied urgently. Upon reaching the shore, Uchiha Madara maintained his calm demeanor. He swung the chains he had brought, pulling Uchiha Izuna with him as they abandoned the makeshift raft and escaped from the Southhi River. The chains tethered to the trees on the bank, they traversed the river's waters, swiftly reaching the shore. Once they landed, Uchiha Madara dared not linger, leaping away from the riverbank and retreating deeper into the forest. Both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna fled with all their might. They could not allow the Yuhi clan to succeed. Already at odds, the Yuhi clan, facing a life-or-death situation, would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary for survival. As the son of Uchiha Taijima, both Uchiha Madara and Izuna understood the dire consequences that would befall the Uchiha clan should they fall into the hands of the Yuhi clan. The wind whipped past them at an alarming speed, leaving them breathless. Yet Uchiha Madara pressed on, guiding his sister through mountains and valleys, escaping toward the most desolate depths of the wilderness. If only they could enter her domain. If only they could reach the territory of Yan Bai, they would receive the forest's protection. Uchiha Madara was aware that Yan Bai's unique position within the Senju clan made seeking her assistance, as Uchiha Izuna suggested, unrealistic. In such times, it was virtually impossible for Yan Bai to step outside her clan's borders. Any departure would draw considerable attention. Moreover, in Uchiha Madara's mind, only those of equal strength could be considered friends. Constantly seeking assistance would ultimately become a burden, distancing him further from Hashirama and Yan Bai. Only in circumstances of dire necessity could he humbly seek help, even from a friend. After a considerable time, Uchiha Madara found himself in the vicinity of what would become the future Hidden Leaf Village. He caught sight of the dark cliffs from afar and finally halted. Uchiha Izuna gasped, whispering, "That was close. Fortunately, the Southhi River separates us, preventing the Yuhi clan from pursuing. No, the Yuhi clan has enlisted other clans with tracking abilities. With even a whiff of our scent, they could easily follow us." Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth. "We have not escaped danger. To survive, we must remain vigilant." Chapter 031. He did not need assistance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yan Bai lay on the tatami bedding, tossing and turning for a considerable time, as the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes disturbed his peace. What kind of aerial bombardment could one expect in the Warring States period? He mused. It is merely the mosquitoes. How utterly vexing. Begone, all of you. Yan Bai turned over, concealing his head beneath the quilt. Buzz, damn it. Yan Bai suddenly threw off the blanket and, upon closer inspection, realized that what he mistook for a mosquito was, in fact, a plump mouse with gleaming eyes. The sound he had attributed to a mosquito was actually produced by this creature. Perhaps it feared that its own noise would rouse Yan Bai's ire, prompting it to adopt a foreign tongue. "It was not I who disturbed your slumber, but a mosquito." Yan Bai revealed an expression reminiscent of an elderly figure in the subway. "Sakura Inc., what troubles you? You seem to be returning to your family quite often lately. Is the nourishment within the Uchiha clan unsatisfactory?" In Yan Bai's mind, this little mouse had already been promised to Ban as a pet, although Ban remained oblivious to this notion. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The anxious little mouse chattered away. That child is being pursued. Ban has gone to rescue him. Well, it's a trivial matter. He won't meet his demise. Yan Baisong sighed in relief, once again burying himself beneath the covers. In a muffled tone, he remarked, "Ban is still young and requires training. Without experiencing life and death struggles, he cannot grow stronger. I do not wish to see a feeble Ban. Now, I shall sleep. Good night." The little mouse, with its front paws resting atop the mound of Yan Bai's quilt, seemed to be attempting to rouse him. "Sakura Inc." Yan Bai's voice seeped from beneath the covers, imploring not to save him. For the imperious Uchiha Madara, extending a hand without his consent was, in fact, an affront. Upon hearing this, the little mouse lowered its forelimbs, staring blankly at the bulging quilt that enveloped Yan Bai. It wished to seek assistance in finding a path. "You may offer help, yet the fight must be undertaken solely by him." "Yet," Yan Bai remarked, "you mentioned that Madara has arrived at the forest where we once met. Therefore, the traps we previously set shall serve him well." Even if Uchiha Madara were on the brink of death, Yan Bai could not leave the clan grounds this night. Senju Hashirama suspected her connection with the Uchiha clan due to her attire. The Senju clan leader's residence appeared tranquil, yet many were undoubtedly stationed both inside and outside the courtyard. Should Yan Bai make any movement, these individuals would discreetly follow him. Yan Bai thus appeared before Madara, who found himself not only facing pursuing enemies, but also the encirclement of the Senju clan. Alone against the Yuhi clan, Madara might have narrowly evaded death. But the situation was perilous in the extreme. Yet, confronted with the elite forces of two clans, it was not a matter of Yan Bai underestimating Madara. The truth was that while the current Uchiha Madara was formidable compared to his contemporaries, he had yet to reach the level where he could single-handedly contend with thousands of shinobi. While he could hold his own in a one-on-one confrontation, being besieged posed a significant challenge. Yan Bai would not engage in well-meaning interference. All that remained was to trust in Uchiha Madara, for he was indeed Uchiha Madara. Approaching a location near the cliff, Madara followed his memories to seek a particular tree, placing his bloodied hand upon its trunk. He murmured, "Brothers of the forest, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Yan Bai's dear friend, Uchiha Madara." Upon mentioning Yan Bai, the forest, which should have been in slumber, seemed to awaken. Countless pairs of emerald eyes sparkled in the darkness. The wind carried the rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects, and the startled cries of night birds, creating a strange resonance that conveyed some message from near to far. Despite the early hour, Uchiha Izuna, still a child at heart, trembled in fear at the unusual phenomena surrounding him. "Brother, what are you doing?" Making amends with the forest, Madara replied softly. "We are guests who have come to pay our respects. While the approaching Yui clan are uninvited guests, their treatment shall undoubtedly differ. But that is all there is to it. Are you not going to seek her help? Her name is Yan Bai." Uchiha Izuna had just heard this clearly. "There is no need," Madara replied coolly, casting a backward glance at the dark forest ahead. "Izuna, refrain from idle chatter. First, we need to find medicine and then plan how to confront the enemy. If they come, I shall undoubtedly fight to the death. If they do not, it will be considered our fortunate escape." Understanding the urgency of the situation, Izuna complied without protest. Guided by memory, Madara retrieved from several tree hollows items he had previously stashed away, medicinal supplies he had prepared during his training sessions with Hashirama, as he did not wish to always rely on Yan Bai's generosity. However, Yan Bai had never accepted these items, leaving them untouched. After a simple bandaging, Madara regained his composure. The forest indeed provided some obstruction to the uninvited guests, slightly hindering their progress and granting Madara a brief respite. Time passed, and the once tranquil mountain breeze became tainted with murderous intent. The Yui clan had arrived. To dare come here alone in the face of two Uchiha. Do they think us too young and underestimate us? Madara's blood-red eyes fixated on the darkness that eluded the vision of ordinary people, murmuring, "Since you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige." Suddenly, a figure leapt forward, ascending vertically before sweeping their hands downward. Ever vigilant, Madara had already formed hand seals before the opponent's movement. Fire style, dust concealment jutsu. A cloud of high-temperature dust enveloped the night sky. With a loud explosion, the dust erupted upon hitting the ground, scattering smoke everywhere. The chilling night air instantaneously warmed, accompanied by a peculiar crackling sound, a chaotic explosion within the dust. Madara's figure was concealed within the haze, obstructing the opponent's sight as well. Yet, this was not the end. Amidst the extensive cloud of dust, Uchiha Izuna unleashed a massive fireball. With a resounding boom, the dust, mixed with mountain winds and moisture, exploded violently. However, after releasing their techniques, the two brothers did not linger, swiftly retreating into the darkness. As anticipated, the opponent, employing some unknown skill, managed to evade their ninjutsu attack, breaking through the smoke. Only those who survive can become powerful, yet in this world, countless prodigies meet untimely ends. Would you not agree? The two young leaders of the Uchiha clan faced an unfriendly arrival, none other than the vanguard of the Yui clan, Yui Shinkai, the clan's young leader. Madara's expression turned grave, remaining silent. It was unknown who had initiated the hostility among the clans, but at some point, they had begun targeting the talented youths of each family, seeking to stifle their growth before they could flourish. This prevailing mindset had led to an intolerable state of animosity among the shinobi clans, rendering reconciliation increasingly difficult. Chapter 032. A life for a death. A figure rushed from afar, wielding a blade radiating with chakra, its edge shimmering like a beautifully crafted line. The silver light intertwined, slicing through flames and dust, creating a smooth and even surface as it swept them aside. The assailant was none other than Yui Shinkai, the young leader of the Yui clan, who gracefully leaped, transforming into a flying swallow. Surrounding leaves cascaded from the trees in the wake of Shinkai's blade, propelled forward. The severed leaves did not fall directly to the ground, but became charged with lightning from the blade, exponentially increasing their lethality. The electrified leaves, akin to countless shuriken crackling with energy, were unleashed in all directions. In the darkness, Uchiha Madara formed hand seals once more. Fire style, dust concealment jutsu. The scorching smoke once again dispersed, igniting the heat-sensitive leaves upon contact, which instantly turned to ashes. The multitude of leaves, accompanied by subsequent explosions, illuminated the night sky with flames. Yui Shinkai leaped upwards, pursuing the shadow of the assailant, aiming a devastating strike at Uchiha Madara. It turned out that the earlier simultaneous attack was merely a prelude to disrupt the enemy. Uchiha Madara countered with a fire technique, but Yui Shinkei swiftly closed in, delivering a powerful downward slash, as close combat was his primary lethal technique. The two moves flowed seamlessly, timed with impeccable precision. However, Yui Shinkei's ferocious blade met with Uchiha Madara's foresight. He retreated to evade the deadly edge. Yet, despite dodging the blade, the chakra affixed to the weapon extended its reach, resulting in Madara's sleeve being torn and his right arm sustaining injury. Yui Shinkei's strike had shattered the very ground where Uchiha Madara had stood. Seizing the moment, Madara leapt into the air, aiming his long sword down towards Yui Shinkei's nape. Driven by an intense desire to win, Yui Shinkei reacted too late, spinning around hastily, only to be met with a brutal cut through his abdominal armor. Not only did the armor fail to protect him, but his flesh was also sliced, blood gushing forth in an instant. The pain awakened a fierce rage within Yui Shinkei, who, in a whirlwind of fury, pursued Uchiha Madara, obliterating stones and trees in his path. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, Madara perceived Yui Shinkei's movements as painfully slow. Instinctively, he drew his sword and expertly intercepted Yui Shinkei's incoming strike, locking his blade within the scabbard. Yui Shinkei, taken aback by this unforeseen situation, was left in shock. Madara aimed the tip of his sword directly at Yui Shinkei's eyes. In a frantic attempt, Yui Shinkei relinquished his sword, crossing his arms defensively over his head as he retreated. However, he did not anticipate that his crossed arms would only serve to shield him from the blinding tip of the blade. Suddenly, Madara delivered a precise kick to Yui Shinkei's groin. A harrowing scream erupted, showcasing the brutality of Madara's strike, shattering Yui Shinkei's spirit. Having just had his lower armor severed, the ninja's tight-fitting attire left him exposed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yui Shinkei realized too late that Madara had stepped on a sharpened wooden spike, now stained with his blood. Enraged, Yui Shinkei bared his teeth and, with a furious shout, hurled a kunai attached with an explosive tag at Madara. In Madara's eyes, Yui Shinkei's action was excruciatingly slow. He effortlessly caught the flying kunai and hurled it back with great force, once again aimed at Yui Shinkei's groin. The Sharingan's precision locked onto its target. The kunai, now a harbinger of demise, flew towards Yui Shinkei. With his eyes wide in rage, he endured the excruciating pain and managed to evade, the explosive detonation echoing nearby. It seemed that Madara's previous kick had triggered something within Yui Shinkei. In a frenzy, he harnessed his chakra to shield his wounds, his speed now surpassing all previous limits as he recklessly pursued Madara, despite having lost his weapon. Though Madara was injured, he could still see Yui Shinkei's movements clearly, yet his own body was severely hampered by his wounds. Inwardly, Madara concluded that he could no longer afford to be pursued so closely. He needed to create distance. Fueled by the desire for vengeance, Yui Shinkei gathered all his chakra, preparing to unleash his signature technique. Lightning surged from his fists, an unknown lightning release that cascaded like raindrops, attacking Madara from all directions. Yui Shinkei's speed was such that the area was filled with the shadow of his fists, as if intending to engulf young Uchiha Madara entirely. Faced with such peril, Madara remained calm, resolutely forming hand seals to unleash a fire technique. A vast sea of flames clashed against the oncoming gale of punches, a perfect amalgamation of offense and defense. In the dark forest, lightning and fire consumed each other in a fierce struggle, causing all creatures to scatter in fear. A resounding impact sounded as Yui Shinkei's fist struck Madara's left arm, resulting in the audible crack of bone. With his injuries compounding, Madara's expression turned frightful. He traced strange lines in the air with his blade. Despite suffering under Yui Shinkei's fierce blow, he executed a diagonal slash from Yui Shinkei's neck to his chest. The fierce wind instantly turned crimson. Madara's expression hardened. Adjusting the blade's angle, he swiftly cleaved Yui Shinkei from the side, dividing him in half. As the wind carried blood to stain the dark ground, the decisive confrontation transpired in an instant. Madara, eyes filled with malice, staggered back several meters, clutching his wounded arm. Soon after, a sound akin to a watermelon bursting resonated from Yui Shinkei, the harrowing sound of a heart shattering. Madara's blade, akin to a dissecting line, had carved through Yui Shinkei's body, leaving behind a gruesome scar as blood gushed forth from the ruptured flesh. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna, who had been lurking nearby, suddenly appeared behind Yui Shinkei, mercilessly stabbing him through the back, the blade piercing through to the front. Without hesitation, Izuna withdrew his blade, distancing himself from Yui Shinkei. Weak and defeated, Yui Shinkei collapsed to his knees, then fell to the ground. Madara, holding his sagging left arm, gasped heavily and struggled to speak to his approaching brother, urging him to flee. It turned out that while engaging Yui Shinkei, the pursuers from the Yui clan were hastening towards them. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. However, Madara's injuries had worsened, and with the enemy in greater numbers, he and Izuna shared a silent understanding, with Izuna supporting Madara as they fled deeper into the forest. Chapter 033, The Uchiha clan that took away the clothes the subsequent hours of the night were stained with the bloodshed of the forest. Following Yui Shinkei's demise, Madara could no longer confront the pursuing forces head-on due to his grievous wounds. Among these pursuers were numerous ninja hounds and men. Some fell into traps filled with spikes, while others, immobilized, were crushed by massive trees, only to be finished off by the Uchiha brothers. In truth, Yan Bai, awakened by the commotion caused by the fat mouse Sakura Inc., found himself unable to sleep. Although he did not venture into the forest to aid Madara directly, he remained deeply concerned about his situation. Nocturnal creatures observed Madara's every move from afar, relaying their observations to Yan Bai. Everything unfolded as Yan Bai had anticipated. During the Warring States period, how many members could a family of middling status possess? Excluding the elderly, the weak, women, and children, having 100 combatants would be deemed a flourishing lineage. The Yui clan, previously embroiled in fierce conflict with the Senju clan, had already suffered considerable losses. How many combatants could they possibly have left? The population of the Yui clan was already dwindling, yet they pursued the 2 children of the Uchiha clan, suffering significant casualties in the process. Thus, the situation from Yan Bai's perspective regarding Uchiha Madara was as follows. The Yui clan, outnumbering the Uchihas, relentlessly chased after Madara and Izuna. Madara first eliminated a lone Yui ninja who had ventured forth. When confronted by a greater number of Yui ninjas, Madara, having sustained severe injuries, resorted to the traps Yan Bai had previously set in the forest, as well as those he had learned to create alongside Hashirama. In the initial encounter, he dispatched a Yui clan's ninja dog, killed 1 individual, injured 2 others, and succeeded in frightening away the remaining 9. However, shortly after retreating, those 9 regrouped to continue their pursuit of Madara. During the second encounter, as Madara fled alongside his brother Izuna, they retaliated, ultimately slaying 2 more Yui members, severely injuring another 2, who soon succumbed to their wounds. Thus, only 5 continued the chase, but soon lost the will to pursue further. Yan Bai felt a deep sense of shame for this group of the Feathered Clan. It was indeed a tremendous loss. They arrived with over a dozen members. Yet one by one, they dwindled down to merely 5. Only then did they awaken to their dire situation. 13 adults had surrounded 2 children, resulting in the demise of 6 of their own, with 2 severely injured, while the 2 troublesome children remained unscathed. Uchiha Madara, however, managed to turn the tables during his escape, opting not to pursue the enemy as they fled, instead striking them down during their retreat, thereby shattering their psychological defenses and instilling a lasting terror within them, ultimately allowing him to navigate through the crisis. The morning sun bathed the southern Sichuan wilderness in its gentle light. Perhaps due to the summer season, the morning rays were particularly clear, offering a refreshing and invigorating sensation that could bring a smile to any traveler. Uchiha Madara sat serenely within a cave, suddenly opening his eyes. As he inhaled the morning air, he cast his gaze downward. Izuna knelt beside him, tending to his left arm with fresh bandages. Though during their previous encounter Madara had instructed Izuna to burn the garment Yan Bai had gifted him, there had been no time for that. Instead, the fabric was torn into strips, initially used to secure a raft, with the remaining pieces repurposed to bind Madara's wounds. Izuna wore a worried expression. "Brother, why hasn't Tishi appeared yet?" Madara shot a sidelong glance at Izuna, contemplating a response that questioned her necessity to show up at all. Yet, seeing his brother's anxious and hopeful demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and chose silence instead. To Madara, Yan Bai had never owed him anything. Yan Bai's kindness towards him is well-intentioned, treating him as a mere passerby without concern, which is justifiable. After all, they are sworn enemies. The mere fact that they do not engage in a violent clash upon their first encounter is already a sign of considerable civility. Many matters should not be forced. Moreover, due to the prior grievances between their families, it is essential for them to maintain a reasonable distance from one another. However, reflecting on the message sent by Yan Bai through a mouse yesterday, Uchiha Madara let out a sigh. He refrained from elaborating further. When his father, Taijima, first spoke, he nonsensically claimed that Yan Bai belonged to the Senju clan, and Uchiha Madara similarly fabricated a statement asserting that Yan Bai had no relatives. In the letter from Yan Bai yesterday, it was mentioned that due to his late return and the disappearance of his clothing, his father grew suspicious and even instructed clan members to locate Uchiha clan members who possessed that garment. Uchiha Madara understood that, due to his late return and the missing clothing, Yan Bai had undoubtedly been placed under house arrest. Through this brief communication, Uchiha Madara could discern Yan Bai's intentions. Yan Bai must not appear. If he does, it will not be to offer warmth, but rather to deliver the enemy. Given Uchiha Madara's current state, he feels he cannot withstand the onslaught from Yan Bai's kin. Yet, Izuna continues to reproach Yan Bai for his callousness and absence. Madara feels a throbbing headache. Weaving lies is exhausting, so he lapses into silence. Unbeknownst to him, his conflicted and tormented demeanor is interpreted by Izuna as something entirely different. Does his brother harbor unreciprocated feelings? This thought surges within Uchiha Izuna, evoking a sense of sorrow for his brother. The atmosphere between the two siblings becomes laden with melancholy and gloom. However, what is this? You have come, Uchiha Madara murmurs, his blood-red eyes fixated on the cave entrance. Hearing his brother's whisper, Uchiha Izuna abruptly turns toward the cave, initially believing it to be Yan Bai's arrival, only to be struck dumb. For there, at the cave's mouth, stands a plump little mouse, flicking its long tail, seemingly frightened as it slowly retreats to the cave's edge, its bright eyes peering at them with an air of stealth. Trailing behind the mouse is a small cloth pouch. Clang! Uchiha Izuna instinctively draws his blade, but to his surprise, Madara restrains him, saying, "Stop, Izuna." He gestures towards the little mouse, asking, "Does Yan Bai have a message for me?" The mouse cautiously glances at Uchiha Izuna, then at Uchiha Madara, trembling as it inches along the cave wall, finally nudging the pouch toward Madara. Madara, with an impassive expression, opens the pouch under the watchful gaze of the familiar mouse. Inside, he discovers 4 fragrant rice balls, still cold, and a letter inscribed on leaves that cover the rice balls. Alongside the letter lies a green gemstone. Uchiha Madara swiftly reads the letter, crumpling the leaves in his hand, then holds the gemstone up to the sunlight streaming into the cave. Almost immediately, he crushes the gleaming green stone, a peculiar energy flowing from his fingertips into his body. Madara unravels the cloth binding his left arm, and to his astonishment, the wound begins to mend at a visibly rapid pace. His injuries are severe, and the healing energy only ameliorates a portion of his wounds before dissipating. Nevertheless, such healing proves sufficient, enhancing Madara's physical condition. Uchiha Izuna, wide-eyed, watches this spectacle, exclaiming, "What a delightful surprise." An involuntary smile graces Uchiha Madara's face. In that moment, he remembers to incinerate the cloth strip originating from Yan Bai's attire. Madara softly addresses the mouse delivering the items. "Thank you. Please convey my gratitude to her." The little mouse nods cautiously before stealthily scurrying out of the cave. The brothers consume the rice balls, then eliminate any traces left behind, preparing to return to the Uchiha clan's territory. As they make their way to the Southie River, they remain oblivious to a green figure lurking in the shadows of the forest nearby, silently observing their departure with an inscrutable expression. This tall figure, garbed in a green robe akin to that of Senju Hashirama, bears the same hair color and eye hue as Yan Bai. With arms crossed and a stern demeanor, he instills a chill in the hearts of the creatures around him. The trees and birds watch in quiet awe, all recognizing that silent figure. He is Senju Tobarama, Yan Bai's elder brother. Tobarama narrows his eyes, contemplating. Is this not fortuitous? The Uchiha clan that has taken Yan Bai's clothing has been located. Chapter 034. The devious methods of Senju Tobarama. Since being affectionately corrected by Yan Bai on numerous occasions, Senju Tobarama has maintained his distance from him. Initially, Tobarama believed Yan Bai found him bothersome, so he made an effort to avoid appearing before him. Nonetheless, he remains more attentive to Yan Bai's affairs than anyone else. Yan Bai's antics were becoming increasingly troublesome, and Senju Tobarama found himself unable to overlook them. However, it brought him a sense of solace that, despite Yan Bai's apparent disdain for him, he would consistently dedicate time each day to provide him with treatment. This so-called treatment, which Senju Hashirama had once avoided like the plague, was the only gesture through which Senju Tobarama could perceive any semblance of familial affection from Yan Bai. Senju Tobarama was aware of Yan Bai's fondness for animals, and thus he endeavored to maintain harmonious relationships with them. Intelligent and composed, he discerned that the creatures closely associated with Yan Bai possessed a remarkable sensitivity. Whether it was the birds that frequently flitted beneath the eaves, the hens in the coop, the loyal dogs guarding the premises, or the feral cats prowling around the clan's territory, all of them were undeniably Yan Bai's companions. The 2 hens that often played with Yan Bai were well protected by the clan. Yet, this was still insufficient. Senju Tobarama could only observe Yan Bai from a distance, unable to glean further insights into his circumstances. Determined, Senju Tobarama began to delve into the intricacies of Yan Bai's escape techniques from his assaults, as well as the fire techniques of the Uchiha clan, alongside the study of sentient animals. In a bold endeavor, he captured a seemingly sentient mouse and branded its posterior with a cherry blossom emblem using a heated sakura iron. This act constituted a severe form of torture for the unfortunate creature. Moreover, he bound the mouse's prominent front teeth with thread and tethered it beneath the cherry blossom tree in the yard. As anticipated, the mouse began to protest vociferously. Yan Bai, moved by the plight of the creature, decided to nurse it back to health, subsequently fattening it up. As its injuries healed, the mouse grew plump, and the cherry blossom pattern on its rear became even more pronounced. Following this, Senju Tobarama set his sights on the mouse. The avian inhabitants of the clan territory were not easily swayed from their home, nor were the cats and dogs. Initially, Tobarama focused his attention on the small birds. However, after capturing a few, he soon realized that these creatures were exceedingly fragile and difficult to rear, often succumbing to fright. The birds, easily spooked and challenging to track as they soared above, presented a unique vulnerability. Any unusual behavior was quickly detected. Thus, Tobarama opted for the mouse as a more suitable medium. He personally selected a spirited mouse and presented it to Yan Bai. This particular mouse, affectionately named Mo by Yan Bai, exhibited distinct traits that made it easy to follow. Tobarama recognized that by tracking Mo, he could glean insights into Yan Bai's secrets without directly surveilling him. Recently, when Mo went missing, Tobarama speculated that perhaps Yan Bai had sent the mouse out to frolic, only for it to meet an untimely demise at the jaws of a predator. To his surprise, however, the mouse returned frequently. Tobarama surmised that this creature might have ventured out to establish a family away from the Senju clan, avoiding any trouble for Yan Bai. Nevertheless, due to his cautious nature, Tobarama continued to keep tabs on Mo. To his astonishment, he discovered that the mouse's new home was situated within the territory of the Uchiha clan. This revelation did not end there. Tobarama had always regarded Yan Bai as a person of strong opinions and ideas, and sending a mouse to infiltrate the enemy's ranks was indeed a cunning strategy. Through this mouse, he could gather intelligence on the Uchiha clan while allowing it to feed on their resources, thus conserving those of the Senju clan. Tobarama observed this arrangement until the present day. Today, he witnessed Mo stealthily carrying food bestowed by Yan Bai. This peculiar behavior perplexed Tobarama. Why would the mouse, now a resident of the Uchiha clan, return to scavenge from Yan Bai? It was exceedingly strange. Consequently, he followed the mouse, ultimately uncovering Yan Bai's secret. After a considerable time had passed since Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna had left his line of sight, Tobarama abruptly covered his face with his hand, his previously composed demeanor transforming into one of fierce rage. His blood-red eyes glinted with malevolence, peering through his fingers. Tobarama struggled to accept the notion that his beloved sister could betray the Senju clan. He believed that not only he, but his father and the entirety of the Senju clan would reject the idea that Yan Bai could turn against them. Yet, the Uchiha youth possessed Yan Bai's clothing, a clear indication that she had willingly given it to him, though he seemed to hold it in contempt. Moreover, Yan Bai had even sent that plump rodent to deliver food to the young man. How could such foolishness exist in this world? Everything appeared to indicate that his sister was hopelessly infatuated, inciting a profound fury within Tobarama. Yan Bai has been deceived, hasn't he? It is all the fault of the malevolent Uchiha clan. He must not let his father know about this matter, despite the fury boiling within him. Senju Tobarama's rational mind remains remarkably clear. Previously, he chose to observe from a distance to avoid escalating matters with Yan Bai. The same principle applies now. Senju Tobarama struck the trunk of a nearby tree with a powerful punch, causing it to splinter with numerous cracks. His expression was cold, his chest rising and falling as he struggled to contain himself. He must devise a foolproof plan. He cannot intervene forcefully. That would only push Yan Bai further away, just as it had in the past. So what should he do? Senju Tobarama fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 035. Yan Bai, more sinister than Tobarama. Early this morning, Yan Bai sent Mo to deliver warmth to Uchiha Madara. He then learned that without immediate treatment, one could not grasp the skills. Subsequently, Yan Bai ceased his contemplation of Uchiha Madara. After completing these tasks, he ventured to the outskirts of the clan's territory, where he cleverly acquired a nest of wild chicken eggs. He placed the eggs under the sunlight for a moment, selecting those capable of hatching into chicks. After wrapping them in cloth, he carefully placed them into a basket. Carrying the basket, Yan Bai proceeded to the chicken coop. Just then, Senju Tobarama returned briskly from outside and happened to catch sight of Yan Bai heading towards the coop with the basket. Due to recent events, Senju Tobarama was in a rather foul mood and silently trailed Yan Bai's footsteps. Following at a distance, Senju Tobarama entered the chicken coop alongside Yan Bai. Inside, among the 80-odd chickens, two particularly spirited hens were nestled together, engaging in a lively conversation, clucking cheerfully to one another. Senju Tobarama, unable to decipher their dialogue, observed their apparent joy. Shortly thereafter, Yan Bai greeted the two hens with a warm smile. Good morning, Chunyu and Xiashi. Upon noticing Yan Bai's arrival with the basket, the two hens shrank back, gazing at him with bewildered expressions. Yan Bai crouched down in front of the two hens, placing the basket beside him. Yan Bai retrieved 2 eggs from the basket and placed them gently before a hen, smiling as he said, Chunyu, I am returning the 2 eggs I borrowed from you a few days ago. Upon hearing this, the hen named Chunyu carefully nudged the 2 eggs beneath her feathers and settled down comfortably. Meanwhile, Xiashi, tilting her head in confusion, looked utterly bewildered. Is Yan Bai really here to return the eggs? Xiashi, did you see that? The spring rain is so generous, lending me eggs every day. You too. If you lend me an egg today, I shall return it to you tomorrow. If you lend me an egg without chicks today, I shall return to you one filled with hatchlings on the morrow. Yan Bai's slender fingers gently caressed the comb of the hen named Xiashi, traced along its beak, and stroked its cheek. The affectionate touches rendered the hen even more bewildered. Suddenly, Yan Bai's hand slipped beneath the confused hen's feet and retrieved the egg that Xiashi had just laid. He remarked, we agreed, I'm borrowing it today, and I shall return it to you tomorrow. Do you understand? Xiaxue responded with a soft cluck, acknowledging the understanding. Yan Bai solemnly patted Xiaxue's head, expressing his gratitude. You've worked hard, Xiaxue. The two chickens found Yan Bai to be quite sincere, nuzzling their cheeks against his fair hand. Standing at the entrance of the chicken coop, Qianshou Feg wore a look of utter disbelief. This is simply incredible. Yan Bai deceives the hens daily, pilfering their eggs, only to venture outside and beguile the wild fowl with promises of a nurturing and harmonious environment for their offspring. Astonishingly, those hens seemed to believe him. Initially, Senju Tobarama felt a surge of indignation and struggled to suppress his impulse to confront Yan Bai directly. However, upon witnessing this absurd spectacle, the scathing remarks he had prepared vanished, replaced by a burgeoning amusement. How could the nefarious Yan Bai possibly deceive the Uchiha clan? If anyone were to be deceived, it should surely be the Uchiha. Those garments, those rice balls, and the items capable of healing wounds, all mere bait, one might presume. Were Yan Bai to truly act against them, it is the Uchiha clan that would find themselves unfortunate. After all, Yan Bai is not the simpleton that Hashirama is. Such concerns were unwarranted. Covering his face, Senju Tobarama pondered whether Yan Bai's aversion to his presence stemmed from his ability to see through Yan Bai's true nature. Yan Bai fears the revelation of his true self, which is why he is reluctant to have his most astute second brother accompany him. When Yan Bai accompanied Senju Tobarama, he noticed the latter's demeanor. Initially, Senju Tobarama's expression was devoid of emotion, followed by a countenance marked by inner turmoil. Subsequently, he covered his face, as if recalling something shameful, appearing utterly abashed. Yan Bai, what happened with old Yan Bai Fei? Since Fei Jian said nothing, I shall pretend to be oblivious. After returning the eggs, Yan Bai neatly arranged the chicken eggs he borrowed today in the designated area of the basket, wrapping the eggs from the cub area with cloth and feathers, saving them to return to Chunyu and Xiaxue next time. Upon reaching the entrance of the chicken coop, Yan Bai smiled and greeted Senju Tobarama. Second brother, I'm heading to the kitchen. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and coolly nodded. Go ahead. Yan Bai cast a glance at Senju Tobarama, pondering that there truly were no words to exchange with him. Concluding this, he decided to take his leave. Yan Bai departed without a trace of guilt, delivering the majority of the eggs to the communal kitchen of his clan while reserving a few for his own household. Once he had arranged the eggs, Yan Bai busied himself by tending to the guard dogs. At that moment, Senju Tobarama remained, observing Yan Bai from a distance. A handful of playful puppies were engaged in a mock brawl, a sight not uncommon. Typically, such trivial matters would go unnoticed within the clan. However, Yan Bai was no ordinary individual. Yan Bai stepped forward and gently separated the group of little puppies. Yan Bai chattered away, as if engaging in a conversation with the dogs, or perhaps merely talking to himself. What are you all up to? Please don't fight. I didn't sleep at all last night. Oh, is that so? Are you frightened by the presence of strangers? Have they left yet? Good, now you can take a nap. He continued, really? At your age, do you still need someone to coax you to sleep? This scene was quite heartwarming. Many clan members paused their tasks to quietly observe as Yan Bai began to play with the dogs, their expressions radiating kindness. They watched as he gently cradled the heads of the puppies, swaying them back and forth while humming a soft tune. Within moments, the little pups lay on their backs, necks arched, sleeping soundly as if they were human, their soft snores making it seem as though they were lifeless. Senju Tobarama silently gazed at the clan members around him, all adorned with gentle smiles, seemingly healed by Yan Bai's simple yet affectionate actions. In a world ravaged by war, such blissful and mundane moments were a rare treasure. How wonderful it would be without conflict, an environment where children need not take up arms. As this thought flooded Tobarama's mind, he felt a sense of detachment from everything around him. An array of words swirled within his consciousness, reflecting on the generations of restrictive rules binding the Senju and Uchiha clans. Time passed, and gradually, the surrounding world returned to him. Tobarama fixed his gaze on Yan Bai's small figure cradling the cats and dogs, pondering whether Yan Bai's displays of goodwill towards the Uchiha clan were an attempt at reconciliation. He recalled the two Uchiha he had encountered that morning. Perhaps his efforts were beginning to bear fruit. Chapter 036. Tobarama, you are too clever. After Yan Bai comforted the little puppy, many clan members lingered, eager to witness his subsequent actions. However, once Yan Bai had calmed the dog, he ventured outside the clan territory to play with a wild cat. Many clan members expressed their disappointment, for there were matters to attend to within the clan, making it impossible for them to follow Yan Bai. Senju Tobarama remained as he always was, silently trailing behind Yan Bai. Yan Bai had grown weary of speculating about Senju Tobarama. Let him be. As he observed a pregnant feral cat perched by the stream, Li Mai greeted it, exclaiming, "Ah, Li Mai is fishing once more." Yan Bai's gaze drifted, scanning the banks of the babbling brook. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Li Mai, I see a fish. Allow me to assist you." With that, he raised his hand. In an instant, verdant tendrils plunged into the water, and a fish was deftly pulled from its depths by the vines. With a smile, Yan Bai grasped the creature firmly in his hand. Observing from a distance, Qianshou Baijian could not help but furrow his brow. He had witnessed Yan Bai employing a technique. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he approached Yan Bai, his lips moving as he sought to inquire. Yet, he beheld Yan Bai extending the fish towards a cat, named Mai. The feline regarded the fish in Yan Bai's hand, hesitating momentarily. Yan Bai seemed to be taken by surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, this fish appears to be pregnant. It must carry a multitude of eggs within." With a tone of negotiation, Yan Bai turned to the kitten and said, "As a mother cat, you surely wouldn't wish to consume another mother, would you?" The kitten gazed at Yan Bai, its eyes brimming with intelligence. "Then let us release it." Yan Bai pondered for a few moments before solemnly declaring, "I shall catch another fish for you to eat." The kitten gently grasped the fish from Yan Bai's hand and tossed it back into the water, truly setting the mother fish free. After liberating the mother fish, the kitten obediently settled beside Yan Bai once more. Yan Bai, once again employing his familiar tactics, caught a few creatures. Sometimes it was a koi, other times a small fish, all of which were released by the playful kitten. After much effort, he finally managed to capture a normal dead fish, which the kitten then consumed. Shinsho Suji observed the entire scene in silence, and had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never imagined that this peculiar individual, Yan Bai, could persuade a cat to release its catch. After so many years of life, Shinsho Suji had encountered an increasing number of the darker aspects of human nature. Yet, only in the presence of this mischievous boy, Yan Bai, could one witness such heartwarming occurrences. Was it the kitten's remarkable understanding, or was it Yan Bai's exceptional ability to charm? In a fleeting moment of distraction, Shinsho Suji noticed Yan Bai already engaging with the cat. Yan Bai gently inquired, "Is quinoa delicious?" The little cat softly replied, "Indeed." Yan Bai said, "You've finished eating. Hurry home and get some rest. Would you like to stay at my place? My house has plenty of space." The little cat softly replied, Yan Bai smiled and said, "This way, I can assist you when you give birth. Let us settle on this. Come home with me, come, come." Yan Bai, while speaking, rose to his feet and beckoned to the little kitten. The kitten responded with a soft sound, trailing behind Yan Bai with its round belly swaying. Senju Tobarama, observing this scene, pondered silently. Is Yan Bai really bringing the kitten home just like that? He quickly stepped forward, calling out, "Yan Bai, wait." Yan Bai turned around with a puzzled expression, and the little kitten quinoa followed suit, both fixing their gaze upon Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama looked at Yan Bai and earnestly said, "I have something I wish to discuss with you." Yan Bai nodded, crouched down, and gently patted the kitten's head. He softly said, "I will have a little chat with my brother. Could you please wait for us for a moment?" The kitten obediently responded with a soft mm. Yan Bai smiled faintly and rose to walk towards Senju Tobarama. Recently, Senju Tobarama had undergone numerous corrections by Yan Bai, and after several subtle refinements, he was subtly transitioning towards an extraordinary handsomeness. Nevertheless, Senju Tobarama remained as expressionless as ever. Yan Bai stood a mere meter away from Senju Tobarama, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Tobarama, do you have something to say to me?" Senju Tobarama fixed his gaze upon Yan Bai, his mind awash with a myriad of peculiar visions. A shattered world, wounded souls, the shadows that lurk within the hearts of humanity, sprouting wildly like untamed weeds. A beautiful maiden stood amidst a forest teeming with life, her gentle demeanor and melodious voice stirring the kindness buried deep within the hearts of men. The spring breeze, though gentle, pales in comparison to your radiant smile. Whether it be the Senju clan or the Uchiha clan, whether in reality or in deception, such distinctions have become trivial. What truly matters is her desire. The intensity in Senju Tobarama's eyes gradually softened as he addressed Yan Bai, saying, "This morning, I ventured into the forest of the southern Hechuan." Yan Bai gazed at Senju Tobarama with an innocent and untainted expression, showing no signs of altering his demeanor. Senju Tobarama scrutinized Yan Bai's face, paying close attention to the slightest shifts in his expressions. His own countenance remained gentle, and I beheld the two members of the Uchiha clan. Yan Bai's expression remained unchanged, adorned with a gentle smile, betraying no hint of anxiety. Senju Tobarama continued, "I am aware that the mouse has taken up residence within the Uchiha clan for quite some time, and I also know that you instructed it to deliver something to those two members of the Uchiha today." As expected, Yan Bai exhibited no signs of tension, his smile as radiant as ever. "Indeed, you have caught me," he replied. "Yes, I saw it, but I shall not disclose this to my father." Senju Tobarama stepped forward, drawing closer to Yan Bai, and remarked, "You and your elder brother encountered that boy in the South Hechuan, did you not?" Yan Bai acknowledged, meeting Tobarama's gaze without denial. "You and your brother hold great affection for him?" Their conversation unfolded as casually as one might discuss the weather. Devoid of any negative undertones in Senju Tobarama's tone, Yan Bairu spoke candidly. "That individual shares our aspirations, yearning for a future where we can collaboratively cultivate an environment of reconciliation. Regrettably, both he and my elder brother remain too feeble at present, their voices lacking influence. Yet, we are all striving tirelessly towards that dream. So, why have you and my elder brother chosen to exclude me from this endeavor?" This question has lingered in Shinsho Baijian's heart for far too long, to the extent that he can scarcely recall when it first arose. It has tormented him, and he resolved to voice it today. Even if Yan Bai dismisses him as a mere fool, it matters little. In Senju Baijian's understanding, when a lie is told often enough, it transforms into reality. Thus, what does it matter if it is a falsehood? As long as both he and Yan Bai believe in its truth, it will inevitably come to fruition. As an elder brother, what harm is there in exercising a bit of tolerance? Yan Bai gazed at Senju Tobarama and, without a hint of hesitation, remarked, "It is precisely because you are so astute, Tobarama, that you understand me better than anyone else in this world. I fear you might unveil my true nature to elder brother." Despite having anticipated certain aspects in advance, Tobarama could not help but smile upon receiving the definitive answer. Chapter 037. You are my true brother. Elder brother is not so foolish. Even if you were to uncover your true self, he would merely indulge you. Which is why I would refrain from discussing such matters with him. It would be utterly pointless. Senju Tobarama regarded Yan Bai and posed a significant question. However, Yan Bai, if one day I were to find myself at odds with the Uchiha clan, would you stand by my side or his? The preceding remarks were of little consequence. The crux of the matter lay in that inquiry. The wind rustled the hems of their garments, both possessing the same silver hair, identical eye color, and strikingly similar features. The scorching sun began to blaze ever more intensely, casting elongated shadows of the two figures, while a refreshing green aura wafted in from the direction of the forest. Yan Bai gazed at Senju Tobarama, his smile radiant as a blooming flower. Of course, I stand by your side. You are my dear brother. While Uchiha is nothing in comparison, Senju Tobarama responded with a slight smile, then I can rest easy. Whether this statement was truthful or a fabrication, Senju Tobarama chose to believe in its authenticity. This time, it was Yan Bai who was taken aback. His eyes widened as he looked at Senju Tobarama. Do you not hold it against me for concealing this? Do you not wish for me to sever ties with that person? Am I truly perceived as such in your eyes? Senju Tobarama shook his head, pondering whether such a perspective was the reason for his exclusion. Yan Bai remained silent, refraining from responding to the inquiry. Senju Tobarama seemed indifferent to the answer, continuing, there is no need to compel you to sever ties with him. Yan Bai appeared to be reassessing his understanding of Senju Tobarama. Yet, he heard Senju Tobarama quietly declare, the Senju clan would oppose you for the sake of the world, whereas the Uchiha clan would stand against the world for your sake. Yan Bai, in the wilds of the South He River, a cadre of adult ninjas from the Uchiha clan, clad in traditional battle attire, diligently searched for something. At the center of this gathering stood Uchiha Taijima, his expression somber. The majority of the Uchiha clan's combat strength had been stationed at their homeland, while the core forces were dispatched to the battlefield to execute an annihilation mission against the Yui clan. Yet, during such tumultuous times, Uchiha Izuna ventured into the South He River forest, accompanied by bodyguards, a place he ought to have avoided. Uchiha Taijima was acutely aware that Izuna had been relentlessly seeking the silver-haired woman who had been influencing Madara's psyche. In this era, women were regarded as mere property. Even the most renowned noble women were beyond the reach of the ninja clans and commoners alike. The remaining women of the ninja clans, or commoners, devoid of combat prowess, were relegated to mere breeding vessels. To seek out an unnamed woman whose whereabouts were unknown was indeed a formidable challenge, unless she were a famed courtesan of the red light district. Finding such a woman amidst the chaos of war was a daunting task. Izuna's departure from the clan during this critical period was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, last night, Izuna had once again ventured into the South He River forest, only to be pursued by remnants of the Yui clan. The bodyguards who barely escaped relayed that Izuna had fled downstream along the South He River, while the clan's sentinels reported that Madara had also left the clan's stronghold in an attempt to rescue Izuna. Now, neither brother had returned to their homeland. Meanwhile, the commotion from the Yui clan grew increasingly pronounced. Uchiha Taijima could only glean the situation of Madara and Izuna through the reactions of the Yui clan. Beside him, Uchiha Tamaki smirked, remarking on the remarkable talents of the two young clan leaders, who managed to confront the Yui clan alone and achieve such results. Though this statement bore a tone of mockery, it served as a form of consolation. Most individuals from the Uchiha clan expressed their concern in such a manner, where seemingly caring words often provoked irritation. Uchiha Taijima refrained from responding. One piece of information was undeniably clear. Yui Ryo, the head of the Yui clan, had lost his only son, Yui Nobuyuki, at the hands of Uchiha Madara the previous night. Grief-stricken, Yui Ryo vowed to make Madara pay dearly. In a fit of rage, he sought to locate both Madara and Izuna, racing through the surrounding villages, interrogating anyone he encountered. Have you seen two youths clad in Uchiha clan insignia? Innocent passers-by, regardless of their knowledge, were met with dire consequences for their silence. Yui Ryo's fury had no outlet, and in his frenzied wrath, he ravaged the forest, setting it ablaze in an attempt to draw out Uchiha Madara. Yui Ryo had become utterly ruthless, having lost all semblance of reason, wherever he traversed in the forest. Cries of despair followed, transforming the area into a hellscape. Uchiha Tajima maintained a stoic demeanor as he calmly stated, "Continue the search. I shall scout the opposite shore." The remaining clan members bowed in acknowledgement, and Uchiha Taijima swiftly departed from the group. As he raced through the forest, his objective was not to confront the deranged Yui Ryo, but to find a way to escort Madara and Izuna back before Yui Ryo could locate them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna had intended to take a detour through the South River woods to return to their homeland, only to discover that the Yui clan relentlessly pursued them, encircling them at the forest's edge. Having recognized the peculiarities of the forest, the Yui clan refrained from venturing deeper to engage Madara. However, setting the forest ablaze was utterly unconscionable. Regardless of Yui Ryo's madness, Madara viewed him as a coward. Why did he not dare to create havoc within the Uchiha clan? Why did he not provoke the Uchiha? Instead, he chose to block the South River and set fire to the woods, all because he deemed Madara and Izuna mere children to bully. With both Madara and Izuna missing from the clan, the Uchiha clan would inevitably mobilize to search for them. And Madara hoped that Yui Ryo would remain as fervent in his pursuit as he was now. From the shadows of the forest, Izuna softly murmured, "This is troublesome." Madara remained silent, but Izuna continued, "Brother, you are gravely injured. We must return to the clan quickly. I will divert their attention." Madara cast a cold glance at his younger brother, pondering, "What would I do if you were to perish?" "Brother, I will not die. I have awakened my double Tomo Sharingan. You must return to the clan to recuperate and await my return," Izuna asserted resolutely. "No need. The Yui clan is not so numerous. They cannot scour the entirety of the South River," Madara mused thoughtfully. "However, it is they who cannot afford to waste time. Their relentless search for us stems from their belief that they cannot contend with the adult members of the Uchiha clan and view us as mere weak children. They only seek to exact revenge before their demise." The double Tomo Sharingan indeed sounded formidable, yet Izuna was still too young. Even with unexpected traps at his disposal last night, Madara had struggled to fend off the onslaught, let alone in the current predicament. Yui Ryo had long since established his reputation. Despite being beneath the Uchiha clan in renown, he was far from an insignificant adversary. Reckless aggression required strength. Unbeknownst to him, Madara had retraced the path he and Izuna had taken. When he found himself once again surrounded by sentient creatures, an epiphany struck him. Chapter 038. A modicum of good news: the Uchiha and Yui clans had fallen into conflict, leading Senju Hashirama to momentarily pause his mercenary endeavors, ordering his clan members to strictly guard their homeland and refrain from venturing outside, content to watch as the two clans exhausted each other. Secluded at home, the four brothers of Senju Hashirama were concentrated in a designated area for intensive learning, tasked with not only enhancing their martial prowess, but also studying governance and the welfare of the populace. The weighty academic responsibilities bore heavily upon the four brothers. Yan Bai is responsible for preparing delectable meals for the family thrice a day, subsequently delivering them to his brothers. At other times, Yan Bai quietly engages in his uninterrupted practice in his own manner. In the afternoon, in Yan Bo's courtyard, a pregnant kitten has appeared, diligently assisting two newly arrived hens in burying their droppings. Yan Bai reclined on the cold, narrow corridor. His body turned as he observed the newly arrived kitten actively forging connections with the family members. A bird fluttered in from outside, alighting gently upon Yan Bai's shoulder. Yan Bai turned his face, listening to the rhythmic melodies of the birds. After a short while, he retrieved a box from a nearby food container, selecting a wriggling worm from within and offering it to the bird. The creature accepted the bribe, nuzzled against Yan Bai, and then took flight. Meanwhile, Shinsho Tobian, who had been silently seated beside him, lowered his gaze and remarked expressionlessly, "That individual has encountered peril and seeks your assistance, does he not? Indeed, he is rather feeble." Shinsho Tobian possessed the remarkable ability to read 10 lines at a glance, having completed his academic obligations early, thus allowing him to visit Yan Bai. His presence was merely to keep watch for enemy forces and to provide guidance, a task requiring little effort. This time, Yan Bai did not conceal the truth from Shinsho Tobian. It was a matter of life and death. Shinsho Tobian lifted his gaze towards Yan Bai, hoping that the value of the individual would reflect the care and dedication you have bestowed upon him. Yan Bai chuckled softly, remaining silent. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms and continued, "The Yui clan is relentlessly pursuing the two young leaders of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this news, I noticed a change in my elder brother's demeanor. Due to our agreement, I took it upon myself to persuade him privately, ensuring that our father remained unaware of any oddities. At such a time, should Senju Hashirama be unable to restrain himself and venture out to rescue Uchiha Madara, even if he were to succeed, their bond would reach an irrevocable conclusion. This forbidden friendship must remain shrouded in secrecy. Yan Bai gazed at Senju Tobarama with an expression of exasperation. Influenced by the original storyline, he had been diligently attempting to conceal himself and distance himself from Tobarama, fearing that he might report to the Buddha's side, thereby forcing Senju Hashirama to sever ties with Uchiha Madara, just as fate had dictated. Despite his efforts to evade this destiny, Yan Bai discovered that Tobarama was not as insufferable as he had previously believed. "Thank you, second brother," Yan Bai expressed sincerely. Upon hearing these words, Senju Tobarama pressed his fingers to his temples, closing his eyes momentarily. "Do not rejoice too soon. Sooner or later, the elders from both families will uncover this. Until then, if he cannot gain influence within his own clan, we will inevitably become adversaries." "I understand. Let it be as it is," Yan Bai nodded in agreement. Tobarama had been observing Yan Bai's reactions from the very beginning. He confirmed that Yan Bai harbored no special feelings for the Uchiha, but rather seemed intent on maintaining Hashirama's relationship with that individual. However, why was Yan Bai so determined to uphold this forbidden friendship of his elder brother? What benefits could it possibly bring to him? Tobarama found himself unable to discern the answers for the time being. Regardless, this was indeed encouraging news. Chapter 039, Taijima. Who was the owner of that garment? The birds dispatched by Yan Bai guided Uchiha Madara, enabling him to evade the pursuing members of the Yuhi clan. Despite taking a longer route, Madara returned safely to the Uchiha clan's territory. After ensuring the safety of himself and Izuna, the Uchiha clan launched a comprehensive offensive against the Yuhi clan. Fueled by the hatred stemming from the pursuit of Madara and Izuna, the Uchiha clan executed their assault with extreme ferocity. The Yuhi clan stood no chance against the formidable Uchiha clan. It promised to be a one-sided massacre. However, even upon successfully returning to their homeland, the circumstances for Madara and Izuna did not improve. Madara, gravely injured, lost consciousness upon reaching the Uchiha territory. Although he received gem treatment from Yan Bai, it merely restored a modicum of mobility sufficient for escape, leaving his wounds still severe. Izuna, well protected by his brother, sustained only minor abrasions that required simple cleaning and bandaging, with a few days of rest sufficient for recovery. Hence, Izuna's situation was even more dire. In the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Uchiha Taijima sat at his desk in the study. Behind him was the emblem of the fan, along with the bold calligraphy of the Uchiha name. Meanwhile, Izuna, having changed into appropriate attire for questioning, knelt in the center of the room, his head bowed before his authoritative father. Shadows enveloped the study, creating a tense atmosphere. "Izuna, I have heard that you have awakened your two-tomo Sharingan. Is that true?" Uchiha Taijima inquired coldly, gazing at his youngest son seated across from him. The youthful innocence that once adorned Izuna's face had faded, replaced by a solemn composure as he replied, "Yes, father." In response, Uchiha Taijima casually asked, "Was it due to the battle with the Yuhi clan?" Without hesitation, Izuna nodded, his expression unchanged. "You have lied to me, Izuna." Taijima's eyes widened as he fixed an intense gaze upon his son. "You actually dared to deceive your father?" Izuna's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Astute and perceptive, he had already grasped the gravity of what lay ahead. Overwhelmed, he closed his eyes in anguish. Taijima, who had previously been smiling, revealed no warmth in his gaze. "When did you start lying to your father?" Izuna lowered his head, fists clenched on his knees. His youthful face contorted with distress as his Sharingan involuntarily activated. Taijima pressed on relentlessly. "Just because you choose silence does not mean this matter will be overlooked." "Father," Izuna finally murmured, unable to contain the turmoil within. Having been saved by Yan Bai multiple times, Izuna's heart wavered. Taijima's sudden and unyielding inquiries left Izuna deeply conflicted. Should he divulge everything to his revered father, or withhold information to protect Yan Bai? Ultimately, it was not Izuna's decision to make, for they were members of the Uchiha clan. His inner turmoil was laid bare beneath his father's Sharingan. Taijima's gaze softened as he said, "Your guards, upon witnessing your awakening of the two-tomo Sharingan, immediately endeavored to ensure your escape. Clearly, you had already activated your eyes before encountering the Yuhi clan. Is the process of awakening so difficult to articulate that even I, your father, must be kept in the dark?" At those words, Izuna was involuntarily reminded of the agonizing backlash from the Great Fireball technique. No one could comprehend the suffering he endured at that moment, not even his father. It was a harrowing experience, perilously close to death, lasting an eternity, filled with despair. Even now, the memory threatened to bring him to tears. Izuna fought to maintain composure, struggling against an invisible force. The flames of backlash, the sound of a girl's song. He recalled weeping, overwhelmed by feelings of helplessness and the specter of death. Now, he faced the dilemma of revealing the identity of the one who had saved him and his brother, placing her in jeopardy. The uncertainty of the future caused Izuna's heart to race, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The Uchiha clan's emotions ran deep, necessitating the suppression of feelings. Uchiha Taijima, not a naive youth, sensed the shift in Izuna's demeanor. The awakening of a two-tomo Sharingan was an experience beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. Taijima knew he could no longer remain silent. Continued dialogue might at least momentarily divert Izuna's spiraling thoughts. Taijima continued. "They say you were wearing an unfamiliar outer robe upon your appearance, one that starkly contrasts with our clan's dark attire. Thus, it can be concluded that it does not belong to you." Upon hearing this, Izuna's eyes widened in shock, his mind momentarily blank. Yet, unable to continue pondering, he halted the cascade of thoughts that had consumed him, and his trembling ceased. Taijima gently coaxed, "What became of that robe?" Izuna sat in stunned silence, struggling to regain his breath. Taijima narrowed his eyes, maintaining his calm tone. "Or perhaps I should rephrase my question. Who is the owner of that robe?" Izuna fought to steady his breath, but a tumult of emotions, courage, morality, and revulsion overcame him. What to do? What should I do? Faced with his father's relentless questioning, he felt utterly cornered. Should he reveal the truth? Should he speak of the miraculous woman? Would she continue to assist them as she had his brother? Taijima, patient, sensed the turmoil within Izuna escalate upon mentioning the robe's owner. He surmised that it belonged to the silver-haired girl and sought to confirm his suspicions through Izuna's reactions. That robe belongs to her, does it not? Izuna maintained his facade of panic, yet gradually found his inner calm. Taijima persisted, the girl who awakened Madara's Sharingan. You encountered her and awakened your eyes because of her. At that moment, Izuna noticed his father's feet, adorned in white socks, drawing near. Overwhelmed by the pressure, he abruptly lifted his gaze. He concentrated all his strength in his throat, yearning to speak, but was met with the fierce gaze of Taijima's crimson Sharingan. Before losing consciousness entirely, Izuna heard his father's gentle, affectionate voice gradually fading away. Izuna, at your age, awakening a Tsutomu Sharingan is something I could never have imagined. I began to feel a sense of curiosity. What manner of girl could she be, and what exactly has she done to both of you brothers? Given that the experience was so excruciating, to the point where it is difficult for you to articulate, then do not speak of it. Rest now, Quan Nai, the answers I shall seek for myself. Chapter 040. This is Yan Bai's true intention within the territory of the Thousand-Hand clan, beneath a sky heavy with dark clouds. After the evening meal, Yan Bai routinely ventured out for a stroll. The chilly breeze of dusk heralded the arrival of autumn. What is the matter with Yan Bai today? Senju Hashirama mused, glancing at his brother, Senju Tobarama, as he observed Yan Bai dragging Tobarama outside for a walk. Senju Tobarama sighed and remarked, Brother, do you not often concoct numerous excuses to avoid accompanying Yan Bai on her walks? Now that she has chosen to engage with brother Tobarama, you ought to feel pleased. Senju Hashirama scratched his head, his expression a mix of confusion and realization. It does seem to be the case. Ignoring Hashirama's inconsequential musings, Yan Bai led Senju Tobarama further away. Passing through the estate's courtyard, Yan Bai guided Tobarama beyond the gates. Senju Tobarama, his face devoid of emotion, inquired, Are you not going to explain to brother? He might feel disheartened. I just exchanged pleasantries with him, Yan Bai replied. I informed him that I was going for a walk with you. Yan Bai wore a perplexed expression. There seemed to be little to explain, as he had articulated his thoughts quite clearly during their recent meal. Senju Tobarama remained silent, acutely aware that Yan Bai had summoned him for a specific purpose. However, Yan Bai's actions led Tobarama to label him as lacking in emotional intelligence. The area before the residence was devoid of light, gradually succumbing to darkness. The clan members rested within the confines of their homes, leaving the pathways outside empty, save for the distant sounds of insects and birds. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo groves surrounding the estate, creating a soft whisper. An odd sensation welled up within Tobarama. He felt an overwhelming urge to retreat back into the safety of the residence, yet he restrained himself. He understood that if he chose to walk away now, Yan Bai would likely never approach him again. In this environment that stirred profound unease, Tobarama took the initiative to speak. Go ahead, I am listening. Yan Bai's footsteps suddenly halted as he turned to gaze at Senju Tobarama, who stood beside him. Tobarama, can I trust you? He inquired. Senju Tobarama instinctively replied, of course. However, immediately after uttering those words, he was beset by an unsettling feeling, as if he were on the verge of being dragged into a tumultuous situation against his will. Yan Bai spoke earnestly, his words replete with trust. However, it was precisely for this reason that Senju Fujin felt an even greater weight of pressure. As night deepened, the darkness grew increasingly dense. Yan Bo and Senju Tobarama stood facing each other in a secluded area, away from the dwellings of their clan. Under the cloak of night, Yan Bai fixated intently on Senju Tobarama. Suddenly, he drew closer, whispering a few deliberate words into Tobarama's ear. The more he listened, the deeper the furrow in Tobarama's brow became. Yan Bo spoke for an extended period. During this time, Senju Tobarama did not interrupt him, though his expression changed countless times in a brief span. Once Yan Bo finished speaking, Senju Tobarama sighed and said, Even if I express my dissent, you will not alter your stance, will you? No, Yan Bo nodded. Ultimately, Senju Tobarama remarked, Very well, I shall assist you. At that moment, he understood. Earlier in the morning, Senju Tobarama believed he had reconciled with Yan Bo through candor. Yet, unexpectedly, less than half a day after their reconciliation, he found himself dragged into a predicament by Yan Bo. In the Uchiha clan's territory, at the clan leader's residence, the clock struck midnight. The distant croaking of frogs and the chirping of night insects filled the air. Awakened from a nightmare, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. He gazed at the pitch-black ceiling, sensing that something was amiss. At some point, a captivating fragrance began to waft through the room. Upon catching a whiff of this scent, Madara furrowed his brow. He seemed to recognize this peculiar aroma but could not recall when he had encountered it. Before long, as the fragrance enveloped him, Uchiha Madara felt a knot of unease in his heart. Soon, he sensed that the scent was drawing nearer and was poised to rise and confront the source. However, he heard a familiar voice from above. Madara, does your injury still ache? I have healed you, haven't I? The melodious voice, akin to that of a nightingale, mingled with the fragrance of roses. It was her. Uchiha Madara's cautious demeanor shattered in an instant as he sprang up, staring at Yan Bai, who had inexplicably appeared behind him. At that moment, Yan Bai was clad in dark robes that blended almost seamlessly with the night. Uchiha Madara lowered his voice. What brings you here? He thought to himself, nearly frightened to death by Yan Bai. Wait, this is the heart of the Uchiha territory. How did Yan Bai gain entry? The most unsettling aspect for Uchiha Madara was that Yan Bai had intruded into their domain without a sound and had stealthily appeared in his chamber. Yan Bai blinked with concern. Weren't you injured? I was worried about you. Uchiha Madara, with a pained expression, covered his face and asked, how did you get in? Did no one notice? I had already dispatched small creatures to scout your clan's territory. I found a way in without being detected, Yan Bai replied with a smile. Now that I am healed, I shall take my leave. With that, Yan Bai prepared to vanish into the shadows. Uchiha Madara, somewhat exasperated, interjected, wait a moment. What did Yan Bai just say? Have you long since sent little animals to scout the area? The thought leaves Uchiha Madara feeling an unsettling chill. What's wrong? Is there any pain? Do you require treatment? Yan Bai gazes at Uchiha Madara with a puzzled expression. Uchiha Madara replies, there is no pain anywhere, but, seeing Uchiha Madara unable to articulate his thoughts, Yan Bai maintains his composure and states, no need for treatment. Then I shall take my leave. Don't go. Uchiha Madara still wears a look of deep gloom. Did you not mention that you were grounded due to the clothing issue? I am indeed grounded. I have asked my second brother to cover for me, as I must return before the time we agreed upon. A smile graces Yan Bai's face. His tone is calm as still water. In the evening, Yan Bai confided in Senju Tobarama about his potential ability to replicate the Sharingan, expressing his fervent desire to possess it. Senju Tobarama acquiesced, primarily because he understood that he could not best Yan Bai in combat. Reporting to their father about their relationship would only lead to ruin. Out of respect and faith in Yan Bai, Senju Tobarama resolved to assist him. Observing the smiling Yan Bai, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of irritation and lowered his voice, stating, this is exceedingly perilous. I do not require your healing. This injury will mend itself over time. I will not perish. Why must you go to such lengths? Yan Bai thought to himself, isn't this a mere platitude? Taking advantage of Ban's injury, he came under the pretense of concern to touch Ban, making it seem justifiable. Alas, he still failed to sense the Uchiha bloodline. How elusive this bloodline is. Yan Baishin contemplated that when the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan clashed, he would implore his elder brother Hashirama to strike Madara with relentless fervor. Later, under the cover of night, he would stealthily approach to tend to Madara's wounds. Hashirama would bear the blame, while Yan Baishin would play the role of the angel. This would continue until he could unveil the secrets of the Uchiha bloodline. Although the absence of the Sharingan was of little concern, the prolonged struggle without success left Yan Baishin feeling disheartened. Moreover, he needed to acquire Indra's chakra in order to have a chance at awakening the Rinnegan. Without overthinking, Yan Baishin provided a vague yet versatile response and continued. You are aware that my presence here is perilous. Please do not detain me any longer. I shall take my leave for now and return to visit you another time. With that, he made a gesture of farewell and swiftly slipped out of the window, his figure vanishing into the night. Madara Uchiha thought to himself, I hope you refrain from returning next time. That night, Madara found himself sleepless, fully grasping the anxiety that Hashirama once felt towards Yan Baishin. His obsessive nature forbade him from finding rest. Chapter 041. Taijima. Who did Madara spend the night with? The room was darker than the night outside, illuminated only by a flickering corridor light that seemed to flicker nervously. Madara Uchiha tossed and turned, suddenly recalling the visage of a certain individual, gritting his teeth in frustration. His mood escalated from agitation to fury. Each time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the image of Yan Baishin nestled in a corner, fixated on him. Oh, sleep eludes me. The torment is unbearable. At that moment, Madara finally comprehended the meaning behind Hashirama's earlier remark. How pitiable it is that you suffer from such obsessive tendencies. You must change. No, sleep is unattainable. Madara abruptly emerged from his covers and began to leap around the spacious room, rummaging through every corner. Only after confirming that Yan Baishin was indeed absent from the room did he return to his bed. Yan Bai has returned. Yan Bai is absent. Yan Bai is no longer here. Uchiha Madara continually reminded himself that Yan Bai had returned, that he was no longer present, and that he should not dwell on the thought of him lurking in the shadows. Yan Bai is not here. My spirits are lifted. He resolved to think. Perhaps it was the persistent mantra, akin to a lullaby. Or perhaps it was the toll of a restless night that ultimately lulled him into slumber as the sun cast its golden rays upon the earth. Before long, Uchiha Taijima silently entered the room, cradling the slumbering Uchiha Izuna, and slid open the door to avert any unforeseen incidents. Both children were under the careful watch of Uchiha Taijima himself. He did not subject his own son to particularly harsh interrogations. Instead, he had merely hypnotized Izuna the previous night and extracted his experiences through a series of inquiries while he was in a subconscious state. This dialogue had lasted the entire night. The revelations were alarming. A captivating woman, imposing strength, healing prowess, an unknown lineage, master of the forest. The information divulged by Izuna was deeply unsettling, prompting Uchiha Taijima to ponder further. Moreover, Izuna seemed to possess limited knowledge regarding the silver-haired girl, enhancing her enigmatic allure. However, recognizing Izuna's tender age, Uchiha Taijima opted against further questioning. After dispelling the hypnosis, Izuna drifted back into a peaceful sleep. Taijima laid the sleeping Izuna beside Madara and approached a nearby cabinet, intending to arrange bedding for Izuna, only to be met with disarray inside. A frown creased Uchiha Taijima's brow as he discreetly cast a glance at the slumbering Madara. Could it be that Madara had awakened in the middle of the night and rummaged through the cabinet? Given his severe injuries, what would compel him to do so? With these questions lingering in his mind, Uchiha Taijima removed the bedding with an impassive expression, taking a moment to sniff the fabric. Indeed, it bore the scent of medicine, confirming that Madara had indeed handled it. But why? Taijima's curiosity deepened. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure as he spread the bedding on the tatama mat, placed Izuna atop it, and tucked him in securely. Once Izuna was settled, Uchiha Taijima moved to the area stocked with medical supplies and opened a drawer, only to find that the medicine bottles had been disturbed. Narrowing his eyes, Taijima pondered whether Madara had accessed the medicine. He retrieved the necessary healing salves and bandages. Approaching Madara's side with an inscrutable expression, gently lifting the covers to prepare for a change of dressings, Madara appeared to be in an unsettled sleep, furrowing his brow and shifting slightly before succumbing to slumber once more. Uchiha Taijima harbored doubts. Was Madara feigning sleep upon noticing his presence? Yet, the dark circles beneath Madara's eyes suggested otherwise. However, that fleeting glance deepened Taijima's frown. Madara looked haggard, as if he had not slept all night, barely just dozing off. What had he been doing? Bearing such grievous wounds, and yet remaining awake in the dead of night, rooting through drawers. Countless questions gnawed at Uchiha Taijima's mind. Despite this turmoil, he remained steadfast in his duty, silently beginning to tend to Madara's wounds. However, as he unwrapped the old bandages, his expression turned grim. After a frantic removal of all the dressings, he discovered that Madara's injuries had astonishingly healed overnight. Uchiha Taijima swiftly surveyed the room, scanning the windows and doors. Before directing his gaze to the beams overhead, it dawned on him. She had come. Taijima's countenance darkened. The girl with extraordinary healing abilities had stealthily visited Madara while he questioned Izuna. The state of the room suggested they had spent the night together. Yet, the Uchiha clan remained oblivious. What a disgrace. It was utterly humiliating. With a fierce expression, Uchiha Taijima activated his Sharingan. He resolved to relocate Madara and Izuna, to bolster their defenses and to eliminate every untamed creature within the clan's territory. Taijima gazed silently at the sleeping Madara, initially intending to employ similar tactics to interrogate him as he had with Izuna. But now from that point onward, while the Uchiha clan commenced their extermination campaign against the Yuhi clan, the leader, Taijima, peculiarly initiated a campaign to eliminate vermin and pests. In the deepest recesses of the Senju clan's leader's estate, the backyard was a sanctum reserved for Yan Bai. Yesterday, Yan Bai returned home within the designated time, as if he had merely taken a stroll, bringing with him grilled fish seasoned with perilla for Senju Tobarama. Yan Bai, while passing by the South Sichuan, swiftly caught a fish. Along his journey, he gathered leaves, perilla, and spices. Employing the art of water release, he skillfully dispatched the fish and meticulously cleaned the ingredients. He then enveloped the fish in a mixture of spices, wrapped it in leaves, and encased it in clay using earth release. With precise control over his chakra, he utilized fire release to roast the fish. When Yan Bai returned to the clan's territory, the grilled fish was just finished. It appeared as though Yan Bai had deliberately gone out to procure a midnight snack, perfectly timed. Senju Tobarama was utterly speechless. Yet he ended up sharing a late-night meal with Yan Bai and his cat. It was quite the situation. Not only had Yan Bai enlisted his help to keep watch, but he had also crafted a suitable excuse. Although Senju Tobarama initially harbored some grievances, the aroma of the grilled fish was irresistible, and since Yan Bai was unscathed, he decided to let him indulge, knowing that the misfortune would ultimately befall the Uchiha clan. As Senju Tobarama lingered with Yan Bai until the late hours, he was indeed confronted by Senju Hashirama upon his departure. Upon realizing that Senju Tobarama had sneaked into his sister's courtyard in the dead of night to enjoy grilled fish, Hashirama refrained from further inquiries. It was at this moment that Tobarama comprehended that Yan Bai had long possessed the capability to escape the clan's confines at night. Yet he had previously suppressed his impulses for fear that his older brother might discover him. which would obstruct Yan Bai's subsequent plans. Thus, Yan Bai had been patiently awaiting this opportunity, eagerly anticipating Tobarama's unintentional provision of it. Now, with Tobarama's protection, their father Hashirama's position was secured, for Tobarama would not suspect that even the Tobarama he loathed the most was in cahoots with Yan Bai. Senju Tobarama recognized that he was now complicit in Yan Bai's schemes, and this illicit journey had already sailed too far to turn back. Chapter 42. Your trust makes my eyes water. In the courtyard, vibrant green leaves sprouted from the ubiquitous Chiba daylilies. The gentle sunlight bathed the garden in warmth. Yan Bai sat in the narrow corridor, skillfully manipulating his chakra to craft delicate handmade items, garments, and adornments. Beside him, the plump little mouse, Ingemo, lamented while voraciously devouring cookies. Surrounding Ingemo was a group of spirited little mice, significantly smaller in stature, huddling together cautiously as they nibbled on tiny biscuits. Once Ingmo's lamentations subsided, Yan Bai graciously offered a handkerchief. The little mouse chirped a couple of times, accepted the handkerchief, and proceeded to blow its nose in a rather dignified manner. Yan Bai wore a helpless expression. Oh, so Taijima discovered my visit and burned down your home? I'm truly sorry for involving you in this. Jijijika, with indignation etched on its face, waved its tiny paws. It had even excavated a dwelling outside the Uchiha clan's territory, seeking vengeance. Absolutely. Taijima from the Uchiha clan should be prepared. It would return. Oh, you have also constructed a villa outside their territory? That sounds perilous. In that case, why not temporarily reside at your family's home, while I am still alive? I can provide for you for a lifetime. Yan Bai opened another thin pancake box and pushed it in front of the plump mouse. The little mouse, Ingemo, transformed its sadness and anger into appetite. It was already full. It nudged the box towards its wife and children to share the feast. Little mouse, Ingemo had returned, and Yan Bai could still send birds to observe the condition of the Uchiha clan. Surely, Uchiha Taijima would not set the mountain ablaze? Yan Bai found it difficult to fathom that the Uchiha clan resided in such a desolate place, stark and barren, devoid of life save for withered trees and bones, emanating an eerie aura. In Yan Bai's perspective, Uchiha Taijima's actions to exterminate pests and vermin bore a striking resemblance to an expression of pent-up frustration. Taijima had arranged new accommodations for Izuna and Madara, simultaneously bolstering their defenses. He also obsessively instructed every member of the Uchiha clan to eliminate any sight of flies and mosquitoes, showing no mercy towards mice and cockroaches. The members of the Uchiha clan merely perceived their leader's sudden obsession with cleanliness as a quirky trait and paid it little mind. Sadly, the Sakura Emo family could no longer rely on the Uchiha clan for sustenance. Initially, Yan Bai had not intended to keep a watchful eye on the Uchiha clan daily. However, given Taijima's merciless demeanor, Yan Bai resolved to send birds to monitor their clan each day. Yan Bai intends to first compile a genealogy for the Uchiha clan, followed by the creation of a detailed map of their ancestral lands, subsequently inscribing the names of the residents associated with each dwelling. Upon completing the registration, Yan Bai will enlist a multitude of birds, with whom he shares a cordial rapport, to surveil the Uchiha clan. He will meticulously document the activities of various households, the frequency of card games played by couples, the antics of mischievous children, instances of early romantic encounters among the youth, the excessive consumption of meat, the number of baths taken daily and their locations, the frequency of restroom visits and their respective sites, as well as information regarding their employers and any peculiar happenings within those households. Yan Bai intends to meticulously document every trivial matter occurring within the Uchiha clan's territory. Subsequently, he plans to transcribe a copy and dispatch a bird to deliver it monthly to Uchiha Taijima. Yan Bai wished to convey to Tian Island, I am keenly observing you, and no matter how many household pests and mice you exterminate, it is all in vain. I yearn to witness your futile attempts to strike me, filled with helplessness. With this delightful resolution, a tender smile graced Yan Bai's lips. At that very moment, Senju Tobarama, having completed his assignments ahead of time, sought out Yan Bai once again. Upon seeing Yan Bai's smile, a chill ran down Senju Tobarama's spine. Ever since reconciling with Yan Bai, Senju Tobarama's world had transformed, not into a paradise, but into something fantastical. Previously, he believed he understood Yan Bai. Now, he realized how naive he had been, for what he had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. The elegance, reserve, charm, beauty, and gentleness of Yan Bai are mere facades. The true essence of Yan Bai is that of a devil, mischievous in nature, possessing an extraordinary imagination, and frequently engaging in whimsical antics. Yan Bai is nothing like a gentle and graceful maiden. He is a malevolent demon with a vile disposition and a remarkable talent for disguise. When Yan Bai gazes at you with a smile, you might believe he is smiling at you, but in reality, he is either fixating on your groin or contemplating something rather dreadful. Each time I witness Yan Bai behaving inappropriately, I cannot help but feel compelled to lecture him. However, unlike before, there is a distinct shift. Yan Bai no longer readily admits his mistakes as he once did. Instead, he smiles brightly and declares, Tobarama. A person reveals their demonic side only in the presence of those they trust the most. I trust you above all. which makes you the sole individual in this world privy to my true nature. My trust in you is immense. Each time Tobarama hears these words, he finds himself at a loss for further admonishment. For the first time in his life, he feels the weight of moral coercion through the notion of trust. Recently, Tobarama has witnessed a plethora of shocking occurrences, things he had never encountered before. Thus, it is not that Tobarama's world has become more beautiful, rather, it has transformed into something fantastical. He had always believed that his peaceful and tranquil clan territory was devoid of chaos, yet he has come to realize that it is, in fact, a stage for rampant mischief. This time, Tobarama's observations extend beyond merely witnessing Yan Bai deceiving others for eggs at the outskirts of their territory. He has also seen Yan Bai swap a hawk's egg for a chicken egg, resulting in the hatching of a delicate yellow chick, leaving the bewildered hawk couple standing beside the nest for an hour in utter confusion. Subsequently, Yan Bai placed the exchanged hawk egg into the chicken coop of the Senju clan, specifically instructing the caretakers not to touch those peculiar eggs, as they were hawk eggs. He directed the hens, Haru and Natsu, to take turns incubating the eggs, intending to raise the hawk chicks himself, as Yan Bai nurtures the hawks to maturity. Tobarama reflects on the adage that the nature of a pet often mirrors that of its owner. He cannot fathom the spectacle of these hawks being raised by Yan Bai, envisioning them as ninja hawks. Presently, the chicken coop of the Senju clan is a veritable menagerie, with a myriad of unusual fowl hatched by the hens. The two hens seem to have consulted Yan Bai, expressing their concerns that their offspring appear deformed, perhaps due to Yan Bai's frequent borrowing of their chicks. Yan Bai undoubtedly managed to deceive each time. Yan Bai's lies, though seemingly plausible, have never faltered, and the two hens firmly believe that Yan Bai would not deceive them. Shinsho Suji increasingly feels that he once resembled those two foolishly naive hens. However, upon witnessing Yan Bai personally release those children, he discerned Yan Bai's intentions. Shinsho Suji noticed the plump mouse tending to a group of rodents beside Yan Bai, its wriggling little body accompanied by the striking cherry blossoms. Unable to contain himself, Shinsho Suji inquired, "Has something occurred with the Uchiha clan? Why are there so many mice returning home for a visit?" Yan Bai let out a deep sigh, lamenting the misdeeds of Tian Dao, who had set ablaze the home of Imo, resulting in the tragic loss of numerous innocent lives. How pitiful indeed. Senju Tobarama regarded him with an enigmatic expression, seemingly aware of the perilous nature of Yan Bai's actions. He cautioned, "It appears they have caught wind of your behavior. It is far too dangerous for you to venture there again." To his surprise, Yan Bai responded with unbridled enthusiasm, "Brother, allow me to share my meticulously crafted plan with you." Senju Tobarama maintained a stoic demeanor, rendered speechless. In his thoughts, he mused, "Uchiha Tian Dao has truly drawn the short straw by crossing paths with you." Yan Bai began his daily indoctrination. "Second brother, why do you appear so startled? Fear not, for I shall never treat you thus. It is only because I trust you implicitly that I reveal my truest self." Senju Tobarama replied, "Do not place such unwavering trust in me. Your faith renders my eyes painfully aware." Chapter 043, The Sanctuary of the Detached Hand. Initially, Senju Tobarama endeavored to dissuade Yan Bai from his inappropriate behavior. However, he soon relinquished this effort. Since he could not prevent it, he chose to join Yan Bai. For without aligning himself with Yan Bai, Senju Tobarama could not fathom the depths of his depravity. Yan Bai's true self is quite dazzling, prompting Senju Tobarama to learn from him and join in the spectacle. Thus, Senju Tobarama proposed to apply Yan Bai's method of monitoring the Uchiha clan to other ninja clans, including the Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Saratobi, Hyuga, Inazuka, and Yamanaka clans. He suggested drafting a detailed daily record for each of these families. However, unlike the Uchiha clan, where he openly airdropped copies to Taijima, it was best to keep the other clans in the dark. Senju Tobarama reasoned that if Yan Bai only surveilled the Uchiha, it would be easy for their father, Butsama, to suspect something amiss. Yet, if Yan Bai were to treat all clans equally, the Uchiha clan would not attract undue attention. Yan Bai found no fault with the proposal and cheerfully remarked that among the 5 brothers, he and Shinsho Tobarama were the most alike. Shinsho Tobarama silently accepted this assessment. They both took on the role of the 6th brother, delighting in their shared camaraderie. After some time, Shinsho Tobarama received a substantial collection of documents sent by Yan Bai. With Yan Bai's consent, he forwarded these records, which detailed the private affairs of various clans, to his father, Shinsho Butsama. Seated solemnly at his desk, Shinsho Butsama meticulously examined each scroll. The scrolls were filled with intricate calligraphy, chronicling an array of bizarre and trivial matters in excruciating detail. Recognizing Yan Bai's handwriting, Shinsho Butsama listened attentively as Shinsho Tobarama explained the origins of the scrolls, though he chose to withhold information regarding the Uchiha clan. This collection encompassed nearly all the information that could be gleaned by prying eyes among the ninja clans. The contents of the scrolls were penned by Yan Bai, based on intelligence provided by birds, articulated in his own words. As Shinsho Butsama read, his brow furrowed in disbelief. On this date, at such and such time, under a sparse moon, Akimichi Matsumaru of the Akimichi clan was found with his wife Inaho in the courtyard. engaging in a rather unseemly act due to his excessive corpulence and a rather short stature. Shinsho Butsuma continued, on this date, at such and such time, under the blazing sun, the son of Nara Hiroki, Narashika, suffered from diarrhea. The shape of his excrement was. The scrolls contained exhaustive details about the peculiarities of various clans, recording even the most mundane aspects of life. Incidents of children breaking neighbors' windows, pilfering from kitchens, receiving spankings, or tragically meeting their end due to their unruly behavior were all meticulously chronicled. Affairs of infidelity, runaway concubines, dogs defecating at neighbors' doors, and undisciplined ninja beasts were all captured within these narratives. The tales of the major ninja clans were a kaleidoscope of absurdity and chaos, even surpassing the most sensational storybooks sold in the capital of the Land of Fire. However, not all the intelligence contained herein was without merit. Yan Bai meticulously delineated the territory of the clan, assigning numbers to each dwelling and thoroughly documenting the names and residences of the inhabitants. Like an obsessive fan, he recorded the daily lives, activities, and even the most mundane aspects of their existence. Observing the serious demeanor of his father, Senju Baijian, after presenting this information, he articulated a request. Father, Yan Bai is exceedingly bored. Please arrange for her moral and ethical training. Senju Baijian regarded his son with a grave expression, comprehending the underlying implications of his words. The information in his possession was indeed valuable for the family's intelligence on rival clans. However, it simultaneously highlighted Yan Bai's profound lack of ethics and moral integrity. Reflecting on how swiftly Yan Bai had fabricated charges against the Yui clan, resulting in their rapid annihilation, Senju Baijian recognized his son's concerns. Yan Bai possesses extraordinary strength at such a tender age, yet he seems devoid of integrity and moral compass, which renders him a perilous entity. There lies a profound concern that as Yan Bai matures, he may transform into a cataclysmic demon. Recently, Chuzhan has been engrossed in the teachings of Zen Buddhism, a pursuit that Yan Bai had previously relished in following. The Thousand-Hand Buddha has resolved to have Yan Bai accompany Chuzhan in his studies of Buddhist philosophy, with the hope that the wisdom Chuzhan acquires could enlighten Yan Bai, instilling within him at least a semblance of morality and ethical values, preventing him from striking down his own kin in favor of their adversaries during critical moments. The Thousand-Hand Buddha has never before been so troubled by the moral character of any child. Yan Bai is truly an exception. Previously, the task of raising a child had seemed effortless, yet since Yan Bai has embraced his unrestrained nature, the Thousand-Hand Buddha has felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, both physically and mentally. It is not fear for Yan Bai's mortality that burdens him, but rather the anxiety of potential turmoil instigated by the child. He finds himself torn between the desire to nurture this boy and the trepidation of being overwhelmed by his own progeny's audacity. When Yan Bai learned that he would be studying under Senju Hashirama, he felt a surge of joy. Senju Hashirama, a man of great heart, saw no issue with his father's proposal. Consequently, the dynamics of the brothers' training shifted dramatically upon Yan Bai's inclusion. Once he joined Hashirama's training cohort, Yan Bai finally understood why many of Hashirama's techniques were rooted in Buddhist teachings when he ascended to the position of the first Hokage. This was due to Hashirama's frequent practice of Buddhist philosophy. Yan Bai remains indifferent to this matter. He can engage in conversation on any topic and find joy in all endeavors. Only Yan Bai is capable of having a serene dialogue about Buddhism with Hashirama Senju, leaving the other three brothers in a state of bewilderment. During their training in ninjutsu, only Yan Bai and Hashirama possess the ability to utilize wood release, allowing Yan Bai to engage meaningfully with Hashirama on this subject. He shares his conceptual ideas and directions regarding techniques such as Shinju, the birth of the world tree, Hanashu, the flowering world tree, Mokuri no Jutsu, the technique of the wood dragon, Mokunin no Jutsu, the technique of the wooden man, Hrai no Jutsu, the technique of ranking, and Kabutsu no Jutsu, the technique of all-encompassing bags. Hashirama observes this quietly and suddenly feels that allowing Yan Bai to learn moral philosophies from him is indeed a most prudent decision, as Yan Bai's recent writings on trivial matters of other clans have adopted a notably more serious tone. It is no wonder that the elder brother would have such an unusual technique name. Now it all makes sense. Yan Bai gazed at the scroll in his hand, murmuring to himself, Quan Ru Tian Shui Shou, a term derived from Buddhist Zen philosophy. There was a Zen master named Quan, whose masterpiece, the 10 Ox Herding Pictures, is a renowned painting that illustrates the path of cultivation through the metaphor of herding oxen in Zen Buddhism. The stages depicted are as follows: seeking the ox, discovering the tracks, seeing the ox, gaining the ox, herding the ox, riding the ox home, forgetting the ox and the self, both ox and self forgotten, returning to the source, and entering the market with open hands. The term Rutan signifies a return to the mundane world, while Chue Shou represents the act of enlightening sentient beings. After achieving enlightenment, one returns to the suffering of the earthly realm to universally guide and inspire others, embodying compassion. Thus, years later, the Thousand-Hand Pillar developed a technique to combat tailed beasts, Fire Shadow Technique, Quan Rutan Chue Shou. Yan Bai, utilizing his comprehension of ninjutsu, devised a wooden release version of the 80 Gods Airstrike, unleashing a flurry of punches from behind with the wood style. His prior knowledge of Kagaya's techniques allowed him to create numerous formidable jutsu in a remarkably short span, techniques that others found challenging to replicate. Within the entire Senju clan, only Yan Bai and Senju Hashirama possessed the ability to wield wood release. Hashirama, facing Yan Bai, immediately began forming hand seals to counter with his own wood-style ninjutsu. The two siblings engaged in what resembled a turn-based game, delighting in their playful exchanges of digging and planting. Amidst the spirited combat, they began to sing whimsical songs together, their laughter resonating with a healing warmth. Indeed, the interplay of their abilities was fascinating. Before Hashirama, Yan Bai appeared as a quintessential child. Senju Tobarama observed from a distance. Arms crossed, as Yan Bai and Hashirama explored the intricacies of wood-release ninjutsu. Standing quietly beside his father, Tobarama fixated his gaze on Yan Bai, silently pondering the information Yan Bai had revealed about himself in such a brief time. At times, Tobarama found himself perplexed by the nature of Yan Bai's feelings toward him. It was not entirely accurate to assert that Yan Bai harbored animosity. Rather, he had unveiled his true self to Tobarama, whether in his darker or lighter forms. Tobarama had witnessed both facets of Yan Bai. He believed himself to be the sole individual in existence to have encountered the pure black version of Yan Bai. To Tobarama, Yan Bai represented a blend of light and darkness. As for Hashirama, Yan Bai presented only his more charming side, and apart from being somewhat clingy, he appeared to Hashirama as the epitome of an adorable and intelligent younger sister. Observing the duo engrossed in their study of ninjutsu, Senju Baijian turned to Tobarama and inquired, "Has Yan Bai engaged in any activities beyond gathering intelligence from the various ninja clans?" Upon hearing this, Tobarama recalled the events of that morning but shook his head, replying, "Yan Bai is occupied with listening to messages relayed by his shadow clones and documenting the information. Simultaneously, he is collaborating with elder brother on both Buddhist teachings and ninjutsu, leaving him no time for other pursuits." Seemingly relieved, Senju Baijian remarked, "That is reassuring. The affairs concerning the Uchiha and Yuhi clans are nearing resolution. Our clan is also preparing to accept new commissions. This time, not just you and Hashirama, but also Kawarama and Banzuma must be ready." "Yes, father," Tobarama responded, his expression unchanged as he lowered his head, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his crimson eyes. The Uchiha clan's territory lies in the southern region of the Naga River. Renowned for their formidable prowess, they thrive despite the ongoing turmoil outside, often sustaining losses yet remaining more resilient than other ninja clans. The interior of the Uchiha compound is vibrant and prosperous, with clan members donning meticulously crafted attire that exudes strength and dominance. In the grand kitchen of the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Madara, with a stern expression, skillfully handled ingredients in accordance with the training methods previously suggested by Yan Bai. Uchiha Izuna stood upright behind Madara, attentively surveying their surroundings before quietly whispering, "Forgive me, brother, but father has cast a jutsu on me, and I am unable to resist." At that moment, Madara's movements abruptly halted, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After Yan Bai's visit to Uchiha Madara, Madara found himself inexplicably asleep for 2 days before awakening. Upon regaining consciousness, he learned that his father had suddenly ordered the extermination of all rodents, cockroaches, mosquitoes, and flies within their clan's territory. To any observer, such an edict would seem entirely reasonable, for these creatures spread disease and spoil food. However, Madara and his brother Izuna were acutely aware of the true motives behind Uchiha Taijima's drastic measures to eliminate these pests. By the time Madara awakened, it was too late to halt Taijima's family pest extermination campaign, as the deed had already been done. This incident instilled a profound sense of crisis within Madara, prompting him to dedicate himself relentlessly to his training. Yet, to Izuna, Madara's silent, fervent chopping of vegetables in the kitchen appeared to be an expression of guilt and frustration. In their eyes, Madara's constant presence in the kitchen seemed to suggest a loss of ambition. "Brother, I did not intend to disclose her information, but I hope that mouse friend is still alive," Izuna murmured. "I do not blame you, Izuna," Madara replied, setting down his knife to face his brother. "What concerns me now is the possibility of her retaliation. Can we withstand her vengeance?" At this, Izuna's eyes widened in alarm. What form could her revenge take? Madara gazed skyward, his voice tinged with despair. Perhaps, it might be the kind of revenge that would provoke one to awaken their Sharingan. As he spoke, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan state. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings broke the air. Due to Taijima's brutal eradication of household pests, birds had long been absent from their territory. Yet now, a majestic hawk soared above, descending towards the Uchiha household with a heavy parcel in its talons, a scroll. Witnessing this, Madara's expression soured. Here it comes. That is her revenge. A disquieting sensation enveloped his heart, leading him to believe that he should not return home without any evidence. As he dreaded confronting Yan Bai's gift, Izuna's expression was uncertain. "Brother, should we not return to investigate?" Madara pondered for a moment before responding, "You may go back first. I will handle things here and join you shortly." Noticing that Madara had gathered a considerable amount of ingredients from the clan members, Izuna reluctantly acquiesced to his brother's suggestion. Little did he know, as he departed, Madara secretly mused, "Izuna has yet to endure enough of Yan Bai's wrath. he ought to brace himself a bit more. Despite his internal remarks, Madara's actions were swift. Soon after Izuna left, Madara completed his tasks. Just as Izuna entered their home, Madara stood outside, hesitating to step through the threshold. The closer he drew to home, the stronger the peculiar sense of urgency became. Nevertheless, after a few moments, he steadied his nerves and entered. Upon reaching the foyer, Madara could hear Izuna's voice resonating in the hall, nearly choking on the embarrassment as he recounted, on the night of date, at time, under a sparsely lit moon, Uchiha Eiji infiltrated his brother's residence while Izuna was away on a mission, attempting to steal his brother's wife. Upon finishing this line, Izuna winced, clearly conflicted. Father, may I cease my recitation? Before he could finish, Uchiha Taijima's calm voice interjected, let Madara hear this as well. Madara felt a pang of discomfort at the mere excerpt he had just heard. Yet, under his father's earnest invitation, he steeled himself and walked into the room. Chapter 045. The mind of a clan leader. As Madara entered the hall, he observed that the doors and windows were tightly shut. Despite it being daytime, a lamp flickered in the inner chamber for illumination. Uchiha Taijima sat cross-legged, face to face with Izuna on the polished floor, arms crossed and a bemused smile playing on his lips as he absent-mindedly touched his brow. Father, Madara called softly. Taijima nodded towards Madara, gesturing for him to sit. Upon noticing his brother's return, Izuna's voice quivered, yet he continued as instructed. Initially awkward, Izuna soon became numb, his tone devoid of emotion as he read on. On the night of date, at time, under a sparsely lit moon, Uchiha entertained himself 7 times indoors, unable to relieve his urges. He stealthily exited the clan grounds to seek a courtesan named Lian, spending an entire day and night with her, ultimately leading to her demise. On the night of date, at time, under a sparsely lit moon, Uchiha Tan and Uchiha Jin conspired to spread negative rumors about clan leader Taijima. On the night of date, at time, under a sparsely lit moon, Uchiha Tan gathered a crowd to disparage clan leader Taijima, claiming he was too young, hasty in appearance, and overly ambitious. On the day of date, at time, in clear weather, Uchiha Yu overheard rumors about clan leader Taijima and reprimanded those spreading them. Izuna read for over an hour. When he finally halted, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Unbeknownst to them, Taijima had been silently laughing throughout, even at the revelations of his son's embarrassing secrets. Madara observed his father closely. Although Uchiha clan members were typically stoic, he had never witnessed such a smile from his father, one that bore no trace of negativity. Madara felt he was beginning to grasp his father's sentiments. Izuna's expression grew grave as well. Their father, seemingly unfazed by the exposure of their clan's intimate affairs, appeared rather amused. Time passed, and Taijima's smile persisted as he uttered words that took the brothers by surprise. Madara, it seems she is quite the charming girl, Taijima remarked, looking at his eldest son. She must certainly have a fondness for you. Madara? Izuna, observing Madara's bewildered expression, Taijima merely smiled in response. At first glance, the contents sent by Yan Bai via the hawk appeared utterly distasteful. Yan Bai presented to Uchiha Taijima not only his comprehensive knowledge of the Uchiha clan's territory, but also the identities of the inhabitants of each dwelling. Even the minutiae of their daily lives, what they consumed, where they resided, and their various routines. Embarrassment, shame, and helplessness? No. Uchiha Taijima was the long-standing leader of the Uchiha clan. Those who hold such esteemed positions possess more than mere strength. They can transition from moments of tension to joyous revelry in the blink of an eye. What Taijima perceived was the warmth brought to him by a close friend of his son. The intimate details of the Uchiha clan members' daily lives were laid bare before him. He did not doubt the authenticity of this information. It was as if the messenger was proclaiming, "What does it matter if you eliminate household pests and rodents? I still know everything about you." It resembled the petulance of a child seeking to prove a point. You underestimate me. You aim to disrupt harmony. Yet I shall demonstrate your errors and make you regret it. In order to affirm his capabilities, at least the initial display of information was undoubtedly genuine, though subsequent revelations might not hold the same veracity. This dossier proved invaluable to Uchiha Taijima. Through the daily intimacies of clan members, he confirmed that Uchiha Yu, the son of a former clan leader, was his staunch ally. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin, who often feigned camaraderie, harbored ulterior motives, and Uchiha Tan was in cahoots with Uchiha Jin. Beyond these proximate figures, the document also unveiled the diligence of certain Uchiha clan members, the promising youth worthy of promotion, the morally questionable individuals, the trustworthy allies, those in poor health, the volatile personalities, and those who appeared reliable but were, in fact, treacherous. Everything was laid out in this meticulous record, compelling Taijima to deliberate further. He conceded that his abrupt order to exterminate rodents and pests stemmed from a moment of impetuosity. Even a clay Buddha possesses a measure of earthly temperament. To discover that his private domain had been stealthily invaded and rummaged through was enough to incite a fatherly ire. However, after issuing the extermination order, Uchiha Taijima regained his composure. He recalled intelligence gleaned from Izuna regarding a girl associated with Madara, who possessed extraordinary healing abilities, regardless of her lineage. Such prowess would attract attention from all clans. What significance did her surname hold, after all, when a woman adopts her husband's name upon marriage? Furthermore, this girl was not only endowed with miraculous healing skills, but also held dominion over the forest, making her even more exceptional. Naturally, if she could not be turned to his advantage, it would be prudent to eliminate her sooner rather than later. Uchiha Taijima remained collected and discerning. Thus, he crafted a justification for himself. The extermination of pests was not aimed at Madara's acquaintance, but merely a routine cleaning. He was unaware that those rodents were connected to the girl. He had not harmed any creatures beyond household pests, so the incident was merely a misunderstanding, easily explainable. Yet, he did not anticipate that the retaliation would be so endearing. Although the privacy of his clan was exposed to such a youthful individual, upon reflection, he mused that if this child were to become his own, it might not be entirely unwelcome. With this thought, Uchiha Taijima cast a teasing glance at his son, Madara. When will you bring her home? Uchiha Madara, however, remained nonchalant as Taijima continued. If you cannot bring her back, consider eliminating her. Such extraordinary abilities could not be squandered on others. At this, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna's expressions stiffened. Taijima observed their reactions and chuckled. Yet, for your sake, she dared to infiltrate the Uchiha clan. She must truly hold affection for you, Madara. You know what must be done, do you not? Uchiha Madara fell silent. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Yan Bai dared to infiltrate alone, clearly emboldened by a sense of invulnerability. His actions bore no relation to personal affection. Initially, to conceal the matters concerning Hashirama, a misunderstanding had ensued. At that time, Yan Bai had conferred with Madara and Hashirama, devising a plan to obfuscate the truth. They resolved to maintain their distance, silently training until they grew stronger, at which point the opinions of their elders would hold no sway. However, unforeseen events subsequently unfolded. A single lie had triggered a cascade of repercussions. Yet, in the depths of his heart, Uchiha Madara understood that his bond with Yan Bai was purely platonic. This matter, however, could not be articulated to his father. Furthermore, Uchiha Taijima had previously dismissed the issue, refraining from hypnotizing Uchiha Madara for the sake of a woman. The circumstances had now shifted dramatically. After a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, Uchiha Madara lowered his gaze and acquiesced momentarily. I understand, father. Chapter 046. Taijima's intentional words. The conversation between Uchiha Madara and his father was overheard in its entirety by a sparrow concealed beneath the eaves. The little bird stealthily flitted away from its hiding place. It dared not make a sound, first hopping to the rooftop before cautiously departing from the courtyard of the Uchiha clan. Only at the edge of the clan's territory did it suddenly accelerate, swiftly departing from the Uchiha estate. As the sparrow took flight, Uchiha Taijima's crimson Sharingan casually glanced towards the direction in which the bird had fled, his smile remaining undiminished. The sparrow chirped as it passed through the forest, where numerous birds identical to it emerged from the trees, responding with their own chirps. They lingered at the forest's edge, while another group of sparrows, upon hearing their calls, took to the skies, soaring over the woods of the South River towards the territory of the Senju clan. Within the Senju lands, a chorus of different birds sang in harmony, blending with the sounds of insects. The sun reflected off the gravel-strewn rooftops, and the lush gardens thrived. After spying on the private affairs of various ninja clans for half a month, Yan Bai began to find the incessant gossiping utterly tiresome and wearisome. Yan Bai has always been characterized by his fleeting enthusiasm. He engages in endeavors with fervor when he desires, yet dismisses them just as swiftly when he does not. As a consequence, the Senju clan has acquired a considerable amount of intelligence without imposing upon Yan Bai the obligation to meticulously document the mundane daily activities of the various ninja clans. Moreover, with the Senju clan resuming operations, Yan Bai's brothers have paused their studies and become engrossed in their tasks. The eldest, Senju Hashirama, is undoubtedly preparing for a mission. In this time, even Tobarama and Banju are not exempt from the demands of duty. Due to numerous corrections from Yan Bai, Senju Tobarama has increasingly begun to resemble him. For certain considerations, Tobarama conferred with Senju Furin and decided to remain within the clan's territory to keep a watchful eye on Yan Bai. Under the scorching rays of the sun, the narrow corridor is bathed in bright light, resonating with Yan Bai's enchanting voice. Remarkably, it turns out that old fellow Taijima truly did say such a thing. Yan Bai, having dispatched the messenger sparrows with insects, wore an expression of deep frustration. Meanwhile, at the edge of the narrow corridor in Yan Bai's courtyard, the composed voice of Senju Tobarama resonated. I have warned you. If you truly deliver that item to Uchiha, be prepared for either a proposal or a pursuit. As he spoke, Senju Tobarama continued. This time you have indeed lost the wager. Accept the consequences. I require 7 days' worth of the provisions you promised. With that, Senju Tobarama, maintaining his impassive demeanor, extended his hand toward Yan Bai. You are truly bothersome, Yan Bai remarked with a roll of his eyes. Yan Bai turned around and retrieved from his cabinet the box of cookies he had baked 2 days prior, presenting the entire container to Senju Tobarama. Yan Bai had intended to savor these cookies leisurely, occasionally treating small animals with them. However, the moment the cookies emerged from the oven, they caught the attention of Senju Tobarama. To Yan Bai's astonishment, Senju Tobarama used this situation as a wager. All for a mere box of cookies, leaving him utterly speechless. Senju Tobarama accepted the cookie box, a rare smile gracing his face, and remarked, "Do you believe that once Taijima realized you could eavesdrop on them, he would refrain from making such statements? Have you considered that he might have deliberately spoken for your ears alone?" At these words, Yan Bai furrowed his brow slightly. Senju Tobarama then opened the cookie box and began to eat, continuing, "Taijima is not only testing you, but also probing Ban. With Taijima's cunning nature, he can discern the nuances of your relationship through subtle hints." Yan Bai raised his gaze towards the elder Yan Bai Ergu, who was indulging in a pancake. Shinsho Feynman lowered his eyes and remarked, "After all, it is a fact that you ventured alone into the Uchiha clan to treat Uchiha Madara. Had I been unaware of your true intentions, I too would harbor doubts regarding your ulterior motives towards Uchiha Madara." Yan Bai raised an eyebrow. Senju Tobarama gazed at Yan Bai and said, "Do you think I refrained from stopping you from giving that copy to them merely for the sake of indulging in a few more pastries?" Yan Bo remained silent, a light chuckle escaping his lips. The current Senju Tobarama, much like Yan Bo, sought to have both fish and bear's paw. His ambitions could hardly be so simplistic. Senju Tobarama continued, "Consider this carefully. If you were Uchiha Taijima and discovered that an exceptionally gifted young lady was particularly enamored with your son, while your son harbored no affection for her, what would you do? As the favored male, one could feel invincible, binding the female to him and exploiting her until her very essence is drained, a rather common line of thought, I would say. When you exhibit extraordinary abilities while simultaneously showering attention upon his son, Uchiha Taijima inevitably arrives at a conclusion. Uchiha Taijima is conveying a message. I do not oppose your union with my son. You are welcome to join our Uchiha clan." Upon hearing these words, Yan Bo found himself both amused and bewildered. Uchiha Taijima had no inkling of his Senju heritage. Otherwise, such remarks would never have crossed his lips. He remains oblivious to your true intentions for infiltrating the Uchiha, mistakenly believing your interest in Madara to be genuine and profoundly captivating. Senju Tobarama regarded Yan Bo's exquisite visage and remarked softly, "However, Madara, much like my elder brother, possesses some awareness of your true nature. He may not be inclined to cooperate with his father." The mere mention of this stirred laughter within Yan Bo. In that fleeting moment, he even imagined Uchiha Madara casting a resentful glance at Senju Hashirama, questioning, "Why is your younger brother's pectoral muscle so exaggerated?" The imagery was too enchanting to contemplate. Yet, Yan Bo had no intention of sharing this with Senju Tobarama. Otherwise, Tobarama would undoubtedly be the first to succumb to despair. Yan Bai chuckled softly. "What we must contemplate is how to leverage the existing resources and intelligence to our own advantage." Senju Tobarama closed the cookie box and, meeting Yan Bai's gaze with a serious expression, remarked, "You should not always dismiss them lightly." Yan Bai retracted his smile, stating, "I do not disregard them at all. You ought to exercise caution. There are times when one must temper their actions and refrain from provoking the Uchiha clan." Senju Tobarama's expression remained utterly unyielding. "Their affection could very well cost you your life." Yan Bai looked at Senju Tobarama with a puzzled expression. Senju Tobarama continued, "Your actions are easily misinterpreted. Although I am unaware of the reason behind your fixation on Uchiha Madara, I would advise you to exercise a bit more restraint." Yan Bo narrowed his eyes and nodded. "I am uncertain what measures the Uchiha clan may take against you," Senju Tobarama continued. "For now, we can only await the unfolding of events. It seems the employer's adversaries have likely expended considerable resources to engage the Uchiha clan. It will not be long before our two clans encounter each other on the battlefield. Exercise caution in all your endeavors." Chapter 047. A familiar presence. Rain began to fall, delicate droplets descending like needles. The breeze was gentle, and the rain was both fine and frigid. The unkempt courtyard was enveloped in a dreamlike mist, an ethereal drizzle that resembled fog. Ida Damatsu passed through the grand entrance of the Senju clan leader's residence, the damp grass brushing against him. After the rain's cleansing, all the flora in the courtyard glimmered softly, a mesmerizing sight that compelled Damatsu to linger for a moment. As he stood still, surveying the courtyard, he suddenly sensed the presence of others. Upon closer inspection, he noticed two children approaching, a boy and a girl, both with silver hair and red eyes. The boy's hair was cropped short, while the girl sported two ponytails. They wore similar attire, and their features bore striking resemblance. The light from outside illuminated the edges of their green garments, causing the vibrant fabric to ripple with radiance. Their youthful faces were characterized by innocence. The boy wore an expression of indifference, while the girl beamed with a bright smile. Despite their similar appearances, their dispositions were worlds apart. The silver-haired duo walked past Damatsu in silence, nodding slightly in acknowledgement as they did so. Damatsu hastily returned the gesture. At that moment, the ninja from the Senju clan who had been leading the way suddenly called out, "Lord Damatsu? Lord Damatsu?" The guide, named Juan, who had initially walked ahead, turned back upon noticing that Damatsu had paused. "Were those two just now?" he inquired. "They are the children of the clan leader," Juan explained. "The clan leader is within. Please proceed." Damatsu smiled to mask his embarrassment and remarked, "It is rare to see such delightful children. I apologize for my rudeness." Juan smirked slightly. He understood that Damatsu was momentarily captivated by Yan Bai, a sentiment not unfamiliar to anyone. However, as Damatsu was a patron, Juan refrained from voicing any criticism, merely chuckling softly and adding, "Allow me to escort you to the clan leader." "Thank you," Tamatsu replied, maintaining his noble demeanor as he inclined his head slightly. The two shared a mutual understanding and continued onward. Meanwhile, Yan Bai and Senju Tobarama had exited the residence. Yan Bai, the heir of the Ida family from the Land of Pines, is preparing to collaborate with the Senju clan, Tobarama remarked coldly. "It is said that to demonstrate respect for us, he specifically requested this Tamatsu to invite us." The smile on Yan Bai's face remained unchanged as the small creatures conveyed to me that Yuji had come seeking refuge. All the male members of the Ida family had initially arrived, but on their journey, they were ambushed by third-rate ninjas, with remarkable composure. Yuji defended himself using several younger brothers as shields, which enabled him to reach the Senju clan alive. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama abruptly halted his steps, furrowing his brow as he turned to gaze at Yan Bai, exclaiming, "What?" Yan Bai surveyed his surroundings before quietly explaining the situation to Senju Tobarama. Initially, in the conflict between the Seiyuinji and the Ueda clan found themselves as the besieged party, forced into a defensive stance. Previously, internal strife within the Seiyuinji family led to a temporary cessation of hostilities between the Ueda and Seiyuinji lords. Having listened to Yan Bai's strategy, Tobarama resorted to cunning means to conclude the war. The Uchiha clan was no fool. They were well aware that the Hikari clan had been wronged. Yet, what of it? The Uchiha clan was no altruistic savior. They bore no obligation to rescue the Hikari clan. Instead, they learned from this incident about Yan Bai's treachery, opting to hire assassins to eliminate their adversary's benefactor, by refraining from direct involvement and instead employing other ninjas to act on their behalf. The Uchiha clan could inflict considerable distress upon the Ueda clan. In a desperate bid for survival, the Ueda's patriarch, Jixing, sought the assistance of the Senju clan. With the Uchiha's notorious reputation preceding them, the Ueda clan feared they would be annihilated before the Senju could even arrive. This urgency prompted the eldest son, Yuji, to rally all the male members of the clan to implore the Senju clan for aid, yet the journey was fraught with peril, leaving only Yuji to return alive. High emotional intelligence, we hold the Senju clan in great esteem. Low emotional intelligence, we seek the protection of the Senju clan. Tobarama furrowed his brow. Yuji was truly despicable. Yan Bai revealed a wicked smile. "Have all your brothers perished? What does that mean?" Senju Tobarama cast a sidelong glance at Yan Bai, only to hear him reply. "The creatures rescued two of his brothers, one named Haiji, the other Song. You saved him?" Senju Tobarama looked at Yan Bai, perplexed. "Are you plotting something? How could that be?" Yan Bai replied lightly. "They succumbed to their injuries and passed away. I did not save them, but I have memorized their faces. If that vile Yuji dares to provoke me, I shall have someone correct their countenances to resemble those of his deceased brothers. I could then contest his claim to inheritance. Or should he meet with an unfortunate accident on the return journey, I would find someone to masquerade as Haiji or Song to inherit the Matsuno country. I will undoubtedly fulfill the mission." Senju Tobarama was speechless for a while before saying, "So, this time, our elder brothers will be traveling with Yuji and are bound to encounter peril. As long as the assailants are not from the Uchiha clan, it should be manageable." Yan Bai remarked, seemingly unconcerned, for Senju Hashirama was exceptionally strong. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Yuji urged the Senju clan to set forth. Senju Tobarama conveyed the intelligence provided by Yan Bai to Senju Baijian overnight. Consequently, for this expedition, Senju Baijian instructed the leader, Senju Rajitsu, to bring along Yan Bai. Thereafter, Yuji sat regally in his palanquin, surrounded by dozens of surviving guards, as he proceeded alongside the Senju ninja contingent towards the Matsuno country. Yan Bai departed from home, and Senju Tobarama undoubtedly accompanied him. Their attire was nearly identical, and they shared the same hair and eye color, resembling each other so closely that at first glance, they appeared to be a pair of fraternal twins. At the rear of the procession, the two silver-haired youths whispered among themselves, their conversation inaudible to those around them. Suddenly, both Yan Bai and Senju Tobarama ceased their discourse simultaneously, their expressions gradually fading. A familiar aura was deliberately concealed within the shadows flanking the official road. Yan Bai's perceptive abilities are a reflection of the insights gained from Senju Tobarama, and their sensations resonate in unison. This feeling is profoundly familiar to Yan Bai. He has already discerned the identity of his adversary. Senju Tobarama, positioned nearest to Yan Bai, could not help but whisper, "Do you recognize?" Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the towering trees flanking the road shattered and toppled, sending splintered branches and debris flying in all directions, plunging the scene into chaos. In a sudden turn of events, the exquisite palanquin and the ever-vigilant Senju Hashirama found their retreat severed by a fallen tree trunk, isolating them from their loyal guard and rendering them unable to coordinate their efforts. Yan Bai and Senju Tobarama walked at the rear of the group, naturally losing contact with Senju Hashirama. The elite guards of Yuji were somewhat slow to react and were struck by the massive tree trunk, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries and significant casualties. Yan Bai, from the Uchiha clan, approached Senju Tobarama with a grave expression. Chapter 048. Hope that this group of Uchihas does not succumb to darkness. A resounding boom echoed once more, amidst the swirling fragments of shattered wood. Yan Bai's gaze darkened, and without uttering a word, he grasped Senju Tobarama's hand and instantly activated the body flicker technique, racing forward. In the area where wood chips and smoke intertwined, A blinding light surged forth. With a thunderous roar, the smoke and air merged, ignited by the fire-release ninjutsu, resulting in a violent explosion. The loyal guards of Yushi, unable to escape in time, were sent flying amidst shattered wood and fractured earth. Yan Bai acted swiftly. Yet the unprepared Senju Tobarama narrowly evaded the explosion, only to be wounded by the shards of stone and would propelled by the shockwave, lacerating his visage. Although the injuries were not severe, blood flowed profusely. Yan Bai cast a fleeting glance and noticed that the visage of Senju Tobarama bore the crimson marks of fate. It dawned upon him that the red scars on the face of the second Hokage were not merely painted on. Alas! Yan Bai found himself devoid of the inclination to dwell on such trivial matters. He grasped Senju Tobarama's hand and promptly invoked the restoration technique. His elder brother, Senju Hashirama, along with their employer, were obstructed by the fallen giant trees ahead. The adversary had come prepared and was undoubtedly pursuing Senju Hashirama from that direction. Yan Bai must hasten to the scene. Even if Yuji is destined to perish, he must not do so in the presence of the enemy. With cliffs of stone on either side, crossing that immense tree would require considerable time. Suddenly, Yan Bai sensed an anomaly and once again dragged Senju Tobarama away from their original position. Yan Bai firmly grasped Senju Baijian, refusing to let him depart from his side. The heavens roared, and the earth tilted dramatically, undulating like the flowing sleeves of a dancer. A brilliant radiance, seemingly originating from nowhere, soared through the air towards Yan Bai and Senju Baijian like a shooting star. Yan Bai raised his hand before him. Would release, Guanin's chaotic shadows. This was a technique of wood release that Yan Bai had adapted from 80 Gods' vacuum attack. Suddenly, a wooden statue of 1,000-armed Guanin, standing at the height of an adult, materialized ahead. In an instant, a long blade struck the statue, embedding its edge deep within the figure. It turned out that someone had launched a swift assault towards Yan Bai and the 1,000-armed statue with astonishing speed and formidable force. Although the ambush had failed, the momentum remained, and the long blade was lodged deeply within the statue, nearly severing its head. The gap in the statue's neck promptly sprouted new wood, tightly encasing the blade's edge, which became ensnared in the Guanin's neck, securely locked in place. The wielder of the blade, taken aback by this unprecedented situation, wore a look of bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, the wooden arms of the Guanin statue struck out towards the assailant. The individual let out a startled exclamation and leapt back just in time, narrowly avoiding the sudden punch, a mere instinctive reaction. At that moment, several adult men clad in the traditional battle attire of the Uchiha clan appeared in an instant. The earlier assassin, like a shadow, aligned himself with the hastily arriving Uchiha clan members. A gentle breeze, intoxicated by the moment, swept past Yan Bai's silhouette. Yan Bai did not engage with them. He had already taken hold of Senju Tobarama and fled into the distance. The members of the Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan, their crimson eyes fixated intently on the retreating figures of Yan Bai and Senju Tobarama as they began to murmur amongst themselves. Isn't that the child from the painting? Did you mistake him? Are there two figures in the painting? That child is the one the clan leader has been searching for. He belongs to the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan, intent on their assassination mission, expressed their thoughts with stoic faces. Regardless of her identity, she is from the Senju clan. Eliminate her. Upon hearing these words, all the members of the Uchiha clan turned grim, their demeanor shifting as they launched an aggressive assault in the direction Yan Bai was fleeing. Their strikes were swift and merciless. However, Yan Bai tugged at Senju Tobarama, leading him forward with an enigmatic gait. A horde of red-eyed Uchiha pursued closely behind. The foremost Uchiha wore an expression of grim determination, their outstretched hands nearly grasping the child ahead. Since their intent was merely to apprehend the child, they refrained from expending chakra on ninjutsu at that moment. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds reverberated from the ground, followed by anguished screams emanating from the ranks of the Uchiha. Just as the leading Uchiha were on the verge of seizing the child's garment, saplings erupted from the earth with astonishing speed. It seemed as though these seedlings had anticipated their movements, sprouting directly beneath them and forcefully propelling them into the air, as if they had leapt onto the trees themselves. In truth, Yan Bai had predicted their pursuit trajectory, employing the simplest form of wood release to allow the trees to grow aggressively at their landing spots. The unfortunate Uchiha runners were akin to having received a brutal kick to their groin, an excruciating double impact. The scene resembled a group of robed Uchihas unexpectedly striking a striking pose amidst their frantic flight. In an instant, the cries behind them pierced the air, ascending into the heavens. Even Senju Tobarama, being pulled along by Yan Bai, could not help but close his eyes in agony, the excruciating screams behind them evoking a visceral empathy that tightened his own running form. Senju Tobarama dared not speak. They were in flight, devoid of any martyr complex. Earlier, as they traversed the terrain, Yan Bai and Senju Tobarama had conspired. Should they encounter the Uchiha, they would flee without hesitation, avoiding direct confrontation. They could injure, but would not kill. Yan Bai's rationale was that the two clans would inevitably reconcile in the future, and it was prudent to avoid death whenever possible. At that moment, Senju Tobarama mused that it was commonly said that one should flee from the Uchiha clan one-on-one, believing Yan Bai to be merely cowardly, fabricating a noble excuse to escape. Yet now, he found himself in a predicament. Damn. To be candid, Senju Tobarama felt that the grudge of a cracked egg was far more intolerable than a swift death. He hoped that this grudge would transform the Uchiha clan into mere shadows rather than lead them to darkness, for the Uchiha were a noble lineage of cultivated ninjas. As he sprinted ahead, the sound of shattering foliage echoed all around. Senju Tobarama recalled how Yan Bai had insisted that all his brothers don the extravagant pointed shoes he had crafted, distinct from the usual ninja sandals, with metallic tips that exuded opulence and elegance when worn. However, in the midst of this flight, Senju Tobarama realized the lethal potential of these shoes. If used to strike, they could not only crush but also pierce. This was a calculated effort to ensure that the enemy would lose both their dignity and their composure. The pursuing Uchiha clan, having learned from the misfortunes of others, moved cautiously, wary of the sudden emergence of a tree beneath them. Chapter 49. Uchiha Genji. The battlefield between Yan Bai and Senju Tobarama experiences a sudden shift in atmosphere. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama finds himself alongside Ide Yuji. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Senju F. Jin temporarily replaced the originally assigned Senju Wakan and Senju Baijian with Senju Tobarama, and Yan Bai Senju Jutsu stands before Ide and Senju Hashirama, narrowly averting disaster. Thank you for your timely rescue, my elder brother. Ide respectfully addresses Senju Hashirama. Hashirama appears bewildered, his forehead adorned with a multitude of question marks. After a moment of silence, Hashirama, without engaging his brain, responds, "It is my duty, Lord Yuji. I dare not claim the title of your elder brother, as I am younger than you." At this moment, a scream captures Hashirama's attention. "Senju Jutsu, please wait." Uchiha Motokazu sends his regards. Accompanying that scream is a deafening, chilling laughter. Sensing danger, Hashirama swiftly lifts Ide, making a hasty retreat. With a thunderous crash, a wave of heat surges forth, demolishing the palanquin that had just been behind Ide. The palanquin bursts into flames, and the fire quickly spreads, igniting the wooden stakes nearby, leaving Hashirama and Ide with no escape route. The overwhelming intensity of the situation leaves Ide paralyzed with fear. Hashirama looks ahead to see ambushes revealing themselves. Blocking their path is a member of the Uchiha clan, clad in a dark Uchiha robe. This individual, appearing to be in his prime and no older than 30, possesses striking features and a commanding presence, exuding the unique charisma and authority of the Uchiha lineage. This man is none other than Uchiha Motokazu, the second-in-command of the Uchiha clan, who intends to assassinate Ide Yuji. However, upon seeing Senju Jutsu, Motokazu's interest intensifies. Previously, Rijutsu had managed to escape midway through their last encounter, and this time, Motokazu is determined not to let him slip away again. With this thought, Motokazu shifts his attack towards Senju Jutsu, exclaiming, "Fire style, great fire annihilation." Cunning and deep in thought, Motokazu's technique shifts unexpectedly. Initially conjuring the essence of great fire annihilation, he swiftly changes to unleash the great fireball technique. Without hesitation, Senju Jutsu channels powerful chakra into his fists and strikes the ground before him. Mountain-splitting fist. The earth trembles and rolls, thwarting Motokazu's fire technique. However, in the aftermath, a barrage of shurikens flies through the air. The Uchiha shurikens possess remarkable piercing power, and Rijutsu immediately finds himself with several fresh wounds, blood splattering around him. Furious and alarmed, Senju Jutsu swiftly draws a new weapon, a massive axe, and wields it like a protective barrier, shielding both Ide and Hashirama. In silence, Hashirama utilizes with style, diligently ensuring Ide remains protected behind him. Rijutsu, anxious about the unexpected turn of events that separated them from the princess, is determined to locate Yan Bai at once. Yet, Ide, representing the esteemed Ide family, is not merely a wealthy patron. The Ide clan is of great significance. The lord of the Ide family, situated in the prosperous Matsuno country, is incredibly fortunate, possessing several iron mines that yield sharp and durable weaponry. Neighboring nations often seek to bolster their military power by procuring arms from Matsuno country. This wealth makes Matsuno a target for other countries, and possessing it allows for the monopolization and extortion of various ninja clans and factions. Thus, maintaining a relationship with the Ide family is of paramount importance. Senju Jutsu. Hand over Ide Yuji, and I shall spare your life. Motokazu declares with a wicked and menacing expression, leaping forward. Rijutsu roars back. Hand over someone? I was traversing the ninja realm when you were still in your father's womb. You insolent brat, you'd do well to descend to hell sooner than later. The Uchiha reinforcements arrive, leaving Ide and Hashirama with no chance of escape. In that instant, Senju Jutsu, prioritizing the safety of his patron, charges forward to confront the enemy. Wielding his massive weapon, he swiftly cleaves through the advancing foes, severing them in two as their limbs fly through the air. Such bravado. Senju Jutsu. Motokazu taunts, drawing his blade, the fiery light of the blade illuminating the scene. Such blinding red light. Hashirama pulls Ide back as Motokazu's blade threatens with an overwhelming force. Rijutsu channels his chakra, leaping into the air to counter Motokazu. The intensity of Motokazu's strikes exceeds Rijutsu's expectations, yet Hashirama, having endured the training of his sister's affection, adeptly employs with style to envelop Ide in protective layers, akin to encasing her in an eggshell. You underestimate the Uchiha at your peril. Motokazu's arrogant voice booms from above. With a clang, Motokazu's blade pierces through Rijutsu's robust chakra, shattering his protective barrier, the blade striking in a flurry, transforming their surroundings into dust. Hashirama's eyes widen in shock, remaining silent. While Idate, terrified, queries, is Mr. Rijutsu truly unable to withstand that Uchiha? Hashirama, take Idate and find the princess. Rijutsu calmly gestures. Aware that the Uchiha's arrogance is both ostentatious and impractical, he hopes to locate the princess swiftly. Should anything happen to her, he would bear the blame. Hashirama, with a serious demeanor, is not concerned for Yan Bai, but recognizes that remaining here is perilous. Seeking safety with Yan Bai seems wiser, and staying would only hinder Rijutsu while protecting Idate. Thus, Hashirama decisively claps his hands together, utilizing with style to elevate both himself and Idate into the sky. Ah, brother, save me. Idate screams in terror as Hashirama uses with style to escape over the inferno towards their severed retreat. Chapter 050, the princess's request at this moment. The clash between Senju Rijutsu and Uchiha Motokaze continues unabated. Is this all you have, you wet behind the ears pup? Do you think you can eliminate me? Utterly delusional. Today, your father shall send you to your end. Rijutsu suddenly rotates his arms, generating a fierce gust of wind, with the sound of metal grinding. The white blades on his arm guards gleam with deadly precision. These peculiar white blades are exquisitely crafted, their edges razor-sharp, each surface presenting a smooth, uniform curve. And they possess a remarkable luster that reflects nothing of their metallic nature. In my hands, I wield the princess's designed weapon. I shall ensure you learn a painful lesson you won't soon forget. The thousand-hand dragon technique was perilously close to Uchiha Genji. As the white blades on his forearms transformed into a vortex of cutting winds under his control, the wind howled fiercely, resembling the torturous methods of an executioner, encircling Uchiha Genji, who found himself ensnared. In an instant, the long blade in Uchiha Genji's grasp shattered and slipped from his hand, swiftly being dismantled, leaving him feeling as if he were caught in a whirlpool of torment. The searing pain elicited a horrifying scream from Uchiha Genji. Yet, he was no coward. His Sharingan activated instantly. The thousand-hand dragon technique, experienced and undeterred, intensified its assault, choosing to ignore Uchiha Genji's gaze. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Genji utilized the momentum from the blade's force to retreat rapidly, distancing himself from the range of the thousand-hand dragon technique's attack. He landed heavily 10 meters away, and the Uchiha clan members following him could distinctly hear not only the sound of his impact but also the unsettling noise of fluid splattering. Uchiha Genji was gravely wounded, choking on blood, with crimson staining the ground beneath him, rendering him utterly defenseless. In this dire moment, the thousand-hand dragon technique pursued relentlessly, intent on sending the arrogant Uchiha Genji to the netherworld. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, a figure leaped from the swirling smoke, snatching Uchiha Genji from the clutches of the thousand-hand dragon technique. Following this, a cloud of smoke surged towards the thousand-hand dragon technique. The surroundings were instantly enveloped in a haze filled with sparks. The thousand-hand dragon technique, unwilling to engage further, retreated, internally acknowledging the presence of the Uchiha clan's fire release. The dust concealment technique. Uchiha Genji's decision to engage in close combat had been a grave error once distance was established. The thousand-hand dragon technique could only temporarily evade the onslaught, preparing to counter with a water release technique. This strategy demanded meticulous chakra management, ultimately leading to a battle for survival at close quarters, yet the thousand-hand dragon technique remained undaunted. After retreating, he promptly executed a large-scale water release, determined to dissipate the smoke and prevent the opponent from unleashing further fiery devastation. As the water washed over the ground, clarity emerged. The thousand-hand dragon technique, upon regaining focus, noticed that the figure who had intervened was a slender Uchiha youth, causing a wave of uncertainty to wash over him. This was a mere boy, akin in age to Senju Hashirama, possessing the piercing gaze of a hawk, a stern countenance, and an inherent regal demeanor that exuded authority. In that fleeting moment, the thousand-hand dragon technique comprehended that this youth, radiating the aura of dragons and phoenixes, was none other than Uchiha Madara, the young clan leader. Moreover, the reactions of the surrounding Uchiha clan members confirmed his identity. Consequently, the thousand-hand dragon technique's expression shifted to one of complexity, contemplating a swift retreat. Before embarking on this mission, the princess had discreetly approached him, presenting an exceptionally lifelike portrait of the audacious youth, Uchiha Madara. The thousand-hand dragon technique recalled the princess's urgent directive: if you encounter this individual, ensure you strike with lethal force. Initially, he had taken her command seriously, believing her disdain for Uchiha Madara warranted such an order. However, shortly after receiving her instruction, the clan leader's second son, Senju Tobarama, had subtly approached him, requesting that he avoid Uchiha Madara at all costs. Tobarama's reasoning was that they should not serve as a stepping stone for Uchiha Madara, allowing him to fade into obscurity instead. This reasoning, though somewhat valid, struck the thousand-hand dragon technique as absurd. He found himself perplexed. Why did the princess and Tobarama, who resembled each other like dragon and phoenix twins, issue such contradictory commands? Should he strike with all his might or let Uchiha Madara slip away unscathed? It was a profound dilemma. The thousand-hand dragon technique believed that a warrior of his caliber should not be reduced to a mere stepping stone for a brash youth. He felt capable of vanquishing Uchiha Madara. Yet Tobarama had earnestly warned him not to underestimate the young Uchiha. Contemplating this, the thousand-hand dragon technique resolved not to feed Uchiha Madara any openings. After employing the water release to ensure the opponent could not promptly unleash a large-scale fire release to obstruct his escape, he made his move, slicing through the chaos with his forearm weapon and fleeing without uttering a word. The Uchiha clan members were left in a state of bewilderment. Uchiha Madara stood resolutely, casting a downward gaze upon the gravely injured Uchiha Jinji, who was unable to rise. After learning of the Uchiha clan strategy, a sense of foreboding had settled within Uchiha Madara. Upon consulting his father, he discovered that the Uchiha clan's employer, Saionji, was aligned against the Date clan of the country of Matsuno. To his dismay, he learned that Date Tamatomo had personally sought the assistance of the Senju clan to confront the Uchiha clan. The significance of this personal appeal weighed heavily on Uchiha Madara, as it brought to mind the notoriously malevolent Yan Bai. Reflecting on Yan Bai's methods, Uchiha Madara proceeded with utmost caution. Uchiha Taijima had initially intended to dispatch his confidant Uchiha Tamaki to intercept Date Tamatomo, yet Uchiha Madara had intervened. Yan Bai's previous seemingly humiliating yet detailed intelligence revealed the duplicitous intentions of Uchiha General. This mission, in truth, was not of particular significance. Uchiha Madara believed that as long as they were his own, there was little need to concern oneself with a few accolades. The Uchiha clan had ample tasks and opportunities to gain merit. Thus, Uchiha Madara sought to persuade his father not to let Uchiha Yu take action, but rather to delegate the task to the ambitious Uchiha General. The plan was to assign the mission to Uchiha Jin and then placate Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Madara, in order to validate his suspicions, would quietly follow to observe the situation. As anticipated, calamity indeed struck. Although the details of how Uchiha Jin had come to such a dismal state were unknown, had it been Uchiha Yu, the outcome would scarcely have been better. Upon his arrival, Uchiha Madara overheard Senju Hashirama exclaiming, "I possess the weapon designed by the esteemed princess." The term esteemed princess sent a wave of foreboding through Uchiha Madara. As expected, within mere seconds, Uchiha Jin was reduced to his current pitiful condition. Uchiha Madara bore no blame or mockery towards Uchiha Jin's defeat. After all, it was his own machinations that had led to this predicament. Nevertheless, from an outward perspective, Uchiha Jin's failure was attributed to his lack of skill, and the adversarial Senju Hashirama was responsible for his injuries, leaving Uchiha Madara blameless, still seen as a savior. Consequently, disregarding Uchiha Jin, who was gravely injured. Even if he harbored intentions to compete with Taijima, he would likely choose to bide his time and recuperate. As for when he would fully regain his former glory, that remained uncertain. Thus, Uchiha Madara discreetly removed a rival from within the clan for his esteemed father while maintaining his own innocence. This was the efficacy of acting with Yan Bai's mindset. Uchiha Madara felt a twinge of regret as he pressed his forehead. When had he become like this? Chapter 051. The wood-release sapling grows tall. Uchiha PG 2 feet high. After distancing himself from Senju Hashirama, Hashirama led you to escape the inferno. Upon leaving the area obstructed by colossal trees, the remnants of limbs and bloodstains were almost unbearable to behold. Trembling, you cautiously approached Senju Hashirama, nearly pressing against his back. Hashirama remained vigilant, suddenly perceiving a distant wail emanating from afar. Understanding the grim fate that awaited those pursuing Yan Bai, Hashirama realized that while the enemies were alive, their condition was undoubtedly dire. The bone-chilling wails dissuaded him from advancing. Hashirama recognized that his suspicions were correct. Being near Yan Bai was assuredly safe, albeit potentially repugnant. Yan Bai's peculiar tastes do not permit him to venture outside, resulting in a life devoid of fluctuations, yet his imaginative mind has the potential to fill this world with affection. Yan Bai will endeavor to minimize physical casualties while exponentially amplifying psychological harm. Senju Hashirama contemplated that he should first deliver Yuji to Yan Bai before returning alone to assist Uncle Long Shu. As long as Yan Bai is present, Yuji is certain to survive. As for how Yuji will survive, that is entirely within Yan Bai's purview. Furthermore, Senju Hashirama sensed that Yuji, being nearly a decade his senior, could almost be considered an elder to Yan Bai, seemingly harboring a peculiar interest in him. This is also one of the reasons why both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama hold an unfavorable view of Yuji. Yan Bai is still but a child. Initially, Senju Hashirama found it somewhat perplexing, yet upon further reflection, he comprehended the situation. Given his advanced age, Yuji consistently refers to Senju Hashirama as big brother, which is undoubtedly not a mere slip of the tongue. It is a genuine sentiment held by Yuji. It is conceivable that upon returning to the Land of Pines, Yuji may urge his father, Jixing, to propose a union with the Senju clan. Such a marriage would forge a familial bond between the Senju and the Land of Pines, thereby uniting them. The Land of Pines possesses wealth, while the Senju clan boasts formidable strength, rendering this alliance a most harmonious match. As for Yan Bai's personal desires, they seem to pale in significance against the grander interests of the clan. The Senju clan's ideology is deeply rooted in tradition, and they may very well acquiesce to such a union for the sake of mutual benefit. While Senju Hashirama may appear simple-minded, he is not truly foolish. Yuji, as the benefactor, cannot be directly antagonized. It would be wiser to facilitate a closer interaction between Yuji and Yan Bai, allowing Yuji to recognize the challenges ahead and retreat accordingly. Yan Boku possesses not only beauty but also a formidable presence. Senju Hashirama is already feeling a sense of trepidation. A girl as intimidating as Yin Boku, once grown, will likely find no suitor brave enough to approach her. At least, those with a sound mind would certainly shy away from marrying such a daunting woman. However, it is perhaps premature to dwell on such matters. Senju Hashirama swiftly regained his composure, resolved to entrust Yuji to Yin Boku. He adopted an exceptionally serious demeanor, and his anxious expression quickly spread to Yuji, who trembled violently, his stomach in knots. Following the direction of the anguished cries, Senju Hashirama cautiously advanced. Ultimately, he discovered two figures clad in green and silver-haired, crouched by the bushes, whispering. With great care, Senju Hashirama gestured for silence towards Yuji. From within the forest ahead, a chorus of sorrowful wails echoed, enough to bring tears to the eyes of listeners. Upon closer inspection, he observed a multitude of Yin Boku's wooden clones mercilessly assaulting a group of Uchiha, suspended by wood-release technique. Were the Sharingan ineffective against wooden clones? Something felt amiss. Never mind, he would simply inquire with Yin Boku directly. While Senju Hashirama pondered this matter with remarkable calmness, he silently led Yuji towards Yin Boku. As they approached her, he overheard her quietly explaining to Tobarama, "Brother, let me tell you, striking the head can cause brain tissue damage. The cerebellum and brainstem are particularly lethal and must not be struck. Do not strike the head. The spine and cervical vertebrae should also be spared, as injuries to these areas can easily lead to paralysis. The upper body houses many vital organs, making internal bleeding a risk. Thus, it must not be targeted. The lower body, particularly the leg joints and blood vessels, is fragile and can result in severe after-effects. Hence, it should also be avoided." Senju Hashirama blinked in surprise. It appeared that Yin Boku was enlightening her brother on the fatal vulnerabilities of the human body, kindly advising Tobarama on where not to strike due to the potential for grave injury. Despite her morbid sense of humor, it became evident that Yin Boku was, at heart, a kind-hearted child, unwilling to witness suffering. What a splendid child she is. How could her elder brother deem her a terrifying girl destined to remain unmarried? Senju Hashirama's expression softened, and he was about to greet her when Yin Boku continued, "If one must strike, let it be the posterior. For it is the only area that is not only well padded but also possesses coarse nerves and fewer blood vessels. In fact, a few strikes there could even serve to invigorate the mind." Senju Hashirama, Yuji, Yan Bai and Senju Tobarama both noticed Senju Hashirama, with Yan Bai cheerfully waving at him. Senju Tobarama cast a stoic glance at his elder brother, a silent acknowledgement, though he was engulfed in exasperation. Initially, Senju Tobarama had fled alongside Yan Bai. However, due to Yan Bai's unscrupulous tactics, what Tobarama had dreaded most came to pass. The Uchiha clan members, who had been wounded by Yan Bai's wood release, succumbed to darkness, their eyes aflame with fury as they recklessly charged forward, heedless of their injuries. Seizing the moment amidst their uproar, Yan Bai discreetly signaled the hypnotic birds he had trained to take to the skies and unleash their droppings upon the Uchiha. These shameless creatures, nourished by Yan Bai's specially formulated feed, frequently accompanied him on his schemes. The unfortunate Uchiha, caught off guard by their own cries, found some of them directly receiving the avian excrement, collapsing on the spot, while others could barely endure for long. Once they were all rendered unconscious, Yan Bai utilized the shadow clone technique to suspend them and deliver a series of strikes to their posteriors. The Uchiha ninjas, who were willing to resort to any means for their mission, were utterly appalled by Yan Bai's brazen antics. Subsequently, Yan Bai ushered in an unprecedented era of development in the martial arts of the ninja world within the tumultuous forest, marked by the success of wood-release binding technique and the Uchiha's peculiar predicament. By the end of the ordeal, the sight of the Uchiha had become unbearable for Senju Tobarama, with some even beginning to call out for their mothers. The forest echoed with their desperate cries and wails, leaving one to wonder if the cacophony belonged to a flock of tormented hens. Yan Bai has replicated the physique of the Senju clan in abundance, amalgamating it with the sage body of Hashirama Senju, augmented by the replicated chakra of Ashura, coupled with his relentless self-training to the brink of exhaustion. He has now truly become a formidable embodiment of strength, akin to a diamond Barbie. His would-release whip kicks with finesse, sending Uchiha tumbling 2 feet high. Yan Bai displayed remarkable restraint, sparing them their lives and refraining from stripping them of their garments, thus preserving their last vestiges of dignity. After such a brutal beating, it is likely that the Uchiha clan members in the forest will be unable to return to work for at least 10 days. Should this incident come to light, these individuals may find themselves reduced to counting ants within the confines of the Uchiha territory. Senju Tobarama stepped forward and quietly recounted his recent encounter with Yan Bai. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Senju Hashirama glanced at Yan Bai, who appeared as exuberant as a joyful little sparrow, and he could only close his eyes in exasperation. Hashirama vividly remembered the intense battles he had fought alongside Uncle Ryushu at the front lines, where exchanges with the enemy were vigorous and bloody. Yet, when it came to Yan Bai, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The contrast was striking. Yan Bai bore no resemblance to someone on a mission. He seemed instead to be indulging in a playful escapade. Upon reopening his eyes, Hashirama caught a glimpse of Yuji, whose body trembled even more violently than before. Indeed, Yan Bai's innate talent proved to be the most formidable weapon against Yuji. Chapter 052. Entrusting Yuji's fate to Yan Bai, Senju Ryushu disengaged from the battlefield and swiftly reunited with Yan Bai. Although unable to continue the skirmish with the Uchiha clan, Senju Hashirama expressed a tinge of regret. Thereafter, Hashirama found himself corrected by Yan Bai. And he realized how delightful that correction was. Yan Bai did not relentlessly pursue the Uchiha clan residing in the forest. After the return of the Thousand Hands Dragon technique, he instructed his clones to release that group of individuals without further interference, to prevent any unforeseen complications under the arrangement of the Thousand Hands Dragon technique. Yan Bai once again set forth towards the land of pines, accompanied by his brothers and Yuji. Yan Bo harbored no concerns regarding Senju Hashirama in the original fate. Hashirama was destined to evolve into the god of ninjas. In this version, Hashirama flourished daily under the iron fist of Yan Bo's affection, advancing his prowess even more rapidly than in the original narrative, where he grew alongside Uchiha Madara. However, the thought of providing Hashirama with special training caused Yan Bo some unease, as he feared that in future encounters, Hashirama might inadvertently defeat Uchiha Madara. Yan Bai cast a fleeting glance at the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to Uchiha Madara. Yet he deftly evaded the pursuit of the Uchiha clan under the pretext of prioritizing his mission. Yan Bai contemplated inwardly, this won't do. I must seek an opportunity to infiltrate the Uchiha clan, delivering a decisive blow to Madara, akin to the mundane acts of eating, sleeping, and striking. Relying on others is exceedingly unreliable. My elder brother Hashirama has grown far too swiftly. What shall I do if Madara cannot keep pace? This is simply unacceptable. These two individuals must either rise in strength together or falter in weakness together. How can one of them experience stunted growth? Senju was comforting Yuji. Yet he inadvertently caught sight of the princess revealing an innocent and untainted smile, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Uncle Yuji, your palanquin is gone. I truly apologize for your inconvenience. The radiant smile on Yan Bai's face brought great comfort to Yuji. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently ruffled Yan Bai's hair, chuckling, it's not unfair. You all are walking, so I can too. This child is truly delightful, possessing both beauty and a kind heart. As for the brutal scene in the forest moments ago, that was undoubtedly the work of that cold, silver-haired young man. How could he allow his own sister to take the blame? Such a brother is utterly unworthy. While Yuji immersed himself in these thoughts, the expressions of the Senju group grew somewhat frosty. He showed no recollection of the loyal guards who once carried him in their service, nor of those who could never return to their homeland, shattered by the fire techniques of the Uchiha clan. What a heartless and ungrateful master he is. Even with only 4 members of the Senju clan by his side, Yuji maintained an air of elegance and nobility, indifferent to the fate of others. Yan Bai smiled and said, Uncle Yuji, it must be quite a hardship for you to be camping out in the wilderness. Not at all. Aren't you all in the same situation? If you are not feeling aggrieved, then neither am I, Yuji replied, though he certainly disliked the discomfort of sleeping outdoors. He maintained a facade of resilience in front of Yan Bai. Little did he know, with a radiant smile, Yan Bai exclaimed, Uncle Yuji, I have a way to shorten our journey, and it will be quite enjoyable. Would you care to give it a try? Oh, is that true? Yuji looked at Yan Bai's innocent smile, harboring no doubts whatsoever. Meanwhile, the other 3 members of the Thousand Hand clan narrowed their eyes at Yan Bai's words. Yan Bai harbored a disdain for camping in desolate areas, thus desired to hasten his journey, albeit with the necessary consent of Yuji. Despite his aversion towards Yuji, a modicum of respect for the patron was imperative. The thousand-handed dragon technique cherished Yan Bai as if she were his own granddaughter. As long as Yan Bai refrained from eliminating Yuji, he would support her endeavors wholeheartedly. However, the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were acutely aware of Yan Bai's disposition. Should Yuji be perceived as virtuous in their eyes, they would undoubtedly intervene to thwart Yan Bai's intentions. The younger brother served as a decree from the heavens to the elder sister, conversely. The younger sister was akin to a love letter sent to the elder brother. It was rather astonishing that Yuji harbored peculiar thoughts towards their youthful sister, prompting Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama to adopt a detached stance as they observed Yan Bai's antics with Yuji. They relinquished Yuji's fate into Yan Bai's hands, allowing her life to sway precariously in the winds of uncertainty. Unbeknownst to Yuji, who was enraptured by Yan Bai's beauty and courtesy, was the imminent fate that awaited her. Thus, the originally circuitous route transformed into a direct path. Yan Bai arranged for Yuji a collection of the top 10 most thrilling attractions in a modern amusement park. These peculiar and exhilarating activities provided a rush of adrenaline for everyone and introduced Yuji to the realm of ninjas. The cliffside dance party experience, the sloped vertical roller coaster adventure, the water gliding escapade, breathtaking views from above the majestic wilderness, soaring like an eagle, followed by an instantaneous vertical plunge, surfing across the lake while marveling at the surrounding forest beauty. In just a few hours, Yuji experienced extraordinary sensations akin to flying through the heavens and burrowing into the earth, surfing, and more. The freshness and thrill of these moments became etched in memory for a lifetime. Then, overwhelmed by fear, he inadvertently soiled his trousers, but fortunately, having been in the water, his wet clothes concealed the incident. The rhythm atop the cliff mirrored the dance of life, wild and passionate. A simple fall could liberate one from worries, spinning at high speeds, leaving loneliness trailing behind. As long as one followed Yan Bai's lead, the Uchiha clan would remain oblivious to their path. What should have taken several days to reach was accomplished in less than half a day, significantly reducing the risk of assassination and saving everyone's time. The twilight glow cascaded from above, illuminating the winding path through the dark, dense forest. Ahead lay the capital of the country of pines, Songzhuang City. Yan Bai and his companions, weary from their travels, appeared somewhat composed, especially the members of the Qianshou family, the brothers of the Senju clan. Adorned in garments crafted by Yan Bai, exuded an air of grandeur. Their stately figures and graceful demeanor captivated the attention of many passing young ladies. In stark contrast, Yushi appeared dispirited and forlorn, as though mourning a great loss. Yan Bai consistently offered words of comfort to Yushi while guiding her through an array of exhilarating games. Yushi, despite her reluctance, acquiesced. For she was surrounded by members of the Thousand Hands clan, and one must bow to the circumstances when under their roof. At this moment, the grand gates of Songzhuang City loomed ahead. Overcome with excitement, Yushi found herself unceremoniously purging 3 pounds at the entrance. Uncle Yu, are you all right? Yan Bai gazed at Yushi with a face full of concern. Upon seeing him, Yushi trembled and retched violently. Previously, when Yushi looked at Yan Bai, he found that exquisite face remarkably appealing. However, upon this encounter, Yushi began to feel faint at the sight of Yan Bai's visage. Ultimately, Yushi, feeling aggrieved, distanced himself from Yan Bai and redirected his affections toward the seemingly benevolent Senju Hashirama. A mischievous female ninja like Yan Bai was simply too much for an ordinary man to endure. In a romance with other noble women, wealth and status sufficed. But courting Yan Bai required not only riches and prominence but also a fortitude of spirit. Yushi preferred gentler, more delicate girls, shunning the fierce demeanor of a formidable woman like Yan Bai. Chapter 053, The Origin of Hashirama's Gambling Addiction. Uchiha Yuan suffered grave injuries, and the mission target had already escaped, along with Senju Rajutsu. As an elite of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yuan represented a crucial fighting force, and none could overlook his wounds. Uchiha Madara ordered the others to escort the severely injured Uchiha Yuan back to the clan's territory while he sought another team of clansmen. The failure of Uchiha Yuan's mission was an unalterable fact, unrelated to Uchiha Madara. Madara had grasped the situation. Among those who had directly confronted Uchiha Yuan, there were no girls. He was far more concerned about those who had encountered the princess of the Senju. It was said that Uchiha Yuan had placed greater emphasis on Senju Rajutsu, personally leading his elite team to intercept it, while the less skilled members pursued 2 other children of the Senju clan. The confrontation with Senju Rajutsu had been brutally fierce, and the Uchiha elites who followed Uchiha Yuan were wise, contributing nothing to the fray. However, Uchiha Madara could entirely comprehend this decision. The prowess of Senju Rajutsu had grown significantly since their last encounter. Its eerie armament and the terrifying dance of the curved blades reduced even Uchiha Yuan to a pitiful state. For them, survival was uncertain, and knowing the inevitable doom, they naturally made the prudent choice. Only Uchiha Madara understood that those who had pursued the children of the Senju were the most unfortunate. On his way to locate them, he noticed a flock of birds circling above. Stopping in his tracks, Uchiha Madara extended his hand to rest upon a tree, cautiously alert to his surroundings, before murmuring softly. The wind seemed to carry some secret message, rustling through the forest. The birds appeared to have noticed Uchiha Madara, circling above for a moment before dropping an object in his direction. Uchiha Madara's expression soured as he discerned that it was yet another message from Yan Bai. Once the birds had delivered their message, they took flight, scattering into the sky. Ever since Uchiha Tanaka had suggested that Uchiha Madara feign amiability toward Yan Bai, his heart had been torn. Who would dare approach a woman as fearsome as Yan Bai? Moreover, she was still a child. In 10 years, she might evolve into an unparalleled female tyrant. Uchiha Madara pinched the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes in anguish, before reluctantly picking up the scroll cast down by the bird. To Uchiha Madara, I know you have arrived, and you are aware of why we cannot meet. Do not take your father's words too seriously. A mere pretense will suffice. When you grow stronger, what can he compel you to do? We are still young. Discussing marriage is premature, so do not dwell on such trivialities. Instead, focus on the alliance with your elder brother to establish a village. I suggest you engage in reckless endeavors to enhance your strength. Should you find yourself without an opponent, feel free to summon me. To mitigate animosities, I refrain from taking lives. I recommend employing a wind release jutsu before entering. Uchiha Madara remained silent for a long while, ultimately incinerating the scroll with fire release, reducing it to ashes. He gazed gloomily at the sky. Thus, it seemed that he alone bore the awkwardness of the situation. Indeed, if Yan Bai could pry into the secrets of their clan, how could she be unaware of Uchiha Tanaka's counsel? Shaking his head, Uchiha Madara resolved that it was imperative to rescue those Uchiha clansmen who had suffered at Yan Bai's hands. Among them, many might have been coerced into manifesting their Sharingan, necessitating attention to their physical and mental well-being. With this thought, Uchiha Madara advanced toward the area where the birds had earlier been vigilant. The wind release was clear. The scene was undoubtedly permeated with a foul stench. After delivering Yuji to Songzhuang City last night, Yan Bai and his companions were warmly received by Lord Adazi Sheng. The residence arranged for the Senju clan by the Adazi family was equally magnificent. Yan Bai and his companions were assigned a room overlooking the most bustling street of Songzhuang City. This locale was not merely prosperous. It could be described as a realm where day and night were inverted. It was a glamorous city that never slept. Housing the largest and most opulent brothel in the Kingdom of Song, renowned for its extensive services. The morning light streamed through a perfectly round window, approximately 1 meter in diameter, casting its glow upon the polished floor, which was shrouded in shadows. The air was permeated with a rich, almost overwhelming scent of cosmetics. Yan Bai leaned gracefully against the crimson window frame and elegantly sneezed. Yan Bai glanced indifferently at the two figures seated beside him, who resembled twin guardians, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally composed his thoughts and inquired, "Is it customary for us to reside in brothels whenever we visit the Land of Pines?" Yan Bai felt utterly speechless. Is this truly the highest standard of treatment for esteemed guests in the Land of Pines? Lodging in a brothel, indulging in the brothel's cuisine? However, upon further reflection, Yan Bai found some semblance of rationale in it. Female ninjas are indeed far fewer in number compared to their male counterparts. And unless they possess a unique status like Yan Bai and Mito, their societal standing is quite low. The Lord has made such arrangements. If one is discontented with the accommodations, they may as well pay for a stay at an outside. The ordinary inn surely lack the opulence of high-end brothels. Typically, the majority of distinguished guests entertained by the Lord are men, whether for gaming or other pursuits. Such luxurious brothels provide a comprehensive suite of services encompassing dining, drinking, and gambling. Yet, the notion of placing such a venue in the hands of the young Hashirama and Tobarama Senju strikes Yan Bai as profoundly incongruous, leaving her feeling quite bemused. It is only today that Yan Bai has begun to comprehend the origins of Hashirama's future gambling addiction. Frequenting such establishments, with little interest in the pleasures they offer and lacking the enjoyment of hot springs, one might as well gamble to stave off the boredom of sitting idly. Unable to engage in combat, Tobarama Senju, being remarkably self-disciplined and striving diligently to hone his skills under the shadow of his elder brother, has directed his passions towards the development of ninjutsu, eschewing worldly desires. With arms crossed and gaze lowered, Tobarama refrained from discussing such matters with Yan Bai, fearing that she might conjure up some mischief. He harbored no concerns about Yan Bai corrupting. She was already quite the handful. Last night, the Senju Dragon technique had been retained at the Lord's residence, providing close protection to the Lord's family until the clan members dispatched by the Senju arrived. Tobarama likely understood why the three of them could not remain in the Lord's abode. It was entirely due to Yan Bai's amusement park antics that Yuji had been so frightened that he lost his composure. Yuji was too intimidated to share the same roof as Yan Bai, yet he could not neglect them, hence the arrangement for their stay in the most luxurious brothel. It is not just the Land of Pines. Other nations, large and small, extend similar hospitality to the ninja clans. The two brothers stationed themselves at Yan Bai's door early in the morning, anxious to prevent her from wandering outside, which posed a significant risk. They were not concerned for Yan Bai's safety, but rather for the potential dangers facing the citizens of Songzhuang City, which could incite unrest. After all, the Senju clan must maintain amicable relations with the Uchiha family, and a willful child like Yan Bai could easily lead to unexpected outcomes. Unlike Hashirama, who remained unperturbed as long as Yan Bai did not ask, once she inquired, he would undoubtedly respond. With a gentle smile, Hashirama explained, Since we cannot reside in the Lord's mansion and there are no better accommodations outside, Lord Jixing has arranged for us to stay here. Be patient for a few more days, Yan Bai. Once our clansmen arrive, we shall ensure your safe return." Yan Bai raised an eyebrow, inquiring if there were no hot spring inns in this place. Senju Hashirama candidly replied that while the Land of Pines was rich in iron ore, it appeared that this locale lacked natural hot springs. Chapter 054. Elder brother, I am off to bathe with my sisters. The surroundings were opulent, dazzling the eye, while exquisite wines and delicacies corroded the heart. An afternoon of indulgent feasting inevitably led to the stirrings of desire. Yan Bai felt an overwhelming sense of boredom and yearned to venture out for a stroll. However, Senju Tobarama, with an expressionless countenance, remarked, "This is a brothel. Do you not possess any self-awareness regarding your appearance? You ought to employ the body replacement technique to render yourself less appealing, as your propensity for attracting trouble is remarkably pronounced." There was another unspoken critique from Senju Tobarama, which lamented that ever since Yan Bai had corrected him, he too had developed such undesirable habits. Ultimately, it was all Yan Bai's fault. Yan Bai furrowed his brows in contemplation. In truth, he did not relish engaging with men, nor did he enjoy being teased by them. Yet, he was equally disinclined to forfeit his attractiveness. For as long as he maintained his beauty, he would garner ample forgiveness, with both men and women drawn to him. How delightful it is to interact with girls. A mere pinch would elicit a delightful squeal. Yan Bai cast a glance at Senju Tobarama, inquiring if there was no hot spring. Surely, in such a vast brothel, there must be a bathing area. Senju Tobarama, with an expression devoid of emotion, regarded Yan Bai, evidently conceding to the implication. Yan Bai's face displayed an innocent smile as she innocently inquired, "Is it all right for me to go take a bath with my sisters?" While the statement seemed harmless, Senju Tobarama felt an unsettling dissonance. Ever since reconciling with Yan Bai, he hesitated to impose strictness, fearing a repeat of past mistakes. However, after a moment's hesitation, he remarked, "Some of the women in the brothel may carry infectious diseases. I want to catch anything," Yan Bai replied nonchalantly, rising and striding towards the exit. Tobarama furrowed his brow and sprang up to pursue her, but was swiftly restrained by Senju Hashirama. "Tobarama, Yan Bai is still a child. Children love to play. Forcing her to remain cooped up in a confined space all day is akin to inflicting torture. A simple bath poses no real danger. Surely a group of women cannot harm her. Besides, if that mischievous child were to encounter trouble, she must bear the consequences. After all, recklessness comes with its own price. Yan Bai has already demonstrated considerable strength. Senju Hashirama believes that as his elder brother, it is impossible to forever shield Yan Bai from the world. It would be more prudent to let him explore independently. Sooner or later, he must confront the realities of life. Learning sooner rather than later would make little difference. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow, ultimately brushing aside Hashirama's hand and striding out of the room. To his surprise, he found Yan Bai engaged in conversation with a waiting maid. Inquiring about what preparations were necessary for his bath, Yan Bai's demeanor was exceedingly gracious and polite. The maid appeared to be taken aback and hurriedly assured that she would personally escort her there, ensuring that everything would be meticulously prepared. Yan Bai graciously expressed his gratitude to the group of maids, his words dripping with sweetness as he affectionately addressed each of them as sister, causing a delightful blush to bloom on their faces. Sister, the color of your lip balm is simply exquisite. How kawaii. Oh, this sister's lips are also lovely. But your eyes are truly mesmerizing. Your long, thick lashes draw all attention, and upon closer inspection, your lips are as beautiful as the petals of a rose. Ah, sister. The term little vixen does not suit your image at all. Please do not let others upset you. However, if you were to say little cutie, would that not enhance your charm? Everyone would surely find your choice of words endearing. Hee, sister, I envy your lustrous black hair. Look at me, born with silver locks. Those who do not look closely might mistake me for a diminutive old woman. As for this wooden hairpin, it is handcrafted by my elder brother. You see, it looks far better when worn on your head than on mine. It is no trouble. I can ask my brother to make another. Considering it a token of friendship for my new sister, please accept it with a smile. Senju Baijian observed the scene, utterly bewildered. Had he not known that this charming individual was his own younger sister, he might have believed he was witnessing a dashing nobleman amidst a garden of flowers. Senju Baijian wore a pained expression, sensing that something was amiss. Yan Bai is simply irresistible to both men and women, posing a significant danger. The maidservants, utterly enchanted by Yan Bai's praises, hurriedly set about preparing bathing essentials for him. Yan Bai stood in place with a smile, her peripheral vision catching sight of the bewildered expression on Senju Tobarama's face. Yan Bai smiled wickedly. Brother, I am going to take a bath. Would you like to join me? I believe the maidens would not object. Senju Tobarama gazed at Yan Bai with a stoic expression and replied, there is no need. With that, Senju Tobarama turned coldly and stepped back into the room. Yan Bai gazed at the tightly shut door of Senju Tobarama, a benevolent smile gracing his face. How surprising that even his elder brother could exhibit shyness. Just as the door closed, Tobarama knelt down in frustration, fiercely pounding the ground with his fists. Observing Tobarama's furious demeanor, Senju Hashirama chuckled good-naturedly. Tobarama, as long as Yan Bai is happy, why don't we take a stroll ourselves? Taking a deep breath, Tobarama seemed like a doting father unable to restrain his beloved daughter. He lifted his gaze to the beams above, sighed after a moment, and conceded, all right, but brother, do not act out of line. Hashirama nodded helplessly. Indeed, Tobarama, sometimes one must unwind. It is no wonder Yan Bai has taken a disliking to such a serious demeanor. Tobarama offered no retort, and the brothers stepped out once more, only to find Yan Bai emerging from the corridor, surrounded by a bevy of maidens as if she were a noble lady. Tobarama remarked enviously, I once thought there would be discord among women, that Yan Bai might face difficulties among her peers, yet it seems otherwise. Brother, cease your words. Tobarama shot a sidelong glance at Hashirama, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate what it was. The two brothers walked in the opposite direction of Yan Bai. Having garnered the favor of the maidens, they endeavored to create a more comfortable bathing environment for Yan Bai. The artificial hot spring, heated by the boiler room, was infused with mugwort and herbs. Before her arrival, the spacious bath meant for multiple guests had already been thoroughly cleansed. Nevertheless, Yan Bai used her fire release technique to heat the bath once more before they added water. The astonishing ninjutsu excited the maidens, who already held fondness for her. However, when Yan Bai invited them to join her in the bath, the dutiful maiden smiled and politely declined. Consequently, Yan Bai found herself alone in the vast bath, capable of accommodating dozens. Soaking in the warm waters, she squinted her eyes, feeling all her fatigue wash away. She contemplated that upon returning to the Senju clan, she would dig a large bath for her own use, perhaps even construct a cesspool. Suddenly, sensing something awry, Yan Bai opened her eyes, her expression icy and still. A pair of hands reached from behind her, abruptly covering her mouth. The figure leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, let me take you for a spin for free, and I shall spare your life. The mocking voice of the man behind her echoed. Yan Bai, a chilling sensation coursed through his neck, akin to the sharpness of a blade against skin. The man sensed the silence of the girl ahead and instinctively tightened his grip, pressing the knife's edge against the delicate skin beneath her throat. Yet, this seemingly simple action led him to feel as though he were slicing into a lifeless wooden statue. Suddenly, a jarring sensation struck him, as if his mind were under the scrutiny of an intense gaze. He felt something within him scattering in disarray. His head grew heavy, and his body succumbed to an inexplicable weakness. He had always believed that a young female ninja would be an easy target, assuming that such a small child could not possess formidable strength. However, the reality was starkly different. He realized that what he had held was not a mere puppet. Before he could utter a cry of alarm, an immense force propelled him backward, crashing him against the wall. Such experiences were not unfamiliar to him. Yet today felt remarkably peculiar. He began to slide down the wall, unable to rise, his limbs seemingly devoid of sensation, despite his mind remaining alert. Struggling to turn his head, he gazed back at the spot he had just vacated. There stood an exceedingly youthful girl by the water's edge, her expression serene. Unclad, she exhibited no sign of shame, her ethereal beauty adorned with a semblance of a smile, observing him with quiet intensity. Yan Bai maintained an expression of calm as he gazed at him, undeterred by the fact that others might perceive him as feminine, and though he often donned women's attire, to him, clothing merely served as a means of modesty. The opinions of others held no sway over him. He remained a man at heart. However, the man at the foot of the wall, upon catching sight of Yan Bai's visage, appeared as if struck by a jolt of electricity, frozen in place. He watched in rapt silence as Yan Bai's exquisite silhouette approached with quiet grace. The man was utterly entranced, lost in a daze. Yan Bai's enchanting visage resembles that of a legendary siren. With but a single glance, one feels as though they are embarking on an irreversible journey, descending into the abyss. It is a dark beauty that radiates an aura of peril. Behind her stunning facade lies a chilling essence that can penetrate the marrow of one's bones, evoking both dread and an irresistible allure. A force transcends one's own essence, weaving through the very being of a man like a devil's whisper. Yan Bai casually picked up a bathrobe from beside him and donned it, then stood effortlessly before the unfamiliar man. Do I look good? Yan Bai gazed down upon the individual with a gentle yet enigmatic smile gracing his face. The man, as if entranced, instinctively replied, "It's beautiful." Yan Bai narrowed his eyes. He was not foolish enough to voluntarily allow someone to touch him to prove his masculinity, for such an act would be quite absurd. He felt no need to offer explanations to anyone. What one sees with their eyes is not necessarily the truth. However, this was of little consequence. Yan Bai observed that the man on the ground had regained consciousness, instinctively lowering his gaze to avoid making eye contact. Yan Bai resumed his inquiry. "What is your surname?" The man, taken aback, stared blankly at the ground, adhering to the unspoken rules of a ninja. Before he could deflect with humor, Yan Bai pressed his bare foot forcefully onto the man's head. "There is no explicit rule regarding the theft of secrets, wouldn't you agree?" "Yes." The man managed to utter hoarsely, his voice thick and muffled, as if trapped. The pressure of Yan Bai's foot was intense, pressing his face firmly into the ground. Yet he found an odd sense of comfort akin to lying on a feather bed, his consciousness beginning to blur. A sweet metallic scent filled his nostrils. He realized he was bleeding profusely, his face becoming sticky with it. Yet, above him, that beguiling voice continued, "In truth, I am indifferent to which clan you belong." Upon hearing this, the man attempted to lift his head, but Yan Bai remained expressionless, exerting more force, flattening him further against the ground. Yan Bai smiled playfully. "You have intruded into my bathroom without permission, which does not please me. What do you propose we do about it? To kill you would be too lenient, however. To spare your life feels like a considerable loss. I possess crucial information that I can divulge to you." The man spoke with great difficulty. "Oh, I have no interest in any information," Yan Bai replied, her gaze drifting disinterestedly to the beams of the ceiling. In this world, she was well aware of all significant plot lines, as well as the inconsequential subplots and those fabricated by the universe for the sake of narrative coherence. Yet none held her interest. Nevertheless, the man continued, "It concerns you." Suddenly intrigued, Yan Bai turned her attention to the man on the floor. "Do elaborate. You must first assure me that you will not kill me." At this juncture, the man fully comprehended his predicament. He was no match for Yan Bai. And even if he wished to flee, it would be a daunting task, especially since he was currently rendered completely immobile. Yan Bai lifted his foot, which was resting upon the man's head, just as the man believed that Yan Bai was about to negotiate with him and agree not to take his life. He turned his face sideways and, with great difficulty, glimpsed Yan Bai turning away and making his way toward the door. Yan Bai slightly opened the door and exchanged a few words with the waiting maid outside. Shortly thereafter, the maid presented Yan Bai with 2 plates of fish bones. The opulent cuisine here predominantly features sashimi. When the chef prepares sashimi, he carves the fish flesh to serve to patrons, while the bones are either simmered for soup or made available for the staff to consume. In any case, fish bones hold little value and can be easily obtained. Yan Bai closed the door, holding a fish bone, and returned swiftly, his smile warm and inviting. "I desired nothing more than to savor the sight of you eating at that moment." The man, however, suddenly confronted a grim revelation. In this world, there indeed exists a hell, and there are malevolent souls, and he was not among them. "It is the women of the Ida clan who sent me to kill you." "Aho," he cried in utter despair. "I had expressed my disinterest in hearing such words. My sole wish was to observe you consume the fishbone." Yan Bai sighed softly. Before long, the screams abruptly ceased. 10 minutes later, Yan Bai instructed a maid to summon Senju Tobarama. Originally, Yuji sought to invite the Senju brothers for a gamble. But upon arriving, the maid appeared grave and announced, "Something has happened to the young lady." The brothers quickly rushed over. However, When Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama burst into the bathing chamber, they were taken aback. What should have been a sanctuary for the sister had inexplicably turned into the scene of a man's distress. Senju Tobarama's aura grew chillingly cold, while Senju Hashirama, usually composed, displayed an unusual displeasure. The man lay twisted on the floor beside the bath, drenched in blood, his features obscured by crimson. He opened his mouth in a silent scream. Senju Tobarama assumed the man had been brutally beaten by Yan Bai for attempting to steal a kiss, unaware that, at that moment, his throat was choked with fish bones of varying lengths. He longed to scream, to explain, but only a strangled sound emerged. The pain was excruciating. Who would come to his aid? In a fit of rage, Senju Tobarama drew a kunai, ready to slay the man. Yet Yan Bai interjected, "Brother, let us hand him over to Lord Ida. I was attacked at their designated lodging. Surely, they must provide an explanation?" As he spoke, a smile graced Yan Bai's face as he informed them that they could either double the bounty or face dire consequences. Senju Tobarama's expression darkened as he inquired in a measured tone, "Is he sent by the Ida clan?" Upon hearing those words, the man's eyes widened in alarm, and he whimpered helplessly. Yan Bai suddenly hurled the plate containing fish bones towards the man, striking him with a resounding thud that rendered him unconscious. Nonchalantly, Yan Bai remarked, "How is this possible?" Yuji was so frightened by me that he hurriedly informed everyone at the Lord's residence about my actions yesterday, cautioning them against offending the three of us. To avoid any mishaps, he even arranged for us to stay at the finest brothel, indulging in the highest quality service. Yet this man insists that he is a member of the Ida family sent to assassinate me. As he spoke, a chuckle escaped Yan Bai's lips. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow, his gaze turning fierce. "It is a slander." Yan Bai curled his lips into a slight arc and remarked, "It seems he is utterly convinced that he is dispatched by the Date clan. The individual who entrusted him with the task must have employed some form of transformation technique or hypnotic illusion that he could not detect. Our adversarial force is the Nishi-Yuanji family of the Duga territory, and currently, the ninja clan under their command is the Uchiha clan," Senju Tobarama coldly stated. "It was a member of the Uchiha clan who impersonated someone from the Date clan using transformation techniques to assign this third-rate ninja the task of assassinating you. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the Nishi-Yuanji family acted independently, utilizing other ninjas skilled in transformation techniques. They are all cut from the same cloth. For them, eliminating you would be ideal, but even if they fail, it would not be a loss. Regardless of the outcome, both scenarios are sufficiently repugnant to us." Chapter 056, Madara. Do you know what she desires? The sound of rain rustled in his ears, droplets pummeling against his body. Uchiha Madara stood before the courtyard, his trembling eyelids fluttering open to reveal the gloomy night sky that filled him with disdain. The rain-soaked fabric clung heavily to his skin, rendering him uncomfortable in its embrace. The identity of Yan Bai has been exposed. The Uchiha clan, who had been thoroughly punished, are still alive and have encountered Yan Bai. The portrait painted by Izuna has circulated throughout the combat units of the Uchiha clan, and everyone has taken note of the child with that appearance. It will not be long before Uchiha Taijima learns that Yan Bai hails from the Senju clan. Of course, adhering to the original plan. Uchiha Madara will still firmly assert that he was unaware of Yan Bai's lineage, as will Izuna. Suddenly, a chill once again surged up Uchiha Madara's spine. Without turning around, he heard the voice of his father, Taijima, coming from the narrow corridor of the inner courtyard. "The injured clansman informed me that she is the princess of the Senju clan, Senju Yan Bai. Madara, do you know?" Uchiha Madara did not look back but replied melancholily, "I have only just learned." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Taijima fell silent. After an indeterminate time, Taijima spoke. "Originally, we had set up other ambushes along the route that Idatama would take back to Matsushiro City, but after the failed surprise attack on Jin, the remaining guards of Idatama were completely annihilated. Yet, they unexpectedly altered their route, managing to avoid the ambush and traversing a path that would typically take several days in just half a day." Hearing this, Uchiha Madara could not help but furrow his brow as Yan Bai's smiling face involuntarily appeared in his mind. With Yan Bai around, anything bizarre could occur. Such a change in route is entirely normal. Idatama is likely feeling quite melancholic now. "You seem not at all surprised, Madara," Taijima's voice continued from behind him. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes. Even with his back turned to his father, it seemed challenging to conceal his emotions. Suddenly, Uchiha Taijima, using a body flicker technique, appeared directly in front of Uchiha Madara. The rain gradually intensified, drumming on the eaves and creating a cacophony, transforming into a roaring waterfall beneath the slanted roof. Uchiha Madara clenched and then relaxed his fist hidden beneath his sleeves. He was uncertain of what his father was thinking but felt an immense psychological burden. "She likes you a lot, Madara." A cryptic smile appeared on Uchiha Taijima's face. Uchiha Madara knew that Yan Bai held no such feelings for him, and he could not help but say, "Father, she does not." Before Madara could finish his sentence, Taijima squinted slightly and leisurely said, "Possessing formidable power yet refraining from annihilating the Uchiha clan, merely toying with them, and even altering her course to avoid a direct confrontation with us, what could she possibly want? You must know, don't you?" Uchiha Madara remained silent. He certainly understood what Yan Bai desired. Both Yan Bai and Hashirama aspire for reconciliation between the Senju and Uchiha clans. However, Uchiha Taijima remarks, What she desires is you, isn't it, Madara? To which Uchiha Madara responds, no, it is not. Madara, feeling despondent, wishes to conceal his face but fears that excessive gestures might reveal his true emotions to his father, thus resorting to a stoic demeanor. Uchiha Taijima scoffs, stating, it appears our intelligence has been lacking. We initially believed that the eldest, Senju Rizi, was the leader of that group. But it seems this princess is the true figurehead. If her leniency towards my clan stems from you, I might reconsider my stance regarding her Senju lineage. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Madara feels a sense of pessimism. Taijima's suggestion of overlooking Yan Bai's Senju heritage merely underscores his interest in her formidable healing techniques and other abilities. Madara remains silent, only to hear Uchiha Taijima mockingly add, of course, we are still adversaries. If she were to betray the Senju clan, we Uchiha would surely welcome her with open arms. Madara is left speechless. For Taijima is oblivious to Yan Bai's true intentions. Furthermore, it is evident that Yan Bai would never betray the Senju clan. In Madara's view, the Senju have cultivated Yan Bai into such a formidable being, perhaps with the ulterior motive of marrying her to the enemy. A union that could lead to the annihilation of their foes in less than a decade. Yan Bai, with the justification of no heir of any man shall be born before my heir, resorted to various sinister tactics to castrate all the male members of the clan she was married into, while she herself remained childless. Furthermore, she sought to devise means to eliminate all surviving males of that lineage. If Yan Bai were willing, it would be one matter. However, if she were not, it would lead to a dire fate for any suitor, reminiscent of the ascension of the family tree to the heavens. As for Yan Bai herself, her beauty and prowess ensured she had no shortage of suitors. Since their acquaintance, Uchiha Madara had come to deeply understand that Yan Bai often exhibited a disregard for humanity. At times, he even suspected that she hailed from the netherworld, her actions akin to the displays of the King of Hell, filled only with otherworldly machinations. While conversing, Uchiha Taijima meticulously observed his son's reactions, yet he noted that Uchiha Madara maintained a stoic demeanor, his brows perpetually furrowed. Such a display left Taijima perplexed regarding his son's sentiments. Uchiha Taijima remarked with a hint of resignation, given the circumstances, we can only strive to remedy the situation. Our kin on the front line have employed illusions to masquerade as the women of the Ida family, seeking to hire ninjas to assassinate this Senju princess. Unable to restrain himself, Uchiha Madara cast a sidelong glance at his father but remained silent. He was well aware that Yan Bai would undoubtedly not fall prey to such schemes. Yan Bai suggested that perhaps he would construct a highway to the underworld for the Uchiha clan, hastening their ascent into the ancestral realm. As expected, Uchiha Taijima remarked, this afternoon, that third-rate ninja was discarded near our hidden location. That girl was exceptionally ruthless. She spared his life, yet filled his throat with fish bones. Even if one attempted to use genjutsu to coax him into speech, he would utter not a single word. Furthermore, his limbs were grotesquely twisted, rendering him incapable of writing. However, Uchiha Madara did not inquire about the fate or condition of this assassin. Instead, with a furrowed brow, he posed another question. Are those clan members who received the assassin faring well? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Taijima cast a peculiar glance at Uchiha Madara, sensing something amiss. Chapter 057. Poisoning the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobarama dragged the assassin to coerce and manipulate the head of the Ida family, Chikushin. Although Chikushin lacked physical prowess, he was an astute individual. Realizing that the Sayama temple intended to sow discord between the Senju clan and the Ida family through deceit, Chikushin promptly acquiesced to Senju Tobarama's demands for a price increase. Moreover, he followed Tobarama's suggestion to have Senju Rajitsu dispose of the assassin in a specific location. The Ida family was exceedingly wealthy and indifferent to the slight increase in cost. Spending a bit to secure peace of mind was a small price to pay to ensure one's continued existence and ability to spend more. Thus, Chikushin was more than willing to comply. Subsequently, the Yan Bai brothers have once again entered a period of indulgence and feasting. Seated in the highest tier of the viewing platform, a vibrant array of Matsuno-kuni delicacies lay before Yan Bai and his two elder brothers. Below them, a kabuki performance unfolded. While Yan Bai initially found enjoyment in the theatrical displays, his interest waned after a brief while. A troupe of performers dazzled the stage in flamboyant attire. Their faces painted a ghastly white with powder. The narratives they portrayed were likely drawn from the more amusing tales of contemporary society. Yet their garb evoked a sense of enigma and dread, with masks that were particularly grotesque and expressions strikingly exaggerated. The spiritual essence conveyed by such performances was equally exaggerated. Red symbolized blood, while black represented filth and malevolence. Ah, red and black, indeed, the Uchiha clan is ensnared by these hues. Yan Bai, when will you cook? The cuisine of Matsuno-kuni is rather unpalatable, murmured Senju Hashirama softly. Despite receiving the highest standard of service, even the sashimi was composed of the freshest fish. However, Yan Bai had an aversion to raw food, which had unfortunately influenced his entire family to share this distaste. Yan Bai wore a gloomy expression, saying, brother, let me rest a while. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama pondered a different matter. Did you instruct Uncle Longshu to abandon that individual near the Uchiha's hideout, allowing the Uchiha clan to discover him? Was that your intention, to ascertain the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan? What have you done? Yan Bai raised his teacup and casually remarked, oh, it's nothing much. I had the birds keep an eye on that fellow whose throat is choked with fish bones. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama both turned their gazes towards Yan Bai. Yan Bai glanced at Senju Tobarama and then at Senju Hashirama before saying, "Once they gather the people, the sparrows will quietly follow." At this point, Yan Bai paused, seemingly contemplating how to express himself. As if finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts, Senju Tobarama almost blurted out, tentatively inquiring, and then, "They defecate?" Yan Bai gazed at Senju Tobarama for quite some time, leaving the latter feeling perplexed. Finally, Yan Bai, with a headache, remarked, "No, it's just to confirm the bird's location." And then I had Sakura Inc.'s South family place magnesium sulfate in the drinking water near where they lingered. Senju Tobarama meticulously enunciated the term magnesium sulfate. This novel term, within his understanding, was a creation of Yan Bai. The production process was rudimentary, requiring merely the heating and concentration of bitter brine, followed by crystallization. The bitter brine, a byproduct of seawater evaporation, was dark yellow in color and had a bitter, fishy, and salty taste, rendering it quite unpalatable. Initially, Senju Tobarama believed that Yan Bai was merely indulging in playful experimentation. It was only recently that he grasped Yan Bai's intention behind the large-scale production of magnesium sulfate through the heating of bitter brine. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama, while eating, innocently inquired, "What is magnesium sulfate?" Magnesium sulfate is a laxative. Senju Tobarama shot a sidelong glance at his elder brother. Yet Yan Bai, with a hint of mischief, explained, "Brother? It is a term of equality, the moment it enters the stomach, whether one is a man at the pinnacle of the ninja world or a commoner digging ditches. All are treated the same, causing the intestines to dehydrate rapidly." Senju Hashirama suddenly lost interest in the conversation. However, Yan Bai persisted. "I administered a dosage to this group of Uchiha pursuers that even a tailed beast would struggle to rise from." Senju Hashirama replied. That was the amount of medicine Yan Bai had been accumulating for a year. Even the donkey from the production team would be unable to stand after consuming it. Yan Bai recalled the message conveyed by the birds. The voices of those people in the forest have gradually diminished, leaving only the mournful sighs of the wind. Yan Bai kindly allowed the animals to deliver corn cob cores, each inscribed with the names of the members of the Uchiha clan. The corn cobs possess remarkable water absorption properties, causing diarrhea to cease abruptly. Yan Bai offered himself a heartfelt commendation. The Uchiha clan, now, is far more neurotic than before. They no longer dare to yawn when stepping outside in the morning, fearful of a droplet of bird droppings descending from above. Not only has yawning become a silent affair, but no one dares to howl at the sky as they once did, having endured the revelry of chaos. The Uchiha clan has disseminated Yan Bai's sinister tactics throughout their ranks. This has transcended the mere question of humanity. Yan Bai's ghostly maneuvers are so absurdly chaotic that they leave one in a state of bewilderment. Consequently, the Uchiha clan has devolved into a band of pyromaniacs, igniting flames daily, fearful of being relentlessly pursued by a multitude of strangely observant creatures. One must purify the surroundings with fire before using the restroom. Bathe only after cleansing the environment with flames. Even before partaking in a game of cards, one must first ensure the area is purified. The Uchiha territory, once steeped in the curse of red and black, is now illuminated throughout the night. The walls of the Uchiha clan have been warped by the intense heat. And the notorious reputation of Yan Bai is not without merit. Many members of the Uchiha clan have yet to encounter Yan Bai in person. Yet they are already beginning to lose their hair in madness induced by his antics. Yan Bai enthusiastically recounted the recent anecdotes gathered by the animals regarding the Uchiha clan, which were far more captivating than the kabuki performances taking place beneath the stands. Yan Bai has even begun to sing a love tribute for the Uchiha clan. However, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama found the performance on stage, reminiscent of ghostly kabuki actors, far more macabre than the misdeeds perpetrated by Yan Bai against the Uchiha clan. The two brothers exchanged several glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness and relief in their eyes. Reflecting on their longevity, they truly attributed it to their mother-esque grace. It was only after her passing that Yan Bai began to descend into madness. Fortunately, before he could elaborate further, Yuji cautiously arrived, interrupting the dark conversation. After a round of pleasantries and greetings, Yan Bai was astonished to discover that the largest brothel in the land of Matsu was owned by the Date family. This establishment, known as Matsuyama Town, was a property of the Date clan, renowned for its scale, exquisite cuisine, charming maidens, and kabuki performances, all of which were considered the finest in the region. After a day of rest, Tamaki appeared handsome and exuded a humble demeanor. It was still early. Surely Lord Hashirama would wish to take a stroll? With the room's jade token in hand, one could easily assert their identity. Everyone would recognize you as my esteemed friends, ensuring that the three of you receive the utmost hospitality. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Senju Tobarama cast a furtive glance at Yan Bai. Yan Bai flashed an innocent smile towards Yuji, indicating his arrival, right? The gambling addiction of Zhu Jian. Chapter 058, Lacking Flaws Causes Unease. The knock on the door was as gentle as a feather, yet the escape was as swift as the wind. This describes the kind of person that Yuji is. He seeks to please Senju Hashirama and the Senju clan while daring not to draw too close to the devilish Yan Bai. Thus, Yuji departed quietly, just as he had come in silence. After escorting the three siblings to the entrance of the Songzan Town Casino, Yuji was called away by his subordinates. The casino was a distant venture, a meeting for another day. The exterior of the Songzan Town Casino was resplendent, with guests flowing in and out, exuding a grand atmosphere. The Ida family was indeed affluent, and Yuji had not exaggerated. As the trio approached the entrance, they presented their identification. The doorkeeper greeted them with obsequiousness, exclaiming, "Ah, it is indeed the friend of Lord Yuji. Please, come inside." Following this, they spread the word. "The esteemed friend of Lord Yuji has graced us with their presence. Welcome." The Songzan Town provided a comprehensive array of services, intertwining gaming with the flesh trade. Upon learning of the arrival of Lord Yuji's friend, the madam did not dare to be negligent and promptly led a group of young ladies eager to extend their hospitality. However, they were taken aback upon seeing the silver-haired siblings, Yan Bai and Senju Tobarama, flanking Senju Hashirama. Yan Bai cast a normal glance over, and everyone felt an icy chill penetrating to their very bones. In that fleeting moment of stunned silence, the three members of the Senju clan had already departed. Once they distanced themselves from the circle of young women, Senju Tobarama let out a heavy sigh of relief. Yan Bai smiled with ill intent. "You should be grateful to me, second brother. If it weren't for my intervention, you would have suffocated under the weight of cleansing foam by now." Senju Hashirama appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend Yan Bai's words. Senju Tobarama sincerely wished he had not understood. His expression remained impassive as he coldly remarked, "Yan Bai, as a young lady, there are certain things you should refrain from saying. You understand. What difference does it make? You are my brothers," Yan Bai replied with a grin. "I trust you." Senju Tobarama retorted sharply, "Do not wield trust as a weapon. If you truly have faith in us, then behave accordingly. My advice may be hard to swallow." Upon their arrival, the guests were enveloped in an atmosphere of revelry, a stark contrast to the so-called war-torn reality outside. As they indulged in excess, "These are nothing but superficial beauties. You certainly wouldn't consider marrying any of them, so refrain from causing harm to these young ladies," Yan Bai stated. Senju Tobarama, eager to shift the conversation, quickly pulled Senju Hashirama aside, saying, "What we just witnessed was mere flesh trade. Ahead lies the casino." Yan Bai glanced around, surveying his surroundings. It was surprising that the Idis would establish both gambling and brothels in one place, being a business of the Lord's manor. It allowed for multiple layers of protection, and the enterprise thrived. Furthermore, they even sold weapons, highlighting the prosperity of the Matsuno kingdom. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Senju Tobarama ahead grow faint and cold. "Elder brother, it is implausible for such a small territory as the Matsuno kingdom to sustain a large population." Senju Hashirama paused, looking at Senju Tobarama in confusion. However, Yan Bai quickly grasped the implication, as his thought process aligned closely with that of Senju Tobarama. "Elder brother, what my second brother means is that, beyond the superficial weapon trade and the bustling business of this entertainment district, the Idis of Matsuno kingdom may very well be engaged in the cold-hearted trafficking of people." "What?" Senju Hashirama's expression turned grave. Due to the insufficient population, they had no choice but to resort to such measures. Purchasing or even abducting individuals from nearby villages or even farther afield to bolster their numbers. Otherwise, rapid population growth would be unattainable. Yan Bai gazed at the casino ahead. Contemplating further, Yan Bai stepped forward and whispered to his two brothers, moreover, they must be lending money at their casino, offering exorbitant interest rates. Undoubtedly raking in a fortune daily. Qianshou Feijian coldly remarked, "Usury? That would certainly lead to numerous families being torn apart. It is a business that kills without bloodshed." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere instantly grew somewhat tense. Yan Bai couldn't help but chuckle, hastily interjecting before Qianshou Feijian could erupt. "Brother, you may have misunderstood. I've been rather bored these past couple of days and took the liberty to investigate. The young ladies are all there of their own volition. The land of Song is exceedingly wealthy, and they have no need to abduct virtuous women. Look at their beaming smiles. They are genuine. In this era, we mock the poor rather than the courtesans." As the three conversed, the casino loomed closer. The cacophony ahead was far more boisterous than the brothel, with voices of patrons echoing, "Big, big, big. Small, small, small. All in on this bet. Damn it, I've lost again." Merely hearing these sounds, Qianshou Feijian furrowed his brow, contemplating a retreat with Yan Bai. Meanwhile, Qianshou Zhujian displayed a curious expression. Yan Bai observed Senju Hashirama with an impassive demeanor. The proclivity for indulgence in gambling and licentious pursuits is, in truth, a trait inherent to the majority of men. The opulent casino constructed by the Uchiha clan is replete with an array of gambling games and tables, where the bettors regard wealth with utter disdain, eagerly throwing themselves into the fray. It is precisely this phenomenon that allows families like the Uchiha to amass fortunes overnight. Senju Hashirama squinted and inquired, "Just now, Yuji mentioned that if we take the sign and gamble, any winnings will be ours, while losses will be charged to him. Is that true?" Senju Tobarama remarked with objectivity. He would not stoop to lie about such matters. Conversely, Yan Bai understood that any attempt to forcefully intervene would only heighten Senju Hashirama's curiosity towards gambling. This is known as reactance. As his strength burgeons, if Senju Hashirama does not cultivate awareness, he is destined to tread the path that fate has laid before him. Recently, Yan Bai has ceased calling out to Heiju from the thickets. After such a lengthy period, Yan Bai has ascertained that Heiju is evading him. However, This is of little consequence, for Yan Bai's duty is to test the system. When it falters, he must rectify the bugs, and he has accepted this responsibility. Though Jugu is heartless and ungrateful, refusing to lend assistance, his role is to uphold the narrative. Thus, Yan Bai, compelled by circumstances, has chosen to respond to cold indifference with his own lack of compassion, whimsically altering the storyline to see if Heiju might emerge on his own. Yan Bai gazed at Senju Hashirama and spoke calmly, "Elder brother, I have employed the healing technique on many individuals and acquired a wealth of knowledge. One thing is quite clear. Do not harbor thoughts of taking advantage. The Land of Mist has been excessively generous towards us. Is it not true that our Senju clan represents their sole hope against the Uchiha clan under the command of the Scion Temple?" Senju Hashirama disagreed. He believed that Yuji's overtures stemmed from a necessity for the Senju, rather than an act of excessive generosity. In his view, it was the intrinsic value of the Senju clan that warranted such attentiveness. However, Senju Tobarama held a different perspective. He concurred with Yan Bai's assertion, stating, "Elder brother, Yan Bai is correct. Yuji has indeed been overly attentive. I have already conferred with Jixing regarding increasing the commission for the Senju clan. We can resolve our troubles with monetary compensation. There exists no hierarchical relationship as you perceive it. In such circumstances, Yuji's excessive attentiveness raises suspicions." Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama hesitated. After all, it was his eloquence that had previously led him into a trap set by Senju Tobarama. Thus, he found himself somewhat swayed by Tobarama's analysis. Yet, what they did not anticipate was Hashirama's somewhat melancholic response. "Tobarama, Yan Bai. A person devoid of any flaws is quite unsettling. It is preferable for one to possess some common weaknesses. At the very least, they should be manifest. Ultimately, whether such weaknesses become your downfall is a matter of personal resolve." Chapter 059. Elder brother, your weakness could be gluttony. Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes, while Yan Bai looked at Hashirama in astonishment. Was the elder brother suddenly adopting a philosophical stance merely for the sake of a gamble? Contemplating this, Yan Bai quickly regained his composure. In this world, perfection is nearly non-existent. Senju Hashirama solemnly addressed his siblings. Human beings are social creatures. If you are too perfect, you will become an outcast. We have been striving to strengthen our voice. If one lacks any flaws or weaknesses, it breeds apprehension among others. Thus, it is essential for a person to possess a degree of vulnerability. Senju Tobarama appeared contemplative, clearly reflecting on his elder brother's words. Yan Bai silently mused. Is this the excuse you have crafted for your compulsive gambling? Is it that the allure of gambling and the facade of disillusionment appear more relatable, garnering greater sympathy, thus diminishing the terror associated with the god of ninjas, rendering yourself more approachable? Yet, Yan Bai cautiously remarked, "Elder brother, your flaw may be gluttony, and I would undoubtedly offer my unwavering support." Senju Hashirama replied, "However, gambling is truly detrimental. The odds are heavily against you, with 9 out of 10 bets resulting in loss. After toiling for your earnings, it is unwise to squander them all at once instead of saving for your wife and children." Yan Bai continued, "Trust me, indulging in food is the safest vice. Food is paramount for the populace. Aside from the deceased, every living soul requires sustenance. It is undoubtedly a relatable weakness." Senju Hashirama sighed and said, "Let us postpone the matter of gambling for now. We should first explore our surroundings." Yan Bai opened his mouth, intending to persuade further, but Senju silently tugged at his sleeve and shook his head. Yan Bai was rendered speechless, fully comprehending the implication behind Senju Tobarama's words. Senju Hashirama, as the elder brother, typically indulged his younger siblings, yet once he made a decision regarding any matter, not even 10 oxen could sway him. Yan Bai cast a resentful glance at Senju Tobarama and murmured, "Second brother, if elder brother becomes the clan leader in the future, he must never be allowed to meddle in the clan's finances. You must personally oversee it." Senju Tobarama, with a grave expression, inquired, "How can you be so certain that elder brother will inevitably become addicted?" Yan Bai cast a sidelong glance at Senju Hashirama, who had already moved ahead, a fleeting sinister smile flickering across his face. "Brother, you shall soon find out." Upon witnessing Yan Bai's grin, Senju Tobarama felt an all too familiar chill run down his spine, instinctively breaking out in goosebumps, and ultimately fell silent. Yan Bai and Senju Tobarama hastened to catch up with Senju Hashirama. In the expansive arena, a multitude of gaming tables was surrounded by throngs of people. Behind each table stood warriors clad in the attire emblazoned with the crest of the Uchiha clan, presumably serving as enforcers of order within the venue. Yan Bai fixed his gaze and discovered that all the dealers here were stunningly beautiful women, their attire subtly revealing and brimming with allure, causing many lecherous onlookers present to become utterly entranced, inadvertently spending a considerable amount of extra money. Yan Bai secretly praises the Adore family, understanding the psychology of the masses with remarkable insight. It is indeed an application of the tofu shishir method to its utmost potential. Senju Hashirama paused beside the gambling table, joining the crowd in their observation. With a resounding thud, the alluring dealer tossed the dice into the gaming apparatus. Following a captivating yet astonishing display of acrobatics, she placed the apparatus upon the table and, in a mesmerizing voice, proclaimed, "Please place your bets. Once your decision is made, it is final." Yan Bai stealthily observed Senju Hashirama placing his bets, and soon he followed suit. Senju Hashirama, being of a more upright character, refrained from gambling without consequence, taking out his own money to partake in this high-stakes game. Rejecting the charity offered by Idatama. With Senju Hashirama taking this course of action, Yan Bai naturally decided to do the same, reaching into his own pocket. If Senju Hashirama bet on a high outcome, Yan Bai would undoubtedly wager on a low one. Conversely, if Senju Hashirama opted for a low bet, Yan Bai would certainly choose high. In essence, Yan Bai always acted in opposition to Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobarama, noticing that his brother and sister, who initially came merely to observe, had now joined the fray, could not help but softly admonish Yan Bai. Yan Bai, why are you following your elder brother into this folly? Yan Bai chuckled softly and remarked, the money on the gambling table flows like water, from left hand to right. I place my bets in opposition to my elder brother. In any case, I shall not incur losses, shall I? His losses merely fill my pockets, while my losses find their way to him. Second brother, do you not agree? Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama genuinely believed that Yan Bai was considering assisting his elder brother in shouldering the risks, and thus he refrained from further comment. An hour later, the wealth brought by Senju Tobarama had dwindled to but a mere 2 taels. On Yan Bai's side, the gambling stakes piled up like a small mountain, with pillars of the Senju clan placing bets in reverse, resulting in an abundant windfall. Throughout this hour, Senju Hashirama faced continuous losses, while Yan Bai consistently triumphed. Senju Tobarama observed the scene in silence, gradually comprehending the reason behind Yan Bai's earlier remarks. Alas, as Hashirama was left with but a couple of coins, he cast a resentful glance at the seemingly composed Yan Bai, who had already transformed into a wealthy little heiress. Yan Bai sat elegantly with her legs crossed, surrounded by a mountain of gleaming coins that could dazzle anyone's eyes, embodying the demeanor of a true queen of the casino. Senju Hashirama gritted his teeth, raising his hand in preparation for a final strike. He could not fathom how his luck could be so woeful, questioning his lack of gambling talent. Beside him, Senju Tobarama could no longer bear to watch, tugging at his elder brother who was still intent on placing bets. Brother, stop gambling. Yan Bai is collecting her winnings and preparing to leave. What shocked Tobarama was his elder brother's subsequent reaction. In that moment, the man he revered most appeared no different from an ordinary gambler. No, he was not merely an ordinary gambler. He had become a deeply entrenched, seasoned player, completely transformed from his former self. Tobarama, wait, just one more time, I can win it all back. Tobarama, lend me some more money, I was so close to winning. Tobarama, Yan Bai has taken all the money, we haven't lost anything. Please, let me gamble just once more. Hashirama clung to Tobarama's leg, wailing as his younger brother dragged him out. Tobarama found it hard to articulate his feelings at that moment. He understood why Yan Bai had tried to intervene earlier. She was undoubtedly the one in the family who understood Hashirama best. Tobarama strained to pull his stubborn brother away from the casino, the two brothers attracting curious glances from passers-by. How embarrassing. Tobarama wished to remain silent. Hashirama's antics had inadvertently cured Tobarama's social anxiety. Gritting his teeth, Tobarama pulled Hashirama with all his might, wishing he could simply knock his brother unconscious and carry him away. Unfortunately, Hashirama had endured too many beatings from Yan Bai, resulting in a significant change in his resilience. Now, even without Yan Bai's constant treatment, Hashirama could quickly recover. While this greatly increased his chances of survival on the battlefield, it also created complications in the current situation. Tobarama realized he lacked the strength to incapacitate his brother. As he continued to drag Hashirama, he repeatedly told himself, when we get home, I must insist that my sister hit me as hard as she hits brother. No. She should hit me even more. Chapter 060. Inviting the princess to visit the Uchiha Yan Baikai would not carry the coins back to his room himself, for they were too heavy. Thus, he only took the wager that Senju Hashirama had previously staked, instructing the casino staff to deliver the remaining funds to his room. After all, as a valued guest of Yuji, should the casino employees attempt to pocket the money, Yan Baikai could always seek out Yuji to discuss the matter. Yan Bai exited the casino and traversed the courtyard, preparing to await his two elder brothers at the entrance of a secluded residential area. However, an indescribable sensation suddenly surged within him. It had been a long time since he had felt such discomfort. Yet, having long dwelled in the world of Hokage, Yan Bai was acutely aware of the ominous portent this represented. An intangible pressure had disrupted the tranquil state he had cultivated through relentless practice. Yan Bai closed his eyes, honing his spirit to its utmost concentration as chakra enveloped his entire being with precision. The wind, the corridors, the flora, the movement of the air, and the cacophony of voices around him all seemed to manifest before Yan Bai in a tactile manner. Unbidden, he activated the restoration technique. Yan Bai stood alone in the corridor, emanating a gentle radiance. Yan Bai's vision had magnified severalfold. However, he refrained from opening his eyes, following his reconciliation with his father. The latter had exerted himself tirelessly to personally elucidate the circumstances surrounding the shinobi clan. As two nations clashed, rather than deploying troops, they opted for a contest of endurance among the shinobi, while the aristocrats of both realms remained passive observers, akin to spectators wagering on a cockfight. The victorious side, should their shinobi emerge triumphant, could further annihilate the vanquished. In this nebulous scenario, the shinobi served as the vanguard, locked in a mortal struggle on the front lines. Presently, The Senju clan unequivocally identified the Uchiha clan as their adversary. Confronting the Uchiha posed significant risks. The shifting air conveyed to Yan Bai information about his surroundings. Even the scattered dust bore tidings. In the darkness, an incongruous figure loomed, obstructing the smooth flow of air and preventing the dust from settling to the ground. It pulsed as if imbued with life, radiating a formidable aura. Time seemed to hang in the balance. Yan Bai closed his eyes, preparing to turn and gaze towards the direction from which he sensed an anomaly. A wave of heat surged from behind, as if a shadowy entity, shrouded in darkness, was poised to embrace him from the rear. The searing warmth nearly pierced through Yan Bai's outer robe. Yan Bai understood that the other party seemed to be empty-handed, yet poised to seize him with one hand, while brandishing a weapon with the other. This was the prelude to a hostage situation. Yan Bai calmly channeled chakra throughout his body and executed a swift body flicker technique to retreat in the opposite direction. This sudden maneuver thwarted his opponent's advance, resulting in a mere superficial wound on his chest from the weapon wielded by the other hand, unveiling his delicate collarbone. The previous moment had been fraught with peril, as fragments of his torn garments fluttered about like dust in the air. Having danced on the precipice of life and death, Yan Bai could not help but feel his heart race. Yan Bai remained with his eyes closed, yet he could perceive the surrounding objects through the flow of air. The individual before him was a tall adult male, standing at approximately 1.80 meters, clad in a battle robe reminiscent of the Uchiha clan style, and wielding a saber in his hand. Yan Bai tentatively inquired, "The Uchiha clan? This is not the forest." Outside, the clamor of voices fills the air. "There are certain impediments to my ability to summon animals and utilize the forest here. Where do you wish to take me?" Yan Bai closed his eyes, his voice gentle. After a moment of hesitation, the other party finally spoke, introducing himself as Uchiha, on the orders of the clan leader, to formally invite Princess Senju to visit their clan. Senju Tobarama struggled to drag his brother Senju Hashirama out of the casino, where Hashirama was still wailing, clinging to Tobarama's leg. However, Tobarama's expression turned grave as he said, "Elder brother, Yan Bai is missing." At this, Hashirama ceased his pitiful cries and leapt up suddenly. In that moment, his expression was serious, shedding the previous demeanor of a scoundrel. He furrowed his brow and scanned the bustling crowd around them. Yet, their sister was too conspicuous, unforgettable, and it was impossible for her to be lost unless, of course, Yan Bai was not present at all. Yan Bai would never leave without saying a word. Even if his words were cold, he would still make sure to announce his departure, at the very least. Tobarama's worry was palpable. He watched as Hashirama took a deep breath, patting Tobarama's shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not fret. No one can bully our sister." "Elder brother, this is all your fault," Tobarama retorted through gritted teeth. "Do not think of Yan Bai as invincible. She is still so young. Her chakra reserves cannot compare to an adult's. Yan Bai is clever. She will be fine. Let us hurry and inform Uncle Rajitsu of this matter." Hashirama sighed heavily. Just as Tobarama was about to say something, a night bird silently landed on his shoulder. The bird slipped a message into Tobarama's collar before taking off into the sky. In haste, Tobarama opened the letter, and upon seeing Yan Bai's handwriting, a look of exasperation crossed his face. Hashirama, noticing the change in Tobarama's expression, snatched the letter away. It read in Yan Bai's flowing script, "I have taken it upon myself to leave for personal matters. Do not worry about me, brothers. Please concoct an excuse to placate father and buy me some time. Thank you." Days later, as summer waned and autumn approached, Uchiha Madara found himself ensnared in a conflict straddling the realm of dreams and reality. Under the vast, clear sky at dusk, before the sun had fully set, the moon hung high above. He wandered aimlessly through the streets of the Uchiha compound, clad in attire lacking the Uchiha clan insignia, deliberately distancing himself from his kin while silently observing everything around him. Madara had no desire for conversation, nor did he intend to greet any clansmen. His presence here was not to seek anyone. Rather, it was an inexplicable aversion to returning home to face his father and brother. He felt like a fish without a home, aimlessly drifting in the world outside. Just then, Uchiha Tamashima's confidant, Uchiha, approached slowly from outside, followed by a closed palanquin carried by outsiders. As this procession passed by Madara, he felt nothing at first. However, a moment later, a jolt of recognition struck him, akin to a lightning bolt. In the air, a familiar scent of roses wafted, elusive yet unmistakable. It was her. Madara thought instinctively, without reason. Unable to see inside the palanquin, he could not confirm, yet a voice deep within him roared that he was not mistaken. Suddenly, Madara sprinted after the retreating group. Chapter 061. My time indulging in the Uchiha clan. Madara's silhouette flickered amidst the crowd as he desperately pursued Uchiha's entourage. The arrival of esteemed guests to the Uchiha clan was a common occurrence, and none felt it was out of the ordinary. It was Madara, however, who rudely pushed through the people standing in his way. Yet, when he finally caught up to Uchiha, the palanquin had already been carried into the family courtyard. Madara's expression was icy as he ascended the steps to the entrance, only to discover that the bearers had set down the palanquin. The silver-haired girl he remembered stepped out. In the twilight, Yan Bai turned to the side. Her complexion was slightly pale, resembling the glow of snow. The remarkable beauty she typically exuded seemed to transcend the earthly realm, leaving only an aura of ethereal grace. The tranquil courtyard appeared to shift the moment Yan Bai arrived. In the lush garden, vibrant greenery strained to reach for the sky, as if striving to absorb the energy of budding growth. At that moment, all flora and fauna awakened. The wind carrying whispers of greetings. The breeze stirred Yan Bai's garments, transforming the courtyard into a picturesque scene. An indescribable aura emanated from her, sending a shiver down Madara's spine. Under Madara's steadfast gaze, Yan Bai suddenly turned her head. "It has been a while, Madara," she said softly. As Madara gazed into her face, he was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Yan Bai's eyes retained their fiery red hue, yet within them danced shadows of demons. Adorned with dark tomo, Madara stood transfixed, captivated by the sight. Uchiha stood respectfully beside her, his demeanor markedly different from his usual self. Yu caught sight of Madara from the corner of his eye and displayed a clear look of distress. To avoid complications, he respectfully suggested, "Princess, shall we proceed inside?" With that, Uchiha gestured for her to enter and led the way. "Thank you," Yan Bai nodded, smiling as she waved goodbye to Madara at the entrance before turning to follow Uchiha. The Uchiha clan abruptly severed ties with the Nishiyama family. This action prompted the Nishiyama clan to enter a second ceasefire. With the invaders suddenly halting their attacks, the passive and defensive Ueda clan could resume their livelihoods in peace. The Senju clan, initially poised for battle, found themselves arriving in Matsu no Kuni only to discover the conflict had ended before they could engage. Nonetheless, this was not entirely unfavorable. A group of people did nothing yet still received their wages, which even increased. Within the tallest structure of Matsusawa Castle, Senju Baijian, clad in battle armor, sat solemnly in the main seat, holding a teacup with a serious demeanor. The four Senju brothers occupied the lower seats, and the absence of Yan Bai made mealtime painfully tedious. A somber atmosphere pervaded the space. Despite the most delectable dishes from Matsu no Kuni laid before them, the brothers found themselves unable to eat. Only Senju Baijian remained impassive, continuing his meal. Unable to contain himself, Tobarama almost forgot Yan Bai's previous instructions and spoke up. "Father, Yan Bai is missing." "Yes, I am aware," Senju Baijian replied flatly, producing a letter from his robe and tossing it onto the table in front of Tobarama. "Take a look." Tobarama took a deep breath, hurriedly picking up the paper from the ground, revealing Yan Bai's handwriting. "Dear father, I am indulging in the hospitality of the Uchiha clan." Upon reading this statement, the expression of Senju Tobarama transformed into one of utter dread. The remaining brethren gathered around, each displaying a myriad of emotions upon encountering the words. Hashirama and Tobarama exhibited a mixture of astonishment and terror, while Izuna appeared curious yet unperturbed. However, it was Senju Tobarama whose countenance was most intricate. He comprehended that Yan Bai had ventured into the Uchiha clan to inscribe the Sharingan, and it was evident that he was currently engrossed in revelry. Senju Tobarama involuntarily reminisced about the days when his three brothers were corrected by Yan Bai, fervently hoping that the Uchiha clan would not succumb to darkness. Observing the varied expressions of his four sons, Senju Tobarama remarked, "I have heard of the events transpiring within the Uchiha clan. Taijima has even dispatched envoys bearing a peace treaty, which concerns only the matters between our two clans, independent of others." Senju Hashirama cast a surprised glance at his father. Just moments ago, the elder had insisted that reconciliation was unattainable, advocating for the complete annihilation of their foes. Now, he seemed to have altered his stance. Unbeknownst to his sons, their father, while appearing tranquil on the surface, harbored a childlike exuberance within, not from frustration but from amusement. When a group of Uchiha, faces wrought with anguish, beseeched the Senju clan to take in their daughter, Senju Tobarama's worldview shattered completely. How is Yan Bai so adept at playing? It defies all logic. Eventually, the thousand-hand Buddha delved into the details of Yan Bai's first departure from the clan's territory and came to a profound realization. The emergence of Yan Bai has rendered the war experiences of the Uchiha clan serene. Yan Bai is not only malevolent but also remarkably astute, and it is precisely his cleverness that accentuates his wickedness. Through insidious tactics, he has caused significant non-combatant casualties within the Uchiha clan. The entire scene is strikingly cyberpunk, inciting the enraged Uchihas to lie in their hospital beds, cursing Yan Bai to the heavens. Many members of the Uchiha clan have developed a psychological aversion to battling the Senju clan due to Yan Bai. They would prefer to face their foes on the battlefield, amidst a blood-soaked melee, rather than endure the constant threat of bird droppings and nature's malice descending upon them unexpectedly. The torment they experience is a form of psychological suffering that feels worse than death itself. The chaos of their situation could even lead to the potential annihilation of their clan. Furthermore, while the military provisions may alleviate hunger, how is the issue of drinking water to be resolved? Will they forsake external sources and rely solely on self-sustenance? If this continues, the Uchiha clan may collapse mentally before they even face the Senju in battle. The only silver lining is that many Uchihas have evolved their Sharingan. Yet, even with this newfound strength that could lead to victory, the clan members are driven to madness. As the clan leader, Taijima bears the responsibility for his kin. If he remains inactive, the Uchiha clan may perish not on the front lines but from their own compulsions. Taijima believes that the one who tied the bell must untie it, thus inviting Yan Bai into the Uchiha clan, unknowingly inviting a deity into their midst. Once the deity is summoned, it refuses to depart. Unable to combat nature and the forest, they might as well embrace it. Taijima has always been a calm and unscrupulous leader, The previous inability to reconcile between the two clans stemmed from insufficient conditions. Now, however, the Uchiha clan has reached a consensus, thanks to Yan Bai. Senju Hashirama is perplexed as to how Yan Bai managed to negotiate with Taijima, leading him to personally draft a peace treaty requesting the merger of their clans into a shinobi village. Currently, Hashirama is contemplating the feasibility of this proposition. Chapter 62. Absolute Brother. If you don't show up, I'll alter the plot on a moonlit night in early autumn. Uchiha delivered a severely injured clan member to the residence arranged by Taijima for Yan Bai. It was the afternoon, and rain was falling from the sky. Aware of the princess's temperament, Uchiha instructed others to tidy up the injured party, ensuring they were presentable before bringing them before Yan Bai. The autumn rain fell fine and cold. In the courtyard, wild watermelons, sour grass, and dragon's toothgrass grew abundantly in clusters. Originally, the clan leader intended to send someone to tidy the courtyard, but Yan Bai intervened, stating that many of the wild herbs could be medicinal, and discarding them would be a waste. While the clan members were not entirely aware of the uses of these wild herbs, what appeared to be worthless flora held unique significance for Yan Bai. After all, the forest is Yan Bai's ally, and perhaps, so too are the wild grasses. The members of the Uchiha clan are all quite endearing, except for the band brothers. Yan Bai, much like during his time with the Thousand Hands clan, often sat serenely beside the narrow corridor. Your Highness, if you speak of the clan's young leader in such a manner, it will surely sadden him. Uchiha Tamaki cast her gaze downward, seated at least 2 meters away from Yan Bai. Yan Bo glanced back at the demure Uchiha with a sense of ennui. At the age of 20, Uchiha possessed the characteristic icy handsomeness of the Uchiha clan. Tall and imposing, he radiated an aura that deterred approach. His expression aloof and uninviting, and he seemed to struggle with the art of social interaction. Yan Bai recalled the name of Uchiha. The first time he encountered it was in the information provided by his father in the Buddhist realm. Although the records portrayed Uchiha as cruel and lecherous, the reality seemed to diverge from this characterization. During the days spent in the company of Uchiha, he exhibited a considerable degree of grace, never once causing Yan Bai to feel aggrieved. Instead, it was Yan Bai who frequently sought various excuses to touch Uchiha each day, making him appear more like a lecher than Uchiha himself. On the third occasion of touching Uchiha, Yan Bai discovered the latent bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Yan Bai promptly awakened his negative emotions. After all, having descended into this world numerous times, he had once been a member of the Uchiha clan, where everything unfolded smoothly, his Sharingan awakening effortlessly. It was during that period that Yan Bai realized had he chosen to remain on the battlefield and fervently engage with the Uchiha clan, he would have long since grasped the essence of the Sharingan bloodline. He had encountered Uchiha Madara countless times, yet the rewards he received were merely an array of peculiar skills. At that time, Yan Bai was still in doubt, wondering if he could only touch the Uchiha bloodline once Madara opened his eyes. However, the reality was that even after Madara had opened his eyes, Yan Bai was still unable to make contact. This left Yan Bai questioning his own existence, pondering whether the issue lay within himself or with Uchiha Madara. In pursuit of replicating Indra, Yan Bai felt compelled to continue his attempts to connect with Uchiha Madara, which is why he lingered within the Uchiha clan for such an extended period. There was also one more crucial point to consider. Yan Bai had never forgotten his goal of rectifying the bugs that plagued his existence, seeking to conclude this ambiguous virtual journey. However, after dedicating so much time to the endeavor with no tangible progress, he sensed, albeit vaguely, that it might be connected to the enigmatic figure of Heiju. Yan Bai called for Heiju, yet Heiju did not appear. Yan Bai has come to realize that Black Absolute is deliberately evading him. This is highly likely to be the work of his grandmother, who has orchestrated this entire affair. Even the cross-dressing system was conceived by her, meticulously calculating that he would become infuriated enough to eradicate the system. It seems that this bug, which prevents him from escaping this world, is also her doing. His grandmother, that unscrupulous individual, surely wishes to witness his nuptials. Historically, he has refrained from forming emotional attachments with women, prompting his grandmother to introduce him to men, which is utterly shameless. Previously, Yan Bai discerned through the grayish titles that the system would ultimately lead to a transformation, and every task was a significant test of his patience, quite repugnant. The titles Bone Orthopedics and Sea Queen were inextricably linked, which is why Yan Bai resolved to eliminate it. Yan Bai's role involves testing the system, while Heiju's task is to maintain the plot. Given that Heiju refuses to emerge, Yan Bai is compelled to attempt to disrupt the storyline, hoping that this will coax him out. The notion of establishing a village beforehand is something Yan Bai has never attempted. Regardless of the outcome, he is determined to pursue this endeavor. Previously, Yan Bai had contemplated that if the two elders could not be swayed, he would simply wait for their demise. However, the time for waiting has elapsed. The events surrounding Ida Yuji have made Yan Bai acutely aware that without taking decisive action, he would inevitably face greater turmoil in the future. Rather than resigning himself to fate, he opts for proactive measures. Should he fail, he incurs no loss. Yet, what if he succeeds? What if the village is not founded by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, but by Senju Baijian and Uchiha Taijima instead? The lack of realization is inconsequential. Eventually, Konoha will be established. But what if it actually comes to fruition? Presently, the beleaguered Uchiha clan requires Yan Bai's healing. Uchiha Taijima may have feigned diplomatic overtures merely to placate Yan Bai. Meanwhile, Senju Baijian is stalling, aware that Yan Bai remains within the Uchiha clan. Both elder foxes are playing a duplicitous game. It appears that the advanced establishment of the village will not proceed smoothly. Nevertheless, as Senju Baijian once remarked, he believes Yan Bai possesses greater survival skills than his brethren, to the extent that he need not worry. This is largely due to Yan Bai being a young woman, endowed with extraordinary abilities and substantial advantages. If not for dire necessity, Uchiha Taijima would likely refrain from taking action against Yan Bai at this juncture. Uchiha Yu silently stands by Yan Bai's side, awaiting the other clan members in the inner room to assist in tending to the injured. In truth, Uchiha Yu also bears the responsibility of monitoring Yan Bai. After recently expressing his frustration towards Yan Bai, he fell into silence, causing Uchiha Yu to feel a twinge of anxiety. Uchiha Yu, a formidable figure and an elite of the Uchiha clan, finds himself nearly bereft of family. His habitual caustic remarks having left him with few close friends, rendering him largely solitary. The prolonged solitude has rendered Uchiha Yu uncertain of how to engage harmoniously with others. Now, after being unable to restrain himself from criticizing Yan Bai, he is consumed by regret. The existence of the Sharingan possessed by Yan Bai is known only to Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Tamaki within the entire Uchiha clan. In order to test the waters, Taijima instructed Tamaki to personally approach the Senju clan, requesting Senju Hashirama to take his daughter away. However, this trial seemed to matter little to Hashirama, who appeared indifferent to Yan Bai's fate. Such peculiar behavior only deepened Taijima's contemplation. Was Yan Bai truly a member of the Senju clan? Or did he belong to the Uchiha? Both Taijima and Tamaki found themselves utterly perplexed, unaware that Hashirama was oblivious to Yan Bai's Sharingan. The growing misunderstandings stemming from this information gap rendered Yan Bai's identity increasingly ambiguous. Tamaki dared not offend Yan Bai. Yan Bai possesses a peculiar temperament and has rather unique demands. He resorts to violence against the unattractive, the fierce, and those he finds displeasing. He strikes those who are carried in upon entry, as well as those who enter with their left foot first, once provoked by an intolerable member of the Uchiha clan. Yan Bai promptly broadcasts their most intimate secrets through a mimicry of birds, disseminating them throughout the clan's territory, resulting in their utter social demise. So it is merely a matter of striking, is it? Consequently, no one dares to resist anymore. In recent days, the clansmen sent to him have all endured his wrath. However, upon their eventual recovery, they emerge significantly more attractive, contributing to an overall enhancement in the clan's aesthetic appeal. Uchiha Yu is deeply concerned that his recent remarks may render him the next victim of social annihilation within the Uchiha clan. Chapter 063, Reconciliation between the clans is impossible. Senju clan, Patriarch's mansion. Father, how many times has Hashirama inquired about reconciling with the Uchiha clan? Stop dwelling on this matter. Hashirama, you should focus on your training during this period, awaiting your sister's return. Senju Tobarama replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the documents in his hands, showing no intention of directing his attention toward Hashirama. Hashirama, not one to be easily deterred, retorted, have you corresponded with the Whirlpool? Is Hyuga attempting to rally other clans against the Uchiha? Silence, Hashirama. Senju Tobarama finally lifted his gaze. Before you become a formidable force in your own right, such matters are beyond your purview. Yet, Hashirama could not refrain from arguing back. Senju Tobarama regarded him with a frosty stare. You pale in comparison to your sister. Now, return to your training. Thus, the father and son parted on unfriendly terms. This scenario had played out countless times over the days. In a fit of anger, Hashirama stormed out of the study. Senju Tobarama had already been waiting at the door and silently followed his elder brother. Senju Tobarama understood that Yan Bai held great affection for Hashirama. Prior to Yan Bai's return, he would keep a watchful eye on his brother. Unbeknownst to them, the two brothers arrived at the courtyard where Yan Bai resided. The creatures within exhibited their own ecological behaviors. Even in Yan Bai's absence, they thrived. Brother. Senju Tobarama could not help but cling to Hashirama's shoulder. In this world, perhaps apart from Yan Bai himself, Senju Tobarama understood him best. He was acutely aware of Yan Bai's intentions in visiting the Uchiha clan. Thus, Tobarama's stance mirrored that of Senju Tobarama. They cherished and supported Yan Bai, harboring deep mistrust toward the Uchiha clan. Though they once feared that Yan Bai might be led astray by the men of the Uchiha clan, they now recognized that he was far more cunning. Furthermore, Senju Tobarama, a long-standing patriarch, might not fully grasp Yan Bai's specific motives for approaching the Uchiha. But he was certain that Yan Bai had ulterior motives for his actions. When Yan Bai returns, it will mark a resurgence of tension between the two clans. However, Hashirama finds this difficult to comprehend. Tobarama, are you not the one who cares most for Yan Bai? Why are you so unconcerned? Brother, do you care more about the discord between the Senju and Uchiha clans, or about Yan Bai's safety? Senju Tobarama's demeanor remained cool and incisive. Hashirama, engaged in a love-hate rivalry with Yan Bai, had never triumphed. Aside from their near-identical strength, Yan Bai's cunning and relentless training often led Hashirama to stumble time and again. Yan Bai continues to grow stronger, and considering his abilities and his connection with Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama is not overly concerned about Yan Bai's safety. Thus, there is but one answer. What Hashirama truly cares about is the matter of reconciliation. However, Senju Tobarama coldly interjects, "Brother, do not harbor illusions, based on father-s disposition. Reconciliation with the Uchiha clan is virtually impossible. Although Tobarama's demeanor appears somewhat ambiguous, such ambiguity inherently encompasses various possibilities. Failing to respond immediately is, in essence, akin to a rejection." Hashirama furrows his brow in contemplation. Why? Without a foundation of trust, one is easily ensnared by the adversary. Tobarama gazes at Hashirama with a detached expression, stating, "We are not the same as Yan Bai. Even if one clan faces annihilation, Yan Bai will remain unscathed. As long as he maintains his charming and innocent facade, no one would dare to harm him. However, our fate is far less certain." Chapter 064, Madara. I long for death. After Yan Bai took residence in the Uchiha clan's territory, the serpents, rodents, insects, and ants returned. These creatures possessed an uncanny intelligence. Yet they transformed the atmosphere of the Uchiha clan into something quite unexpected. "Greetings, I am Xiaobeige, Uchiha Xiaoxing." Smile. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Xiaoxing and his brother Uchiha Xiaozo were initially having a modest lunch of pickled plums with rice. The background music to their meal was the incessant chattering of a cheeky bird. Uchiha Xiaoxing, smile. Ha 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 ha. The bird repeated this phrase from its perch on the beam above them at least 10 times, continuing its raucous laughter even now. The two brothers exchanged a resigned glance, their mutual exasperation evident in their eyes. Uchiha Xiaozo whispered, "Brother, may I kill it? It's so annoying." To their surprise, before Uchiha Xiaoxing could respond, the magpie descended onto their dining table, pecking vigorously at Uchiha Xiaozo's bowl of rice. Instinctively, Uchiha Xiaozo lifted his bowl to shield it from the bird. When it failed to seize the rice, the bird began to peck at Uchiha Xiaozo's sash, as if attempting to strip him of his clothing. Uchiha Xiaozo grimaced in disdain and complained, Look, it has gone completely mad." Uchiha Xiaoxing sighed, remarking that it was that person's bird, and he should refrain from speaking too much. Uchiha Xiaozo gritted his teeth, expressing his frustration at being watched by a mere bird. Uchiha Xiaoxing countered, "She clearly stated that it is not meant to spy on us, but merely to assist in overseeing things." Uchiha Xiaozo retorted angrily, "But she is from the Senju clan. Can we trust her words?" "She is from the Senju clan, and she also saved our lives," Uchiha Xiaoxing replied, devoid of emotion. The two brothers, having lost their parents and elders, relied on one another. Their status within the Uchiha clan was not particularly high, yet they received support from their kin. To reciprocate for this care, they were obliged to undertake missions, thus contributing significantly. Consequently, they were fortunate to join the ranks of the Egg-Shattered Legion. Until recently when Yan Bai healed them. That princess was a femme fatale, possessing an ethereal beauty while being exceedingly ruthless. Strangely, the two brothers, who had once been quite unremarkable in appearance and a source of embarrassment for the Uchiha, had healed and become handsome. It was unclear whether they should be grateful to Yan Bai or harbor resentment towards him. Thanks to Yan Bai, they had endured the chaos of shattered eggs and wild revelry, even unlocking the second tomo of their Sharingan. Yet, they could not entirely blame Yan Bai. After all, they had initially sought to hunt him down. Was it not permissible for him to retaliate? Ultimately, it was indeed Yan Bai who had healed them and transformed them into more appealing figures. Yan Bai merely requested their assistance in caring for the birds. Such experiences are not unfamiliar to many members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Koz closed his eyes, gradually calming himself. He reached out to gently stroke the back of the black mina, which surprisingly ceased its pecking. Uchiha Koz sighed melancholically, remarking, "That princess is rather headstrong, daring to come alone and stay for such an extended period." Uchiha Kesa cleared his throat softly and replied, "If she hadn't come, we would have been left in a state of despair for life. Though fierce, she has shown me that the Senju clan may not be as terrible as I had imagined." Uchiha Koz took a deep breath and pondered, "Indeed. But what compels her to rescue us?" While eating, Uchiha Keisuk responded, "Lord, you mentioned that the princess is quite willful, doing as she pleases. Hence her decision to save us." Uchiha Ko's expression darkened. He harbored a particular aversion to the phrase being oneself. For different individuals, the meaning of being oneself varies significantly. When a strong person embraces their true self, it is truly commendable. However, when a weaker individual does so, it often leads to their downfall. Yet, this is of little consequence. What matters is that the Senju princess has become conceited, believing herself invincible. Uchiha Ko scoffed. "I have heard that the princess is pursuing our young clan leader, betraying the Senju clan." Uchiha Kasek sighed, acknowledging, "Such matters are beyond our concern." Uchiha Ko set aside the now-soothed mina and began to eat, only to hear the bird tilt its head and mutter to itself, "Who are you?" "I am your master." "Aha." Uchiha Ko's thought, "Indeed, I still wish to silence it." The bird continued, my darling, unable to tolerate it any longer. Uchiha Ko's took a piece of rope and bound the mina's beak. Silence enveloped the world. The bird scurried away, attempting to rub the rope off its beak, at least allowing Uchiha Ko's some peace until he finished his meal. Uchiha Ko's looked at his elder brother and scoffed, questioning whether the young clan leader could truly be with that woman. Uchiha Kasek chose not to respond, yet inwardly mused, with such a malicious temperament, it is likely that the young clan leader is the one being toyed with. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara stood conversing with Yan Bai at the outskirts of the clan's territory. Amidst the wild woods for many consecutive days. Every day, Yan Bai would abduct Uchiha Madara, subjecting him to relentless beatings before healing him. Each time, Yan Bai would leave without uttering a single word, which left Madara in a state of deep frustration. Uchiha Taijima presumed that this peculiar dynamic was their unique way of expressing love. As long as Madara's life was not in jeopardy, he would not intervene. Over time, Madara began to realize that his rapid growth and strength was likely a result of Yan Bai's unconventional methods. On this particular day, after finishing his usual routine of assaulting Madara, Yan Bai was about to depart when Madara called out to him. Yan Bai, what did you say? Please repeat that. Madara's expression was icy, his fists clenched tightly. He merely sought to understand Yan Bai's urgency regarding the reconciliation of their clans, hoping that Yan Bai could patiently wait for him and Hashirama to grow stronger. Unable to restrain himself, Madara divulged the truth about Uchiha Taijima's reconciliation proposal. To his surprise, Yan Bai was already aware that the insincere adults had no intention of reconciling. If I were to die, would you still build the village together in the future? Yan Bai's tone was unchanged, yet each word carried an ominous weight. Why do you ask such a question? A sense of foreboding surged within Madara. I wish to establish the village swiftly because I no longer desire to live. I want to witness the formation of the shinobi village before I depart this life. Yan Bai wore an innocent smile, yet Uchiha Madara felt an icy chill deep within his heart. Why? Even Madara could not fathom the reason. Each word he uttered trembled with uncertainty. The side effects of the response technique compelled him to constantly endure the agonies of the wounded. And he could no longer bear it. Yan Bai continued to smile, but with each passing moment of conflict, the weight of suffering he bore grew heavier. I am weary. Madara. Gazing at Yan Bai's untroubled visage, Uchiha Madara felt his own smile falter. Chapter 065. Let me be the reason for your existence. Uchiha Madara's spirit was burdened. For the Uchiha clan was indeed beyond his current influence. Nevertheless, his chest heaved, betraying his turbulent emotions. Have you finished? Madara asked. I must return, Yan Bai replied softly, turning his back to him. I do not know when I will return home, but until then, I shall strive to help you enhance your strength. There was an absence of excessive negativity in Yan Bai's voice, as if he were merely discussing an ordinary matter. Yan Bai merely lingered in this place, offering assistance to Uchiha Madara without seeking any recompense. It was akin to Yan Bai requesting a letter of reconciliation from Uchiha Taijima, seemingly acting in accordance with the circumstances. Whether one complies or not, it appears that Yan Bai would not impose any demands. As Yan Bai articulated, the fulfillment of desires is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Yet the absence of such realization does not evoke regret. However, just as Yan Bai took a step forward, Uchiha Madara extended his hand, clinging tightly to his slender shoulder, resolutely preventing him from departing. With great difficulty, Uchiha Madara managed to utter, "Do not die." Yan Bai wore a smile upon his face. He had been smiling from the very beginning. Thus, even if his spoken words did not align with his expression, it appeared to be quite normal. Do I have any compelling reason to continue living? Yan Bai turned around, his smile still as gentle as ever. Gazing at Yan Bai's face, Uchiha Madara felt for the first time that the smile was anything but delightful. After a moment of hesitation, Uchiha Madara inquired, Is your father not a reason for you to live? Can your brothers not be a reason for your existence? Yan Bai's expression remained tranquil, as if discussing the affairs of another. My father is consumed by the Senju clan. If it were not for my utility, I would merely be one among the clan's girls, not his child. Uchiha Madara comprehended the implication behind Yan Bai's words. The women of the Senju clan, apart from those possessing exceptional abilities, were destined to be sent to specific locations, where they would grow and contribute to the clan's lineage, valued solely for their reproductive capabilities. In a certain sense, once dispatched, they became indistinguishable from other girls within the clan. In that realm, there were no daughters of clan leaders, only daughters of the Senju clan. Unless one's biological father were a loving man, willing to raise her himself, the chances of such affection were bleak. Yet it was evident that Senju Hashirama had not been that kind of father from the outset. Uchiha Madara's feelings were a tumultuous mix. He should have anticipated this revelation. Yan Bai continued, As for my elder brothers, they will inevitably take wives in due time. Their spouses will continue to love them on my behalf. And I need not live for them. This is a natural progression. Once Hashirama Senju marries Mito Uzumaki, it would be absurd for me to pursue him like a deviant. By then, I will have matured. As one ages, the tolerance for certain matters diminishes. Thus, I must seize my youth to hone the skills and physicality I require. With the passage of time, I shall undoubtedly learn to temper my impulses. In my childhood, I shall explore my attraction to males. As I grow older, my affections will shift towards females. When Hashirama weds Mito, I can seamlessly transfer my affection for my elder brother to my sister-in-law, who possesses many remarkable qualities herself. It is a flawless plan, utterly devoid of dissonance. At that point, I could feign offering Mito a massage, clumsily leaving her with bruises, only to heal her afterward. As he contemplated this, Yan Bai's smile radiated even more brightly. This radiant smile sent a chill through Uchiha Madara, who, in a moment of emotional turmoil, lamented. What about me? Yan Bai was still daydreaming about how to cleverly deceive his sister-in-law, Mito, when he was suddenly jolted by this fool's unexpected question. Yan Bai's expression revealed a look of astonishment. You? Yan Bo fell silent for a few seconds, as if the words spoken by Uchiha Madara had piqued his interest. In truth, he was merely reflecting on the topic of their recent conversation. They were discussing his lack of reason for living. Yan Bai smiled again. You two will marry like your elder brother. However, Uchiha Madara spoke with a sorrowful tone unimaginable in times of peace. Let me be the reason for your existence. I shall marry you. Yan Bai listened with a cheerful expression, yet remarked, Ban, the two clans cannot reconcile. Your words resemble a benevolent falsehood. Death may sound terrifying. But to me, it is a form of liberation. It is not as painful as you might think. You ought to wish me well. Although Yan Bai was smiling, Uchiha Ban perceived it as a self-mocking grin. After a moment of silence, he replied, the two clans will surely reconcile. Hashirama and I can make it happen. Perhaps that will only occur after my demise. Yan Bai's voice was barely audible. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ben heard him and irritably retorted, be quiet. Stop talking about death all the time. The chilling sensation that lingered in Uchiha Ban's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a swelling tide of anger. Yan Bai's expression remained unchanged, akin to that of one comforting a willful child. Very well, I shall refrain from further words. For today, I shall take my leave. Do strive to grow stronger swiftly. Uchiha Madara gazed intently at Yan Bai, his fingers gripping Yan Bai's shoulders with unwavering intensity. Yan Bai blinked and said, all right. It seemed that he had perhaps overacted a bit. Uchiha Madara appeared somewhat terrifying. Although Yan Bai responded enthusiastically, his face adorned with a smile. Madara felt that Yan Bai was being dismissive, not taking his words to heart at all. Nevertheless, Madara released his grip. He was still too weak. Surely Yan Bai would not believe anything he said, which was truly frustrating. Madara, I'm leaving now. Farewell. Yan Bai turned, leaving Madara standing there, walking away without a backward glance. He did not notice Madara's intense gaze upon his departing figure, where the Crimson Sharingan was undergoing a transformation. If one were to observe Yan Bai's smile from afar, it would not seem out of place, for he had maintained that smile throughout, akin to a beautiful mask. Only Senju Tobarama could discern the truth behind it, that it was, in fact, the smile of a schemer who had succeeded. He retracted his earlier remarks. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was quite endearing. Yan Bai was in an exceptionally joyful mood, so much so that he began to hum a tune. Oh, the flowers blooming in the wilderness, he sang. Could you kindly enlighten me? Why must people inflict harm upon one another and engage in conflict? Ban, hurry and grow stronger. Eliminate the father who obstructs the reconciliation between our clans. No, as this thought crossed his mind, Yan Bai squinted and pondered whether Taijima had not yet awakened his eternal Meijiki Sharingan. After losing so many sons, is he still merely at 3 Tomo? Ban's eternal Meijiki Sharingan cannot rely solely on Izuna. Taijima must also play his part. So, how does one awaken the Meijiki? Must it truly require the death of a close relative? Yan Bai pondered for a moment, and soon, it appeared he had come to a realization. As a gentle smile graced his face. Chapter 066. I will only depart once you have fallen asleep. Night enveloped the surroundings, and in the distance, the croaking of frogs and the chirping of autumn insects could be heard. Within the confines of the Uchiha clan, in Yan Bai's exclusive residence, Yan Bai had already laid out his bedding on the tatami mat, preparing for slumber. In this era of warfare devoid of entertainment and mobile devices, as long as there were no acts of murder, arson, or petty thievery, Yan Bai would retire early for the night. Having touched too many individuals of late, his constitution had become somewhat alarming, and his acute hearing meant that any delay in sleep would expose him to the sounds of childbirth echoing from the Kong. Thus, he chose to succumb to sleep early, shutting out the world beyond his window. As for the possibility of being ambushed and slain, well, in this age of cold steel, one could only hope that the assassin's speed in inflicting wounds would not surpass the rate at which his injuries could heal. However, today was particularly special. Yan Bai was nestled within his cocoon of blankets, a look of bewilderment adorning his face as he gazed at Uchiha Madara, who was seated beside him in the warmth of the bedding. At that moment, Madara sat upright, arms crossed, exuding an air of unwavering composure. His eyes were closed, giving the impression that he was in slumber. Yet, Yan Bai was acutely aware that Madara was certainly not asleep. Yan Bai scratched his head, feeling that if he remained silent, Ben might very well choose to stay here for the night. I mentioned that, Yan Bai hesitantly uttered. What you said at noon today couldn't possibly be true, could it? Do you truly intend to marry me? Uchiha Madara remained silent, maintaining his usual composure. Sitting upright beside Yan Bai, Yan Bo revealed the expression of an elderly subway passenger. Even if you truly wish to proceed with this, don't you think it is rather premature to spend the night in my room? Uchiha Madara did not open his eyes nor alter his position, yet he finally responded. I can now comprehend the feelings that drove you to chase after Hashirama back then. Uchiha Madara remarked coolly. Yan Bai exclaimed, what do you even understand? The old man is merely pretending. Do you comprehend? Uchiha Madara sighed in resignation, saying, I can indeed grasp the fear of losing a loved one, leading one to incessantly seek confirmation of their existence, all in pursuit of a sense of security. Yan Bai, no, you do not comprehend. Yan Bai pondered in anguish, reflecting that the Uchiha clan was far from endearing. They were utterly exasperating. In this regard, I sense a semblance of kinship between us. Uchiha Madara continued, from now on, I shall strive to cultivate my own abilities. You need not assist me with my healing. Yan Bai, how can that be permissible? It is imperative that we seek a remedy. Indra, we have yet to unlock the potential of the Indra chakra. Yan Bai couldn't help but mutter to himself, Indra, just where on Ban's body are you? Yan Bai, in silent despair, covered his face with his hands. He began to regret his performance earlier that day. Having immersed himself too deeply in the role, Ban's empathy had surged forth like a devastating flood, overwhelming everything in its path. The repercussions of this compassion were akin to a tsunami, rendering one utterly defenseless. Clearly, Yan Bai was unable to provide an explanation. Should Ban uncover the deception? No, he must offer an explanation. Yan Bai began to organize his thoughts internally. Uchiha Madara sighed, expressing regret for the pain endured by the injured members of his clan. A suffering that you must have experienced yourself, correct? Moreover, as your kin suffered, you healed them, thereby sharing in their anguish. Am I right? It is no wonder you are so eager for reconciliation. Uchiha Madara now somewhat comprehends why Yan Bai resorts to such dark methods. His own experiences have been profoundly harrowing. In such circumstances, for Yan Bai to maintain his benevolence and uphold the last vestige of his moral compass by refraining from taking lives is indeed remarkable. Uchiha Madara holds great admiration for Yan Bai and regards him as a dear friend, wishing not to see such a formidable yet tragic companion meet an untimely demise. In truth, Madara's proposal to Yan Bai today was a spur-of-the-moment decision, lacking thorough contemplation. For the current Uchiha Madara, the notion of marrying holds little significance. His singular desire is to grow stronger, as distractions could hinder his swift execution of battle. However, upon returning, Madara pondered for quite some time and found that perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. Yan Bai is fundamentally different from other women. His strength is formidable, even capable of enhancing his own power. Sensing Yan Bai's inner turmoil, Uchiha Madara kindly reassured him, Yan Bai, fret not, you are still so young. It is unlikely that I would impose any harm upon you. Yan Bai wore a gloomy expression. He was well aware that Ban would not act against him. Yet he despised the idea of being watched while he slept. Once asleep, he had no idea what his appearance might resemble. The thought of potentially looking grotesque and having Ban witness it filled him with a sense of dread akin to social death. Ultimately, why should he slumber in front of Ban? Was there something fundamentally wrong with his mind? Yan Bai hesitated for a moment before speaking. In truth, I was merely jesting at noon. I have no desire to die, truly. Just look at how joyfully I smile. How could I ever contemplate such a thing, right? Let us simply forget about this morbid notion together. Please, return to your rest, will you? Are you saying this merely to divert my attention? Uchiha Madara inhaled deeply, resolutely responding, then I must stay even more. For the sake of my peace of mind, you should rest first. Once you have succumbed to slumber, I shall take my leave quietly. No, I genuinely do not wish to die, Madara, I assure you. Please, go back. It was just a jest. Yan Bai felt a surge of emotion, wishing to weep. Even if you are reluctant to sleep so early, you can continue your training, grow stronger. If you become more formidable, it will be far less likely for me to meet an untimely end. I promise. You're just as rather chilling. I find it impossible to ignore or dismiss. If you had shared a delightful joke, we could have shared a laugh and moved on. However, this matter warrants a degree of caution. You should rest now, without concern for me. Yan Bai's face was filled with despair as he exclaimed, Ban, do you know? I really want to beat you up right now. Ben opened his eyes and, with a serious demeanor, replied, Go ahead, strike me. There's no need for treatment. No sooner had he spoken than Yan Bai delivered a straight punch, bestowing Ban with a pair of panda eyes. From that moment forth, the courtyard of Yan Bai resonated with Ban's whispers, barely discernible yet ever present. Yan Bai's methods are indeed ruthless, yet Ben finds the cries too unpleasant and shameful, enduring silently until they transform into a different kind of breathless sound. Outside, Uchiha Tamaki stands vigil, listening to the unusual noises emanating from their clan's young leader. Accompanied by the sounds of a physical confrontation, a frown creases Tamaki's brow as the chill of the autumn night pierces the air. The rustling of cedar branches obscures much of the noise, yet Ban's peculiar sounds faintly reach Tamaki's ears. What could the young leader possibly be doing in the princess's chamber at this hour? No, was that sound truly produced by Ban or the princess? Confounded. Uchiha Tamaki resolves to investigate personally. Before infiltrating the courtyard, he gestures to a stern-faced clan member to summon the clan leader. Chapter 067. Apologies for the interruption. Please continue. Uchiha Taijima stands outside Yan Bai's residence with Tamaki, listening to Ban's anguished cries. Taijima furrows his brow, while Tamaki may be oblivious. Taijima is all too familiar with the sound. It is the unmistakable cry of someone being mercilessly pummeled by Yan Bai. Has this boy not had enough punishment during the day, that he seeks further torment at night? This is excessive, to say the least. Taijima dismisses these thoughts and strides purposefully down the narrow corridor, rapping on the wooden wall beside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Taijima's words are measured as he calls out. Ban, it is late. Do not disturb the princess. It is time to cease this. A swift response follows as Ban flings the door open. Yet, he stands there before Taijima, his eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. Taijima regards Ban impassively. Suddenly, a new wooden sandal, untouched, hurtles from the darkened room, striking Ban's shoulder with such force that he nearly loses his posture. Ah! Tamaki, standing behind Taijima, gasped in shock, realizing the reality starkly diverges from his imagination. This is not a scene of romantic engagement, but rather one of domestic violence. However, Taijima's focus diverges entirely from Tamaki's. He fixates on the defiant gaze emanating from Ban's three-tomo Sharingan. Taijima recalls vividly that before Yan Bai's arrival, Ban had been honing his skills daily with his younger brother, Izuna, when his eyes were merely single-tomo. Yet now, after enduring days of Yan Bai's rigorous training, Ban's eyes have evolved. How delightful. It dawns on Taijima that Ban's late-night endeavors are aimed at achieving this ocular transformation. As a father, he wholeheartedly supports this pursuit. With a stoic expression, Taijima states, "Apologies for the interruption. Please continue." With that, he silently nudges the bewildered Ban back into the shadows of the room. The door slams shut behind him with a decisive thud. Inside, Yan Bai exclaims, "Hey, Taijima, don't leave. Bring Ban back. Your son is being beaten." Yan Bai, with an expression of disbelief, rushed to the door, only to hear the unmistakable sound of two individuals vaulting over the wall in the courtyard, utterly disregarding their noise. They fled just like that? Why? Ben struggled to rise from the tatami mat, breathing heavily as he spoke. "You may proceed. My father will not disturb us tonight." Yan Bai wore a puzzled expression. "What have you done? Did you use some illusion on your father? How could he leave in such a hurry? Swifter than the winds of death?" Uchiha Madara replied candidly, Indeed, I intended to ask you at noon, but regrettably, I was constantly sidetracked by other matters." Yan Bai did not respond to this remark. He sensed that he was about to enter his mode of persuasion once more. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and said, "On the very first day you arrived at our clan's territory, I noticed your Sharingan. Why? Are you not of the Senju clan? How could you possess the Sharingan?" As he spoke, Uchiha Madara suddenly lowered his head, murmuring, "It is no wonder that my father and brother you treat you with such honor. Your Sharingan signifies that you are of our lineage. Have you ever considered that these eyes may not truly belong to me?" Yan Bai chuckled softly. "That is impossible. Outsiders cannot deactivate the Sharingan, yet you can," Uchiha Madara replied, his tone somber. "In truth, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan share a common ancestor," Yan Bai whispered. After a brief pause, he recounted the origins of the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clans, and then elaborated on the discord between their forebears, Ashura and Indra. Having mentioned the descendants of Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya, he did not neglect the lineage of the Hyuga clan, elaborating on them all. Uchiha Madara listened intently, his expression grave. While these tales seemed somewhat fantastical, akin to myth, Yan Bai spoke with a logic and coherence that made them appear undeniably credible. Yan Bai possesses the rare and remarkable heritage of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, a phenomenon truly unprecedented. Uchiha Madara, folding his arms and furrowing his brow, pondered that perhaps it was precisely this lineage that impelled Yan Bai to fervently seek an alliance between the two clans. Otherwise, why would he not vigorously advocate for a union with the Hyuga clan or other factions? After all, both the Senju and Uchiha clans are bound to Yan Bai by the deepest familial ties. In this moment, Uchiha Madara believed he comprehended Yan Bai's anguish. Lowering his gaze, he hesitantly remarked, "The information you possess. It stems from the bloodline knowledge granted by the side effects of your inherent abilities." Unfazed, Yan Bai continued to weave his elaborate fabrications, determined to maintain the ruse. With Kurizetsu remaining elusive, Yan Bai felt unrestrained in his actions. After all, Kurizetsu was rather unsightly and lacked any familiarity with Madara. Yan Bai is exceptionally beautiful and quite familiar with Ban. Whom would Ban trust? It is self-evident. Uchiha Ban fell into a prolonged silence before suddenly stating, "If I were to divulge this matter to my father." Before he could finish, Yan Bai promptly waved his hand and smiled. "It's futile. Those two old fellows would never believe it, as they must bear the responsibility for the entire clan. Unlike you, who believes whatever I say without question, I cannot provide any evidence." Uchiha Ban's expression grew somewhat awkward as he replied, "You yourself are the evidence. Yet, it is also possible that I am merely a child of the Uchiha clan, adopted by the Senju," he mused. Yan Bai began to concoct excuses for the two stubborn elders, suggesting that perhaps on the battlefield, a female Uchiha ninja was taken back to the Senju clan and subsequently gave birth to a descendant possessing the bloodlines of both clans. This logic seems quite reasonable. Does it not? Uchiha Ban fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he took a deep breath and quietly inquired, "So, do you know how to awaken the Sharingan?" "Indeed." Yan Bai nodded in affirmation before continuing to jest, "I have endured a great deal of suffering. Thus I awakened my eyes rather swiftly." Uchiha Ban gazed at Yan Bai, his expression profoundly intricate, and asked, "So, you also know how to evolve beyond the three-tomo Sharingan, correct?" Upon hearing this, Yan Bai's smile radiated brilliantly. He laughed for a while before responding, "Yes." As he spoke, Yan Bai suddenly vanished from before Uchiha Ban and reappeared behind him, whispering temptingly in his ear, "Hey, Ban, do you wish to evolve? Do you yearn to grow stronger? I can assist you, though even after your evolution, you still won't surpass your elder brother." Chapter 068. Taijima takes him as a Sharingan evolution machine. The night swiftly passed. Uchiha Ban did not immediately accept Yan Bai's proposal. The unnatural smile on Yan Bai's face instinctively led Uchiha Ban to reject the offer for assistance in his evolution. Uchiha Ban suspected that Yan Bai might be courting disaster, as it is highly likely that the side effects of evolving the Sharingan were at play. Having experienced the awakening and evolution of the Sharingan himself, Uchiha Ban vaguely understood that evolving the Sharingan requires both personal strength and mental fortitude. Negative emotions play a crucial role in the awakening process. Persistently evolving without being psychologically prepared could very well lead to mental breakdown. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Ban stated that he had only recently awakened his three-tomo Sharingan and needed time to adapt, thus he was not in a hurry to evolve. Yan Bai, of course, did not impose any demands. Perhaps it was due to the exhaustion from treating the spots that he truly paid no heed to whether the blemishes were still present. While administering treatment, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. At the break of dawn, when the sky began to lighten, Yan Bai awoke to find that, as he had predicted, the spots had indeed departed after he had succumbed to sleep. Yan Bai skillfully wielded his ninjutsu to meticulously control his chakra for grooming purposes. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he encountered Uchiha Taijima, who had been waiting patiently. With a warm smile, Uchiha Taijima entrusted his two sons to Yan Bai, resembling a father sending his children off to kindergarten in the morning. "I leave Ban and Izuna in your care," he said, before departing with a cheerful demeanor. Yan Bai was rendered speechless by this scene. Uchiha Madara remained as expressionless as ever, while his younger brother Izuna continued to exude an air of cold severity. Yan Bai furrowed his brow, gazing at the two brothers standing before him. Not long ago, it was Yan Bai who had directly entered the Uchiha household to abduct Uchiha Madara. Yet today, Uchiha Taijima voluntarily delivered Madara, and not only that, he brought him early in the morning, accompanied by Uchiha Izuna as an additional gift. In the courtyard, which housed only the three of them, Yan Bai candidly remarked, "I had made an appointment this morning to treat your clan members." To his surprise, Uchiha Madara, with a calm demeanor, corrected him, saying, "They are not solely our clan members, they are also yours." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at his elder brother. Yan Bai, unwilling to engage in a debate with Uchiha Madara regarding the matter, inhaled deeply and, with a sense of resignation, stated, "What I mean is that I have to attend to my treatment in the morning and may not be able to address you all." "We shall not disturb your treatment," Uchiha Madara replied. Yan Bai silently cast a glance at the two exceptionally handsome Uchiha youths. He genuinely yearned to inquire, "Have you truly come at this hour not to mooch a meal?" However, he decided against posing the question. Yan Bai promptly fell silent, politely saluting the two brothers before turning to head towards the kitchen. Uchiha Izuna gazed at his elder brother with a bewildered expression. Uchiha Madara shook his head slightly, signaling him not to inquire further. Together, they stood in the courtyard, observing from a distance as Yan Bai busied himself in the kitchen. At first, a raptor descended from the sky, dropping an assortment of vegetables, fruits, meat, and fish. Yan Bai presented a few fish as a token of appreciation to the raptors, who, after exchanging greetings with him, soared into the sky. Uchiha Madara found this scene quite fitting. It was the Yan Bai he knew. To his astonishment, small creatures were delivering packages to Yan Bai. Uchiha Izuna, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle for the first time, was utterly bewildered. Before long, Yan Bai began his culinary endeavors. With precise mastery, he employed water techniques to cleanse the ingredients, wind techniques to slice them, and fire techniques to cook. Uchiha Izuna stood in awe as he observed the chaotic display of ninjutsu within the kitchen. The scene was peculiar yet remarkably captivating. Had Uchiha Izuna ever experienced the wonders of modern special effects in cinema, he would undoubtedly exclaim how dazzling they appeared. Izuna, astounded, thought, my brother merely enjoys watching." Uchiha Madara, with his arms folded in a demeanor of sheer delight, noted that Yan Bai had prepared an abundance of ingredients, seemingly accounting for the portions of the brothers as well. Izuna cast a complex gaze at his brother, pondering whether his affection for Yan Bai was the reason he frequently found himself in the kitchen, chopping and preparing when Yan Bai was absent. Yan Bai swiftly prepared the meal and elegantly arranged it upon the table. Due to the necessity of using low tables for dining here, he had to divide the food into 3 portions, placing them on 3 separate tables. Uchiha Izuna gazed in astonishment at the dishes before him, suddenly comprehending why his brother had struggled to eat after being confined to the clan's territory. The cuisine within the clan's domain was indeed a far cry from Yan Bai's culinary creations. In this era of turmoil, the meals in the clan were often exceedingly simple. Having rice was already a significant luxury, and rice balls with added ingredients were considered a delicacy. Yet, what lay before Yan Bai was a breakfast of spinach salad sprinkled with crushed nuts, pan-fried green fish exuding an enchanting aroma, fruit and seaweed rolls imbued with the scent of cinnamon, a bowl of seaweed soup redolent of seafood, a small dish of dried plums, a small dish of pickles, and a small plate of diced fruit. After Yan Bai distributed the utensils to Ban and Izuna, he began to eat on his own. Uchiha Ban, disregarding the adage of eating in silence, turned to Yan Bai and said, "I apologize. My father summoned us here primarily due to my eyes." Yan Bai did not lift his gaze, casually remarking, "Witnessing your rapid evolution is quite remarkable. Your brother awakened his double tomo at the onset. Perhaps he will soar even higher than you, yes?" Uchiha Madara replied with a wry smile, "Indeed, that is the case. There is no need for concern. Such matters cannot be forced." Thus, one might wonder if Uchiha Taijima perceives Yan Bai as a mere apparatus for the evolution of the Sharingan. This thought brought a chuckle to Yan Bai. Presumably, Uchiha Madara's 3 Tomo were awakened yesterday, spurred by Yan Bai's poignant display. Was it possible that Yan Bai would employ a similar tactic on Uchiha Izuna, enabling his evolution as well? Concurrently, it could allow Madara to personally experience the allure of NTR, thereby further cultivating the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yan Bai felt that if he were to proceed with such actions, Uchiha Madara would likely arrive in a Gundam, delivering the family stabbing set, first stabbing him several dozen times, followed by a similar fate for Hashirama. Yan Baishin contemplated the undeniable significance of Uchiha Izuna's eyes. He realized he needed to employ alternative methods. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he turned his gaze towards Uchiha Izuna, observing him intently, which made Izuna feel an unsettling chill. Eventually, with a mask of a gentle smile adorning his face, Yan Baishin pondered that perhaps he could devise a different approach to toy with Izuna. However, upon witnessing Yan Baishin's innocent smile, Uchiha Madara suddenly adopted a stern expression and quietly warned, "Do not bully my brother." Yan Bai cast a helpless glance at Uchiha Madara, thinking it sufficient to tease you rather than your younger brother. To his surprise, Uchiha Madara replied with utmost seriousness, "Very well." Uchiha Izuna, perplexed, wondered what they were discussing, as he could not comprehend a single word. After their meal, Yan Bai abandoned the 2 brothers and made his way to the front hall. At that moment, Uchiha Tamamo had already brought in the wounded from today. Since there had been no rain that morning, their preparations were quite swift. Yan Bai sat upright on the gleaming wooden floor of the hall, gazing with a look of bewilderment at the injured individual seated opposite him. Yan Bai gazed intently at the patient, inadvertently murmuring, "Abito?" Upon uttering these words, he suddenly realized the absurdity of his statement. The individual before him could not possibly be Abito. He could only be an ancestor of Abito. Turning aside, Yan Bai picked up the patient registry and began to search for the information pertaining to this individual. Chapter 069, The Beautified Abito Uchiha Genji. Uchiha sat in the corner, witnessing for the first time Yan Bai flipping through the registry while treating the wounded. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards today's patient, the Uchiha Genji, who had taken his place in the battle against Senju Ryo. The injuries sustained by Uchiha Genji were far more severe than anticipated. His tendons were completely severed, and his upper body was nearly dismembered. When Uchiha Madara rescued him, one could say that apart from his face, there was not a single unscathed area on his body. Each time Uchiha beheld the grotesque and horrific injuries inflicted upon Uchiha Genji, a bone-chilling coldness washed over him. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara, the wounds of Uchiha Genji would have manifested upon Uchiha himself. Due to the severity of Uchiha Genji's condition, Uchiha Taijima feared that he would not withstand the rigorous treatment that Yan Bai was bound to administer, and thus allowed Uchiha Genji to rest for a period of time. The act of Yan Bai flipping through the roster not only made Uchiha feel apprehensive, but also left Uchiha Genji himself in a state of considerable anxiety. What intentions could this elder lady possibly harbor? Particularly just now, Uchiha Genji felt as if Yan Bai was familiar with him. How could this be? As a realization dawned upon Uchiha Genji, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Yan Bai's gaze fell upon the name inscribed in the roster, Uchiha Genji. A flurry of information surged through his mind, recalling the reports provided by the vigilant sparrows that monitored the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Genji ranked second in strength within the illustrious Uchiha lineage, serving as the deputy of the clan. He possessed the Sharingan, a coveted bloodline limit, alongside mastery of lightning and fire techniques, all while harboring ambitions for the position of clan leader. Thus, it was inferred that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should Uchiha Taijima meet his demise, and Uchiha Madara fail to rise to prominence, Uchiha Genji would be swiftly elevated to the role of clan leader. Yan Bai raised his gaze, fixating upon Uchiha Genji. The latter, still in the vigor of youth, was reported to be merely 27 years of age. Uchiha Genji's features were more profound and exquisite than those of Obito, yet when one disregarded the finer details, their resemblance was striking. Although Obito possessed a commendable appearance, he paled in comparison to his illustrious ancestor, leading one to ponder whether the subsequent generations had merely inherited a diminished version of such striking lineage. Uchiha Genji's long, ebony hair was elegantly tied back, exuding an air of composure. Even in the face of grievous injury, he maintained an upright posture, subtly radiating an aura of dominance. Before Yan Bai stood an enhanced reflection of Obito, evoking an immediate impression that Obito was but a diluted product of his remarkable genetic heritage. Yan Bai no longer resorted to the brutal method of beating the injured before administering treatment, but instead, approached the situation with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Might I ask if you have a son?" However, to Yan Bai's surprise, the expression on Uchiha Jin's face turned peculiar, even tinged with a hint of anger. As he replied, "No." In that moment, Yan Bai was struck by a thought reminiscent of an irritable Obito, realizing that he might have misspoken. Yan Bai's eyes shifted as he remarked, "I apologize, but it seems I am aware. You have a child, do you not?" Uchiha Yuan's brow furrowed, and though displeased, he responded with courtesy, "Yes, but it is not a son. I have a daughter." In his heart, Uchiha Yuan silently scoffed. Wasn't it said that one would be beaten before treatment? Why has it transformed into a mere inquiry about household registration here? Who does he look down upon? Come on, strike me. Yan Bai fell into a moment of silence, striving to recollect something. He feigned an expression of astonishment, inquiring, "Your daughter possesses the talents of a ninja?" Uchiha Yuan, with a solemn countenance, candidly replied, My daughter has average aptitude, yet she does exhibit some innate talent. Such a serious response indeed revealed a stubborn disposition. Yan Bai silently observed Uchiha Motoharu, only to realize that his tension seemed to escalate, particularly when the subject of his daughter was broached. Yan Bai's peripheral vision caught sight of Uchiha Tama, who was quietly waiting in the corner by the wall. Yan Bai suddenly realized something, and he spoke softly, "Mr. Yu. Could you please step aside for a moment? I have something to privately inquire of Mr. Yuanji." Uchiha Yu narrowed his eyes but did not object. He rose to bow to Yan Bai and then exited the room. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Yu recalled the 3 days he had spent in close companionship with Yan Bai while retrieving him from the country of Pine. On the surface, Yan Bai appeared exceptionally gentle, yet his peculiar behaviors hinted at something more eccentric. In retrospect, Uchiha Yu felt as though he had been taken advantage of by Yan Bai on multiple occasions, albeit only now realizing it. He pondered why, despite not being injured, Yan Bai insisted on treating him. Although Yan Bai merely touched his hand, you could not shake the feeling that Yan Bai was seeking excuses to take liberties with him. Uchiha Yu had an unsettling premonition that Uchiha Yuan might become the next victim, prompting him to stealthily retrace his steps in an attempt to eavesdrop. However, he was met with Yan Bai's voice resonating through the room. "Mr. Yu, eavesdropping is an undesirable habit." Resigned, Uchiha Yu decided it would be best to consult the young clan leader. Recently, the young leader had been persistently bested by Yan Bai, yet inexplicably found himself captivated by him. You deemed it prudent to inform the young leader of the strong possibility that Yan Bai was a seducer of women, for he could not allow the young leader to fall into deception. After all, such a femme fatale, having had her fill of conquests, was unlikely to settle for an honest man. If she ever did marry one, it would likely lead her to a new career as a purveyor of cuckoldry. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yu had successfully dismissed his earlier concerns. Yan Bai gazed earnestly at Uchiha Moto, remarking upon the rarity of a commendable father such as himself, who could nurture a daughter devoid of talent, not for the sake of personal gain. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Moto's complexion turned pale and grotesque. Observing his reaction, Yan Bai reassured him, stating that there was no malice in his intentions. Uchiha Moto, in anguish, closed his eyes tightly, remaining silent. Yan Bai continued, "It is for the sake of your daughter that you harbor ambitions to usurp the position of clan leader." Yan Bai had indeed obtained information akin to the chirping of birds about Uchiha Genji. Uchiha Genji showed no inclination to respond to Yan Bai's intentions. Should Yan Bai declare that he would not assist in the healing unless he received a reply, Genji might relent, for he bore the weight of his unfortunate child alone. To safeguard her, he endeavored to amass power within the clan. Yan Bai continued, stating that once he had alleviated Genji's pain, he could have his daughter brought forth for him to examine. Perhaps he could be of assistance to them. The information provided to Yan Bai by the avian messengers was scant. It merely detailed the actions of certain individuals during a surveillance operation on that day. Uchiha Genji was deeply devoted to his daughter, yet he appeared to lack a wife or any female companionship. In his leisure, he seemed to conspire with Uchiha Tan to manipulate Taijima. Where had his wife vanished? Or rather, what was her lineage? If she had passed away, why had Uchiha Genji not awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan? Uchiha Genji regarded Yan Bai with a complex expression, unable to suppress his contemplation. "Why assist us? We are not kin." Chapter 070. If Yan Bai does not return home, I shall. The Senju clan was engaged in correspondence within the confines of their study. Recently, Senju Baijian had reached out to numerous ninja clans, hoping to fulfill Yan Bai's desires, but regrettably, the majority had declined politely. Only the distant relative, the Uzumaki clan, had responded affirmatively. However, while the Uzumaki clan was willing to send ninjas to aid the Senju, they were reluctant to merge into a unified entity. To demonstrate their sincerity, they proposed a marriage alliance with the Senju, a suggestion that Senju Baijian was hesitant to accept. Having set aside the letters from other clans, Senju Baijian received a missive from Uchiha Taijima. The contents urged a reconciliation with the Senju clan. Moreover, Uchiha Taijima subtly hinted that the Senju clan might be waiting for Yan Bai to conceive before seeking peace, suggesting that further delays could lead to a pregnancy. This strong implication stirred a sense of unease within Senju Baijian. He promptly summoned his son, Senju Tobarama, into the study. "Tobarama, is there a way to directly contact your sister, who remains in the Uchiha clan?" Senju Baijian inquired with a furrowed brow and a serious demeanor. "Indeed," replied Tobarama. He was accustomed to caring for the creatures left by Yan Bai, and although the birds could not converse with him, they comprehended his words. Should Tobarama have any messages for Yan Bai, the animals would surely relay them swiftly. Senju Baijian's expression hardened. "I do not know if Yan Bai has achieved his objectives within the Uchiha clan. It has been too long. Taijima, that old scoundrel, continues to taunt me. Hurry. Bring Yan Bai back, and let the Uchiha clan meet their demise." Tobarama nodded and exited the study, making his way to Yan Bai's courtyard. He retrieved the meatworms typically used for feeding the birds and stood beneath the narrow eaves, beckoning to the flock perched in the trees of the courtyard. The birds responded to Tobarama's call, descending gracefully. He offered each bird a worm, whispering, "Please convey to Yan Bai that her brother misses her and wishes for her swift return. Should she harbor any unspoken troubles, she may confide in her brother, who will surely assist her." The birds chirped and conversed amongst themselves, nodding in agreement before taking flight in a flurry. Tobarama's countenance darkened as he held the jar of worms, standing in the narrow corridor. He cast a sidelong glance at the plump mouse, Sakura Inc., lurking behind a pillar. If Yan Bai does not return home, I shall drown your entire family, he warned. Sakura Inc., frightened, retreated behind the pillar, peeking out cautiously. Tobarama coldly reiterated. Did you hear me clearly? Sakura Inc. nodded fervently, aware that the second master was far more formidable than the elder. It swiftly vanished into the underbrush. In the realm of the Uchiha clan, Yan Bai gazed intently at Uchiha Motokazu, pondering the fate that awaited his daughter should she lack the innate talents of a ninja or any other valuable attributes. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Motokazu fell into a contemplative silence. A woman endowed with the gifts of a ninja occupies a distinct status, markedly different from that of her peers. Even in the event of future unions, if she were to marry within her clan, it would be a joyous alliance. Yet, should the suitor belong to another clan, the man would be required to adopt her family name. However, Uchiha Motokazu's offspring did not possess the talents of a ninja, a fade meticulously crafted by him as a father. This transgression against the established norms was perilous, for he had fabricated his daughter's abilities in order to raise her himself. Yet, the truth would inevitably come to light. In the days to come, a myriad of troubles awaited this father-daughter duo. Yan Bai continued, you see, I too am a daughter. The adversities your child faces are trials I have endured. Had I not possessed a unique talent, my father would not have kept me by his side. Uchiha Motokazu gazed at Yan Bai in astonishment. For a fleeting moment, as he looked at her, the image of his own daughter flashed through his mind. Thus, I shall assist you, Yan Bai articulated slowly and softly. For you are the only father I have encountered in this world who nurtures his daughter without ulterior motives, and I hold you in high regard. Just then, a flock of birds flew in from outside, alighting beside Yan Bai and chirping animatedly as if sharing their own tales. Upon hearing their words, Yan Bai's expression vanished. Yan Bai suddenly lifted his gaze towards Uchiha Jinji and said, I apologize, Mr. Jinji. I may have pressing matters to attend to recently. After I have tended to your healing, please await the right moment. At any time, you may convey messages to me through the clan grounds or the birds in the forest. I am truly sorry, perhaps I cannot assist your daughter. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jinji furrowed his brow. As an elite of the Uchiha clan, he was far from foolish. In fact, he was a cunning and astute individual. Yan Bai revealed little information, yet Uchiha Jinji was aware that Yan Bai intended to depart. Under ordinary circumstances, Uchiha Jinji would have sought to divulge this matter. But this time, he opted for silence. Subsequently, Yan Bai refrained from further conversation. The knowledge he sought could simply be gleaned through the summons of the creatures. Uchiha Jinji found it exceedingly difficult to conceal any secrets in Yan Bai's presence. Yan Bai provided treatment for Uchiha Motokazu and advised him to exercise caution. Uchiha Motokazu expressed his gratitude to Yan Bai and departed with a tumult of emotions. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Motokazu, Yan Bai promptly retrieved paper and pen, composing a brief letter to be delivered by a bird to Senju Tobarama. By midday, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna remained, once again partaking in the meal. Yan Bai felt somewhat speechless, yet he still prepared a meal for them, in order to prevent the troublesome Jean from regurgitating the hard-earned lunch. Yan Bai refrained from inflicting a beating upon him today. Yan Bo sat opposite the two brothers, a low table separating them. Yan Bai silently gazed at Uchiha Madara and Izuna, eliciting a furrowed brow from Madara. After an indeterminate period, Yan Bai suddenly addressed Uchiha Izuna. Extend your hand so that I may inspect it. Huh? Izuna looked at his brother with trepidation. Under Madara's subtle prompting, he extended his hand toward Yan Bai. In truth, while Yan Bai was healing Uchiha Haruka, Uchiha Tamaki had discovered Madara and Izuna training in the courtyard out of sheer boredom. Subsequently, Tamaki earnestly relayed to them the notion that Yan Bai might be a seducer of women, providing examples to substantiate his claim. He recounted how, during their private encounters, Yan Bai would often use healing as a pretext to indulge in inappropriate advances. Tamaki even speculated that Yan Bai deliberately inflicted harm on Madara to subsequently heal him, purely for the sake of his own desires. However, Madara did not subscribe to this perspective, as Yan Bai exhibited similar fervor towards his own brother. Izuna, unfamiliar with Yan Bai, maintained a neutral stance. Yet now, after lunch, Yan Bai had been silently scrutinizing them for an extended duration, ultimately requesting to touch their hands. Notably, it was Izuna's hand he sought, which elicited an ominous feeling within him. Madara's expression mirrored his discomfort. Yet his curiosity regarding Yan Bai's intentions prompted him to gesture for Izuna to comply. Chapter 071. Tobarama silently applies wax to Madara's spots. Yan Bai seemed utterly perplexed by the reactions of the brothers Ban and Izuna. Yan Bai grasped and kneaded Izumi's hand, examining it meticulously. His touch sent shivers across Uchiha Izumi's entire body. At that moment, with a serious expression, Yan Bai murmured, "Your bones, muscles, and meridians are truly exceptional. Izumi, are you skilled in painting and intricate craftsmanship?" Uchiha Izumi nodded in affirmation. Recalling how the portrait he had created for Yan Bai had left a lasting impression on the entire clan, Yan Bai continued, "Your hands are more than capable of handling any intricate and delicate tasks. How wonderful." Yan Bai presented a scroll before them, unfurling it upon the low table that separated both parties. Following this, he swiftly sketched upon the surface with a brush. employing a technique of duplication to expedite the completion of the entire artwork from various angles. Before long, Yan Bai had produced a highly detailed map of an unfamiliar forest. With unwavering focus, he guided their attention with his slender fingers, pointing out locations on the map and articulating every corner and intricate detail. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna subconsciously activated their Sharingan. Just as he concluded his explanation, with a sudden snap, Yan Bai retracted the scroll, exclaiming, "Now, recount what I have just shown you. Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Izuna?" The map contained an abundance of information to be retained. It resembled a forest filled with numerous mountains and trees. Each mountain was annotated with routes, minerals, and types of trees. Within the mountains and trees were many names. How could an ordinary person possibly remember everything after just one listening? Yan Bai gazed at them and remarked, as exceptional ninjas. An extraordinary memory that allows one to remember every detail is indispensable. If you cannot commit this to memory, do not come begging for a meal this evening. I shall cast you out. You have already feasted twice today. However, the two brothers endowed with the Sharingan were not ordinary folk. How difficult can it be? Uchiha Izuna retorted, his expression brimming with arrogance. The entire map was delineated into 3 tiers. The first tier encompassed the Uchiha clan's territory and its surrounding forests, while the second tier was known as the Nanga River region, which featured 3 distinct areas, upper, middle, and lower, each inhabited by various fish species. The third tier comprised the wildwoods of the Nanga River. This entire map was a miniature version of the Uchiha's outskirts. Uchiha Izuna articulated the routes and the intricate names of flora and fauna with impeccable precision. Uchiha Madara echoed his sentiments, affirming the accuracy. Yan Bai nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging. You two have demonstrated remarkable recall, particularly you, Izuna. With your dexterous hands, given time, you will undoubtedly become an unparalleled thief. Uchiha Izuna, though aware of Yan Bai's intent to commend him, could not find joy in the wording. What did he mean by becoming an unparalleled thief? A faint smile graced Uchiha Madara's face at that moment, as he comprehended why Yan Bai had been scrutinizing Izuna's hands. Yan Bai once again produced a blank scroll and swiftly sketched his own portrait upon it. Remember my features, my visage, he instructed the 2 brothers before him. This peculiar behavior aroused suspicion in Uchiha Madara. However, having established a foundation with the earlier forest map, he suppressed his doubts. An hour later, Yan Bai invited them to the edge of the clan's territory, initially introducing them to the flora and fauna depicted on the map, unwittingly leading them farther afield. When the Southie River lay within sight, Yan Bai suddenly fled, vanishing into the labyrinthine forest. This unexpected action caught Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna off guard. With little time for contemplation, they had no choice but to pursue Yan Bai. In the Senju clan's territory, the afternoon sun shone brightly, yet Senju Tobarama remained there, clutching a jar of insects. Before long, the birds returned, bringing with them a letter. Senju Tobarama's icy demeanor softened at last, and he rewarded each bird with a morsel of meat before cautiously opening the letter. Brother Tobarama, I hope this finds you well. I have left new instructions for you. You must don my attire and adopt my hairstyle, then venture alone into the Southie River forest. If you meet the dress code, the birds will deliver a detailed message to you. The address is. Upon reading this letter, Senju Tobarama was left utterly perplexed. Wear Yan Bai's clothing? Although their garments were all green, the distinction between male and female styles was quite pronounced, while the overall style may have been similar. The differences were stark enough to easily differentiate between the genders. But why? Why would Yan Bai require him to wear women's clothing? Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes. Among his brothers, Yan Bai's personality mirrored his own most closely. Senju Tobarama understood Yan Bai better than anyone else. Yan Bai requested Senju Tobarama to wear his clothes instead of using transformation jutsu to assume his appearance. In that moment, Tobarama looked up to the heavens, his heart lamenting for the yet-to-be-met Uchiha Madara. This brother was indeed unfortunate, undoubtedly toyed with by Yan Bai. Alas, Tobarama was Yan Bai's elder brother. Even if his sister was a despicable fiend, he had to side with Yan Bai. Education, if necessary, would be reserved for the confines of their home. Outside. Despite knowing the plight of the Uchiha clan, Tobarama remained steadfastly loyal to Yan Bai. The grievances stemming from Yan Bai's prolonged absence from the Uchiha clan evaporated into sympathy and compassion in that fleeting moment. Upon receiving this information, Senju Tobarama wasted no time and swiftly entered Yan Bai's chamber, selecting garments from the wardrobe. At that instant, he finally comprehended why Yan Bai had created so many identical outfits. It was for situations like this. Tobarama first laid out the clothes beside the vanity, then opened the drawers containing cosmetics, which Yan Bai had purchased during a visit to the Land of Pines. Upon returning to the clan, Tobarama had thoughtfully brought them back for Yan Bai. Taking out the makeup, Tobarama quickly adorned himself. Although he increasingly resembled Yan Bai, it was merely an imitation. Utilizing these products would enhance his likeness to Yan Bai. As for his hair, he would need the aid of ninjutsu. After applying the cosmetics, a unique rose fragrance enveloped him, and he promptly donned Yan Bai's attire, stealthily exiting the courtyard. Though their habitual movements differed, Tobarama was the person who understood Yan Bai best in the world. Thus, with deliberate mimicry, he could closely resemble his sister. After dashing out from the Senju clan's territory, Tobarama hastened to the location specified in Yan Bai's letter, beneath an ancient maple tree. Autumn had arrived, painting the old maple in a cascade of crimson leaves. The ground was carpeted in red, a scene of exquisite beauty. Observing the elegantly posed Tobarama, who bore a striking resemblance to Yan Bai, the birds flocked over and delivered a letter to him. Chapter 072. The kaleidoscope awakens. Early Senju Tobarama immediately unfurled the parchment. His gaze fixed. I have yet to accomplish my goal, and the timing may not be right. The Uchiha clan has treated me well. It would be improper to leave without notice. If my brother does not mind, please play the role of the villain for me. And present a gift to Madara as an apology. As Tobarama read the final line, the letter appeared to trigger some mechanism. The first layer ignited spontaneously. And in no time, it was reduced to ashes, revealing another letter beneath. The hem does not cling to the legs, the skirt does not constrict. It perfects the figure's flaws and conceals leg imperfections. Men have hair on their legs, resembling yam from a distance. Tobarama, bewildered by the absurdity of the second letter, momentarily lost himself in thought. Suddenly, hands reached from behind, wrapping tightly around him. The masculine scent that enveloped him made Tobarama realize he had been ensnared by Yan Bai. In that instant, he comprehended the meaning behind Yan Bai's words. If my brother does not mind, please play the role of the villain for me. Tobarama refrained from speaking. He knew his voice differed from Yan Bai's and was uncertain if his voice modulation techniques would be flawless. The more one speaks, the more one errs. Hence, he chose silence. Nonetheless, Tobarama understood Yan Bai's intentions. Consequently, he inwardly cursed his mischievous sister Yan Bai with the most severe contempt. Yet, he heard the heavy breathing behind him, punctuated by fragmented words. Yan Bai, I beg you, do not die. Tobarama longed to comfort the man behind him. Knowing Yan Bai was a calamity that would endure through the ages, even if they all perished, Yan Bai could never truly die. However, the man continued, wait for me to marry you. Tobarama's fury, long suppressed, ignited anew with those words. He turned his face coldly to glance at the individual behind him, and then grasped that person's hand, placing it upon the lychee. What is the most captivating quality of Yan Bai? While beauty is undoubtedly one of them, the most significant aspect is his enigma. He is inscrutable, elusive, and shrouded in taboo. The sensation of his touch left Uchiha Obito momentarily stunned, causing him to release Senju Tobarama and retreat several steps in haste, rendered speechless. The figure before him, with only his back visible, is unmistakably that of a man named Yan Bai. How could Yan Bai possibly be a man? It is inconceivable. Yet, Uchiha Madara bore a somewhat stubborn expression, his pupils constricting, the crimson hue enveloping his once black eyes. Should he draw nearer? There is no doubt that Uchiha Madara would seek a means to eliminate the figure before him, this Yan Bai. I apologize, Madara. To be candid is indeed a painful endeavor. Yan Bai's voice resonated closely, and at the utterance of those words, Senju Tobarama was momentarily taken aback. Having not fully turned since the beginning, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, those words were not his own. This realization struck Senju Tobarama, making him aware that Yan Bai was positioned perilously close to them. Yan Bai might be employing Earth Release or would release, currently lending his voice to Senju Tobarama. The proximity is so close that Senju Tobarama merely showcased a profile. This indeed bears a striking resemblance to words spoken by Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara's expression turned icy. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, despite his unwavering faith in Yan Bai. Internally, Uchiha Madara berated himself for his own foolishness. Had he not placed trust in what he never truly expected, he would not have tasted this unprecedented agony. Something within his mind began to awaken. Uchiha Madara could not articulate his feelings at this moment. He lowered his head, a lonely smile gracing his face. I cannot claim to have always believed in you, but my fondness for you compels me to continue believing. His voice was devoid of emotional fluctuations, yet these pure words struck a chord with Senju Tobarama, who portrayed Yan Bai. His malicious sister was indeed crossing the line. Senju Tobarama thought to himself that if any woman dared to treat him thus, he would spare no effort in bringing her to ruin. Nevertheless, his heart remained steely and resolute, unwilling to waver at such a critical juncture. Uchiha Madara continued to gaze downward as he softly spoke. The days you spent by my side brought me joy. But now you have obliterated everything without a trace of defense. Yes, obliterated. In himself, Uchiha Madara perceived a world beyond repair. What existence alongside whom constitutes a joyful life? Uchiha Madara was oblivious to this truth. It must be because of his ignorance that such errors occurred. He understood well that even prayer could only yield despairing wishes. This was an excruciating pain that incited deep-seated hatred within him. For the first time, Uchiha Madara harbored an intense loathing for the individual before him. Previously, he had never contemplated such matters. Unable to endure the current torment, Uchiha Madara was utterly convinced that Yan Bai would lead to his downfall. Madara, you are truly foolish. His inner voice warned him. Indeed, it was so. The sunset in the forest blazed a vivid crimson, casting the ground in a carpet of blood-red leaves. When Uchiha Madara lifted his gaze once more, he noticed a bizarre transformation in the patterns of his eyes. The sky was adorned with rosy twilight, while dark clouds swirled about. The mountain breeze stirred the fallen leaves, and the clouds above became tumultuous. Uchiha Madara silently regarded Senju Tobarama, who stood with his back turned. He was about to speak, yet his words faltered abruptly, his expression shifting from calm to perplexity, soon morphing into something peculiar. This was because Uchiha Madara observed In another direction, Yan Bai gazing at him, and yet another Yan Bai who faced away from him, a look of confusion etched on his face. Uchiha Madara fell silent. Inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and felt his emotion swing violently, his breath becoming slightly more rapid. At that moment, the recently arrived Yan Bai gently inquired of Senju Tobarama. "Second brother, why are you wearing my clothes?" Yan Bai's words relieved Uchiha Madara, yet a surge of unexpressed fury simmered within him. Thus, what was initially a melodramatic tale of lost love unexpectedly twisted into a cunning plot orchestrated by brother Yan Bai. Deep down, Uchiha Madara harbored resentment. Grateful that Yan Bai had returned, cursed be the second Hokage. At that moment, countless alpacas galloped through Senju Tobarama's mind. Absurdity. Senju Tobarama believed he had comprehended Yan Bai's intentions profoundly. Now he realized that Yan Bai's ruthlessness surpassed the ordinary, reaching unimaginable heights. Not acting as a villain was merely a strategy to continue his manipulation of Uchiha Madara. How infuriating. Yet, what could he do, considering this individual was his own sister? In such an inextricable situation, what options remained for Senju Tobarama? Naturally, he continued to play his part in the unfolding drama. Chapter 073. Even if the Senju clan is annihilated, you shall not depart. Even if Senju Tobarama wished to expose this as Yan Bai's scheme and reveal her true nature to Uchiha Madara, he lacked any evidence. All of which had been obliterated by Yan Bai. The letter that implored, "Please, brother, be the villain," had vanished, replaced by a perplexing missive extolling the virtues of men in women's attire. Mimicking Yan Bai's demeanor, Senju Tobarama turned gracefully. Presently, Senju Tobarama bore a striking resemblance to Yan Bai, having dispelled the illusionary hairstyle technique to reveal his authentic silver short hair. Yan Bai swiftly approached Senju Tobarama's side. The two now donned identical attire, their silver hair and crimson eyes lending them the appearance of a pair of celestial twins. Yan Bai appeared utterly oblivious to the recent events, innocently introducing to Uchiha Madara, "Madara, this is my second brother, Senju Tobarama." Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Tobarama with a displeased expression, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation. At that moment, Madara recalled the time he had rescued a group of shattered clansmen, who had incoherently muttered about two figures in the painting. At the time, everyone believed they were merely hallucinating due to their excruciating pain. How intriguing. Uchiha Madara found it unfathomable that there existed in this world a man who bore such a striking resemblance to Yan Bai. Senju Tobarama, equally disinterested in conversing with Madara, disregarded him entirely, his expression devoid of emotion as he grasped Yan Bai's arm, hastily urging him to return home. Had their elder brother encountered peril? Yan Bai wore a look of astonishment. What? He recalled that he relentlessly attacked Hashirama daily. Given Hashirama's current physique, he should not be so easily susceptible to harm. How could he possibly encounter danger? A self-proclaimed entity named Zetsu had abducted his elder brother. Senju Tobarama spoke with an impassive expression. Yet his countenance betrayed a hint of sorrow as he lowered his gaze, concealing his true emotions. Upon hearing this revelation, the innocent facade on Yan Bai's face shattered, and he coldly regarded Senju Tobarama. "What did you say? Zetsu took my brother?" Senju Tobarama remained with his head bowed, articulating each word slowly, his body trembling as if haunted by recollections of a terrifying ordeal. Yan Bai's breathing grew rapid, verging on chaotic to the point of asphyxiation. How could it be? It had manifested in his absence. Yan Bai felt as though his breathing had become so chaotic that he was on the verge of suffocation. Yan Bai, for the first time, retracted his smile, gazing seriously at Uchiha Madara in the distance. "Madara, I apologize, but my brother requires my presence. I must take my leave. Until we meet again." Uchiha Madara's eyes glinted with a chilling light. With a resonant hum, a surge of blue chakra emanated from his imposing figure, transforming him into an entirely different entity, exuding an atmosphere of frigid dread. Senju Tobarama, witnessing such a scene for the first time, instinctively took 2 steps back. Merely standing beside him allowed him to acutely feel the overwhelming aura of Uchiha Madara. Inwardly, Senju Tobarama cursed. "What kind of monster have you provoked, Yan Bai?" Madara's beauty, surpassing that of ordinary men, his long black hair, which moved as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the chilling chakra that enveloped him, awakened a primal fear of the unknown malevolent forces hidden deep within the human psyche. Uchiha Madara remained stationary, not yet striking, surrounded by semi-manifested giant bones. They resembled a magnificent statue hewn from harsh cold, distorting the very fabric of space around him. In the eyes of Senju Tobarama and Yan Bai, blue light flickered. The skeletal structure surrounding Madara gradually became complete, and the sharp arm bones began to move of their own accord, poised to unleash their power. This was the divine strength of the Susanoo, unlocked solely by the Manjiki Sharingan. With a resounding crash, the blue semi-manifested giant bones surged forward, transforming into a colossal fist that crashed down violently upon the path where Senju Tobarama and Yan Bai were retreating to their clan. Senju Tobarama barely comprehended how Uchiha Madara had executed his attack. The ground shattered under the impact of the gigantic fist, and in the blink of an eye, Senju Tobarama was forcefully thrown toward Yan Bai, landing against the trunk of a nearby maple tree. Yan Bai stared blankly at Uchiha Madara, who, like a wounded beast, growled menacingly, "Even if the Senju clan is annihilated today, I will not allow you to leave." As he spoke, Uchiha Madara's cold gaze fixed upon Senju Tobarama, who was almost embedded in the trunk of a maple tree, rendered nearly immobile. You initiated this confrontation. Do not blame me for my ruthless response. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, determined to unleash his Susanoo to eliminate Senju Tobarama. Throughout his life, Uchiha Madara had never endured such profound suffering, all of which he attributed to Senju Tobarama. Kill him. His mind was consumed with bloodlust and resentment. In a moment of peril, a similar gust of wind surged forth, surpassing the might of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. A blue Susanoo arm emerged, preventing Uchiha Madara's from approaching Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama widened his eyes in alarm, silently exclaiming how close he had come to disaster. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the other Susanoo had been summoned by Yan Bai. Having successfully saved his ally, Yan Bai's blue aura expanded once more, turning to suppress Uchiha Madara. Madara, let us speak calmly, Yan Bai said, his expression tranquil as he regarded Uchiha Madara. Yet, Uchiha Madara shrieked in madness. Do you know what he has done to me? On what grounds do you say such things? Yan Bai was certainly aware of the tribulations that Uchiha Madara had faced, yet he could not disclose such knowledge. Were it not for such adversities, how could Madara's eyes have evolved into the Mangekyou Sharingan? There are always sacrifices accompanying gains. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo continued to swell, its azure form coalescing into a colossal half-giant, an incomplete entity wielding 4 elegantly curved longswords, striking down upon Yan Bai with utter disregard for sentiment. Yan Bai's transformation was swift as he braced himself against Madara's onslaught with his own Susanoo. Ever since he had tapped into the Uchiha bloodline from the body of Uchiha Tamaki, Yan Bai had unleashed a torrent of long-held negative emotions, gradually evolving his eyes through his own experiences. I do not know what you have endured, Yan Bai addressed Uchiha Madara, but I shall not stand idly by while my elder brother meets his end at your hands. He is indeed my brother, is he not? Madara, with a somber demeanor, bowed his head. Ultimately, he is your kin. I am nothing. Even if he has committed heinous acts against me, you would still protect him, would you not? Yan Bai tilted his head, his Susanoo remaining intact. Overexertion of one's eyes will lead to blindness. It is not worth it. Perhaps it was the weight of these words that resonated, or perhaps Madara had finally found his composure. Neither party was to be underestimated from the outset. Madara had never bested Yan Bai. Despite the fervor to fight, he possessed a keen awareness of his own limitations. They remained locked in a stalemate for a fleeting moment, each repelled by the other's formidable energy. With a resounding crash, they staggered back several paces. Do you truly intend to depart? Madara inquired with a haunting tone. Konoha's Tobarama, gasping for breath and embedded within the trunk of a maple tree, anxiously watched Yan Bai. He feared Madara would compel Yan Bai to make a choice. Terrified that Yan Bai might align with Madara, he trembled with dread, yet felt powerless to intervene. Chapter 074. Tobarama. I was deceiving you. The moon hung bright and sparse in the starry sky, casting a silver glow that illuminated the earth as if it were day. No matter how perilous the night in the ninja world, it could not diminish the clarity and tranquility of the moonlight. A heavy darkness seeped into the mountains. Uchiha Madara stood solitary on a secluded hillside, quietly gazing at the night sky, seemingly devoid of negative emotions. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. Suddenly, several figures emerged from the forest behind him, including Uchiha Izuna, who had departed only to return, followed by Uchiha Taijima and his trusted confidants. Upon seeing Madara alone, Uchiha Izuna anxiously called out, "Where is brother Yan Bai?" Madara did not turn, merely replying with a hint of melancholy, "He has returned to the Senju clan." Uchiha Izuna stood there, staring blankly at his brother's silhouette, murmuring, "How can this be?" He sensed an overwhelming sense of resignation in Madara's tone and a profound desolation in his stance. In contrast, Uchiha Taijima was poised to offer words of comfort to his son. However, he was taken aback as Madara suddenly turned, his uniquely patterned Sharingan silencing all present from the Uchiha clan. With a subtle smile, Madara gently remarked, "I have received a most extraordinary gift." After an indeterminate passage of time, smiles began to emerge among the gathered Uchiha clan members. Yan Bai has departed, yet the Uchiha clan's wounds have all healed. Those who were once ravaged by Yan Bai have now opened their eyes. Some matters, when they cannot be forced, should be embraced as they come. Life must continue. Furthermore, observing Uchiha Madara's buoyant mood, it seems that the parting was not as grievous as one might have anticipated. Meanwhile, Yan Bai and the self-healed Senju Tobarama were sprinting fervently along the mountain path, having distanced themselves from Uchiha Madara for quite some time. Senju Tobarama could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Did you deceive him again?" This question was utterly superfluous. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama realized that Yan Bai's usual antics of misleading the animals and plants were not merely acts of self-healing. They were, in fact, a rigorous exercise of his skill in deception. Take, for instance, the 2 hens, Haru and Natsu. Yan Bai deceived them into giving away their eggs, and the following day, he was sure to hatch poultry from those eggs. The 2 hens, fully aware of the deformity in their chick, boldly approached Yan Bai's yard to confront him. Yet, Yan Bai always managed to talk his way out of it, leaving the 2 hens utterly convinced of his integrity. The behavior of other animals was quite similar. Senju Tobarama had once closely listened to Yan Bai's persuasive tactics. He felt that Yan Bai employed the same strategy with Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, When Yan Bai spoke to Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobarama found himself forcefully pinned against a tree trunk by Madara, unable to extricate himself, and thus heard not a word of their conversation. He could only watch as Yan Bai, after uttering some inscrutable words, elicited from Uchiha Madara a reaction that shifted from anger to contemplation, culminating in a smile. A laugh, of all things. What exactly did Yan Bai say? Senju Tobarama felt quite vexed. At this moment, Yan Bai paid no heed to Senju Tobarama, who struggled to keep pace with him as he dashed ahead. With no other option, Senju Tobarama could only run in anguish, desperately trying to follow in Yan Bai's footsteps. It was only upon their return to the clan's territory that he could inquire about the situation, following Yan Bai's erratic leaps and bounds in a straight line towards home. They finally reached the Senju clan's domain before the night fell. However, the village, which should have been peacefully slumbering, was adorned with lights and bustling with activity. Although it was merely autumn, the atmosphere resembled that of a grand New Year's celebration. Yan Bai stood at the entrance of the clan's domain, his expression devoid of emotion. Before him was his simple-minded elder brother, Hashirama Senju. At that moment, Senju Hashirama was engaged in a rather peculiar scene with two strangers sporting crimson hair and a large yellow dog stationed at the village gate. The trio and the dog were spinning in circles around the doghouse, their antics resembling a frenzied dance. Where's Kurizetsu? Yan Bai glanced to his left, where no trace of the enigmatic Kuroji could be found. Instead, there were members of the Senju clan, diligently preparing barbecue in accordance with his culinary techniques. Yan Bai gazed to his right, where no trace of Kurizetsu could be found. Instead, he observed the members of the Senju clan diligently preparing ingredients for the barbecue, with others engaged in crafting juice or slicing fruit. Interspersed among them were individuals adorned with crimson hair. In summary, the entire clan territory radiated with the brilliance of daylight, bustling with unparalleled liveliness. Subsequently, Yan Bai's attention was drawn to the four sand sculptures at the center of the village entrance, engaged in a swirling dance. Yan Bai gazed at the comically foolish Senju Hashirama. At this moment, a silly grin adorned Hashirama's face, his cheeks flushed with an unusual hue, resembling someone inebriated. Upon observing the two individuals entwined with Hashirama, dancing in a whimsical manner, one could not help but notice their striking crimson hair, equally as drunkenly foolish as Hashirama. Among this trio and their canine companion, only the large yellow dog exhibited a semblance of normalcy, bearing an expression of utter disillusionment. Evidently forced into this ludicrous dance by the three inebriates, it seemed that the dog, initially content to remain beside its kennel, had ventured forth upon catching the enticing aroma of barbecue, unaware that it would soon be coerced into a dance with three intoxicated fools. Had there been only one of them, it might have put up a fight. Yet, against three ninjas, the dog found itself compelled to acquiesce. At this moment, Senju Tobarama arrived, slightly late, standing behind Yan Bai, hands resting on his knees, panting heavily. The strength of Yan Bai's legs is beyond the reach of any ordinary person. In his heart, Senju Tobarama mused that perhaps only his elder brother could keep pace with Yan Bai. As this thought crossed his mind, an unsettling image of Uchiha Madara controlling Susanoo emerged involuntarily in Senju Tobarama's mind. After a moment of respite, he looked up to meet Yan Bai's icy gaze. Where is Ju? Senju Tobarama inquired. Yan Bai replied cryptically, Where is Ju? Is it your Ju who took away my elder brother? And who is that foolish figure dancing with dogs at the village entrance? From the very beginning, Senju Tobarama's attention had been entirely on Yan Bai, completely oblivious to his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. At this moment, under Yan Bai's guidance, Senju Tobarama finally caught sight of his elder brother, but upon a mere glance, he instinctively shut his eyes in distress. What is going on? Yan Bai asked coldly. Senju Tobarama, gasping for breath, replied in a voice he tried to steady. I was deceiving you. I was deceiving you. Those words echoed in Yan Bai's mind like a persistent breeze. Senju Tobarama continued. Do you remember our childhood? I always followed you, and you would sing to the grass, no matter the song, as if calling out to someone named Ju. Yan Bai, I have perused numerous ancient texts, yet have found no pertinent records. Furthermore, I could uncover no trace of information regarding other ninja clans from my father's side. Senju Tobarama gasped for breath. Initially, I suspected you might merely be intellectually challenged for your actions, but I later concluded that you could not possibly engage in purposeless endeavors. This implies the existence of something significant, potentially perilous. Thus, you deceived me with the notion of that existence. Yan Bai inhaled deeply, fearing that he might lose control and fatally harm Senju Tobarama. You are exceedingly formidable. Without a compelling reason for your return, I lack the confidence to escort you home. Therefore, I gambled and misled you. Senju Tobarama replied, We are even now. You have asked me to take the blame, and I have deceived you in return. Chapter 075, The Strong Need Only to Empower Themselves. I jest, for were it not for extraordinary circumstances, I would not have resorted to such deception to bring you back. I am willing to bear the burden of your blame. It does not trouble me. Senju Tobarama turned to Yan Bai and said, I apologize for bringing you back under such false pretenses, but just as I know you intimately, you are perhaps the one who understands me best in this world. If it were not absolutely necessary, I would not have been so eager for your return. Yan Bai gazed silently at Senju Tobarama. Those unfamiliar faces belonged to the Uzumaki clan, distant relatives of the Senju. Senju Tobarama's voice gradually softened, his breath returning to normal. Yan Bai took a deep breath. The Uzumaki clan possessed remarkable vitality. Though their combat prowess paled in comparison to ours, they often sought alliances through marriage to secure our military support. Senju Tobarama remarked that their father had sent messages to numerous ninja clans during this time to fulfill Yan Bai's wishes. Naturally, Senju Tobarama led Yan Bai to a secluded corner of their clan's territory, quietly recounting recent events unbeknownst to the younger generation. It turned out that when Uchiha Taijima sent the letter of reconciliation, their father, Senju Hashirama, had a sudden inspiration and reached out to the Hyuga, Uzumaki, Namanaka, Akimichi, Nara clans, and others. Senju Hashirama expressed his desire to unite in building a village, yet the response was minimal. Even the Uzumaki clan, despite being our distant relatives, was only willing to form an alliance with the Senju, showing no interest in merging as one. For various reasons, all clans hesitated to unite, leaving Senju Hashirama feeling quite regretful. Yan Bai remained silent, consumed by his selfish desires, recklessly indulging himself while the Uchiha clan reveled in their own folly. He truly exceeded all bounds. His family, burdened with anxiety on his behalf, tirelessly sought to fulfill his whims, to chase after his naive and foolish dreams. How had this world suddenly transformed into something so surreal? The once formidable Senju Tobarama, who had once compelled children to the battlefield, had inexplicably morphed into a doting father figure. Due to their initial encounters, Yan Bai harbored a rather indifferent sentiment towards Senju Tobarama. Perhaps Tobarama himself had perceived this detachment and sought to mend the strained father-daughter bond through his actions. Senju Tobarama meticulously observed Yan Bai's expressions, as if discerning something profound, and softly remarked, "You need not feel overly guilty. It is precisely because of your immense potential that your father is so attentive to you. You are worthy of such care. Had you been an ordinary child, the outcome would have been markedly different." Tobarama's words were strikingly pragmatic, even harsh. In the Warring States period, the average life expectancy was merely 30 years, rendering human resources of utmost importance. Thus, families endeavored to procreate relentlessly, with adult men preoccupied by warfare and familial survival, while women focused on lineage. Countless children were born, many of whom did not survive. And if a child lacked any extraordinary abilities, they would scarcely attract the attention of the adults. Without Yan Bai, the likes of Hashirama and Tobarama might have perished long ago. In truth, they were the last remnants of a process of survival of the fittest. Thus, those endowed with talent inevitably garnered greater parental attention. Should that talent possess the potential to shape the future of their clan, parental concern would evolve into genuine care. Becoming attuned to their child's thoughts and feelings, aspiring for their happiness, and hoping for them to realize their fullest potential. Yan Bai took a deep breath and smiled. "Second brother, must you be such a dampener? I was just beginning to ponder whether I should feel moved." Senju Tobarama remarked expressionlessly. "What I am about to say is of utmost importance." Yan Bai spoke no further, while Senju Tobarama stood alongside him, gazing at the vibrant and tumultuous scene ahead. Senju Tobarama had shared a multitude of thoughts with Yan Bai. The Uzumaki clan remained unwilling to unite with the Senju clan under a single ninja village, insisting on residing on the small island in close proximity to the sea. Yan Bai's comprehension of this profound attachment to one's homeland is rather limited. However, the Uzumaki clan embodies this sentiment entirely. The Uzumaki clan is reluctant to merge with the Senju clan into an inseparable community. Yet they are open to alliances and extend their support when the Senju seek assistance. The Uzumaki clan possesses remarkable vitality. Yet their combat prowess does not rival that of formidable clans like the Uchiha. Their purpose in marrying into the Senju family is predominantly to seek their aid in battles. However, the situation often arises where, in times of need, they become elusive, yet they readily take advantage of the Senju's hospitality during peaceful times, a situation that the Senju, particularly Tobarama, finds quite displeasing. Tobarama initially intended to decline the proposal for this union. To his surprise, the Uzumaki clan, with their audacity, sent a reply expressing their desire to unite, and even before Tobarama could respond, a contingent had already arrived at the gates of the Senju clan's territory alongside their correspondents. Given their distant kinship, the Senju could not possibly turn them away. The Uzumaki clan had already been present for several days, compelling the Senju to host a gathering and provide lavish hospitality to their visiting relatives. Due to the Senju's exceptional culinary skills, the festivities extended from the very first day to 3 continuous days of feasting. The Uzumaki clan not only possesses formidable vitality, but also an impressive appetite. This experience has proven to be quite burdensome for the Senju. Tobarama had originally envisioned forging deep connections with various ninja clans, yet he found himself entrenched in the exhausting role of caretaking. This endeavor consumed time and resources without any financial return, all while managing the needs of a multitude of distant relatives. Despite these challenges, the Uzumaki clan remained steadfast in their refusal to collaborate with the Senju in establishing a village. Even Tobarama's brother, Hashirama, found the situation exceedingly distasteful. Yan Bai silently observed the revelry of the Uzumaki clan before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. The Senju merely needed to align with the Uchiha. Other considerations were unnecessary. Tomorrow, under the pretext of a mission, we shall promptly send them back, citing their disturbance of our daily lives as the reason. However, Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow. In the realm of interpersonal relations, one cannot escape the maintenance of interests. Mastering the initiative is paramount. Yan Bai remarked calmly, my esteemed father has, under my influence, lost his original discernment. We need not concern ourselves with the preservation of distant familial ties. When one lacks strength, others subconsciously perceive them as a potential burden. Yet, once one possesses strength, even if they have not yet reaped the benefits you bestow, others will consider the possibility of future utility. For this latent potential, they will be inclined to maintain amicable relations with you. We must always place the focus of relationship maintenance upon others. The strong need only to empower themselves, while the weak must contemplate the preservation of ties with the powerful. Indeed, interpersonal relationships hold significance, yet one's strength will ultimately dictate others' attitudes toward them. Through this experience, Yan Bai suddenly realized that now was certainly not the time to establish a village. In the original course of fate, it was due to the overwhelming power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, so formidable that they instilled fear in all shinobi clans, that Konoha could be founded. At that time, the Uzumaki clan still hesitated to settle in Konoha, for their connection with Senju Hashirama set them apart from other shinobi clans. They did not fear the Senju clan. Thus, patience was essential. Yan Bai squinted his eyes and glanced at the already exhausted dog, which had collapsed into its nest, nestled in the embrace of Senju Hashirama. Chapter 76. Yan Bai's Eye Technique. Beneath the overcast night sky, Uchiha Madara strolled slowly through the clan's territory. During the time following Yan Bai's arrival, most members of the Uchiha clan gradually emerged from their obsessive compulsions. Despite Yan Bai's shameless proclamation that animals are drawn to beauty, just as others yearn to be seen. While little creatures remain indifferent, the crowd found themselves inexplicably resonating with his audacity. However, from this night onward, that audacious princess had vanished. Uchiha Madara strolled through the clan's territory under the veil of night. With an air of nonchalance adorned in the Uchiha traditional robe, he wandered aimlessly through the dimly lit streets, harboring a self-destructive desire to engage in violence at the slightest provocation, akin to a broken toy. He reveled in the unrestrained embrace of the nocturnal ambience. Madara was acutely aware that this moment of leisure would soon elude him. Brother, came the voice of his younger sibling, Izuna, from behind. With a soft thud, Madara halted in his tracks. He clenched his fist hidden within his sleeve. Truth be told, Madara's mood was far from pleasant this evening. A mere trivial trigger could easily provoke his wrath. He suspected this might be a side effect of his evolved Sharingan. Indeed, he had not adequately prepared himself, both physically and mentally. Izuna, filled with concern, pursued his brother through the night, despite Madara's claims of indifference regarding Yan Bai's departure. Asserting that Yan Bai would return eventually. Yan Bai will not return, will she? The hint of sorrow in Izuna's voice elicited a lonely smile, realizing that his brother's words bore little weight. In response, Madara turned to face Izuna, whose smile was far from pleasant. Izuna, you have no idea what I have endured. Do not speculate foolishly, return home. Yet, Izuna's tone betrayed a sense of urgency. Nevertheless, Madara raised a hand to halt his brother's words. Unable to restrain himself from saying, indeed, Yan Bai will not return, but that does not mean I cannot seek her out. Your presence here hinders me. Is that so? Moments later, Izuna walked away with disbelief, glancing back every few steps as he headed home. Madara remained rooted in place, lost in thought. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden intuition struck Madara, and his Sharingan instinctively replaced his deep black eyes. He abruptly gazed into the darkness ahead. The night deepened, and silence enveloped everything as if the darkness had consumed all sound. Since Yan Bai had returned with the creatures, the Uchiha territory had fallen into a profound silence. Madara took several steps toward the obscurity, soon quickening his pace. Indeed, an uncanny wind swept through the surroundings. In the darkness, a multitude of flying creatures flapped their wings, generating a vortex of air, their numbers seemingly immense. Yet, there appeared to be nothing particularly out of the ordinary. The night vision capabilities of the Sharingan were formidable. Amidst the shadows, Madara beheld countless night butterflies blending seamlessly into the darkness. He could not discern their origin, nor understand the reason for their overwhelming presence. This was a commotion Madara had never encountered before. They surged toward him, as if intent on enveloping his tall figure clad in black. With a metallic clang, his blade was drawn, though he did not strike. The butterflies nearest to him split apart, yet they did not merely fall to the ground. The severed butterflies transformed into two entities. Amidst the cascade of black wings, a light-hearted laugh from Yan Bai echoed. Madara, do not resist. Originally propelling forward amidst the fluttering butterflies, Madara narrowed his eyes, halting his movements, allowing the black rain of butterflies to envelop him. In no time, he was encased as a black sculpture. In an instant, his field of vision expanded once more, in contrast to the earlier gloom. Before him lay a forest bathed in silvery moonlight, tranquil and serene. The forest remained shrouded in darkness. Madara. This is the ocular technique of my left eye, heavenly descent. The voice of the girl resonated beneath the silvery moonlight. Yan Bai stood deep within the forest, observing a cluster of gossamer black butterflies, as delicate as foil, materialize from thin air. They coalesced into the silhouette of Uchiha Obito, only to dissipate moments later. Uchiha Obito bowed his head, gripping his sword in silence. Yan Bai slowly stepped forward, approaching Uchiha Madara. Regardless of which version of this world Yan Bai finds himself in, it seems that due to the essence of his soul and character, the ability of his Sharingan has remained consistent each time it is awakened. One eye possesses the ocular technique known as pathfinding, which allows him to locate the person he seeks with precision, or alternatively, to forcibly summon them to his side. The other eye harbors the technique of deception, an essential skill for manipulation. This aligns perfectly with Yan Bai's frequent need to find others and his tendency to deceive them. The reverse pathfinding technique necessitates the use of a medium from the individual being summoned, enabling him to utilize the ocular technique. Even if the person is in a state of slumber, they can still be called forth. In this very moment, Yan Bai is employing reverse pathfinding on Uchiha Madara. Yan Bai's gaze swept towards Uchiha Madara's hand, which clutched a blade, indicating that he was unlikely to have been in a state of slumber when summoned. So, what were Madara's intentions? Was he merely feigning sleep before him? As Yan Bai approached Uchiha Madara, he suddenly met Madara's piercing gaze, which resembled flames burning in the night. At that moment, Yan Bai felt as though he had been petrified by a serpent's gaze, unable to move, and toppled backward. Ah, how careless. Just before his back made contact with the ground, Uchiha Madara reached out and steadied him, preventing a harsh fall. Yan Bai's gaze remained fixed upon the clear night sky before him, his consciousness fully alert. Uchiha Madara compelled Yan Bai to lie on the ground, silently lifting his garments. Yan Bai felt an urge to laugh, perhaps startled by Senju Tobarama's presence, as Uchiha Madara sought to ascertain his gender personally. In that moment, Yan Bai successfully witnessed Madara's momentary astonishment. Yan Bai cast a sidelong glance at the dazed Uchiha Madara and couldn't help but calmly tease. Aren't you going to verify for yourself that you have not erred in your observation? This remark roused Uchiha Madara from his stupor. He hastily covered Yan Bai with his garment, then abruptly rose and turned his face away, retorting irately, "There is no need." Under the gaze of the Sharingan, illusions cannot conceal themselves. That is not necessarily the case. Yan Bai replied with a mischievous grin, relishing the discomfort of Madara, who wore an exterior of arrogance. Chapter 077. There will be no next time. After Yan Bai uttered those words, Uchiha Obito silently gazed upwards at the sky. Yan Bai discovered that he could finally move, and he slowly rose to his feet. As he arranged his clothes, he remarked, "Such a rare opportunity. I might not be so easily ensnared by your techniques next time." If Uchiha Madara truly had his way, he surely wouldn't lose his sanity, having already been driven to madness once before. To the naked eye, Yan Bai presented as a woman, yet only through touch could one discern his true identity as a man. Unfortunately, Madara relinquished the chance to verify this. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and said with a hint of indifference, "There will not be a next time. Such matters, once committed, can tarnish one's reputation for a lifetime. How could I possibly repeat the act?" Yan Bai brushed off the dust from his clothes and inspected his hands for any remnants of grass. Yan Bai's actions appeared entirely natural, devoid of any semblance of shame. In contrast, Uchiha Madara, the instigator of this situation, felt a twinge of discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Madara spoke in a solemn tone, "I apologize." "It's quite all right," Yan Bai replied, his face still adorned with a radiant smile, yet his words left Madara at a loss. "Just a moment ago, I had thought you were going to act as you pleased with me." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara was taken aback, inwardly scoffing at what he deemed to be outrageous words. He shook his head, saying, "You are still but a child. I would not stoop so low." Yan Bai laughed mercilessly and remarked, "The person who just lifted my skirt claims to be upright." Following this, she maliciously teased, "Indeed, such matters are premature for you. They serve as an impediment to your overall development." "Silence," Uchiha Madara said, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead, clearly unwilling to pursue this topic further. "Well, you have obtained the answer you sought," Yan Bai said with a smile. "What do you intend to do now? Shall we continue our clandestine rendezvous? Or shall we part ways?" Uchiha Madara replied, "While the term clandestine rendezvous may be apt, it feels rather peculiar to meet after such an encounter and then simply depart." Yet, what more could he do? Suddenly, Uchiha Madara inquired, "The map you showed Izuna and me, does it encompass the entirety of the South Hichuan forest?" "Not the entire forest. I would say, it merely depicts the woodland stretching from the Uchiha clan to the Senju clan," Yan Bai explained nonchalantly. She was not afraid of Uchiha Madara's words. Yet she chose to remain silent thereafter. Yan Bai gazed at Uchiha Madara, his voice resonating like a melodious note. "What is there to fear? Are you afraid of an ambush or of the potential harm to my kin? If your intention is to solidify our enmity unto death, perhaps you should attempt it. I would relish witnessing the brutality with which you would slay my beloved ones." Uchiha Madara sighed, "You must understand, had it not been for dire circumstances, I would not resort to such actions." Yan Bai smirked mischievously. "Yet this afternoon, you intended to take the life of my elder brother before my very eyes." Uchiha Madara lowered his gaze, a flicker of anger in his voice as he retorted, "He brought it upon himself." Yan Bai smiled silently. After a brief moment of silence, Uchiha Madara seemed to have made a decision. From the very beginning, he had been unable to meet Yan Bai's gaze, but now, he appeared to summon the courage to look at him once more. You can't possibly be the type to remain unmoved by my words, can you? He inquired. Yan Bai regarded Uchiha Madara with surprise. For both men and women, you are a perilous enigma. Everyone who gazes upon your visage finds themselves utterly defeated. You are aware of my sentiments. Uchiha Madara fixed his stare upon Yan Bai's face, awaiting a response. Yes, I am aware, Madara. It seems that the typically reticent you possesses an eloquence and praise that rivals the beauty of poetry, Yan Bai replied with a light chuckle. Beneath the moonlight, Yan Bai appeared as a delicate figurine, sculpted from crystal, emerging from the shadows. An inexplicable sensation surged within Uchiha Madara. He squinted, sensing that for Yan Bai, any compliment from the tangible world held no significance. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, unable to continue gazing at Yan Bai, yet he softly murmured. Perhaps all who encounter you involuntarily awaken their poetic inclinations. So, what is your response? I shall not acquiesce, came the reply. Yan Bai spoke without hesitation. Although he had been psychologically prepared, Uchiha Madara felt a twinge of disappointment. However, Yan Bai continued, I find myself rather indifferent to what you are saying. Perhaps due to my age, as I struggle to comprehend the tumult of adolescence. Uchiha Madara retorted, yet, you managed to articulate so many words that evoke such agitation. Madara, do you truly believe that a mere declaration of affection could bind me to you in matrimony? How naive, Yan Bai replied with an unwavering smile. Consider this. I am exceptionally beautiful, and it is only natural that many will be drawn to me in the future. Should I reciprocate the feelings of every person who professes their love for me? Uchiha Madara could not help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, absolutely not. Yan Bai fell silent for a moment, uttering a couple of hesitant sounds before speaking. See, you find it unreasonable as well, don't you? However, Uchiha Madara's emotions were somewhat elevated. Yet, Yan Bai interrupted him, saying, what difference do you hold for me compared to others? Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Madara fell into silence. Yan Bai continued, there is no need for you to feign kindness towards me. We shall not delve into the specifics of right and wrong. The Senju and Uchiha clans, due to historical conflicts, have nearly forged an everlasting enmity. Unless you first resolve the discord between our two clans, I shall disregard any request you may present. Uchiha Madara remained silent, fully aware that Yan Bai spoke the harsh truth. Indeed, the brutal reality before them offered no time or space for frivolous musings. Reflecting on this, Madara could not help but smirk bitterly, realizing that even a child like Yan Bai possessed greater awareness. Madara, do not overexert your eyes. It may lead to blindness. However, they still hold the potential to evolve further. Yan Bai gazed solemnly at Uchiha Madara and remarked, however, this requires both your brother and your father to evolve into the Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows. Yan Bai patiently explained to him the evolution of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon hearing that the evolution was fraught with difficulty, Uchiha Madara felt a heavy weight upon his heart. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth and inquired, then what of your eyes? Undoubtedly, Yan Bai hailed from the Senju clan. Yan Bai possesses the Sharingan, yet bears an uncanny resemblance to Senju Tobarama. They are siblings, both belonging to the Senju clan. Among Yan Bai's siblings, he is unlikely to be joined by anyone else possessing the Sharingan, let alone one that has evolved into the Mangekyou Sharingan. I am unperturbed by it, Madara, Yan Bai said with a smile. Even if I were to go blind, my strength would not diminish significantly. With the ability to utilize healing techniques, Yan Bai had no reason to fret over such matters. Perhaps he could simply borrow the Sharingan from Uchiha Tamamo and make do with that. However, this was a matter he would certainly not disclose to Uchiha Madara. It must be said that the Uchiha clan is quite emotional. Upon hearing Yan Bai's words, Uchiha Madara felt a twinge of sadness. You should refrain from using the Mangekyou Sharingan's ocular techniques too often. Chapter 078. I wish to speak with you, Madara. If there is nothing pressing at the moment, I would appreciate it if you could make your way home on your own. Yan Bai glanced at the sky and continued. I can summon you to my side and can locate you through ocular techniques, but I cannot send you to a place where I am not present. You should still remember the route on the map, correct? Indeed, Uchiha Madara nodded in affirmation. Yet, just before turning away, he cast a puzzled glance toward the distant flickering flames reflecting the moonlight, faint laughter echoing in the air. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but inquire, is that your clan's territory? Are they conducting some sort of ritual? Is that why you are so eager to return? Yan Bai cast a glance at Uchiha Madara and spoke in a calm, yet measured tone. How can this be? This revelry has persisted for 3 days without pause. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara instinctively sensed something amiss. Furthermore, based on Yan Bai's tone, it seemed he harbored an aversion to this celebration, perhaps even a dislike. After a moment of hesitation, Uchiha Madara resolved to inquire further about the situation at hand. Ah, my dear father, tirelessly striving for my dreams, Yan Bai remarked nonchalantly, which has inadvertently attracted some trouble. However, fret not, I have returned, and tomorrow, I shall play the role of the enforcer, expelling them. This shall be their final meal. Trouble? Uchiha Madara murmured softly. Indeed, the Vortex clan. Yan Bai feigned indignation, his countenance marred by displeasure as he recounted how his father had sought to realize a dream of reconciliation by reaching out to other ninja clans. All clans, without exception, declined the proposal to merge into a single village, including the Uzumaki clan, in a manner reminiscent of acting first and reporting later. The Uzumaki clan arrived at the Senju clan without prior notice, expressing their intent not to merge, yet simultaneously hinting at a desire for a matrimonial alliance. Originally, the Uzumaki clan had come with matrimonial intentions and, logically, should have returned after identifying suitable youth from the Senju clan. However, the interactions were minimal, and their days were consumed with indulgence and feasting. They indulged excessively, refrained from contributing, and rejected the notion of merging with the Senju clan, resembling opportunistic scavengers. Uchiha Madara's expression was one of icy disdain. Yan Bai let out a light chuckle, remarking on the normalcy of the situation. In this world, where everyone's future is uncertain, it is quite common for people to seek marital connections early on, although they may not have reached the age for formal unions. The search for potential partners often begins in childhood, easing any potential awkwardness as they mature. Is it you or Hashirama? Uchiha Madara spoke in vague terms. Though his words were cryptic, Yan Bai understood. He cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Madara, recognizing that it was of little consequence. Their current lack of strength meant that the other party's stance would remain ambiguous, making any swift resolution unlikely. After a moment, Yan Bai added, however, my brother will inevitably catch their attention. What he lacks now is reputation. With that, Yan Bai turned to face him, saying, well then, Madara, this is where we part ways. I must return now. Good night. Very well, go ahead, Uchiha Madara insisted, watching Yan Bai depart. Yan Bai paid him no mind, and turned away without a trace of compassion. Uchiha Madara's gaze, akin to that of a nocturnal creature, lingered on Yan Bai's retreating figure. Yet, with his back turned to Uchiha Madara, Yan Bai revealed his habitual, benevolent smile towards the night sky. Yan Bai seldom expresses his desires outright. However, he seeks to enhance the likelihood of his wishes coming to fruition. As he lingers on the periphery of the clan's territory, Senju Tobarama feels a tinge of concern. Yan Bai was set to meet with Uchiha Madara and did not conceal this from Senju Tobarama. However, he elucidated the stakes involved, indicating that Tobarama could not accompany him. As Yan Bai emerged from the shadowy woods and returned to the entrance of the clan's territory, Senju Tobarama exhaled with relief. He softly inquired, is everything all right? Has he left? Did he treat you poorly? Yan Bai, exhibiting remarkable honesty, spoke with a calm demeanor. Oh. He lifted my skirt to ascertain whether I was male or female, and upon confirming my gender, he departed. Upon hearing these words, Senju Tobarama's expression darkened, and he growled in anger. Do you not understand how to resist? The despicable Uchiha clan. Yan Bai shrugged indifferently. Could you please exhibit a semblance of femininity? Do you not feel any shame? Qianshou Feg's face was clouded with frustration. What is there to be ashamed of? I'm only a few years old. He is not a pervert. Yan Bai continued to maintain his nonchalant demeanor. Not a pervert, yet he lifts your skirt? Qianshou Fegn was infuriated. Yan Bai, with a smile, intertwined his arm with that of Senju Tobarama, proclaiming that it was not a matter of great significance. He had merely been startled and sought a sense of reassurance. Am I not perfectly fine? If anything were truly amiss, you would not stand a chance against him. Senju Tobarama, visibly irked, allowed himself to be ushered into the clan grounds by Yan Bai's gentle grip. Within, the revelry continued unabated. The aroma of grilled meats and the warmth of charcoal pervading the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of crimson eyes silently observed their every move. Yan Bai dragged Senju Tobarama to the tribe members who were preparing juice, requesting a drink. Concealing their mouths with cups, they appeared merely thirsty, as if they were to share a beverage before returning home. Senju Tobarama quietly inquired, are you certain he will come? I cannot be sure, but the probability exists. We merely need to amplify the chance. Yan Bai leisurely drank the tart wild fruit juice from his cup, softly adding, however, if he truly appears before you, be prepared for a harsh encounter. Senju Tobarama, with a serious tone, replied, it matters not. As long as I do not perish, you can heal me. I have donned the green bracelet you gave me on my ankle, yet I fear his illusions. If caught in an illusion, the technique I placed upon you will activate. Do not fret. Yan Bai chuckled lightly as he set down his empty cup. After escorting Yan Bai back to his courtyard, Senju Tobarama walked along the shadows toward his own dwelling. Just as he placed his hand on the sliding door, preparing to push it open, an instinct suddenly halted his motion. From the shadows, a hand clad in black gloves emerged, swiftly clasping his mouth and pinning him against the wall. Senju Tobarama struggled, his gaze fierce. Indeed, he has come. I wish to discuss Uchiha Madara. The blood-red Sharingan glowed ominously in the dim light, as if it could draw a soul into its crimson abyss. As he finished speaking, the sliding door silently opened, and Senju Tobarama, eyes shut, fell into the darkened room. He felt the darkness envelop him once more as Uchiha Madara gently closed the door behind them. Furthermore, Senju Tobarama sensed his body lose all mobility. Unable to move as he lay helplessly on the floor, unable to utter a word, only able to gaze wide-eyed and emit muffled sounds. The cold touch of metal grazed his cheek, and he realized a sharp blade pressed against his neck. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed above him. Now, let us begin. Chapter 79. I want you to castrate yourself. Senju Tobarama lay on the ground, voiceless and immobile. His head was the only part that could move. Yet it served little purpose. Give up. For your sister's sake, I cannot kill you. Uchiha Madara's gaze fixed on Senju Tobarama's unusual pupils, the blood-red hues devoid of emotion. However, the path to resolve this matter without harm has been blocked. Senju Tobarama perceived the madness in Uchiha Madara's eyes, comprehending the extraordinary predicament he faced. His arms and legs involuntarily drew together, joints twisting slightly. A belated wail was lodged in his throat. In the pitch-black cabin, where even moonlight could not penetrate, a certain malevolence began to unfold. Unable to speak, Senju Tobarama emitted sounds akin to a beast. Uchiha Madara, towering above, reveled in Senju Tobarama's disarray. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, by the way, I have a few questions regarding Yan Bai. Is that acceptable? Senju Tobarama lay prostrate on the floor, his neck the sole part capable of movement. Straining to nod his head vigorously, he felt the chilling air of the autumn night, compounded by the cold sweat saturating his body, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. The scent of blood permeated the air. Suddenly, he felt capable of speech and began. I apologize for my actions towards you earlier. It has nothing to do with Yan Bai. Uchiha Madara cast a sidelong glance at the writhing Senju Tobarama on the ground, then sighed. That is not what I wish to hear. At that moment, Uchiha Madara found himself questioning his motives. Why was he compelled to act in such a manner? He loathed himself for it. Yet, from the beginning, he had intended to proceed this way. It was he who had first provoked the situation, and Senju Tobarama had merely retaliated awkwardly. Nevertheless, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Senju Tobarama had made him acutely aware of the agonizing collapse of his world. By deliberately donning Yan Bai's attire, Senju Tobarama had demonstrated ill intentions from the outset. This was merely Uchiha Madara's retribution against his aggressor. However, the disparity in their abilities was glaring. No, listen to me. Senju Tobarama's expression contorted as he struggled against the remnants of his sanity, gritting his teeth. If you harm me, Yan Bai will undoubtedly know you are responsible. Uchiha Madara gazed down at Senju Tobarama's distorted face, remaining silent. Senju Tobarama attempted to reason. Let us devise a satisfactory resolution to our grievances for my sister's sake. A satisfactory resolution? Huh. I have contemplated that as well. Uchiha Madara loomed over Senju Tobarama, his growing agitation unbearable, his heart pounding like a warning bell as he articulated. Indeed, you are her elder brother, one of the four. Yet you alone have suffered this fate. The targeting is too precise, reminiscent of a vengeful act. At this, Senju Tobarama exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing the relaxation in the individual on the floor, Uchiha Madara felt an unsettling sensation, akin to centipedes crawling on his back or rain-soaked cockroaches scuttling about. How could this simply pass? However, he too bore his burdens and felt compelled to deliver an appropriate punishment, thus devising a clever method. Uchiha Madara coldly stated, I want you to sever the part of yourself that has been tainted by my hands. What? Is it truly necessary to be so serious? We are both men. Senju Tobarama shivered at the icy tone, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do not worry. Your sister is capable of healing you, is she not? Uchiha Madara offered a gentle smile. Just tell her, I cannot endure having any part of me touched by another man. I feel filthy and must castrate myself. Do you understand? I cannot personally inflict harm upon you. I know you may struggle to do it yourself, so I will assist you with the illusion of my Sharingan. Senju Tobarama exclaimed. What? At that moment, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, his mind inundated with highly inappropriate thoughts, each one cursing Uchiha Madara's mother. What on earth has Uchiha Madara learned from Yan Bai? Why not learn the admirable traits, instead focusing on such vile matters? Uchiha Madara appeared to relish Senju Tobarama's expression, casually remarking, the wounds in that area and those on your face are not the same. The surface will not reveal them. Do you dare shamelessly display your injury to your sister? Senju Tobarama's expression soured. The Uchiha clan is indeed wicked. Thus, you shall remain your sister's esteemed second elder brother, and our grievances will be resolved. Is that not a satisfactory conclusion? Uchiha Madara lifted his foot and kicked Senju Tobarama, who was lying on his side, onto his back. What are you doing? No. Senju Tobarama began to ramble incoherently, his voice rising in exasperation. Uchiha Madara, his eyes glowing like red flames in the darkness, fixed a fierce gaze on the man sprawled on the ground. Do you think I relish this? Senju Tobarama, panting heavily, replied in a trembling voice, change your request. Uchiha Madara, or I assure you I will make your life unbearable. Yan Bai is still young and values his family. Oh. Uchiha Madara nonchalantly released his foot from Senju Tobarama's body, bent down, and asked softly, all right then, let us change the subject. Tell me, what is the purpose of the Vortex clan's visit? Marriage, that's what they claimed. Senju Tobarama gritted his teeth. Who was the intended bride? Uchiha Madara continued to question without a change in expression. The Vortex clan's Uzumaki Ice Wand. Senju Tobarama breathed a sigh of relief within. It seemed this devil had finally calmed down. Uzumaki Ice Wand. Uchiha Madara mulled over the name. Because there is someone in their clan related by marriage. They have disclosed Yan Bai's abilities. Uzumaki Iswan wishes to marry Yan Bai, but Yan Bai is still too young. He intends to become engaged first and wait until Yan Bai reaches marriageable age to wed. Senju Tobarama sensed Uchiha Madara's aura grow more intense and hastily said, "My brothers and father do not approve of this union. We have already turned down the Vortex clan, which expressed great regret and has now set its sights on my elder brother." "What does already turned down mean?" Uchiha Madara asked coldly. Senju Tobarama, feeling helpless, explained, "The letter your father sent regarding Yan Bai's supposed pregnancy is outrageous. How could they joke about such a thing? Our father is furious, and I cannot be certain whether he may change his mind." Chapter 080. How the Animal Kingdom brutally beats the honest man. Uzumaki Iswan is 13 years older than Yan Bai. Due to his status, he must bear the fate of the Vortex clan's marriage alliance. He will not wed until he finds a suitable partner. Though Uzumaki Iswan does not have a primary wife, he became a father at 15, being rather flirtatious and having many women, with 10 children from different mothers already. If Uzumaki Iswan's bride is Yan Bai, our father will undoubtedly demand he marry into the Senju clan, and he cannot bring his women along. But most of his children will likely come with him. That man, Uzumaki Iswan, if you delve into his history, you'll understand. He never relinquishes what he desires, and he will go to great lengths to obtain what he yearns for. If he sets eyes on Yan Bai, the night air in the Senju clan's territory was infused with nature's breath. It was a vitality that surged from the earth, the refreshing aroma emitted by the trees, and the vigor radiating from the animals galloping across the fields. What should have been an unending revelry came to an abrupt halt upon the return of the Senju princess. Uzumaki Iswan silently traversed the vine-covered wall, as if all sound had been absorbed by the moonlight. It was late at night, and the streets were deserted. The dim plants, vines, and fragrant flowers provided excellent camouflage for certain dangerous creatures. Should one hurl a shuriken into the shadows wrapped in those vines, there would be at least a few instances where the shadow would spasm, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, causing the vine-covered wall to writhe. In the moonlight, Uzumaki Iswan appeared clad in the standard attire of the Vortex clan, his handsome features suggesting he was around 17 or 18, with his signature crimson hair. Yet his face bore the pallor of excessive indulgence. The air was thick with the scents of roasted meat, alcohol, and fruit. Uzumaki Iswan loitered outside the residence of the Senju clan leader. The birds in the courtyard huddled together, silently watching the uninvited guest outside the wall. Not just the birds, but snakes perched in the trees and rodents nestled under the eaves. All the flora and fauna, under the tranquil moonlight, quietly observed Uzumaki Iswan. As a seasoned ninja, especially one from the Vortex clan, Uzumaki Iswan possessed keen perceptive abilities. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, perceiving no one, yet sensing an indescribable gaze fixed upon him. Such an eerily quiet night felt unnatural. Even after waiting a considerable time, the forest, which should have been bustling at night, remained eerily still. However, Uzumaki Iswan had a compelling purpose to be there. Today marked his final opportunity, as insiders had already provided him with information that the Senju clan's princess was returning tonight and that the Vortex clan had been enjoying their hospitality for 3 days, which was quite displeasing. Consequently, the revelry that should have lasted all night came to an abrupt end. The princess intended to drive the entire Vortex clan away without regard for dignity. Thus, it was said that this moment was the last chance. In fact, from the very first day of his arrival at the Senju clan, Uzumaki Iswan had been aware of his surroundings. This was the princess's courtyard. Without deliberating much longer, he leaped, intending to scale the wall. If unsuccessful, he would at least endure a beating, and could brazenly claim to have wandered into the wrong place due to the darkness. However, as Uzumaki Iswan climbed the wall and confirmed his direction, he prepared to leap into the Senju princess's courtyard. Just before he could jump down, several snakes coiled on the wall unexpectedly struck out with their tails, tripping him. With a thud, Uzumaki Iswan, caught off guard, fell headfirst onto a large watermelon hidden beneath the vines, smashing several wild watermelons beneath him. A sharp, short cry erupted as he toppled into the watermelon juice. The once silent courtyard suddenly sprang to life. The sounds of laughter, chirping birds, squeaking mice, cackling cats, and raucous cicadas filled the air, creating a cacophony that resembled a jubilant symphony, piercing the hearts of all who heard it. Yan Bai was seated in the room, diligently repairing the back end. After applying a new logic to override the garbled code, fresh garbled messages emerged. The environment had initially been serene and tranquil. Yan Bai paid no heed to the unexpected visitor loitering outside the wall. Upon his return, Ng Mo had already briefed him. Ng Mo mentioned that Uzumaki Iswan was 13 years his senior and harbored aspirations of marrying Yan Bai after a few years. He had taken to frequenting the courtyard, drawing curious glances from the animals who regarded him with a mix of affection and bemusement. The residence of the Thousand Hand clan was sparsely guarded, and Thousand Hand Buddha had provided them with hospitality, leading Uzumaki Iswan to believe that the Thousand Hand clan held a profound trust in the Uzumaki clan. He intended to remain and reap the benefits while also planning to abscond with the Thousand Hand princess. Uzumaki Iswan had even begun to prepare himself for a life of debauchery following his union with the princess. The animals longed to advise Uzumaki Iswan, saying, "Brother, While your audacious ideas abound, you must understand that in Yan Bai's hands, even a coffin can be lifted in myriad ways. Perhaps Uzumaki Ace-han could strip other women of their skirts with ease, but in the presence of Yan Bai, he would find himself ensnared in 108 different predicaments. After provoking Yan Bai, Uzumaki Ace-han found himself devoid of the shameless lifestyle he once led, forced instead to ponder how he might earn money to repay debts through less than virtuous means. Unfortunately, the animals could not communicate with him, and could only watch helplessly as he, like a pitiful creature, stepped into the realm of Yan Bai's indifference. Indeed, as soon as Yan Bai arrived home, Uzumaki Ace-han suddenly attempted to scale the wall. In his attempt, he was thwarted by the serpents coiled upon it. When he fell, the cacophony in the courtyard erupted like a breached dam, transforming the once tranquil space into a hub of activity. To those outside, it may have seemed as though only the chaotic cries of the animals filled the air. What Yan Bai heard were the animals calling out, "Are there any beauties here? Are there any beauties here? Mating, mating, mating. Is there food? Is there food? Mine, mine, mine. Whose child is this maggot? Come and claim it. This fly is dead. It's not appetizing. Chinyamo, your child has been captured by mine. Come and retrieve it, or it shall be devoured." Yan Bai. The cacophony is much like the usual clamor, akin to the jumbled characters in Yan Bai's backstage. After dealing with the unwelcome guest, these creatures have returned to their ordinary existence. Just moments ago, their nocturnal activities were halted as they fixated on that intruder, forsaking their courtship and meals. Now, with the first round concluded and Vortex Ace-han being eliminated, the animals have resumed their customary pursuits. Yan Bai let out a sigh, closed the backstage, pushed open the door, and gazed intently, discovering that the vortex of AI Shan was struggling in the corner of the wall. Yan Bai inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Chapter 081, Princess. Would you accompany me? In the chamber of Senju Tobarama, he gazed with great difficulty at Uchiha Madara, who stood beside him. In a hushed tone, he expressed, "This is my personal interpretation. I sense that Uzumaki Kushina desires to experience the affection of various types of beautiful women, particularly relishing the act of seizing those cherished by others. This intrigues him greatly." Madara's Sharingan glimmered ominously in the darkness, his gaze transforming into something profoundly terrifying. Tobarama's unease heightened in response to Madara's silence, prompting him to exclaim, "Hey, wait a moment. You don't intend to use your Sharingan to force me into castration, do you?" "I've divulged everything you wish to know, and we aren't at that stage yet." Before Tobarama could finish his protest, Madara, gloved hand swiftly covering his mouth, plunged a blade into Tobarama's thigh. Tobarama's eyes widened in shock as pain and screams were muffled. "I shall spare you this time." Madara's expression froze in the shadows. His radiant Sharingan fixated on Tobarama. He whispered, "From now on, you are forbidden from wearing Yan Bai's clothing." Tobarama retorted, "I would rather perish than don Yan Bai's garments again. Even if Yan Bai himself implores me, I shall not wear them. Not only will I refuse his attire, but I shall also abandon women's clothing altogether. Should you dare to provoke me again, it will not be as easily resolved as today," Madara declared before vanishing into the darkness. Lying on the ground, Tobarama was drenched in cold sweat, his mind clouded with agony. Fingers trembling in a tumult of calm and tension. He gasped for breath, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, silently rejoiced he has finally departed. Yan Bai finds it exceedingly challenging to perform scenes that require the cooperation of his elder brother. Shinsho Feijian lies completely prostrate on the ground, utterly devoid of any desire to move. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Yan Bai graciously invited the distressed Izon to sit beside him in the narrow corridor. As Izon was damp and sticky from the splattered wild watermelon, Yan Bai thoughtfully provided gauze and a basin of water for him to clean himself. Izon, witnessing the adorably charming side of the seemingly aloof Princess Canon, found himself smiling foolishly at Yan Bai throughout the evening. Yan Bai's empathetic nature and perpetual smile, devoid of any impatience, encouraged Izon to open up more in conversation. "I was taken aback when I heard Yuna speak to me in such a manner." Izon recounted his experience of being abandoned by a woman he once loved deeply. The smile upon Yan Bai's face offered an immense encouragement and support to Uzumaki Ace-han. His grin, tinged with bitterness, resembled that of a wounded adult man. He continued, "At that time, I believed that if I could prove my sincerity, she would come to love me even more. Reflecting on it now, such a notion seems profoundly foolish and superficial." Gazing into Uzumaki Aishin's hopeful eyes, Yan Bai nodded with a smile. Uzumaki Ace-han then remarked, "Even so, I still believe that decision deepened my bond with Yonai, yet ultimately, she married someone else." Yan Bai wore a smile on his face, while internally lamenting, "It is evident that this scoundrel will never marry that woman. She is destined to wed another. And yet he tarnished her before her marriage, under the pretense of deepening their connection. Consequently, she finds herself entangled with him, having been abandoned after her vows." The swirling affection of Ai Shan could not detect any aversion in Yan Bai's demeanor. He smiled and remarked, "My feelings for Yunai have cooled rather late. Now, I find myself in a state where I wish to escape but cannot. I sincerely apologize for divulging these disheartening matters. I do not seek salvation, merely an outlet for my grievances." As he spoke, AI Shan suddenly leaned closer to Yan Bai. They had initially settled in a narrow corridor, and he gradually inched nearer. Maintaining his tone, thus, my heart is in turmoil, plagued by sleepless nights, prompting me to wander aimlessly, fortuitously encountering you. I find solitude on such nights to be genuinely daunting. As the man drew near, Yan Bai suddenly turned his head to look, locking eyes with Vortex AI Shan. He heard AI Shan's face break into a peculiar smile as she spoke, each word deliberate. So, princess, do you wish to spend a lonely night with me? As soon as AI Shan's words fell, the ruby-like depths of Yan Bai's eyes transformed, revealing strange patterns. AI Shan froze in place, completely taken aback. Yan Bai gently said, "It's all right, AI Shan Jun. There are plenty of animals here to keep you company. Your nights shall not be lonely. Why not run 50 laps around the outskirts of the Thousand-Hand clan? Once you're exhausted, the solitude will no longer matter." The eyes of Vortex AI Shan mirrored Yan Bai's gaze, and he chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. The princess speaks wisely. I shall set off to run. Their exchange was casual and effortless. Vortex AI Shan calmly scaled the wall and departed from Yan Bai's courtyard. Yan Bai's smile gradually faded as he rose from the narrow corridor, brushing off the dust from his clothes before turning to enter the pitch-black inner chamber. Uzumaki Asan had run 50 laps around the outskirts of the Senju clan's territory, awakening abruptly, yet he found himself exhausted. Lying on the ground while gazing up at the clear night sky, surrounded by a group of nocturnal animals observing him. Doubting whether his recent experiences were merely a dream, he struggled to rise, perplexedly making his way towards the Senju clan's domain. "May I speak with you?" A voice emerged from the darkness. "Certainly," Uzumaki Asan instinctively replied, turning his gaze towards the speaker. Upon a mere glance, he was rendered speechless. Under the night sky, a young man cloaked in black approached him slowly, the backdrop of the heavens accentuating his presence. Asan felt an unsettling tension as he beheld the youth's eyes, which shone brightly in the dark, crimson orbs exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Accompanied by the boy's approach was an indescribable, intense aura of malevolence emanating from his slender figure. "That is the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan, an enemy." In an instant, Uzumaki Asan made his judgment, immediately averting his gaze. However, after running 50 laps around the Senju territory, his body, already drained from indulgence, now faced further fatigue. Even with the vitality of the Uzumaki clan coursing through him, he found himself struggling. Asan suddenly sprang to his feet, adopting a combat stance, only to hear the boy's voice, calm and dispassionate. "I just saw you emerge from the courtyard of the Senju princess." "Ah, ha ha ha. The princess is quite hospitable," Asan replied, a cold sweat trickling down his brow, while trying to maintain a facade of bravado. "Thanks to her lending me bandages and a basin of water. Or I would have been quite a mess after that wild watermelon incident." "Is that so?" "I find it hard to believe." The Uchiha's voice remained devoid of emotion. "She must be a kind-hearted and charming child, indeed." Aishin's brows furrowed. He had always known of the enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Yet, the boy continued. "You made quite the indecent request of her, didn't you?" The Uchiha's gaze, unwavering, fixed on Asan, who felt the weight of the situation. It was evident that Yan Bai had used the Sharingan to compel Asan into a frenzied dash, a display of excessive energy that could only be released through such exertion. Out of familiar regard, it was merely a punishment of sorts, in line with Yan Bai's character. Yet, the Uchiha was uncertain if his ocular prowess could match Yan Bai's complete control over Asan, prompting him to exercise caution. No. I merely conversed with her as a distant relative," Asan quickly denied. "I don't require your approval." Being a distant relative of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan was naturally an enemy of the Uchiha. It struck Asan as astonishing that, despite this enmity, he had engaged in such an extended conversation with the boy before him. Even more surprising was the Uchiha's serious declaration, "You do need it." Asan was taken aback. "What?" The Uchiha's expression remained unchanged as he continued. "The princess is mine. If you wish to take her from me, you are declaring yourself my enemy." Aishin's nerves tensed further at the Uchiha's approach. Oh no, he had misjudged the situation. It seemed this Uchiha clan member had an affection for the Senju princess. Asan understood that this young Uchiha was not friendly, and gritting his teeth, he unleashed 5-thorn chakra chains from behind him. Vidra ceiling. The chakra chains surged towards the Uchiha like a meteor shower. Knowing that the Uchiha would not let him escape unscathed, Asan had no choice. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he could burn his life force and utilize forbidden techniques. The chakra he had just amassed transformed into chains, executing the Uzumaki's unique skill, Vidra sealing. Even if the sealing technique did not ensure a fatal blow to his adversary, it could buy him precious time to flee. Even if he could not escape, it would create a significant commotion, alerting the Senju clan to come to his aid. The chakra chains exploded with lethal intent, shattering rocks and soil, striking down with the speed of lightning. The Uchiha remained unfazed, calm and collected, seemingly unperturbed, yet already enacting a countermeasure. The chakra chains ensnared the Uchiha's figure, but before Asan could breathe a sigh of relief, he watched in astonishment as the figure bound by the chain suddenly transformed into a multitude of black butterflies, scattering chaotically into the night. Black butterflies? Was this an illusion conjured by the Sharingan? Asan gritted his teeth, rising to his full height, unwilling to retract the Vajra ceiling. Yet he could no longer see the dark-clad youth within his field of vision. Where had that boy gone? Being a member of the Uchiha clan, engaging in close combat was perilous. This situation could not persist. It was unequivocally disadvantageous for him. Asan maintained the swirling chakra chains, wary of making any sudden movements. The chakra chains of Vajra ceiling flailed wildly, causing the surrounding trees and bamboo thickets to sway, leaves rustling in a chaotic dance, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. The sound of chains shattering timber echoed around him. Fearing for his life, Aishin's intent in creating such a ruckus was not to provoke the Uchiha, but rather to shield himself and safely return to the Senju clan's territory. The Vajra ceiling resembled massive claws, extending in all directions, the thorn chains advancing relentlessly. The expansive forest suffered greatly from the onslaught of the Vajra ceiling, branches and trunks splintering under the assault, leaving no hiding place for anyone who dared to conceal themselves within. In truth, the prowess Asan displayed in defending himself could certainly contend with an opponent, yet his nature compelled him to prioritize survival over confrontation. As long as he could reach the safety of the Senju clan, he would be secure. Aishin's offensive was formidable, the chains of Vajra ceiling weaving through the trees, ensuring that no ambush awaited him on his retreat. This cannot continue. He must ascertain the Uchiha's location. In the center of the swirling chains, Uzumaki Asan suddenly closed his eyes, forming hand seals, invoking the Uzumaki clan's unique sensing technique, Kagura's Heart Eye. Kagura's Heart Eye, an expansive range detection technique. With his eyes shut, he opened his inner vision, allowing him to perceive anomalies within a radius of several dozen miles using his chakra. Aishin's expression turned unusually serious. Where is he? Where could that Uchiha boy be? He had to find him, without fail. Was he in the surrounding woods? No. In the nearby stream? No. The Uchiha boy was nowhere to be found. The malevolent aura of the Uchiha clan was far too sinister to vanish so swiftly without a trace. Where could he have possibly gone? However, as Uzumaki Aiken attuned his senses toward the territory of the Senju clan, he perceived a multitude of distinct chakra signatures rushing toward him. While they did not seem to harbor any ill intent, the sheer volume suggested a foreboding presence. Through his chakra perception, Uzumaki Aiken recognized that it emanated from the Senju clan, with the leading figure being Senju Hashirama, the clan's patriarch, accompanied by a considerable throng of Senju clansmen. This group was hastening directly toward Uzumaki Aiken's location. What could this mean? Confusion washed over Uzumaki Aiken, leaving him in a cold sweat. The Uchiha clan's youth had vanished, only to be replaced by the majority of the Senju clan members. Why was this happening? Meanwhile, within the abode of Yan Bai, an oppressive darkness enveloped the space. Two figures stood resolute amidst the shadows, enveloped in a profound silence that had lingered for an extended period. Suddenly, Yan Bai took a step forward towards the other silhouette, only to be met with the sharp sound of metal. Uchiha Madara unsheathed his blade from the depths of the darkness, placing it ominously against Yan Bai's throat. What is this? To prevent me from taking his life, you would risk blindness by employing your ocular technique? Uchiha Madara's chilling voice resonated in the gloom. Yan Bai disregarded the weapon poised at his throat and let out a light chuckle. Ban, what are you saying? Who do you intend to kill? I merely wish to see you once more, hence I employed the eye technique. What? Has something occurred? Uchiha Ban's tone was frigid as he tightened his grip on the blade, enunciating each word with precision. I do not believe you. Chapter 083, Disturbing the Ancestors' Rest. A transgression against heavens. While Uchiha Ban's expression was taut as he scrutinized the somewhat silent Yan Bai before him. In the dimly lit room, pairs of luminous green eyes resembled awakening stars, suddenly illuminating the pitch-black world. Within the shadowy and somber space, fixating on Yan Bai's exquisite visage, Uchiha Ban was abruptly reminded of the times when Yan Bai was still part of the Uchiha clan, silently enduring his relentless beatings while simultaneously healing him. Throughout their battles, Ban had derived considerable benefit, yet Yan Bai had never once sought any form of recompense. Yan Bai appears to always give selflessly, never asking anything in return from them. For Yan Bai desires what he wants and finds ways to attain it independently, never requiring assistance from anyone. What does Yan Bai desire? Death. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Madara naturally recalled the words he had nearly forgotten. Madara, I want to die. His grip on the blade suddenly loosened, and with a thud, the weapon fell onto the tatami mat beneath him. Regardless of the reasons or Yan Bai's intentions in summoning him at that critical moment, it no longer mattered. Why should he quarrel with Yan Bai over an outsider? That Uzumaki Shin, if not slain today, could be vanquished tomorrow, and if not then, eventually would meet his end. Yet, without Yan Bai, what significance did his current actions hold? A tide of negative emotions surged within him, and Uchiha Madara silently knelt on the tatami mat, his hand pressed against his forehead, seemingly ensnared in a web of turmoil and anguish. I am sorry, he murmured softly. Yan Bai stood before Uchiha Madara. Due to Madara's lowered head, Yan Bai could not discern the expression on his face. However, it was the second time today that he heard Madara utter an apology, which felt somewhat surreal. What had transpired, Madara? Yan Bai looked down at Uchiha Madara and gently said, You may share your burdens with me. There is no need to suffer alone. Uchiha Madara did not lift his head and replied, I despise Uzumaki Ashina. Ah, Yan Bai smiled and responded, I share your disdain. He is the kind of man who would bed any woman without hesitation. I dare not approach him. At last, Uchiha Madara softened his tone. Why have you suddenly wished to see me? No sooner had he spoken than he felt Yan Bai's grip tightening on his shoulders. A chilling, penetrating cold radiated from Yan Bai's fingertips, seeping through Madara's garments and reaching into his very bones. Madara sensed that Yan Bai was exceedingly close, the intoxicating fragrance of roses enveloping him. He abruptly raised his gaze, only to meet Yan Bai's unusual kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Madara, he inquired, do you possess any desires you wish to fulfill? Several hours later, Yan Bai personally escorted Uchiha Madara to the edge of the clan's territory, guiding him toward the dense forest according to the map etched in his memory. Along the way, Uchiha Madara glanced back multiple times, ultimately disappearing into the shadows of the woods. Yan Bai stood at the edge of a secluded forest, gazing intently in the direction where Uchiha Madara's figure had vanished. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows of the trees behind him, asking, What have you done to him, Senju Tobarama? Yan Bai turned around, his gaze profound and frigid. I bestowed upon him a sweet and enchanting dream. Take it easy, Senju Tobarama remarked, recalling how Uchiha Madara had been toyed with during this time. You have already played him to a lamentable state. Lamentable? Yan Bai mused thoughtfully before inquiring, What news of Uzumaki Isen? Tobarama, his expression impassive, replied quietly. Uzumaki Isen has ravaged the Senju clan's burial grounds, infuriating our father, who has dispatched Uncle Rijutsu to deliver a letter of inquiry to the Uzumaki clan. In this era, people held great reverence for the sanctity of burial practices. The desecration of the resting place of the Senju clan spirits had not only provoked the ire of Senju Baijian, but had also incensed the entirety of the Senju clan. Disturbing ancestral graves is an affront to natural order. To defile tombs and dishonor the dead is an act against heaven itself. In the dead of night, Uzumaki Isen had taken it upon himself to assault the Senju clan's ancestral tombs. Senju Tobarama regarded Yan Bai with a knowing look, having initially intended for Uchiha Madara and Uzumaki Isen to shoulder the blame. However, he was taken aback when Yan Bai summoned Uchiha Madara away, leaving Uzumaki Isen to bear the full weight of the consequences. Recalling the expression on Uzumaki Isen's face at that moment, Tobarama found it almost comical. Isen had been running in circles, dizzy and disoriented. The night forest was a stark contrast to the daytime woods. Awakening in a state of confusion, he was blindsided by the attack of his rival, Uchiha Madara, utterly unaware of his surroundings. Uzumaki Isen possessed an exceptionally potent chakra and vitality, but was frivolous in nature, showing interest solely in women. When confronted with battle, however, he became paralyzed with fear. His strength was a result of an overwhelming desire for self-preservation. The moment Uchiha Madara exerted pressure on him, Isen would unleash his full power to protect himself, essentially encasing himself in a turtle shell from the outset. In his quest for survival, Uzumaki Isen cared little for whether he was desecrating the Senju clan's ancestral graves. Tobarama had long since conspired with Yan Bai regarding this matter. Yan Bai was responsible for inciting the turmoil caused by Uzumaki Isen during the nighttime marathon. Senju Tobarama meticulously calculated the timing and led Senju Baijian and their clansmen to capture the transgressors who had desecrated the graveyard. The members of the Senju clan witnessed with their own eyes as Uzumaki Isen unleashed the unique Vajra seal of the Uzumaki clan, wreaking widespread havoc upon the graveyard and its surrounding environment. Uzumaki Isen found himself at a loss for words, as the crowd brandished torches and utilized illuminating ninjutsu to shed light upon the scene of devastation. The sight of partially decayed corpses was utterly horrific, the stench of death permeating the night air. Most terrifyingly, Uzumaki Isen's Vajra seal operated like a meat grinder, blending together forests, stones, bones, and earth into an inseparable mass. Now, even if the Senju clan were to attempt to gather the remains, they could not afford them a proper burial. This was simply intolerable. The accusations and the narrative of events had already been established. The Senju clan had warmly welcomed the distant Uzumaki clan, celebrating for 3 days and nights, providing them with food and drink at no cost. All this was because the Senju princess had remarked upon her return that the Uzumaki clan would be sent back the following day. In a fit of rage, Uzumaki Isen had ruined the Senju clan's graveyard overnight. This time, the Uzumaki clan would undoubtedly owe the Senju clan compensation for their emotional distress. Senju Tobarama had already devised a plan. They did not seek monetary compensation, for the Senju clan had no shortage of wealth, but rather desired the Uzumaki clan's techniques. Furthermore, in dealing with the details, Uzumaki Isen only recalled being attacked by a boy from the Uchiha clan, prompting him to employ destructive jutsu in defense. Consequently, the Uzumaki clan would only feel remorse towards the Senju clan, with their animosity directed at the Uchiha clan. From beginning to end, the Senju clan was merely the innocent victim. Chapter 084. War is the essence of our existence. Senju Hashirama awoke from his slumber to find that his ancestral grave had been disturbed, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Rarely did Hashirama experience such anger. He immediately vented his fury upon Uzumaki Isen. You claimed to traverse the coastline to love my sister, and I believed you. Yet the reality is that you crossed the shoreline to excavate my ancestors' resting place. How can I trust you? Uzumaki Isen felt equally aggrieved. Yet he acknowledged the use of the Vajra seal, despite knowing that Uzumaki Isen had desecrated the grave. The Senju clan could not afford to wait for the Uzumaki clan to send someone to address the chaos in the graveyard. Senju Baijian made a difficult decision to gather all the remains of the deceased, organize them, and then incinerate them, scattering the ashes into the southern He River. With the bodies so mangled, it was impossible to piece together a single whole. Even if these fragmented remains were preserved, they would ultimately have to be interred together in one spot. The graveyard serves the dead, yet fundamentally, it exists for the living. However, the living could no longer bear to witness the sight. Yan Bai did not need to be involved. He merely observed silently. Then, Yan Bai thought to himself, well, during the Fourth War, this batch of deceased could evade the impure world reincarnation technique. With their ashes in the southern He River, their ancestors would be liberated. Subsequently, Senju Tobarama's wish was fulfilled. Due to the tragic state of the Senju clan's graveyard, the Uzumaki clan felt a sense of guilt. Even Uzumaki Isen himself harbored regret towards the Senju clan, though he directed his ire at the unknown Uchiha boy. Thus, the Uzumaki clan returned a portion of valuable techniques to the Senju clan. The initial scheme against Uzumaki Isen had been motivated by the desire for the Uzumaki clan's techniques. Although much of what was acquired consisted of foundational sealing technique texts, it was sufficient for Senju Tobarama to study for some time. As time flowed on, everyone was striving diligently. Yan Bai leads a life of relentless competition each day, ensnaring his elder brothers in this strenuous existence as well. Senju Tobarama has immersed himself in the study of various forbidden techniques, and upon sharing his envisioned flying thunder god with him, Yan Bai has inadvertently captivated his second brother in a fervent obsession with research. As the passage of time continues to unfold, Yan Bai finds himself powerless to prevent Senju Baijian and Senju Baijian from entering the battlefield. The will of this world possesses an inherent ability to mend itself, and certain destinies are inexorably destined to unfold. Yan Bai could only exert his utmost effort to enhance the strength of his two elder brothers, ensuring that they could endure longer on the battlefield. The equally formidable Senju and Uchiha clans inevitably found themselves at odds once more due to their missions. However, it seemed that both parties shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from engaging in the same level of intensity as before. The only two individuals who took matters seriously could hardly be regarded as human, for their confrontations invariably led to catastrophic destruction, compelling the clansmen to observe from a distance. Even if neither side could ascertain a clear victor, the passage of time would still yield the promised compensation. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were far more formidable than their fated contemporaries. Whenever they clashed, it was nothing short of a military exercise, reshaping the very terrain. The nobility could hardly ignore the sheer ferocity of these battles. It would be unreasonable for them to withhold payment. Moreover, the Senju clan faced adversaries beyond just the Uchiha, contending with other shinobi clans, excluding the Uzumaki. As the new year dawned, snowflakes danced gracefully from the heavens, falling incessantly in the still air. In Yan Bai's courtyard, most of the animals have nestled into his room. The cats are sprawled upon Yan Bai. Yan Bai sat at his desk, pinning something with great concentration. The thousand-hand Buddha was merely a partition away from him, quietly observing Yan Bai. As time passed, Yan Bai blossomed into an ever more exquisite figure. His aging father no longer dared to let him venture outside, deeming it too perilous. To the left of the thousand-hand Buddha lay a narrow corridor leading to the courtyard. The door creaked open, revealing a snow-blanketed expanse beyond. The unkempt courtyard was shrouded in white, with dead branches, withered herbs, and hydrangeas all piled high with snow. The vibrant flora and trees, adorned with blossoms in different seasons, were now indistinguishably merged with the pristine whiteness of winter. A brazier rested on the tatami mat, with glowing charcoal crackling softly within. The thousand-hand Buddha brewed tea beside him, quietly pouring for himself while silently watching Yan Bai or the ever-deepening snow in the courtyard. It was truly serene. How tranquil, the thousand-hand Buddha murmured, his gaze directed outside. It seemed he was not speaking to Yan Bai but rather expressing an inner sentiment. Indeed. Is there something on your mind today, father? Yan Bai replied, lowering his gaze and continuing his task. With the passage of time, he had come to realize that he increasingly resembled a delicate beauty. This was a melancholic tale, but the sorrow lingered only for a fleeting moment. The thousand-hand Buddha could not fathom Yan Bai's thoughts. He crossed his arms and said softly, "Have you not yet abandoned the dream you once shared with me? Well, I believe that if we apply ninjutsu solely to conflict and brawls, we will forever be puppets of our patrons," Yan Bai replied candidly. Yet, we ninjas were born for the purpose of slaughter. Without war, the significance of our existence would remain unvalidated, the thousand-hand Buddha asserted. As long as hatred endures and the flames of conflict rage on, we will be in demand. Do you still not comprehend this truth? For us ninjas, a world rife with turmoil signifies our triumph. Years had passed, and Yan Bai had grown weary of debating such notions with the thousand-hand Buddha. Argumentation was the most futile of endeavors. To a stubborn old man, the demise of a frail child was but a trivial matter. A child lost could always be replaced. Born anew in numbers, there would always be survivors. This world operated on the principle of survival of the fittest. The law of the jungle had never receded. The children who thrived were naturally the most exceptional. Those deemed inadequate were merely burdens, better off perishing early to seek rebirth. This was the old man's philosophy. Yan Bai had no intention of persuading his father, yet his father was always eager to sway him. Without conflict, there would be no need for their existence. Only through instigating wars and stirring further disputes could they find their worth. Senju Baijian remained steadfast in his beliefs. However, upon observing Yan Bai's nonchalant demeanor, Senju Baijian realized that Yan Bai had not truly absorbed his words. With a sigh, he remarked, "You remain unchanged as ever. If there is something on your mind, simply tell me, and I shall assist you. When I urge you, it is only in the hope that you might present some compelling reasons to sway my perspective. What is there to discuss?" Yan Bai lifted his gaze towards Senju Tobarama and remarked, "Though I possess the knowledge to amass wealth through ninjutsu without inciting conflict, I have observed the reluctance of numerous clans to unite. Therefore, I have chosen to suspend my plans for the time being, allowing my elder brother to foster consensus among them first." Senju Tobarama, bearing a troubled expression, acknowledged the validity of this statement. Chapter 085. The swift theft technique from Uzumaki Izuna. Beneath the clear sky, silver flashes intertwined with violet lightning, transforming into a cascade of shimmering light that scattered through the air. The shadowy forest flickered in and out of brightness. The arms of the wooden bodhisattva, crafted from the wood release technique, were severed, flailing chaotically in the air. A colossal blue figure wielded a long sword, cleaving the immense Buddha from head to toe. Sturdy branches of the wood release surged from the ground, raising their palms to shield against the lightning strikes descending from the clouds. A myriad of colorful ninjutsu produced dazzling visual effects overhead. The members of the Senju and Uchiha clans observed from a distance, recognizing that this battle was beyond their participation. Consequently, they collectively sought a concealed vantage point, settling down with snacks such as sunflower seeds in their ninja tool pouches. It is widely acknowledged that the Senju and Uchiha clans are the most formidable ninja families in the shinobi world, boasting a plethora of strong warriors and a considerable population. Within each clan, the leading ninjas, such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, transcended the realm of humanity. However, most of the other ninjas from both clans were merely mid-tier fighters. This group of mid-tier ninjas, if inclined towards amusement, would engage in skirmishes. Thus, aside from the two godlike figures atop the colossal Buddha battling each other, there were two others exchanging blows, albeit with a markedly different style from that of the blue giant and the wooden Buddha. "Uchiha Izuna, you shameless thief!" The forest echoed with Senju Tobarama's furious roars. Clearly, spurred by Yan Bai, Senju Tobarama had prematurely developed the rudimentary flying thunder god technique. Although this technique had not yet reached perfection, it yielded excellent results when practiced on stationary targets at home. However, upon reaching the battlefield, the dynamics shifted dramatically upon encountering Uchiha Izuna. While other members of the Uchiha clan initiated combat with the fire release, grand fireball technique, Uchiha Izuna approached with the hand release, swift theft, swiftly appropriating all of Senju Tobarama's ninja tools. "Mine, mine, all mine." Uchiha Izuna pilfered indiscriminately, ensuring that even the provisions were not spared. Intent on plundering everything before engaging in combat, Senju Tobarama found himself in an unprecedented predicament. Every time he attempted to strike at Uchiha Izuna, the latter would evade with utmost agility. On several occasions, Senju Tobarama managed to close the gap using the initial version of the Flying Thunder God technique, only to have his tools snatched away upon approach. Uchiha Izuna not only devoted himself to refining his thieving skills, but also to mastering defensive techniques, anticipating every angle of attack to ensure he would not be slain by the victim while stealing. When Senju Tobarama finally resolved to abandon the pursuit of Uchiha Izuna, the latter would return to steal from him once more. This back and forth continued until all of Senju Tobarama's pre-marked tools were rendered null. Frustrated, Senju Tobarama determined to return and research a method to dynamically stamp the Flying Thunder God technique, intending to saturate the entire shinobi world with tools marked by his signature. Yan Bai's influence on Uchiha Izuna is profound, despite their brief acquaintance. The remark made by Yan Bai, "You will undoubtedly become a peculiar thief in the future," left a lasting impression on Uchiha Izuna. Initially, he found it difficult to comprehend, but with time and reflection, enlightenment dawned upon him. Ninjutsu is indeed an art form, requiring finesse and strategic manipulation. If one possesses the upper hand, one must press the advantage. If not, one incurs no loss. For the stolen ninja tools possess value that can be melted down for profit. Observing Senju Tobarama seethe with rage, Uchiha Izuna was initially perplexed. However, upon witnessing the rare display of Hiration, understanding washed over him. This was the care that Yan Bai had bestowed upon him, igniting an inexplicable sense of exhilaration within Uchiha Izuna. "Uchiha Izuna, you lack martial ethics. Senju Tobarama, you cunning old fox." Uchiha Izuna Senju Tobarama. Thus, these two individuals, both profoundly influenced by Yan Bai, found themselves in a mutual state of disdain. One was often dubbed the god of speed within the ninja realm, while the other was affectionately referred to as the god of thieves. This reputation was crafted by Yan Bai himself. leading both Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna to receive peculiar assignments beyond mere extermination, infiltration, and assassination. In this world tainted by Yan Bai's touch, their lives became a series of ups and downs. Eventually, their clansmen found the unfolding drama quite entertaining, leading to those situated at the waist and lower back to emulate one another, engaging in rivalry and mutual advancement, while those at the hips remained mere spectators, enjoying the spectacle. The Senju and Uchiha clans exchanged interactions, with the nobility's riches strewn across the battlefield, and the ninja realm's sunflower seed industry flourishing. At the Senju clan's territory, the Uzumaki clan made their appearance, though the surrounding forest had grown perilous. The guiding clansmen of the Senju continually cautioned them against touching the towering flowers along the roadside, which were cultivated by the princess and were known as malevolent flora. The giant leaf cowbane. This jutsu would release, flower tree world descend, was developed by Yan Bai through Senju Hashirama's techniques. It is said that the nature of a person dictates the style of their jutsu. Senju Hashirama's would release, flower tree world descend allows for the rapid creation of a vast expanse of vine-like vegetation, adorned with blossoms that release pollen capable of rendering adversaries unconscious. Yan Bai's would release, large leaf cowbane is an extraordinary creation, manifesting as a stunning plant with exquisite leaves and stalks that capture the eye. This magnificent flora can reach heights of at least 2 meters, soaring up to 5 meters at its peak. In the summer, it adorns itself with delicate white flowers, while in winter, it remains steadfast even amidst the snow. However, contact between its leaves or stems and human skin can result in severe burns. The toxins within this plant, when exposed to sunlight, can wreak havoc on skin cells, potentially leading to solar dermatitis. It presents an alluring appearance, yet harbors a terrifying essence. This plant is akin to a serpent's flower, symbolizing the nature of the Thousand Hands Princess. The members of the Uzumaki clan listened intently, unable to suppress the goosebumps that arose. Over the years, Senju Hashirama had forged a formidable reputation in the ninja world alongside Uchiha Madara. The Uzumaki clan began to entertain thoughts of an alliance through marriage. Upon witnessing the altered visage of the Senju clan, they hesitated to seek the hand of the formidable Thousand Hands Princess, preferring instead to wed their own princess to Hashirama. Thus, the course of fate was set, as the Uzumaki clan sought to discuss matrimonial matters pertaining to Senju Hashirama. Chapter 086. I am wealthy and strong. The visitors from the Uzumaki clan stood at the entrance of the Senju clan's domain, gazing in bewilderment at the splendid architectural ensemble concealed and protected by the large cowbane. This time, the clan leader, Uzumaki Rumina, had personally come to visit. The sight of the peculiar flora left him astonished, and upon beholding the structures behind the cowbane, he was utterly flabbergasted. The Senju clan's territory had transformed beyond recognition, diverging entirely from the traditional architecture of the world. Utilizing wood release and earth release, they hollowed out the mountains, ingeniously integrating the structures into the landscape. The interiors of the mountain, once mere cliffs, now boasted magnificent balconies connecting to the rooms, adorned with pavilions and eaves that soared gracefully. From the highest tiers of the pavilions, one could gaze upon the flowing clouds and the vast sea of trees below, shrouded in a perpetual veil of white mist, rendering the place a veritable paradise, filled with enchanting and mysterious ancient architecture. Pristine white bricks, meticulously cut from ordinary stones, lined the edges of an artificial lake at the heart of the clan's territory. The lakeshore was adorned with tiered steps that delved into the depths. As Yan Bai matured, his beauty intensified, prompting the Senju clan to restrict his excursions. Boredom led Yan Bai to transform the clan's domain based on his impressions from other virtual worlds and the topography of the Senju Mountains, gradually reshaping it into its current form. The structures resembled the ethereal Pumlai Island from fantastical realms. The clan's facilities were equipped with essential drainage and water supply systems, as well as a sewage recycling system and infrastructure Yan Bai deemed indispensable upon each arrival in this world. While other amenities could be overlooked, an artificial hot spring and sewage system were non-negotiable. Fuel, represented by firewood, took precedence, underscoring its significance. With the establishment of the sewage recycling system, the Senju clan saved considerable expenses, yielding a surplus of natural gas from self-sufficient raw materials, ensuring a continuous supply of artificial hot springs. The members of the Uzumaki clan stood there, dumbfounded, speechless for an extended period. The Senju clan, filled with pride, kindly reminded them to deposit their belongings in the guest area. Initially, they thought that marrying their princess to Hashirama would not tarnish his reputation. However, upon entering, the opulence of the architectural marvels dealt a resounding blow to the Uzumaki clan's expectations. The entire territory silently proclaimed, "I am beautiful, I am wealthy, and I am strong." Uzumaki Rumina could no longer utter sentiments of marrying Mizu without dishonoring Hashirama. If the Senju clan were to overlook past grievances, it would be a testament to their generosity in maintaining distant kinship. Yet, should Hashirama decline to wed Mizu, the Uzumaki clan would find themselves at a loss for words. This was not a marriage of equals. It was evident that Mizu was seeking to elevate her status by marrying into the Senju clan, who could easily refuse the proposal. Yan Bai now resides at a lofty location within the territory of the Senju clan, seated in an aerial courtyard from which he can gaze upon the entire expanse of the clan's domain, as well as the vast sea of trees that encircles it. Oh, has the renowned Uzumaki Nagato truly come in person? Yan Bai, with his long hair cascading down, adorned in a beautifully patterned white bathrobe, leaned over the edge of the courtyard observation platform, gazing down at the group of stony-faced members of the Uzumaki clan. Although not well acquainted with Uzumaki Ashina, Yan Bai was familiar with his appearance. The princess, the members of the Uzumaki clan had come to discuss matters of marriage, and it was said that this time they hoped to betroth the Uzumaki princess to the young clan leader. A respectful female voice echoed from behind him. Yan Bai slowly turned his head, yet he smiled in silence. The maid behind Yan Bai possessed long, lustrous black hair, elegantly styled into a bun, with a touch of subtle makeup that accentuated her cold and fierce expression, clad in a green wu attire modified by Yan Bai. She was a Kanola Kunoichi sent specifically by Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama to safeguard Yan Bai, a trusted confidant of Tobarama, known as Senju Momoka. She was among the few formidable women of the Senju clan. As Yan Bai matured, associating with her 4 elder brothers seemed increasingly inappropriate and out of order. Thus, Senju Hashirama had instructed Senju Momoka to accompany Yan Bai, but her true role was to monitor Yan Bai's interactions and prevent any premature romantic entanglements. Indeed, whenever Yan Bai sought to rendezvous with a certain someone, she would first incapacitate Senju Momoka. Ultimately, it depended on the elder brother's wishes. Yan Bai chuckled softly, relishing her newfound autonomy. As the Uzumaki clan settled in, their patriarch, Senju Hashirama, personally welcomed them. Yan Bai remained indifferent to this matter. In any case, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Whirlpool clan's heir would likely still marry Senju Hashirama, wouldn't they? Yan Bai sat quietly in his courtyard, casting a distant glance at the princess of Mido. The appearance of the Mido maiden seemed little different from her destined fate, and thus Yan Bai ceased his observation. Regardless of whom Senju Hashirama married, his kindness towards her would remain unwavering. Yan Bai finds himself ensnared in the relentless cycle of competition each day. Apart from the occasional confrontation with the formidable Uchiha Madara, who is mercilessly dominated by the elder brother Senju Hashirama, he seldom ventures outside. Years have passed, yet Yan Bai has still not managed to extract the elusive Indra's chakra from Uchiha Madara. Yan Bai contemplated that perhaps the system had malfunctioned, resulting in his inability to receive the expected prompts. It might also be that, since he had already acquired the Ashura chakra, he was, under normal circumstances, incapable of obtaining the Indra chakra from Uchiha Madara. He realized he needed to devise an alternative approach. Since the method of restoration technique proved ineffective, he resolved to explore another avenue. Yan Bai has recently been pondering whether he should enlist someone to create a syringe, allowing him to extract a few milliliters of blood from Uchiha Madara and subsequently inject it into his own veins in an attempt to harness a fragment of Indra's chakra. Given Madara's propensity to be easily appeased, it is unlikely that he would put up any resistance, is it not? Yan Bai leaned over the edge of the observation platform, gazing at the endless sea of trees before him, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. He pondered that Shan's blood type appeared to be O, and he mused that using Shan's blood should pose no issue. However, Yan Bai's own blood type was A, and he contemplated whether donating his blood to Shan would result in clotting. Yan Bai was beset by inner turmoil, worried that after losing the blood of Uchiha Madara, he might develop Madara's visage, a thought most dreadful. If that were to occur, Yan Bai would prefer to forego Indra's chakra and the Rinnegan, settling instead for the Meijiki Sharingan. After all, in the original narrative, Uchiha Madara experienced a transformation after utilizing the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama. It was not only Madara. Those who had employed Hashirama's cells faced similar fates. Hashirama's cells were notoriously domineering and capricious, manifesting traits wherever they chose. And if one used them, they would inevitably bear the face of Madara. Chapter 087, Mido, is my sister-in-law a male? It was already early spring. Following their previous visit, which had resulted in a rather embarrassing display of indulgence, the Uzumaki clan, having celebrated the new year, decided to make a formal visit now that the weather had improved. The reception hall of the Senju clan was a vast chamber that exuded a sense of lightness. The roof, resembling feathers, was adorned with intricate patterns on the beams, draped with flowing white silk entwined with wisteria and willow branches, while the inner chambers nurtured rare flora. In a corner, an odd vessel burned with an unusual flame, warming the inner sanctum more than the exterior. The hall emanated a sacred aura, symbolizing the harmonious coexistence of the Senju clan with nature. Seated at the head of the hall was Senju Hashirama, his demeanor solemn, flanked by a cadre of serious-looking Senju ninjas. Hashirama, akin to an emperor welcoming commoners, listened intently to the words of Uzumaki Arena before finally speaking with a stoic expression. You wish to fulfill the agreement made years prior, to wed the princess, correct? Originally, Hashirama had intended to suggest that his brother make the decision himself. However, it seemed that such had not been the arrangement. The Senju and Uzumaki clans had indeed agreed upon a union. At that time, the Uzumaki princess, Mido, was still too young, and the matter had been casually mentioned, receiving little attention. Yet, Uzumaki Aizen had continuously sought to provoke Yan Bai, which led to the incident involving grave robbing, causing the matter to slip from everyone's minds. Now, with Uzumaki Arena bringing it up, It was as if he had firmly anchored the past agreement. Hashirama furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before softly responding. Very well, choose a date and inform us. We shall have Hashirama personally come to escort the bride. Hashirama was already quite formidable. The task of fetching the bride should pose no issue. However, Uzumaki Arena sighed, expressing that the distance from Uzumaki village to the Senju territory was rather considerable, rendering the round trip unnecessary. Moreover, Mito had come specifically to see Hashirama, so given her presence and the ongoing chaos outside, it would be more prudent to conduct the ceremony directly. If the Senju clan found a simplified approach unsatisfactory, they could always hold a more elaborate celebration later when hostilities had subsided. This suggestion appeared rather hasty, leaving Hashirama speechless. Nevertheless, Uzumaki Arena had a point. Given the tumult outside, a distant wedding procession might provoke an incident with rival ninja clans. If they managed to defend successfully, all would be well. But failing to do so would be a matter of shame, if not a grave breach of honor. However, the situation felt excessively rushed. The Uzumaki clan had come with minimal offerings, merely some dried fish as gifts, yet without Mito's dowry. And the Senju clan had made no preparations or sent any betrothal gifts. Was it truly acceptable to bypass the customary rites simply due to external chaos? After all, both the Senju and Uzumaki clans were esteemed ninja families. Would this not become a source of ridicule among other clans? The lack of a dowry from the bride's side seemed to suggest a lack of respect, while the absence of a betrothal gift from the groom's side appeared equally inappropriate. In short, what sort of wedding was this? Did it possess any ceremonial significance? Who was Mito? Hashirama was not familiar with her. Yet, Hashirama thought of his own daughter, Yan Bai, and resolved that if she were to marry, it would not transpire in such an unjust manner. After mulling it over, and with no lack of financial means, he discussed with Uzumaki Arena that while a simplified ceremony could be arranged, the essential rites must be upheld, and all customary procedures should be observed. He proposed that the Uzumaki clan be accommodated in the guest quarters of the Senju clan, allowing Hashirama to conduct the betrothal and escort the bride. As for Mito's dowry, if it could be provided later by the Uzumaki clan, that would suffice. If not, the Senju would gladly cover it, as they were not short on resources. Naturally, the Uzumaki clan was amenable to completing the wedding proceedings smoothly. Thus, Hashirama, after engaging in a spirited match with his dear friend Madara, returned home, only to find the world transformed into a hue of yellow, suddenly confronted by the presence of an unfamiliar bride. The residence of Yan Bai. What? My father has requested that I assist in preparing the princess of the vortex for her adornment. This evening, my elder brother will escort her from the guest quarters into his own chamber? Yan Bai gazed in astonishment at Senju Momoka, who had come to deliver a message. Yan Bai has been here for several years, yet he has not been a stranger to the concept of weddings. Even when members of the clan marry, the essential rituals must be observed. The groom's proposal and the bride's acceptance are fundamental steps in the process. It need not be overly elaborate, but there should be a semblance of ceremony to announce it to the entire clan. Is it not rather abrupt that the Vortex clan, having arrived less than a day ago, would send their princess to the dwelling of the young patriarch of the Thousand Hands? Yan Bai speculated that Senju Hashirama, the individual in question, might be even more bewildered than himself. Upon returning home, he unexpectedly acquired a wife. Completely unprepared for such a sudden turn of events, would he be too startled to function properly that evening? However, the prospect of acquiring the skills of the Uzumaki clan piqued Yan Bai's interest. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one to be dismissed. As for Hashirama, his fortune with women was considerable. To call him unfortunate would be a mere display of false modesty. Senju Tachihua assumed that Yan Bai would be displeased and solemnly reported that this arrangement was at the behest of the clan leader. To her surprise, Yan Bai appeared intrigued, exclaiming, "Excellent. Let Mizuhito come to my residence. She may use the bathhouse, and I have an abundance of clothing and jewelry. I will do my utmost to fulfill this duty." With that, Yan Bai revealed a blissfully innocent smile. Uzumaki Mizuhito arrived for the first time at such a grand and uniquely styled estate. She was aware that she bore the weighty responsibility of a marriage alliance. Yet she was taken aback by the urgency of her family to marry her into the Senju clan. Despite her mental preparations, an inexplicable sadness lingered within her. After receiving the clan's notification, she followed Senju Tachihua toward the highest area of the Senju estate. Sensing Mizuhito's unease, Tachihua gently reassured her. "There is no need for Princess Mizuhito to worry. Although our princess possesses a mischievous nature, she is exceedingly kind to her own kin." Mizuhito nodded with a smile. Though she did not fully embrace the sentiment, she had learned of the fearsome creatures that lurked beyond the Senju estate. And it was evident that a princess capable of conjuring such terrifying flora was no benevolent soul. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Senju estate, Mizuhito finally laid eyes on Yan Bai. In the spacious, archaic room, she stood transfixed before the enchanting figure. The light illuminated the pristine fabric of his garments, highlighting the elegance of his shoulders, chest, and the flowing hem of his attire. Upon him rested a visage that even the most skilled poet could scarcely describe. His lips, tinted like petals steeped in color, curled into a smile, releasing a voice as clear as the night-blooming rose. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Princess Mizuhito. My name is Yan Bai. I look forward to your guidance." Mizuhito's breath quickened as she politely responded, "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope for your kind assistance." Despite Yan Bai's divine beauty capturing her gaze, Mizuhito felt an unsettling dissonance. This peculiar sensation was profound. Not due to any incongruity in Yan Bai's beauty, but rather because she perceived the figure before her not as a stunning woman adorned in finery, but as a strikingly beautiful man in women's clothing. As this thought surged within her, Mizuhito could not help but furrow her brow. Chapter 088. My apologies, Uzumaki Mizuhito. Yan Bai possesses an exceptional ability to read the nuances of human expression. From beginning to end, he is acutely aware of his own circumstances. Most individuals, regardless of gender, find themselves irresistibly captivated upon encountering him. However, the reaction of the swirling water figure before him is markedly different. Although the swirling water figure attempts to mask their emotions, Yan Bai perceives the underlying turmoil. It is evident that the swirling water figure is conflicted and seemingly inclined to distance themselves from Yan Bai. Yan Bai decided to continue his analysis of the whirlpool water household in his subsequent actions. With a smile, he said, "Please, Princess Shuehu, take your bath first. And then come here to select your preferred garments. The makeup box contains everything you require." After Yan Bai spoke, the maid, who had been waiting nearby, approached Uzumaki Mizuto. Mizuto recognized her as the maid assigned to assist him with his bathing. His chest heaved with emotion, yet he could not find any flaw in Yan Bai's words. Bowing his head in gratitude, he followed the maid away. The bathing pool was constructed just a few meters from Yan Bai's chamber, resembling a small circular hot spring that could accommodate several individuals. The warm water flowed continuously from the natural gas source of the large bathing hall. As Yan Bai watched Mizuto's rigid silhouette fade from view, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Yan Bai faintly sensed that the expression of the whirlpool water master resembled that of someone deeply offended, exuding an air of palpable tension. However, when Yan Bai instructed the maid to escort her to the bath, the tension eased somewhat. Yan Bai immediately sensed that Uzumaki Mizuhito might have perceived him as a man. This was rather unfortunate. Was it true that even before the Ninetales, her perceptive abilities were so formidable? Truly, she was worthy of being from the Uzumaki clan, and indeed, she was an exceptionally powerful kunoichi. Yan Bai felt a twinge of distress. Previously, he had envisioned a harmonious future with Uzumaki Mizuho, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to refine his skills. Yet, given the current predicament, it seemed that the only way to assert his femininity was through a shared bath. However, considering that Uzumaki Mizuho firmly believed him to be male, it was unlikely she would consent to such an arrangement. Wouldn't he that be perceived as lewd? This was unacceptable. Uzumaki Mizuho's perceptiveness posed a considerable challenge for Yan Bai. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to smile. He had never been one to shy away from adversity. When faced with a problem, he would seek a resolution. If he were indeed pursued because of Uzumaki Mizuho, then he would have to apologize to her. Before long, Uzumaki Mizuho returned to Yan Bai's chamber, clad in a white bathrobe with her hair cascading down. By that time, Yan Bai had instructed the maidens to arrange a selection of exquisite wedding garments, alongside the meticulously preserved jewelry boxes, allowing Uzumaki Mizuho to choose from them. Once she had made her selections, Yan Bai would present her with the cosmetics and assist her in applying a simple makeup. This task had been entrusted to him by Senju Hashirama, as many among his kin lacked the finesse in makeup application. Moreover, Yan Bai could not allow Uzumaki Mizuho to transform into someone entirely different. The occurrence of a mask incident on their wedding night would surely leave Senju Hashirama disheartened. As the thought crossed his mind that Uzumaki Mizuho might very well discern his true gender, Yan Bai became noticeably more aloof toward her. He possessed the same sage body as Senju Hashirama and lacked nothing in terms of the Uzumaki clan's physical attributes. Yan Bai was quite pleased with his originally silver hair. However, upon touching the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, it would transform into a striking red. He preferred a hair color akin to that of Tobarama. Indeed, during the makeup process, whenever he inadvertently made contact with Uzumaki Mido, he would instantly become tense all over. Yan Bai was fully aware of the situation. Casually, she assisted Uzumaki Kushina in applying a light touch of makeup, while a nearby maid swiftly helped with her attire. Kushina declined Yan Bai's offer to style her hair, opting instead for her signature bun, adorned with a crown at the center and talismans cascading down the sides. Following the guiding ninja, she returned to the Uzumaki clan's designated area, awaiting the arrival of Hashirama Senju for their union. Just before departing, Kushina cast a meaningful glance at Yan Bai. Yan Bai's smile remained unchanged as he watched Vortex Mizuhara gradually depart from his domain. He was curious to see what Mizuhara would do next. Chapter 089, Brother. Sister-in-law dislikes me that evening. The Senju clan was adorned with vibrant decorations. Senju Hashirama, returning with his team to the clan grounds, noticed the joyous atmosphere and innocently inquired about the cause of such celebration. To his astonishment, a throng of people congratulated him on his wedding. Hashirama was utterly bewildered. How could everyone else be privy to his impending nuptials while he, the groom, remained in the dark? Soon, he was bewilderingly whisked away by the clan members, who had arranged his grooming in advance. Senju Tobarama, without uttering a word, hurried back to his room to bathe and change, still seething from his earlier encounter with Uchiha Izuna. Now, back in the clan grounds, his brother's wedding was of no concern to him. Feeling quite dejected, Tobarama sought solace. In the clan, no one could replace Yan Bai. He He swiftly changed out of his battle attire into the customary garb of the clan and dashed towards Yan Bai's quarters. Meanwhile, Yan Bai chose not to join the festivities but instead leaned over the edge of the observation deck, gazing down. Mizuhara's need to borrow clothing stemmed from a lack of preparation on the part of the Vortex clan. It appeared that they had not adequately equipped themselves for the occasion. Within the Senju clan, only Yan Bai's attire was deemed suitable, having seen Yan Bai's elegance. Senju Baijian naturally found Mizuhara's garments to be rather unimpressive. In the presence of Yan Bai, the aesthetic standards of the men and the family had undoubtedly risen. Even their father, Baijian, found it challenging to be impressed by many women. How could Senju Baijian allow his daughter-in-law to appear so unrefined? Thus, it was inevitable that he sought to borrow garments from Yan Bai to elevate Mizuhara's appearance for the occasion. Although Yan Bai possesses a profound appreciation for beauty, he remains remarkably generous. It is merely a piece of clothing, and Yan Bai does not mind much. However, he can envision that as the Vortex Princess, Mito harbors her own pride, and such actions are undoubtedly a slight against her. Yet, there is not to be done. Mito's current attire is indeed inappropriate, forcing her to reluctantly accept this scornful fate. Without so much as a greeting, Senju Tobarama brusquely pushed the door open. Upon catching sight of Yan Bai leaning over the edge of the observation deck, engrossed in the spectacle, he couldn't help but ask, "How rare it is that you haven't joined the fray." Yan Bai turned his head with an air of boredom towards Senju Tobarama, feigning a look of discomfort. "Second brother, my new sister-in-law does not seem to like me." Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What has transpired?" Yan Bai informed Senju Tobarama about the incident of Mizuho borrowing clothes today, recounting all the details. He omitted only the fact that Uzumaki Mizuho might perceive him as a man. Given Senju Tobarama's intelligence, even without knowing Mizuho's thoughts, he would undoubtedly construct a comprehensive logical framework. With his arms crossed and an expression of indifference, Senju Tobarama analyzed, "Is it due to jealousy of your beauty? Or does borrowing clothes evoke a sense of humiliation in her? Or perhaps it is a combination of both?" Yan Bai shook his head and said, "I do not know. I have not spoken much with her." Senju Tobarama sighed, placing a hand on Yan Bai's shoulder, offering comfort. "What is done is done. If she truly does not suit you, it would be best to keep your distance in the future. Should she trouble you, I will assist you." Yan Bai replied with a light chuckle, "This is a trivial matter. I can handle it." He then added, "You must be hungry after returning. I will prepare a meal for you. As for my elder brother, he has the clan's chef's cooking, so we need not intrude. Please wait a moment." The chefs of the Senju clan had nearly perfected Yan Bai's usual home-cooked dishes, so there was no need for concern. He need not personally oversee the banquet. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama revealed the first smile since his return. "All right." However, as he watched Yan Bai joyfully dash towards the kitchen, Tobarama's smile gradually faded. In the dead of night, the members of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan celebrated together, reveling in a feast of barbecue in the open grounds of the Senju clan's territory, with laughter echoing throughout. Yet, the new bride, Uzumaki Mizuho, was too young and lacked understanding of social nuances and the art of discretion. It should have been a romantic evening for her and Senju Hashirama. But she insisted on gathering Hashirama's entire family, openly discussing Yan Bai's identity as a man in front of Yan Bai's father and his 4 brothers. Mizuho possessed a strong character and was gentle towards her kin, but she could not tolerate situations where she felt compelled to hide the truth. In her eyes, Yan Bai was merely a cross-dresser, and it seemed that the men of the household were oblivious to this fact, which troubled her deeply. Initially, when Senju Hashirama met with Mizuho in their room, he was unsure how to communicate with her, but she immediately inquired whether Yan Bai was indeed a man. Hashirama, known for his upright nature, expressed surprise at how Mizuho had discovered that Yan Bai had been raised as a boy. As they conversed, Mizuho felt that such deception within a family was unacceptable. Consequently, the 5 men in the household regarded the new bride, Mizuho, with expressions of amusement, as if they were pitying her ignorance. After a moment of silence, Senju Tobarama was the first to break it, yawning and saying, "Father, I am tired. I shall retire for the night." Senju Baijian quickly raised his hand, expressing his desire to leave as well. The 2 youngest brothers embraced Yan Bai before disregarding Mizuho and departing. With wide eyes and a fearsome expression, Mizuho wondered why no one believed her. She spoke the truth, and her perception could not be wrong. Senju Hashirama felt troubled. He had married Mizuho, yet she was making things difficult for his younger sister. Faced with such a situation for the first time, Hashirama was at a loss for what to do. He had previously advised Mizuho to discreetly verify with Yan Bai, but she insisted on making the matter public. Unsurprisingly, she lost the first round. When Yan Bai was very young, shortly after regaining his identity as a girl, everyone had seen his body. Now that they were all adults, it was inappropriate for them to look again. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms and stood with a displeased expression, refusing to look at Mizuho, instead fixing his gaze on Hashirama. "Hashirama, take care of your wife." Hashirama could only offer a wry smile. After uttering this, Tobarama glanced at Yan Bai before turning to leave. Yan Bai did not exhibit any signs of anger. Instead, she gazed curiously at the furious expression of Uzumaki Naruto. Senju Tobarama pulled Yan Bai behind him, casting a cold glance at Uzumaki Naruto. As the years passed, Senju Tobarama remained the brother who resembled Yan Bai the most. Although Yan Bai possessed a more feminine appearance, while Senju Tobarama exuded a more masculine aura, Uzumaki Naruto remained silent, aware that requesting Yan Bai to disrobe as proof of her womanhood would be exceedingly impolite. It was only at this moment that a wave of regret surged within Uzumaki Naruto's heart. She had acted too impulsively. The reason why Yan Bai has managed to maintain her identity as a woman in this household for such an extended period is undoubtedly significant. Unfortunately, today, due to the matter of borrowing clothing and the urgency of a politically motivated marriage, Uzumaki Mido is deeply distressed, her emotions in turmoil, leading her to act irrationally. At this moment, she finds herself in a precarious situation. It is then that Senju Tobarama calmly inquires, Mido, why do you believe Yan Bai is a man? Uzumaki Mido gazes intently at Senju Tobarama, observing his face strikingly reminiscent of Yan Bai's, yet she replies, what I perceive is accurate. My intuition has never failed me. No. He counters, intuition can indeed be flawed. Seeing is believing, but hearing may deceive. Senju Tobarama regards Uzumaki Mido with a frigid stare, asserting, my sister has always struggled with gender identity, believing herself to be a man. Yan Bai, what? As the words of Senju Tobarama landed, Yan Bai appeared utterly bewildered, while Senju Hashirama wore an expression of resignation. Uzumaki Mido, however, was taken aback, exclaiming, what do you mean? My sister was raised by our mother as a son from a young age. It wasn't until our mother passed away that I discovered she was actually a girl. If I hadn't found out first, she would have continued to believe she was a boy. Senju Tobarama stated expressionlessly, at that time, our entire family verified the truth. Even though she insisted on identifying as a boy, we corrected her. Ultimately, she acquiesced and embraced her identity as a girl, yet her demeanor has remained boyish. If you doubt this, why not ask her to show you? Yanbo did not voice any objections and followed the flustered Uzumaki Kushina behind the screen. 5 minutes later, Uzumaki Kushina awkwardly apologized to Yanbo. She genuinely felt remorse for her initial misunderstanding. The chaos that ensued on her wedding night had made her feel like a rather inadequate bride, and she also extended her apologies to Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, who had remained to await the outcome. It was at this moment that Uzumaki Kushina began to comprehend why her two uncles and father-in-law had reacted with such certainty and disdain. Yan Bai smiled as usual, saying it was fine and suggesting that Mizuho should return to rest with his elder brother. He watched as Mizuho and Hashirama departed together. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama glanced at Yan Bai, questioning, is your smile indicative of some mischief? Not at all, Yan Bai replied, still smiling. I merely believe that both my brother and Mizuho are rather young. I am uncertain when, in the original narrative, they became husband and wife. Yet, it is evident that it should not be today. What do you mean? Tobarama squinted. Literally, Yan Bai's smile, illuminated from behind, appeared somewhat enigmatic. My brother is rather naive, consumed by gambling, while his wife is still youthful and seemingly unprepared for the role of a spouse. This evening, they are likely to continue their tumultuous antics. I doubt my brother will engage in anything further. Mizuho is not merely unprepared in appearance, it is clear that he is also unprepared emotionally. After such an extended period of chaos, when they return. Of course, Yan Bai was merely speculating. Senju Tobarama responded, well, finally, I understand. After a prolonged silence, he retorted somewhat irritably, this matter does not concern us. He knew well that Yan Bai did not require anyone to lead him astray, for he was already quite mischievous by nature. He understood. Second brother, would you care to join me? I can prepare some desserts. And we could invite Wacken and Banjin as well. Yan Bai cheerfully linked his arm with Tobarama's, guiding him along.